Lantern Festival, Yuzhou City. 5 years later, people are no longer surprised by the shadow that covers half of Yuzhou City. At midnight, the quiet moonlight sprinkled on the ink-like silent shadow under the night sky. Suddenly, the huge shadow twitched violently as if it was frightened, shrank rapidly, and its shape became smaller and smaller, and finally it floated towards the top of the city like a wisp of light smoke. At some point, a figure stood on the top of the city, the mottled jade armor reflecting the faint moonlight wrapped around his tall and strong body. His shoulder-length black hair danced lightly in the wind, and his angular facial features. His eyes were deep and contained a hint of melancholy. He watched the light smoke transformed by the shadow flying down, sighed, and pressed his left thumb against the sword guard of the wooden sword. In silence, the wooden sword slid out 3 points, and the light smoke suddenly drilled into the scabbard. 3,000 years have passed. Am I Ren Fenglu now a human or a ghost? I should be happy to see the sky again, but the time span is too long. During this long time, I almost forgot everything, but the voices and faces of my parents are the only things I will never forget. Without these two faces, how can I survive the 3,000 years of suffering? But now I am afraid that I can't even find the location of the two elders' graves. Ren Fenglu sighed, holding a wooden sword in his hand, and walked in the night sky, looking like an eagle and a wolf. 3,000 years have passed, and there's still a family named Run in this city, but I don't know if it is my family or... Looking at the flags below, Ren Fenglu breathed a sigh of relief, and his speed suddenly increased. He landed in a small courtyard and knocked on the door directly. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 calls, a wolf howled, bah. Damn it, I almost picked a tender peach as big as my little finger, which blind guy disturbed me. The door opened, and a disheveled boy holding an oil lamp walked out with sleepy eyes. When he saw Ren Fenglia's strong appearance, his angry heart suddenly cooled down and smiled apologetically. Sir, what's the matter? Seeing the sword in Ren Fenglia's hand, he blinked and said in a lost voice, Sir, the shop only sells rice, and the profit is small. If you want to rob, go to the front hall. Don't kill me. Ren Fenglu ignored the panic of the boy and went straight to the point. What is the relationship between the current Ren family and the Ren family 3,000 years ago? What Ren family 3,000 years ago? The history of Yuzhou City is not even 3,000 years old. The young man was half asleep. If it weren't for the sword, he would have retorted. After a little consideration, he said carefully, Master, it is now the 225th year of the Star Moon calendar. I really don't understand what you mean. The 225th year of the Star Moon calendar? Ren Fenglia's heart was shocked. He suddenly remembered that it seemed to be the 220th year of the Star Moon calendar when he stepped into the purgatory tide. In other words, he had only been away for 5 years. But he clearly remembered that he had been in the purgatory tide for a full 3,000 years. 10 years of struggle, 100 years of resistance, and more than 2,000 years of sword drawing finally walked out of the purgatory tide. How could this persistence not be unforgettable? Is the speed of time in the purgatory tide different from the sky? Master, are you okay? Seeing Ren Fenglia's uncertain face, hesitating whether to close the door, the young man asked tentatively. Ren Fenglu shook his head. The most urgent thing was not to figure out this matter. He just wanted to see his parents. When he was about to leave, his face froze, and he gritted his teeth and said, How do I get to Ren's house? It turned out that he was looking for someone. The boy breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to remind him. But when he looked at the sword in Ren Fenglia's hand, he quickly said, It's in the center of the city, the most luxurious and domineering mansion. Ren Fenglu was in a hurry. His jade armor was shining, and his figure had already rushed into the night sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Strange, really strange. I have never seen this person before. Why do I feel that the soft armor on his body is a little familiar? And this face also has a vague impression. The boy was a little confused, and an urge to urinate came. He walked toward the toilet with his legs clamped together. He raised his head habitually, and immediately the whole person was struck by lightning and stood still. See, the shadow is gone, it's really gone. The young man looked at the full moon hanging in the night sky, rubbed his eyes, and looked again, and found that the shadow that had covered half of Yuzhou City for 5 years had really disappeared. Then a light flashed in his mind, combined with the voice and appearance of the man just now and the soft armor on his body. He suddenly screamed, Oh my God, Ren Fenglu, Master Ren is back. Ren Fenglu rushed all the way, and as soon as he stepped into Ren's house, he immediately felt that several auras locked him. Friend, this house is not a place for you to come. Considering that the Lantern Festival has just passed, we don't want to be stained with blood, so we advise you to leave quickly. A cold voice came out in the darkness. I am Renfeng. You don't recognize me. Renfeng remembered that he was only 13 years old when he left. In the past 5 years, his appearance has changed greatly. It is normal for these people not to recognize him. When he was about to change his words, he was interrupted by a sneer. Aha, you said you were Renfeng. Then, I am Rentinya? Renfeng narrowed his eyes. Rentinya is his father. This person dared to call him by his name in Ren's house. His father must have met with an accident. You're just a rat in the sewer. Renfeng suppressed his uneasiness and suddenly drew his sword. A flash of black light passed by. When the wooden sword returned to the sheath, a click sounded. Immediately, a house on the west side suddenly broke apart, and the moonlight fell on an old man with white hair and beard. Puff the old man was actually split in two from the center of his eyebrows. Blood was gushing like rain, and the broken internal organs were scattered all over the ground. His death was extremely miserable. Now, you are just 2.5 dead mice. Renfeng looked to the right, his tone grim. What about you? Are you still hiding? I dare not. With a sigh, Ren Chongwei walked out of the house, looked at Renfeng carefully, and suddenly laughed. Young master, you are finally back. While speaking, he raised his head, but did not see the shadow, and was even more shocked. He lowered his head and thought about it. Renfeng is back, and his strength is stronger than 5 years ago. And it's very weird. However, in the past 5 years, the Ren family has already changed. If he returns now, he may not be able to control the situation. Thinking of this, Ren Chongwei made up his mind and said in a gentle voice, the return of a young master from the abyss is a great joy for the Ren family. But it is late at night, and the clansmen have already gone to bed. Suddenly waking them up to welcome them is in a hurry and not well prepared. I am afraid that it will affect your mood. Why don't you rest in the wing room first? How about the head of the family and the clansmen welcome you tomorrow morning? He spoke sincerely and put his attitude very low. No matter who saw him, they should feel good. But Renfeng had sharp eyes and a quick mind. How could he not see that this was a delaying tactic? He looked calm and just said, if you want to welcome him, it should be tonight. This Ren Chongwei's face changed. He knew that his thoughts were seen through, but his old face did not blush, and he closed his mouth tightly. Now, he only hoped that the other people hiding in the dark would not lose their temper and take action, and that they would send a message thousands of miles away as soon as possible. At this time, the head of the family might be lingering with a beauty in the underground palace, but he could not care about it. Ren Tianxing was middle-aged, and his cultivation had reached the great perfection of Ningguan, and he was only one step away from forming an infant. In addition to power, his favorite thing was to spend a night with a beauty after intensive cultivation. In a magnificent underground palace, on a large bed more than 3 meters wide, the strong Ren Tianxing was naked and lying on a weak and boneless woman. Sweat was dripping, and a strange smell filled the air. Ren Tianxing's face flushed, and it was obvious that he had reached the critical point. But at this moment, the anxious voice of the old man, Ren Chongwei, sounded in his mind. The head of the family is not good. Renfeng is back. You're not good. I am fine. Ren Tianxing cursed angrily and slapped the woman's hips under him, causing the woman to moan charmingly. Just as Ren Tianxing was concentrating and calming down, there was a bang in his head, like an explosion. He widened his eyes, and the beard on his chin was shaking. What did the old man say in the voice transmission? Renfeng is back. Renfeng, I'm my eldest brother's good son. That genius is back. Ren Tianxing immediately lost interest. With a gloomy face, he put on a robe and left the underground palace. What? He always runs away after having fun. Are you so irresponsible every time? The naked woman turned over, exposing her proud figure to the air. Her extremely charming face suddenly changed. No, he didn't vent this time. He must have encountered difficulties in such a hurry. Renfeng caught Ren Chongwei's voice transmission, but he didn't mean to interfere or intercept it. The whereabouts of his parents had to be asked by a higher-level person, preferably the head of the family or the elder. The watchdog in front of him was not qualified. Soon, Renfeng sensed a very urgent breath coming out of the main house. Here it comes. This person may tell me the whereabouts of my parents. Ren Fenglu unconsciously clenched his fists, expecting and apprehensive. The door opened. Ren Tianxing first glanced at the night sky, then set his eyes on Ren Fenglu, looking at the face that was almost the same as his elder brother Ren Tianya. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he laughed out loud. Fenglu, it's really you. You can actually come back alive from that ghost place that eats people without spitting out bones. So great. Hurry, let Uncle Tianxing see. See what my good nephew is like to Ren Tianxing's surprise. From beginning to end, his eldest nephew's expression did not change at all, which made him unable to finish the last words despite pretending to be enthusiastic. Ren Fenglu just said, "Where's my father? Where's my mother?" And, logically speaking, shouldn't my father be the current head of the family? What's going on? Ren Chongwei trembled, lowered his head, and did not dare to look at Ren Tianxing. Go down. Ren Tianxing caught the old man's strangeness and hurriedly drove him away. Then he rubbed his hands and blinked his eyes. Good nephew, this is a sad story for my Ren family. You just came back, and it's not appropriate to talk about this. How about I tell you in detail tomorrow? Ren Fenglu was unmoved. He took a deep look at the direction where Ren Chongwei disappeared and said meaningfully, "Did you send him a message just now?" Ren Tianxing's face changed, and then he smiled. Good nephew, what are you talking about? Why can't your uncle understand a word? Faced with Ren Tianxing's avoidance, Ren Fenglu said bluntly, "You don't have to pretend anymore. You're a cultivator in the Ningguan realm. Transmitting sound in front of me is the same as talking to me face to face. I just want to know the whereabouts of my parents and have no interest in intervening in other things." Ren Tianxing's face changed several times again, and his expression gradually became indifferent. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good nephew, it is not a good thing for a person to be too smart," just like Ren Fenglu interrupted him calmly. Just like now, there's a powerful person who has reached the perfect stage of Jiaying realm in secret. Ren Tianxing's breathing stagnated, and he was shocked beyond words. Ren Fenglu could actually reveal the mystery in one sentence. So how strong is his strength? What has he experienced in the past 5 years? It seems that you still don't give up and don't want to tell the truth. Ren Tianxing's silence made Ren Fenglu impatient. He grasped the hilt of the sword, drew the sword suddenly, and put it back into the sheath. The speed was so fast that it was difficult to see the changes. Aha's shrill scream pierced the night sky, and the main house of the Ren family was broken open, as if it was cut off by a sword. A green baby was also broken open, and it was the powerful person who had reached the perfect state of the infant formation realm and was highly expected by Ren Tianxing. Just now, he had sacrificed his infant formation realm to guard the main house, ready to go, but he never thought that he would be killed by a sword without any defense, and his body and soul disappeared. Uncle Hong, Ren Tianxing cried out in grief, rushed into the ruins, and wanted to grab the two halves of the infant formation realm that were gradually dissipating, but he grabbed nothing. He was filled with hatred, but helpless that in this secular world, a powerful person who had reached the perfect state of the infant formation realm was very powerful. And it was not too exaggerated to say that he could block a city, but this person died too aggrievedly, without even a chance to fight. Ren Tianxing sat down in the ruins. His heart was dead, staring at Ren Fenglu, and said in a lost soul, "Don't you want to know the whereabouts of my eldest brother and a sister-in-law? Okay, I tell you, they are dead, and have been dead for 3 years." Dead? Ren Fenglu's face turned pale, and his eyes were dull. In order to see his parents again, he had been in the purgatory tide with few people and only black air for 3,000 years. The collapse of an adult only takes a moment. Fortunately, Ren Fenglu collapsed enough times, and he quickly returned to normal. His voice became calmer, like a pool of stagnant water. How did they die? Me. Of course it was me. Otherwise, how could I become the head of the family? Ren Tianxing laughed wildly, staring at Ren Fenglu, his eyes almost bulging out. Are you in a hurry to confess? Are you trying to protect others from disaster? Ren Fenglu's eyes were as sharp as a sword, piercing Ren Tianxing's heart. Ren Tianxing seemed not to hear, and just laughed wildly. My good nephew, the enemy who killed your father is right in front of you. Why don't you take action? Chapter 2. The 8 Families of Li. To slay you now would only quell a fraction of the fury within my heart. True vengeance for my parents can only be achieved by uprooting the forces behind you. Ren Fenglu's countenance was grave, unaffected by the provocations of the seemingly mad Ren Tianxing. The deranged laughter of Ren Tianxing abruptly ceased, despair gradually emerging in his eyes. In a mere 5 years, his once naive nephew had undergone a profound transformation. Though just coming of age, he seemed to have weathered countless storms, exhibiting a tranquility that was both unsettling and formidable. Yet, what was even more alarming was the depth of his prowess. As a blood brother of Ren Tianxing was acutely aware of his nephew's extraordinary talents. From birth, he could sense spiritual energy. At 3, he comprehended the essence of it. After 2 years of playful exploration, he achieved foundational stability. By 11, he had successfully condensed his spiritual core, and by 13, he stood on the cusp of mastering the consummate stage of core condensation, a true prodigy. Had he not been so obstinate in venturing into the abyss that loomed over half of Yuzhou City, the position of family head would undoubtedly have been his. Ren Tianxing, engulfed in despair, could not fathom how his nephew had returned from the insatiable maw of that abyss. In the first 2 years, a multitude of individuals had entered that realm, including some exceptionally gifted talents and even elder figures from various prestigious sects, all believing that immense opportunities awaited them inside. Yet none could have anticipated the fatal outcomes. Thus, in the ensuing 3 years, the abyss became infamous, and no one dared to venture forth again, with those who had suffered losses forbidding their disciples from even mentioning it. It was during this period that Ren Tianxing was tasked with orchestrating the demise of his elder brother Ren Tianya and his wife, seizing the position of family head. Whereupon he reveled in power, becoming the preeminent figure in Yuzhou City. Little did he know that such glory was fleeting. After witnessing his nephew's prowess, Ren Tianxing, despite his indignation, recognized he was no match for him. Suddenly, a thought struck Ren Tianxing, a recollection of a significant event. This night, Yuzhou City was ablaze with fireworks, only ceasing just before midnight, while the abyss still loomed. Yet now, merely an hour had passed, and the abyss had vanished, coinciding with the appearance of his nephew. Did this signify? Ren Tianxing's pupils constricted slightly, fearing Ren Fenglu might discern his unease, and he hurriedly composed himself, concealing his trepidation deep within. This matter was of utmost importance. If he could find an opportunity to convey this secret to the second ancestor, even if he were to perish today, the second ancestor would undoubtedly assist his descendants upon learning the truth. With a determined resolve, Ren Tianxing suddenly sneered, "Good nephew. If you refuse to avenge my foolish elder brother, then uncle shall take his leave." Leaving, at times, does not merely imply departing but rather taking action. No sooner had Ren Tianxing spoken than the dark abode illuminated with flashes of light. One individual wielded a spear like a dragon, its tip shimmering with ethereal light. And with each glimmer, a silvery spear tip infused with spiritual energy shot towards Ren Fenglu. Another figure clutched talisman paper, tossing it gently. The paper ignited spontaneously, summoning a formidable entity resembling a lion-headed giant, its jaws adorned with glistening fangs, unleashing terrifying sound waves that surged towards Ren Fenglu. "Is this your reliance? An artifact cultivator and a talisman practitioner?" As the two forms of assault approached, Ren Fenglu remarked mockingly, casually gripping the hilt of his sword. When the first spear tip and the initial sound wave were but an inch from his chest, the two assailants suddenly felt a blur before their eyes, followed by a chilling sensation at their foreheads. Sizzle as the spears and sound waves abruptly shattered, the two heard the sound of rushing water, warm and reminiscent of crimson raindrops, clouding their vision. Blood, it was blood. Their own hot blood. In the final moments of their lives. It seemed they finally comprehended this truth, and as their bodies fell to the ground, their eyes met in a shared gaze, a flicker of fear igniting within. "Cousin!" Ren Tianxing cried out in despair, utterly unprepared for the fate that had befallen his two cousins, masters of ambush, who had perished in an instant, their demise horrifying. Without granting Ren Tianxing a moment to grieve, Ren Fenglu fixed his gaze upon him, speaking slowly. "Now, do you still refuse to reveal the identity of those behind you?" Ren Tianxing lifted his head, meeting the emotionless visage of Ren Fenglu. Gritting his teeth, he confessed, "I killed my brother and sister-in-law. There was no directive from anyone. I merely coveted the position of family head." Still stubborn, Ren Fenglu's demeanor remained calm as he softly stated, "Perhaps I should let you experience the torment I have endured over the years." He paused, then abruptly shifted his tone. "However, I now possess an alternative approach." Through Ren Fenglu's spiritual perception, he discerned Ren Chongwei 100 feet away, escorting a woman towards the back door of the Ren residence, a child nestled in her arms. In a flash, Ren Fenglu moved 100 feet, appearing before Ren Chongwei. "Young master, how swift you are!" Ren Chongwei exclaimed in surprise, instinctively shielding the woman behind him, a conflicted expression crossing his face. "Young master, this is the lady of the house. She knows nothing. Could you spare her? You are indeed loyal." With a flick of his sleeve, an immense force propelled Ren Chongwei away, sending him crashing into a pond 30 feet distant. Ren Fenglu faced the woman, detecting no spiritual energy emanating from her, confirming her status as an ordinary person. He shook his head, grasping her shoulder and lifting her into the air. The woman let out a startled cry, clutching her sleeping child tightly, who immediately awoke, wailing incessantly. "Wah wah wah." Ren Fenglu carried the woman through the night sky at a leisurely pace, the child's cries escalating with each passing moment. In the courtyard, Ren Tianxing remained motionless, seemingly numb, yet upon hearing the child's wails, his eyelids twitched, and his face involuntarily trembled, his eyes nearly igniting with fury. In desperate anguish, he screamed, Renfenglu, good nephew, I have confessed. Why do you not conclude this? Why must you torment me further? Have you truly confessed? Renfenglu lowered the woman to the ground, his voice icy. You murdered my parents. I shall take your wife and daughter. Who gains and who loses here? You, Rinqianqing and Appos. S tone softened, nearly pleading. She is not yet a year old. She knows nothing. Can you spare her? Renfenglu chuckled coldly. Wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring winds will bring new life. Surely, you thought the same when you killed my parents? I wager that following their demise, not a single confidant of my parents remained in this vast residence, did they? Did you not eradicate their friends and family as well? Rinqianqing's complexion turned ashen, rendered speechless. But I am not you. Renfenglu's gaze bore into him, his voice steady. If you reveal the identity of those behind you, I will leave your corpse intact and spare your wife's life. The child's life may also be preserved. Not only will you have descendants, but they may also seek vengeance for you. You see, you only need to think a little to reap such benefits. Were I in your position, I would have long been grateful and relieved. With the child as leverage, Rinqianqing appeared ensnared, his expression a tumult of emotions, shifting from green to white. Clearly grappling with intense inner turmoil, Renfenglu remained patient, observing the infant in the woman's arms, whose cries gradually subsided, while the woman furrowed her brow. Her eyes filled with maternal concern. A pang of sorrow stirred within him. If Rinqianqing were obstinate, what then? Would he truly resort to slaying this innocent child? If Rinqianqing cooperated, did he really intend to harm this pitiful mother? But the fault lay with Rinqianqing. If this woman knew nothing, was there not a chance to spare her? The heart of Renfenglu began to wrestle with turmoil. In his initial fury, he had resolved that should Rinqianqing die, he would unleash a massacre, slaughtering all of Rinqianqing's kin, including his offspring. Yet, upon witnessing the poignant exchange between the mother and daughter, his conviction wavered. In that fleeting moment, he transformed from a solitary specter, adrift for 3 millennia, into a tangible human being. Every human harbors vulnerabilities. Rinqianqing astutely perceived Renfenglu and Appos' momentary distraction, and a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he gravely declared, Very well, I shall speak. The moment of revelation had finally arrived. Renfenglu could scarcely contain his excitement, his eyes widening with anticipation. At that instant, the woman soothing the infant suddenly revealed a glistening blade from her sleeve, deftly gripping its hilt and plunging it into Renfenglu's side. Simultaneously, the child in her arms emitted a luminous glow, its form shifting into a palm-sized black scorpion, its stinger gleaming ominously green as it pierced Renfenglu and Appos' lower abdomen, targeting his dantian. Only then did Renfenglu react, his expression steely as he swept his arm, sending the woman and the scorpion flying several paces away, before lowering his gaze to the blade embedded in his waist. Good nephew, you still fail to grasp the lesson that experience sharpens wisdom. Do you truly believe that I, the esteemed head of the Ren family and the foremost figure in Yuzhou City, would wed a mere commoner? The fault lies solely with your overconfidence. You were too careless to discern this. Truly, like father, like son, just as foolish as my elder brother. With Renfenglu incapacitated, Rinqianqing felt a surge of confidence, placing one hand on his hip while pointing at the silent Renfenglu, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Cough. My dear ghost, I was initially assigned by the Elder Rune to surveil you in Yuzhou City, yet I never anticipated becoming entwined with you. Now, for your sake, I must forfeit my life. Renfenglu remained silent, while the woman who lay incapacitated struggled to voice her sorrow. In an instant, her visage transformed into one of striking beauty, mingled with the blood at her lips, creating a hauntingly tragic aura. Rinqianqing rushed to support the stunning woman, examining her closely, only to find her internal organs displaced and severely damaged, on the brink of death. With a heavy sigh, he murmured, Yenner, I know the second ancestor distrusts me and suspects I may have outsiders by my side, but I never imagined it would be you. I love you. Just now, I heard nothing. How wonderful. Yenner sighed, closing her eyes as life slipped away. Rinqianqing beckoned Rinshouwei, entrusting Yenner's lifeless body to him. Before striding toward the motionless Renfenglu, a look of triumph adorning his face. Renfenglu rasped, It seems your benefactor is the so-called second ancestor? Since you are aware, it is time for you to reunite with my elder brother in the afterlife. Upon having the truth laid bare, Rinqianqing displayed no fear. Gripping his sword in one hand while caressing the blade embedded in his side, Renfenglu continued in a hoarse voice, Why do you hesitate to strike? Patience, dear nephew. Rinqianqing replied with a smug demeanor, counting off on his fingers, You have been struck by a blade coated in spirit-absorbing liquid and stung by a spirit-absorbing scorpion. Both potent toxins will erode your spiritual essence. However, my dear nephew, you possess formidable strength. The effects of the poison cannot manifest immediately. As your uncle, I dare not act hastily, fearing you might retaliate in your final moments. Renfenglu remained impassive, fixating his gaze on Rinqianqing. The latter halted a step away, clapping his hands and exclaiming, Brothers and cousins, you may emerge now. My dear nephew has been subdued. At his command, 6 figures emerged from the surrounding darkness, each bearing a menacing glare as they scrutinized Renfenglu. Rinqianqing truly has a fine son, were it not for his youthful visage. I would have thought that ghost had returned. One man, rotund and with a finger in his nose, commented in a gruff voice. What are you afraid of? Did we not conspire together to eliminate Rin Tianyu back then? Another, with a sharp visage and cunning eyes, sneered, eyeing Rin Fenglu with malicious intent. Rin Tianxing glanced at the gathered brothers and cousins before grinning. Dear nephew, open your eyes wide and behold, the 9 murderers of your parents stand before you. Take a good look, remember our faces, and when you meet my elder brother in the afterlife, do tell him how much we have missed him. Ah. So your 2 deceased cousins were complicit as well. Ah ha ha ha. Rin Fenglu suddenly burst into laughter, his voice resonating as green smoke began to swirl around him. Impossible. Rin Tianxing and the others were struck with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Did he refine the poison? This cannot be. Once one utilizes spiritual energy, it accelerates the poison and Oppo's spread. He must be deceiving us. Rin Tianxing shook his head in denial. Humph. Do I not resemble my former self? Rin Fenglu grinned ominously, drawing the blade from his waist. In the moonlight, the blade gleamed coldly, the spirit-absorbing liquid no longer visible. You. Rin Tianxing was taken aback, unable to fathom the sight before him. The spirit-absorbing liquid specifically targets spiritual essence. If one possesses spiritual energy, they are bound to be poisoned, and those poisoned are destined to succumb, even those beyond the transformation realm. Yet, at this moment, Rin Fenglu appeared unscathed. Could it be that his power has transcended the refinement realm? The more Rin Tianxing pondered, the more absurd the notion seemed. Brother, don't just stand there in a daze. Whether or not he is poisoned can be tested. Sneered his cousin with a sharp face, launching an attack. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped through the courtyard, rocks and soil swirling into a massive hand that lunged forward. Clang. The onlookers witnessed Rin Fenglu's blade drop to the ground, only to perceive a fleeting blur before the gigantic hand split in two, as though severed by an invisible blade. Simultaneously, an unusual noise arose beside them, prompting the group to turn and witness the attacking cousin cleaved in half, just like the 2 deceased cousins and that uncle of the transformation realm. Such swiftness in the sword, so rapid that it was imperceptible, such an eerie force that even the spirit-absorbing liquid failed to take effect. In that instant, the group felt no fluctuation of spiritual energy. You are family. Family should remain united. Now aware of the identities of the masterminds, Rin Fenglu felt no need to spare them, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Instantly, Rin Tianxing and the others desperately activated their spiritual energy, layering protective shields around themselves. With each stroke of Rin Fenglu's sword, the protective barriers surrounding Rin Tianxing and the others shattered one after another, as they fell, cleaved in two. As Rin Fenglu had asserted, they were indeed united. Chapter 3. I want you to be burdened with sin. The grand estate of the Rin family sprawled across several acres, with countless courtyards, and the inhabitants had already sensed the turmoil within the main residence, astonished by the unfolding events. They hastily donned their garments and set forth. Master. A throng surged into the main house, and there stood Rin Fenglu, his figure poised, hair billowing, and eyes glinting with a deadly calm, resembling a deity of death. Before him lay a pile of lifeless bodies, while Rin Tianxing, the family patriarch, stood frozen in shock amidst the carnage. Even the most oblivious among them should have discerned the source of this horror. They let out a collective roar and charged towards Rin Fenglu. No. Don't. Rin Tianxing awakened, deeply moved by the loyalty of his subordinates, yet aware of their feeble strength. Their charge would only lead to their demise. But upon reflection, if these individuals were to perish under Rin Fenglu's blade, would that not add to his sins? For practitioners of the arts, being burdened by sin could metamorphose into calamity, causing future tribulations to become overwhelmingly fierce during breakthroughs. Thus, it would be an indirect impediment to Rin Fenglu's path of cultivation. Contemplating this, Rin Tianxing ceased his protests, tightly sealing his lips. Facing the surging tide of people, Rin Fenglu remained unperturbed, refraining from drawing his sword. With a flick of his right hand, the crowd scattered like raindrops caught in a tempest, collapsing to the ground. All rendered unconscious. Rin Tianxing was taken aback by Rin Fenglu's restrained display of power, incapacitating hundreds without inflicting a single injury. Such prowess was indeed terrifying. However, having resolved to ensure Rin Fenglu was burdened with sin, Rin Tianxing would not relent. Seizing the moment before Rin Fenglu could strike, he summoned his spiritual energy and bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder. This is the moment of our clan's survival. Let us unite to slay this fiend. Under his command, the fallen kin revived, their eyes bloodshot, infused with fervor as they launched their attacks. Their strength was not formidable. The strongest among them barely reached the 8th level of foundation establishment, while the weakest were scarcely more powerful than a scholar incapable of harming a fly. Yet, driven by a collective sense of honor, they seemed to act as one, their spells resonating with an unusual grace, their movements synchronized as if choreographed. Even Rin Tianxing was astonished, realizing the depth of his clan's honor. Each member was fearless in the face of death. Rin Fenglu's eyes widened slightly as he observed the chaotic spells in the determined gazes of his opponents. He gently raised his hand, gripping the sword hilt. His grip was peculiar, with his thumb positioned towards the end of the hilt. In the midst of Rin Tianxing's uncontrollable elation, Rin Fenglu drew his sword. In an instant, Darkness enveloped the world, blinding everyone who could only perceive a void. In this state, panic surged within their hearts, their pulses racing, an overwhelming sense of suffocation descending upon them. At that moment, the darkness seemed to twist and writhe. A colossal dragon soaring closer. A sharp sound pierced the silence, and the darkness dissipated. As their vision returned, they beheld a scene of unspeakable horror. They watched in terror as familiar faces clawed at their throats, desperately trying to stem the flow of precious blood from their wounds. Yet, none could succeed. Under the moonlight, the blood appeared green and misty, and within moments, lifeless bodies littered the ground. Ren Tianqing had never witnessed such a brutal spectacle, even with his mouth clamped shut. His teeth clashed in silent rage as he beheld the familiar faces turn pale and lifeless. He realized that the Ren family, a prestigious lineage in Yuzhou City, had just become a relic of history. Years of accumulation and planning were shattered by his nephew's single strike. Yet, he remained puzzled about how his kin had perished. He had only seen Ren Fenglu draw his sword, and the speed was not particularly swift. He even discerned the blade's form, a mere piece of wood, crudely fashioned into a sword-like shape, lacking a sharp edge. Yet, with this rudimentary weapon drawn, the attacking clansmen simultaneously suffered grievous wounds to their throats, spilling forth torrents of hot blood. Such an attack was unprecedented, beyond comprehension. Ren Tianqing could not fathom it, so he abandoned the thought. As he ceased to ponder this matter, his mind returned to his initial objective, ensuring Ren Fenglu was burdened with sin. He had succeeded. Suddenly, Ren Tianqing's teeth stopped chattering, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. He gazed at Ren Fenglu, who was sheathing his sword, and smugly proclaimed, "Good nephew, you have now ensnared yourself in a great web of karma. The ones who have plotted against my brother and sister-in-law are merely us 9. The others. Ren Tianqing's smile grew increasingly manic. He paused before continuing, "They are all innocent. Cultivation is a struggle against the heavens, inherently a monumental karma. Now, with hundreds of our kin unjustly perishing at your hands, no, you too are of the Ren family, sparing not even your own blood. The sins you bear are beyond measure. Today, even if I perish, the thought of you suffering beneath the heavens' wrath during your future breakthroughs brings me immense satisfaction." Ha ha ha, such delight. Ren Fenglu remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, merely whispering, "So you are aware that you are next. Rest assured, for the murder of my parents, I shall ensure your death is anything but swift." There exists a type of person whose calmness only amplifies their menace. Ren Fenglu was precisely such an individual. Aside from himself, none could fathom the excruciating length and cruelty of the 3,000 years spent in the abyssal tide, the solitude and desolation of being ensnared within. In the oscillation between hope and despair, he had faced every conceivable horror imaginable. Venting, madness, self-harm, self-execution. He had tried it all. His heart had hardened like a gem of many hues. His spirit had become utterly ruthless. Were it not for the tenacious will to reunite with his parents, a person as terrifying as he ought not to have emerged from the abyssal tide. Ren Tianqing clearly had not grasped this. He understood only that his fate was to die, and he feared not death. A man bold enough to betray his own kin had no reason to fear demise. Yet, he was still alive, and thus could not suppress his curiosity, pondering how his dear nephew would choose to end his life. Decapitation? Lingqi? Dismemberment? In that fleeting moment, Ren Tianqing's expression grew dazed, as if he sensed something elusive, yet could not grasp it, remaining in oblivion. Chapter 4. A torment leading to death. The night stretched on interminably. The stench of blood and the chaos within the Run residence had yet to escape into the world beyond. Ren Tianqing stood amidst the pool of blood, his gaze vacant, lost in contemplation of the manner of death that awaited him. Ren Fenglu also remained still, showing no intent to act. Silence enveloped the Run residence. Within the sea of blood, bodies floated lifelessly. Suddenly, tendrils of black mist emerged from each corpse, pulsating like hearts, drifting towards Ren Fenglu. Under the hazy moonlight, the black mist gathered densely, creating an eerie spectacle. They encircled Ren Fenglu, akin to devoted subjects paying homage to their most revered sovereign, a mix of reverence and madness. Ren Fenglu observed the swirling black mist around him. His eyes filled with anguish. They felt so familiar, so dear, yet their inky hue betrayed their sinister nature. Upon seeing them, Ren Fenglu was transported back to the boundless tides of purgatory, where he battled and embraced them, seeking understanding, merging with them. They remained unacknowledged, hiding in the shadows, fearing purification, sharing in his solitude. To this day, Ren Fenglu remained uncertain whether he had been a normal man the moment he accepted them. Now, he still could not discern. After a fleeting moment of confusion, he nodded slightly, as if in agreement. Instantly, the black mist swirled joyfully, surging into Ren Fenglu's chest. Ren Tianqing, regaining clarity amidst the chaos, beheld this bizarre scene, a chill creeping down his spine. He turned to the surrounding corpses, noting their desiccated forms, resembling crumpled rags. Devoid of humanity. Evil, have you embraced the path of darkness? Ren Tianqing felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, incredulity washing over him. Is this what it meant to tread the path of darkness? Ren Fenglu chuckled softly, revealing a set of stark white teeth, slowly advancing. Do not come closer. Ren Tianqing had never envisioned Ren Fenglu as a practitioner of dark arts. In that instant, he comprehended the torment that awaited him. Only a true practitioner of darkness could invoke such primal terror, rendering even the desire for death a luxury. Despair clouded Ren Tianxing's expression as he attempted to retreat, only to find invisible hands binding him in place, rendering him immobile, powerless to even twitch a toe, watching helplessly as the expressionless Ren Fenglu approached ever closer. Splash! The sound of blood splattering echoed like jubilant notes, celebrating the moment. Thud, thud. In the depths of his dread, Ren Tianxing heard the thunderous beating of his heart, as if it were a drum, his blood boiling. At that moment, every muscle in his body began to spasm, gradually stiffening, eventually succumbing to numbness, until he heard the sound of snapping sinew. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of forced sounds, Ren Tianxing could no longer feel his fingers or toes, yet he did not collapse. His arms hung limply by his sides, his feet grotesquely bending outward, supported only by his ankles, as if they had become his feet. At this juncture, Ren Fenglu finally stood before him. The visage, identical to that of Ren Tianya, loomed close. In that moment, Ren Tianxing was struck by memories of his elder brother. Ren Tianxing could not help but reminisce about Ren Tianya, a man who never succumbed to despair, whose charisma was eternally captivating. No matter the challenge he faced, he always remained poised, adept at finding solutions. Ren Tianxing, aware of his own impulsiveness, had long understood that he could never attain his brother's level of composure, thus nurturing a jealousy that morphed into hatred, culminating in the fatal act of taking his brother and Appo's life. Yet now, as he recalled his elder brother, a bittersweet pang filled his heart. Had he chosen differently back then? Would the outcome have been altered? Might it have led to a scenario where his brother commanded the city of Yuzhou, orchestrating grand strategies from the front lines, triumphing from afar? But alas, the world offers no such alternatives. Suddenly, a drop of icy liquid slipped from his eye, and Ren Tianxing's expression turned rigid. Are you repenting? Ren Fenglu mocked with a smirk. Alas, your repentance serves no purpose before me. Do not fret. When you descend into hell and meet my parents, you will have ample time to repent. But for now, you should relish the grand farewell I have prepared for you. At the mention of a grand farewell, Ren Tianxing was taken aback to witness a gentle expression transform Ren Fengliu's face. This is strange. Ren Tianxing began to struggle violently, every hair on his body protesting. Yet his resistance bore no fruit. His position remained unchanged. Despair threatened to consume him as he yearned to scream, only to realize he had lost his voice. He distinctly saw Ren Fengliu's lips move, yet heard nothing. He had lost his hearing too. In that instant, he felt like a landlocked duck plunged into a tumultuous sea, fear engulfing him like encroaching waters. As the final moments approached, his vision faded, plunging him into a realm devoid of sound, taste, and light. Here, he sensed time dragging on slowly, so slow that he could feel it coursing through the very hairs on his skin. A profound solitude enveloped him like a shroud, suffocating him, as if he had sunk to the ocean's depths, abandoned and unable to save himself, gradually sinking deeper. This was an excruciatingly prolonged ordeal. Stretching as though eons had passed, his senses dulled to the point of confusion between his humanity and that of a ghost. Just then, Ren Tianxing regained all his senses. With a surge of awareness, he was overwhelmed with joy, even uttering a heartfelt thank you. He found himself weeping by the edge of a cerulean ocean, dancing with elation, vowing to cherish this precious moment. However, at that instant, sharp black spikes suddenly erupted from the ocean depths. Do not come closer. Do not take away everything I have. Do not strip me of the sensations I have fought so hard to reclaim. Do not rob me of the sweet sounds of blooming flowers. Please, I beg you do not. As the black spikes drew nearer, Ren Tianxing bowed fervently, pleading desperately. He had sunk to the depths of humility, yet it was all in vain. He was pierced like a hedgehog, his senses fading away one by one. As the silent, flavorless world of darkness descended once more, he succumbed to despair and perished. Within the Ren residence, Ren Fenglu withdrew his hand from Ren Tianxing's head, and Ren Tianxing's body slumped lifelessly into the pool of blood. He had not even lasted half an hour. Do you know, Ren Fenglu mused, what it is like to endure such days for 1,000 years? Chapter 5. One dares to ask, and one truly gives. It was indeed an arduous and unendurable period, and upon reflection, it evokes a bittersweet nostalgia, tinged with warmth. This was the time that accompanied him during his most challenging and helpless moments, tormenting yet comforting him simultaneously. It was a form of suffering, but also a closeness. As the long night drew to a close, Ren Fenglu, who had remained silent for a considerable time, suddenly turned his head towards a desolate ruin, his voice icy. You have departed, so why have you returned? No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged from the ruins. It was Ren Chongwei. The moment Ren Chongwei's gaze fell upon the sea of corpses beneath him, his body trembled involuntarily. He quickly averted his eyes, raised his head slightly, and bowed. Young master, if you intend to kill me, I shall meet the same fate as them. Ren Fenglu frowned. Do you think yourself particularly clever? Ren Chongwei lowered his head, speaking earnestly. I may have been a bit too pleased with myself. Young master, please take my life. Upon uttering this, he inquired, what is your purpose in returning? I do not believe you are unafraid of death. Indeed, young master, your insight into people is remarkable. Rin Chongwei could not suppress a grin but quickly realized that such levity was inappropriate in the current grim context. He stammered, "Young master. This mansion is now without a master. What do you wish to take?" Rin Foglu cast a sidelong glance. "I desire." Rin Chongwei hesitated for but a moment before candidly admitting, "I have no objections." Rin Finglio's expression remained indifferent, as though he possessed no interest in the vast mansion. "Do you not wish to inquire why I desire this mansion?" Rin Chongwei was somewhat taken aback. He had not held much hope for this request, and was surprised by Rin Finglio's unhesitating acquiescence, leaving him rather bewildered. "Not interested." Rin Fenglu continued walking, remarking, "Only because you asked, and there is no one else. It shall be yours." Were it another, should he dare to ask, it would naturally belong to him. So, it was thus, evidently. He was unaware of the mansion's true value, or perhaps he had no need for the treasures within, gold, silver, jade, and the rare elixirs preserved by the former master. Nevertheless, this inadvertently allowed me to reap the benefits. Suppressing his inner excitement, Rin Chongwei respectfully followed in Rin Fenglio's wake, almost obsequiously saying, "Young master, since you are gifting me the mansion, I cannot accept it without offering my assistance. Please command me, and I shall fulfill your wishes." Undoubtedly, he was a shrewd individual, aware of the importance of reciprocation and utterly sincere. Rin Fenglu halted amidst the crumbling stones and debris, gazing up at the overcast sky before dawn. Mirroring his own somber mood, he spoke softly. "What do you know of the and Amp? Appos, second ancestor and Amp. Appos, the second ancestor?" Rin Chongwei and Amp. Appos. S. heart jolted, his face paling, his lips quivering for a long moment before he managed to whisper, "Young master, this second ancestor is, the longest living member of the Rin family for the last 3 generations, now aged 150. According to the family head, his power has reached mid-stage transformation, which is exceedingly formidable." Rin Folu frowned, casting a glance at Rin Chongwei, and coldly retorted, "I am not inquiring about his strength. I merely ask how you intend to locate him." "Locate him." Rin Chongwei's mouth fell open, and he remained stunned for a full 2 breaths before comprehending that the young master sought not only the previous family head's clan, but also intended to confront the second ancestor. Although the young master had displayed considerable power, the strongest within the mansion was merely at the embryonic stage, regardless of how formidable he was. Age was a limiting factor. Could he truly contend with the second ancestor? In a fleeting moment, Rin Chongwei's mind raced, ultimately deciding to lay everything bare. "Young master, you may not know, but all information regarding the second ancestor was relayed to me by the former family head. As for how to find him, the former family head did not disclose that. He only mentioned that every year on the second day of the second month, someone dispatched by the second ancestor would come to collect the annual tribute, simultaneously leaving a jar of elixirs. Most of those you have slain consumed those elixirs to enhance their strength. Your verbosity is excessive." Rin Fenglu pinched the bridge of his nose, expressing mild disdain. "Next time, focus on the essentials." I understand. Rin Chongwei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, continuously bowing. "Very well, since this mansion is now yours, I shall take my leave. We shall meet again on the 2nd of February. However, young master, there is a dilemma." "What dilemma?" I do not know where this year and Appos' tribute is placed. The former family head never mentioned it." Rin Chongwei and Appos' face flushed with embarrassment, appearing rather sheepish. "Is this truly of importance?" Rin Chongwei's heart sank, hesitatingly responding, "Young master, do we intend to take the second ancestor's elixirs without offering anything in return? You wish to receive it for free? Could this person truly be as shrewd as I initially concluded?" Rin Fenglu felt he had perhaps judged too hastily. This individual and Appos' current demeanor was no different from that of a fool. Since the intent was to eliminate the second ancestor, all that was needed was to ascertain his whereabouts. As for the tribute, even a spade of earth would be considered generous. Rin Chongwei seemed to finally grasp the young master and Appos' intent, watching him soar away with an unrestrained grace that left him mesmerized. However, upon regaining his senses, he realized that cleaning up the wreckage of this mansion was no simple task. Nevertheless, now that the mansion belonged to him, the authority lay in his hands. His task was straightforward, simply to clear away the bodies and bloodstains. As for reconstructing the mansion, that was unnecessary, given the vastness of the Rin estate. This place could remain in disrepair, while he could choose another location as the main residence. Chapter 6, Am I Human? A great opportunity. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, under a clear sky, amidst a chaos of jagged stones in the western city, Rin Fenglu stood firm, gazing up at the sun. As he looked into the fiery orb, 2 faces seemed to emerge, one rugged and stern, with features carved like mountains, imbued with a sense of authority tinged with sorrow. The other, a visage of grace, radiating love with gentle eyes that embraced all. These were the 2 pillars of Rin Fenglu and Appos' existence over the past 3 millennia, his parents and Appos' faces. "Father, mother, your vengeful child has avenged you halfway. The other half shall soon follow. You shall not wait long." With a hoarse voice, Rin Fenglu reached out a hand, yearning to caress those 2 faces. Yet the distance between heaven and earth felt insurmountable. His outstretched arm strained, but still fell short. An overwhelming sense of loss enveloped him, causing his typically straight back to bend involuntarily. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of fragmented memories began to coalesce in his mind. A playful child confronting a stern father wielding a ruler, a mischievous little one hiding behind a doting mother. A family of 3 gathered to admire the moon, a youthful boy bidding farewell to his parents before a journey, and many more. It was only at this moment that Renfenglu realized that many things had not been forgotten, but rather buried deep within his heart. Memories surged like a tide, filling the desolate ocean of his heart that had languished for nearly 3,000 years. He sometimes smiled dreamily, at other times pressed his lips together in discontent, pouted as if in anger, or furrowed his brow in contemplation. Perhaps it is only when one possesses both the present and the past that one can truly be considered a complete individual. Regarding whether he could still be deemed a normal person, Renfenglu felt uncertain. The memories from the purgatorial tides were so vivid, yet beneath the vast sky. Only 5 years had passed. One had only aged 5 years, yet lacked the memories of this time, instead haunted by 3 millennia of regretful recollections. No matter the era, such a situation felt absurd. Even more ludicrous was the fact that he no longer required sustenance in the conventional sense. Rather, he consumed but one thing, the dark essence exuded by all living beings upon their demise. I possess a past and a present, yet I consume this dark essence. Am I still human? With this question lingering, Renfenglu reclined upon the stones, surrendering himself to sleep. The mottled jade armor he wore emitted a soft glow, coalescing into 2 jet-black wings that gently enveloped his curled form. The Broken Sky Mountains. This range, perched above the L, consists of 9 towering red peaks interconnected, shrouded in swirling mists that linger around their midsections, bestowing upon the Broken Sky Mountains an ethereal charm. The L is unfathomably deep, rumored to be the site where a celestial phoenix fell in ancient times, engulfed in an unquenchable heavenly fire that scorched the earth into a chasm, burying the phoenix's remains beneath. Thus, the name El was born. For millennia, countless cultivators have battled fiercely to explore the El, their conflict staining the depths with blood. Ultimately, 9 formidable beings on the brink of ascension united to govern the El, carving 9 mountains from the frost-laden depths of the extreme north, mountains that even the magma of the earth could not consume, relocating them above the El to form the Broken Sky Mountains, thereby establishing the Broken Sky Immortal Sect. From that day forth, the Broken Sky Immortal Sect presided over the El, and no cultivator could privately seek it out. The Broken Sky Immortal Sect thus rose to become one of the 3 great immortal sects of the realm. The 7th peak of the Broken Sky Immortal Sect. The Peak of Silence. The current master of the Peak of Silence is named Ren Qianshan, the last surviving elder of the esteemed Ren family from Yuzhou City. Spanning 3 generations, Ren Qianshan had long been in seclusion, but now he found himself compelled to emerge. The 150-year-old Ren Qianshan showed no signs of aging. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably youthful, his visage resembling that of a man barely 30. Slender in frame, he donned a black robe adorned with gold-threaded purple python embroidery. Each step he took exuded an air of grace and authority. Buzz. Ren Qianshan flicked his fingers, releasing a surge of spiritual energy, causing the heavy gate to creak open. Before him stood disciples of the Broken Sky Immortal Sect. Bowing respectfully, disciple greets the master of Silence Peak. You ought to know that my temper is rather poor. Ren Qianshan and Appo's voice, unlike his appearance, was dark and foreboding. If you lack a satisfactory reason, the depths of the El shall surely become your resting place. At his words, the disciple trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Struggling to suppress his fear, he managed to stammer, reporting to the master, "This morning I inspected the shrine at Silence Peak and discovered that a ceremonial plaque had extinguished. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Extinguishment is but extinguishment. What merit is there in disturbing my tranquility?" Ren Qianshan and Appo's gaze sharpened, his fingers shifting as he began to form seals. The disciple hastily interjected, That plaque bore the name Su Yan. Upon checking the roster of Silence Peak, I found no individual by that name, leading me to believe it must be connected to the master, thus I dared to risk my life to awaken you. Please forgive me, Su Yan." Ren Qianshan halted his gestures, his expression distant as he pondered. After a moment, he recalled the owner of that name, a woman of innate allure, untrained in the ways of cultivation, yet whose charm surpassed that of many adept practitioners of the dark arts. Years ago, he had taken her under his wing to assist in his cultivation, but 4 years prior, he had gifted her as a covert pawn to his great-grandson Ren Tianqing. Ostensibly a gesture of familial care, yet in truth a means to monitor Tianqing's dealings over the years. Fortunately, no anomalies had been reported in recent years, which is why Ren Qianshan momentarily lost his focus upon hearing the name, failing to recall it right away. Su Yan is dead. Could it be that my gullible great-grandson has betrayed me? Ren Qianshan mused, his brows furrowed, an aura of terror radiating from him. The disciple stationed at the gate fell to his knees, blood spewing from his mouth, his spirit wilting. Ren Qianshan shook his head, retracting his aura. What day is it today? The 16th day of the first lunar month. Oh, the day of the dragon raising its head approaches. It is time to send someone to Yuzhou City to collect the annual tribute. Ren Qianshan squinted at the disciple, whose complexion had paled considerably. What is your name? Returning to the master, I am called Wen Jiao. Very well, Wen Jiao. I now entrust you with a task, journey to Yuzhou City, within the realm of the Star Moon Dynasty, to retrieve this year's tribute. Are you willing? Retrieve the tribute? I would be more than willing. Over the years, Wen Jiao had heard tales of the tribute collection. It was said that every time a senior brother returned with it, they were generously rewarded. If the master were in a good mood, he might even offer guidance and cultivation, a tremendous opportunity. Wen Jiao nodded eagerly, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. However, there is one more matter I must entrust to you. Ren Qianshan seemed to recall something, his expression becoming ethereal. Su Yin, after all, has ties to me. She may die, but her death must not be in vain. While you retrieve the tribute, investigate the cause of her demise. Disciple obeys. Wen Jiao's heart raced with joy. In addition to the tribute task, there was another assignment, which felt far beyond mere fortune, an unparalleled opportunity. Should he not only uncover the cause of Su Yin and Appo's death but also apprehend her killer, surely the master would favor him greatly, possibly elevating him to new heights and granting him a meteoric rise. Chapter 7. Slightly similar experiences, no one can bully you again. Throughout the 3 millennia of the infernal tide, Renfolu had never enjoyed a single complete night of restful slumber, perpetually awakened by myriad crises that left him utterly fatigued. However, this time, he truly experienced a good night's sleep, accompanied by an extensive dream. In his dream, there were valleys, cascading waterfalls, and butterflies of 7 colors dancing in the glades. The waterfall flowed like a shimmering galaxy, ceaselessly sparkling. Within the valley stood several quaint cottages, surrounded by vegetable gardens. And in a coop, a few chickens were kept. His parents, hand in hand, fed the chickens while he quietly observed from the shade of a tree. From the onset of rain to the emergence of sunlight, from the darkness of night to the dawn of day, Renfenglio's eyes remained fixated on his parents until the long dream concluded. Upon awakening from this warm and beautiful dream, he heard a soft weeping sound nearby. A tender voice belonging to a young boy. As he sobbed, he lamented, "Why do I not have parents? If only I had them. No one would dare to bully me. They would protect me. But how far have my parents gone? When will they return?" It turned out he was also a child who had lost his parents. Renfoglu opened his eyes to the sight of the evening glow, the mottled jade armor converging into dark wings that stretched out, pulling him to his feet. Suddenly, he was startled to see a small boy named Chen sitting on a rock, pouting and tugging at the tall weeds. Upon catching sight of the dark wings lifting Renfenglu, Chen was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He screamed and tumbled into the weeds. Trembling amidst the foliage, Chen dared not move, fearing he would attract the attention of the winged apparition. Having heard that ghosts favored weeping children, he stifled a sob, desperately trying to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. After a while, silence ensued, and Chen began to wonder if the ghost had departed. With this thought, his fear diminished, replaced by curiosity. He carefully sat up, cautiously parting the weeds, only to lock eyes with a pair of profound orbs. To his astonishment, the ghost was floating above the grass, seemingly observing him all along. The moment this realization struck, Chen screamed again and fell back, his legs kicking in panic, nearly losing consciousness. Floating above the weeds, Renfenglu raised an eyebrow and flicked his fingers, sending a dark light that struck Chen forehead. Suddenly, Chen vision cleared, and the ghost's features became increasingly distinct. With disheveled hair and strikingly attractive features, the apparition did not conform to the typical visage of a ghost. Glancing at its shoulders, he noticed the absence of black wings, as if what he had perceived earlier was merely an illusion. Yet, this being was indeed floating above the weeds, emanating an impressive aura. Could this extraordinary figure possibly be? Chen swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, You aren't and Appo's ghost, are you?" Renfenglio's expression remained inscrutable as he gently shook his head. "Not a ghost. Could you be the fabled immortal?" Chen and Appo's excitement surged as he hastily scrambled to his feet, bowing deeply and exclaiming, "Greetings, immortal brother. My name is Song Qinchin. May I become your disciple? I wish to become immensely powerful so that those bullies in school can no longer torment me." After expressing his fervent desire, Chen gazed eagerly at Renfenglu, but noticed his demeanor remained unchanged, leading to a tinge of disappointment. "Is it not uncomfortable in the grass?" As Renfenglu gradually rose, he stepped forward, inviting, "Come. Sit with me." "Absolutely." Observing this mysterious, expressionless immortal stride above him, each step seemingly treading upon air yet grounded, Chen eyes sparkled with awe. He swiftly climbed atop a nearby stone, eagerly watching Renfenglu. Renfenglu scrutinized Song Qinchin, noting that he was a rather dirty little boy with disheveled hair, speckled with grass clippings, resembling a bird in Appo's nest. Despite it being early spring, he wore a thin garment that offered little warmth, with several holes exposing faint bruises on his skin, and his small face bore several red marks, evidently the aftermath of a recent struggle. Putting together the whispers he had overheard, Renfenglu nearly deduced the source of Song Qinchin and Appo's injuries. However, he felt no sympathy, merely stating, "I cannot teach you. My skills are beyond your grasp." "Why? Why not?" Song Qinchin was taken aback, feeling a bit defiant. The teacher said that no one in Appo's success is accidental. It requires perseverance and time. You, immortal brother, you haven't even taught me yet. How can you say I can't learn? If you were to endure the same trials I have faced for 3,000 years at your age, you would surely falter. Renfenglu chuckled softly, replying, while I cannot teach you, I can guide you to easily defeat those who bully you. Really? Song Qingshan's eyes widened with hope. Please tell me. I will follow your instructions. Although he felt a pang of disappointment at not being able to be the immortal's disciple, the prospect of defeating his tormentors instantly lifted his spirits. Renfenglu explained, it is simple yet challenging. From now on, you must ensure you are well fed. Pay close attention in class, and refrain from playing around after lessons. Run here every day. I will wait for you in the coming days. It seemed straightforward. Yet the task of ensuring he was well fed posed a significant challenge. During mealtimes, he could hardly squeeze through the throngs, often left with only a bit of soup and a small sweet potato. As for paying attention in class, his grandfather had always told him that diligent study would eventually lead him to discover the whereabouts of his parents, so he was determined to listen attentively. However, the thought of running from school to this spot, Song Qingshan exaggeratedly exclaimed, that's so far. I can't even manage half the distance. Renfenglu's voice turned slightly cold. If you wish to triumph over them and uncover your parents' fate, you must heed my words. This is where the challenge lies. If you can persevere and wholeheartedly follow my guidance, within a month, you shall be able to bring them down. With a resolute nod, the young boy affirmed he would persist until the end. Renfenglu nodded slightly and glanced at the weeds near the rocks, where the tall grass bent gracefully in the gentle breeze, suddenly stating, you may begin to listen to the wind now. Listen to the wind? Song Qingshan hesitated, following Renfenglu's gaze. I know one can hear sounds when the strong wind blows, but can one hear anything from a gentle breeze? Renfenglu did not respond. As there was no connection between them, his guidance stemmed merely from their slightly similar experiences. Whether Song Qingshan could persist or hear the whispers of the breeze was of no concern to him. Song Qingshan gazed at Renfenglu with a forlorn expression, hoping for further guidance, yet all he received was the immortal and Appo's retreating figure. He could only stare blankly at the grass ahead, momentarily frozen in thought. As night approached, after sitting quietly for an hour, his face grew pale, and he despondently murmured, I did not hear the wind. Renfenglu simply remarked, that's enough for today. Tomorrow. Song Qingshan clenched his teeth, resolute. I will try again tomorrow. The following day, as dusk and nightfall were but a thin veil apart, Song Qingshan arrived, weary and limping, his appearance quite disheveled. His trousers bore several holes, a testament to the tumbles he had taken along the way. Upon his arrival, Renfenglu paid him no mind, prompting him to settle once again upon the stone he had occupied the previous day, listening to the whispers of the wind. After half an hour, his efforts yielded no results. On the third day, Song Qingshan came a tad earlier, yet Renfenglu remained indifferent, continuing his silent vigil, and once more, there was no outcome. On the fourth day, Song Qingshan arrived even earlier, though his complexion was pallid, a large bump swelling on his forehead, and his already worn shoes had suffered further damage. His two blood-blistered big toes were exposed, yet he resumed his familiar posture of listening to the wind, still without success. By the fifth day, as dusk approached, Song Qingshan's steps were slightly lighter, the swelling on his forehead had diminished considerably. And though the blister on his big toe had burst, causing him discomfort, he diligently continued to listen to the wind. After half an hour, he suddenly exclaimed, I believe I can hear something. Renfenglu did not inquire what sound he had discerned, merely nodding slightly to indicate he could return. On the sixth day, as the sun hung low on the mountainside, Song Qingshan arrived, his skin no longer pale but somewhat darkened, and his gait noticeably more sprightly, albeit with two new small bumps adorning his forehead. Today, during the meal, I felt stronger, pushing several classmates aside. I ate my fill, but was subsequently cornered and beaten by those who often bullied me. Strangely, I noticed their punches lacked the potency they once possessed. They didn't hurt as much as before. Today, Song Qingshan spoke with greater enthusiasm, a smile frequently gracing his face, albeit with a hint of foolishness. On the seventh day, Renfenglu observed the son's full visage as he heard footsteps approaching from behind. He was unusually the first to speak. Listen to the wind first. After half an hour, we shall practice martial arts. Practice martial arts? But I know nothing of it. No matter if you lack knowledge. See those weeds? Strike at them swiftly and fiercely. Yet do not allow your punches to connect with them when the wind blows. After half an hour, Song Qingshan stood upon the stone, crouching slightly as he repeatedly struck towards the weeds. Frustration mounted as he found it impossible to avoid touching them, despite the gentle breeze causing only the slightest movement. After enduring this strenuous practice for a considerable time, he collapsed onto the stone, feeling dejected as he asked, Renfenglu, am I utterly useless? I cannot even accomplish such a simple task. Renfenglu remained steadfastly silent, neither offering praise nor reproach. On the 12th day, Song Qingshan, his body now sturdier, assumed a proper horse stance, his punches swift as he maneuvered through the weeds, striking hundreds of times and only grazing a few. Today's achievements far surpassed previous efforts. Elated, his face radiated joy, feeling an immense surge of energy within him that amplified both his speed and strength. He reflected on his progress over the past 12 days, estimating that his current strength could easily overpower 3 versions of himself from 12 days prior. "Thank you, Renfeng, he exclaimed, acknowledging the support he had received. He bowed deeply, standing among the weeds. "You need not thank me. This is the fruit of your own perseverance. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards yourself." Renfeng's indifferent demeanor was not unexpected for Song Qingshan, who, with a grin, bid farewell to his mentor. On the 13th day, upon finishing school, Song Qingshan hurried to the familiar gathering spot, only to be met with a disheartening sight. Renfeng was absent. In his place lay a conspicuous blue cloth bundle. "He has been here, but he has departed, leaving this for me?" The expression on Song Qingshan's darkened face was one of unmistakable disappointment. Trembling, he unfolded the bundle to reveal a vibrant set of clothing and a pair of new shoes with black edges and white surfaces. The back of the clothing depicted a setting sun amidst rocks and weeds, while the shoes bore the embroidered likenesses of 2 children, one with a pale face and the other with a dark countenance, symbolizing his past and present. "Is this new clothing and footwear a farewell gift from Renfeng?" he mused. He spoke of guidance and that I must rely on my own efforts. Yet without his watchful presence, I doubt I could have persevered these past days. Overwhelmed by the sudden departure, the child's fragile heart crumbled, and he burst into tears. The grief from many days of struggle and perseverance flooding forth uncontrollably. Eventually, after he had cried until there were no tears left, Song Qingshan donned his new attire and silently practiced his punches at the old spot for half an hour. As he prepared to leave, he noticed a piece of paper hidden beneath the now empty bundle. The paper bore a single sentence: "From this day forth, no one shall bully you." Song Qingshan stood in stunned silence, carefully folding the paper and tucking it away close to his heart, his gaze resolute as he turned to head back home. Chapter 8. I am just a little hungry. On the 30th day of the first lunar month, Ren stood atop a tall building. Adorned in a golden embroidered black cotton shirt, surveying the Ren residence with a countenance brimming with vigor. One's fortune is indeed unpredictable. Had one contemplated the prospect of entering the Ren residence prior to the Lantern Festival, they would have deemed it tantamount to courting death. Not only would it be a profound disrespect to the former family head, Tianxing, but it would also be a grave affront to the ancestors of the Ren family. How could a mere descendant of a collateral branch presume to ascend to the position of family head? With impure lineage, even if he were to occupy the position, he would likely be toppled by those who consider themselves the rightful heirs of the Ren family before he even settled into his seat. However, after the Lantern Festival, everything changed. The 2 most legitimate branches of the Ren lineage had either been exiled or ruthlessly eradicated by the eldest young master. As for lineage, he now deemed himself the most legitimate heir. Though the building was cold, Ren stood tall, pride radiating from him. Yet, amidst his pride, a tinge of unease gnawed at him. After all, the eldest young master still resided in Yuzhou City, and his whereabouts were currently unknown. What if he suddenly changed his mind and sought to reclaim his position? Ren expression grew troubled, unable to confront him. Yet unwilling to relinquish what he had just gained, he sighed deeply, the earlier exuberance evaporating. He tugged at his beard and muttered softly. The eldest young master is immensely powerful, striving for transcendence. He surely harbors no interest in this residence. With this thought, a semblance of comfort returned to his heart. He raised his head, only to be startled by the sight of a willow tree beside the tall building, its trunk thick enough for several people to embrace. Towering above, a single willow branch hung down, and there stood the eldest young master, Renfeng, as still as a statue, seemingly having been there since the tree's inception. As if he shared an inexplicable affinity with the branch. "Eldest young master, when did you arrive?" Renfeng asked, somewhat awkwardly. Fearing that his earlier mutterings had not gone unheard, Renfeng cast a glance at the somewhat flustered Renfeng and replied enigmatically. "The day after tomorrow marks the 2nd day of the lunar month." Indeed, time flew swiftly. The day of the dragon raising its head was upon them. Renfeng could not suppress a sigh, fully aware of the significance of the 2nd day for the eldest young master, and equally aware of its importance for himself. If he failed to deliver the annual tribute and the eldest young master met with disaster, his fate as the newly appointed family head would be sealed. Despite having witnessed the eldest young master's prowess, Renfeng grappled with the urge to inquire about his certainty, yet feared the answer might plunge him into despair. He suppressed the impulse to ask. For a moment, the atmosphere atop the building grew heavy with silence. After a while, Renfeng gazed up at Renfeng, suddenly feeling a shiver run through him. He noticed a wisp of dark energy emanating from Renfeng's face, which soon elongated, resembling intricate, black veins coursing across his countenance. This eerie spectacle sent Renfeng into a cold sweat, his back chillingly aware of the danger. He gaped in horror, unable to utter a word. For he realized the eldest young master was regarding him with an unusual gaze, akin to a ravenous beast fixating on its prey. Am I the prey? He thought. No. Has the eldest young master become a monster? Renfeng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Renfeng. The latter trembled and stammered, "Eldest young master, are you all right?" As he spoke, dark energy emerged from Renfeng's neck, writhing like worms, a terrifying sight. Renfeng's eyes widened in fear, yet he dared not move. The eldest young master's bloodthirsty gaze felt like a lock, binding him in place, as if any sudden movement might lead to his consumption. Having just secured the position of family head, Rin Chongwei was unwilling to depart so soon, forcing himself to remain motionless. In his mind, he perceived the eldest young master open his mouth, seemingly sharpening his teeth before hoarsely declaring, "Do not be afraid, I am merely a bit hungry. If you are hungry, then go eat." Rin Chongwei wished to retort, but fear held him back. He cautiously inquired, "Eldest young master, what do you wish to eat?" "Humans." Renfolio's voice was exceptionally grave, tinged with a hint of madness, as if he were battling against this madness to maintain his composure. "Humans?" Rin Chongwei gasped. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he was the only one present in the tall building. Did the eldest young master truly intend to consume him? "Eldest young master, when you do decide to feast, could you be a bit more gentle? I fear the pain." Rin Chongwei felt tears welling in his eyes. Trapped with no escape, he resolved to present himself as a willing offering, yet his gaze remained fixed on the Rin residence below, filled with longing. Rin Fenglu shook his head, his tone chilling. "Consuming you will not quell my hunger. Your kills are too few, your bloodlust too weak." "Bloodlust too weak?" Rin Chongwei and Apos' eyes brightened. The eldest young master sought to feast upon a more formidable foe. He quickly exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "Eldest young master. 50 miles west of the city lies a bandit stronghold that has terrorized the region for years. Countless merchants have fallen victim to them. They should," before he could finish. He felt a blur before his eyes as the indistinct figure of the eldest young master whisked away, the dark energy trailing behind him like writhing tendrils, inducing a sense of dread. Once the eldest young master had departed, Rin Chongwei finally processed the events, collapsing onto the floor in shock. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, anxiety gnawing at him. What had the eldest young master endured in that terrifying abyss over the years? How could he be so famished as to desire human flesh, specifically that of a bloodthirsty killer? Was it not said that once a cultivator reached the mid-stage of the condensation realm, they could fast for days or even months? Rin Chongwei squinted, unable to fathom why Rin Fenglu sought to consume humans. The eldest young master might have truly transformed into a monster. His thoughts wandered back to the eerie dark energy that had emanated from Rin Fengliu's shoulders. Rin Chongwei gasped, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, "No. It is highly likely that this eldest young master is no longer the same as before. Perhaps it is the monster from the abyss masquerading in his guise." Rin Chongwei's voice trailed off, fear silencing his thoughts. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If the eldest young master were still the same as before, with his former temperament, he would have avenged any grievances rather than annihilating the previous family head and Apos' bloodline. "I cannot endure this life any longer." Rin Chongwei swallowed hard, his expression frantic as he hurriedly descended the stairs. Chapter 9, still playing? Here comes your doom. Beneath the blazing sun on the resplendent No-Show Mountain, the bandits of Black Wind's stronghold gathered together, for at a table, engaged in a fervent game of cards. They were playing a game known as Leaf Game. The leader, Long Outyen, squinted his eyes as he grasped a handful of thin wooden tokens, suddenly slapping them down onto the table with a shout. 13 sixes. At this declaration, not only his table mates, but all the onlookers gaped at Long Outyen in astonishment. 13 cards for one person. How could the leader possibly have managed to gather 13 sixes? Even a fool would not believe such a thing. The fourth player, the one sitting next to him, reluctantly spoke up. "Boss, you can't keep relying on your status to bluff us. I can tell with a mere thought that your hand is a sham." Long Outyen glared at him. "Do you dare to call it?" "Aye." The fourth player hesitated. Across from him, the third player chuckled. "Oh, fourth. You can't even call out a hand that is so obviously fake? Are you still a man?" "Humph, whether I'm a man or not. Your sure knows better than you." The fourth player retorted, still wavering, for he held no sixes in his hand, not even a wild card. If the others also lacked sixes, and there were few wild cards, then the leader's claim might indeed hold water. Of course, if it were merely a matter of discerning the truth of the cards, he would have no fear, even against the leader. But the pressing issue was the consequence of being wrong. He would have to drink the poison. The fourth player glanced at the cup of dark liquid sitting at the corner of the table, his expression shifting between fear and determination. Although it was termed poison, it wasn't Apos' tea truly lethal. Rather, it would send one running to the latrine repeatedly, leaving them weak and unconscious. This was quite terrifying. They had roamed No-Show Mountain for years, living on the edge and unafraid of death, but the agony of diarrhea was something they could not endure. Better to die than to suffer such a fate, unless, of course, the other two suffered alongside him. As the saying goes, it is better to share joy than to seek joy alone. The fourth player's eyes darted, and he pulled out a card to place it down, but he heard the third player scoff. "Hold on. You're the coward, not me. By the way, I don't know if my sure knows whether you're a man, but I can assure you, your Nini knows I'm a real man." The third player burst into laughter, shouting, "Boss, reveal your cards. Yours must be a lie because I have neither a six nor a wild card." Long Outyen did not immediately reveal his cards, but instead, with a smile, inquired of the second player, "How many sixes do you have? And how many wild cards?" The second player pursed his lips, unable to suppress a grin as he shook his head. The third player's expression froze, while the fourth player roared with laughter. "All right. All right, you're a real man. Tonight, I'll sleep with Shur and Nini. As for you, you'll be a heap of mush on the ground. Amidst the raucous laughter of the bandits, Long Out Yin finally revealed his cards, 9 wild cards and 4 sixes, totaling 13. The third player's face fell. Yet he was a gambler who accepted his losses, raising his cup to drink. As the wine slid down his throat, he smacked his lips in surprise. This wine is good wine, no laxatives. Long Out Yin laughed heartily. With the new year just passed, and the trade routes to Nyosho Mountain so scarce, our weapons are gathering rust. I noticed you all looking so glum. So I added a twist to the punishment for this leaf game. Some of the wine at your table contains laxatives, while some do not. As for who drinks the tainted wine first, well, that just depends on who is the unluckiest. I see that a bit much, boss. Are you trying to kill us? Enough chatter, next round. Oh, and Xiao Ke, fill the third player's cup, and be careful not to mix up the pots. Long Out Yin gestured for the bandits to continue, calling out to a little girl with horn braids who slowly approached with a wine jar. As she raised her eyes, she could not help but blink. She noticed a dark speck in the distance, racing closer. Play your cards. Why are you dawdling? Xiao Ke, hurry and pour the wine. What are you waiting for? Just because you're young doesn't mean you can slack off. Otherwise, I'll let the brothers have a taste of you. Oh, I'm coming. Suddenly, amidst the clamor, a raspy voice filled with an eerie sensation rang out. Still playing? Here comes your doom. Renfeng Lu, still a distance away, felt an intense hunger surge, almost overwhelming his mind. He spotted the bandits gathered atop Nyosho Mountain and immediately let out a chilling roar. Who? Long Out Yin slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, only to see a grotesque figure approaching, a head shrouded in dark energy. Was that him speaking just now? Don't just stand there. He comes with ill intent. Attack. The bandits of Black Wind Stronghold, seasoned in the art of survival, showed no fear as Renfeng Lu advanced. In a flurry, weapons were drawn and spells were cast, and soon, flashes of blades and bursts of energy filled the air, manifesting as spirit beasts and birds, especially Long Out Yin, whose imposing frame had reached the pinnacle of the condensation realm, wielding a 5-foot-long, half-foot-wide black blade. He bit his tongue, using his blood to enhance the weapon, and swung it down, unleashing a blade of energy that stretched over 100 feet. As the blade of energy emerged, darkness enveloped the world, overshadowing the attacks of the other bandits. However, instead of feeling inferior, they were excited, eager to see if this foolhardy intruder would be reduced to nothing by the strike. In the next moment, just as the leader's blade was about to strike the intruder, the energy abruptly halted, and the massive blade began to split apart from the tip, as if some unseen force had cleaved it in two. The bandits stared in disbelief, and what followed left them utterly astounded. The spirit beasts conjured by the other bandits were likewise severed without exception. What kind of bizarre power was this? The bandits exchanged bewildered glances. Long Out Yin, sensing the danger, shouted urgently, "This is bad. Scatter." As the leader leaped back, a bandit on the outer edge looked bewildered, only to suddenly perceive that the leader appeared to split into two before his very eyes. Blood sprayed, and that bandit died without ever understanding that he had been cleaved in two by an eerie force. This horrifying scene sent the others into a frenzy, all scrambling for their lives. Tables and chairs were kicked aside in chaos, and those who hesitated were trampled underfoot, crushed into mere pulp. Yet the bizarre spectacle continued. One fleeing bandit after another was inexplicably split in two, as if sliced by some supernatural force. Amidst the mist of blood, bodies lay strewn across the ground. Brothers Long Out Yin had reached the summit of Nyosho Mountain, turning back to witness this hellish scene, his heart filled with anguish. He glared at Renfeng Lu, who stood in the air beside Black Wind Stronghold, brandishing a wooden sword. Long Out Yin roared, "Why? I have not wronged you. So why do you unleash your wrath upon me?" He received no answer. Before he could finish speaking, the mighty figure was suddenly cleaved in two, blood spraying across the vibrant foliage surrounding him, causing the trees and flowers to blossom even more vividly. Years later, whenever the name of Zhuke was mentioned in her childhood, many questions arose regarding how this enigmatic female sword immortal managed to escape from the Black Wind Stronghold. They had theorized countless times, each scenario leading to an inevitable demise. Zhuke never divulged the true reason to anyone, which was simply that someone was hungry. Chapter 10, Treading on Thin Ice for Years. As twilight descended, the sky darkened ominously, and soon the gentle spring rain began to fall, tapping rhythmically against the tiles like a giant drumstick striking a drum, resonating heavily in Renfeng Lu's chest. Leaning back in his armchair, he reflected on a life spent teetering on the edge of an abyss, faced with myriad choices where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Fortunately, his prior decisions had all proven to be prudent. Yet this time, despite hours of contemplation, he remained in a state of indecision. The young master possessed an unfathomable strength and served as a formidable ally. However, the peculiar events surrounding him today instilled a sense of caution in Renfeng Lu, preventing him from fully relying on the young master. The overwhelming dark aura was both abundant and bizarre, prompting Renfeng Lu to speculate that the young master might have become tainted by malevolence during his time in the abyss, potentially straying down a nefarious path. Historically, practitioners of dark arts have been regarded with disdain, hunted down by all. Consequently, Sightings of such figures have become rare in the modern world. If the young master were indeed a practitioner of dark arts, Rin Chongwei, who considered him a pillar of support, would undoubtedly find himself ensnared in the ensuing turmoil. To trust or to doubt, this was a monumental dilemma. Sitting upright, he sipped his now tepid tea, the cold liquid akin to shards of ice piercing his mouth, sending a chill to his bones. Suddenly, the persistent spring rain ceased, and Rin Chongwei's furrowed brow relaxed. The worry in his eyes faded away. As the energy within him surged, the previously cold tea began to emit steam. After savoring a sip of the revitalizing brew, he felt a sense of resolution wash over him. Finding the tea's slight bitterness accompanied by a whisper of sweetness, a metaphor for the trials leading to eventual rewards. With a flourish, he flung open the half-closed window, allowing the crystalline droplets to cascade down and the vibrant green grass in the distance to emerge, delicate and fresh. The spring rain had seemingly washed away all the world's dust, rendering the air invigoratingly pure. Stepping outside, he inhaled deeply, the fresh air filling his lungs, awakening his senses. Almost as if compelled by an unseen force, he glanced up at the willow tree that had taken on a peculiar significance today. Suddenly, his expression froze. There, atop the tallest, most sinuous branch of the willow, stood a figure, clad in mottled jade armor, with flowing hair that danced lightly in the breeze. The figure gazed down with an indifferent expression, eyes as profound as the ocean. It was Rin Fenglu, the young master. "Greetings, young master," Rin Chongwei managed to utter, forcing a smile, for he had no inkling of when Rin Fenglu had arrived. He moved like the wind, leaving no trace behind. When the young master remained silent, Rin Chongwei scrutinized his face, which was chiseled and rugged, devoid of any trace of the dark aura he had previously witnessed. As though the morning's events had been nothing but a fleeting dream. "Have you dined well?" Rin Chongwei's heart raced. Yet he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Rin Fenglu merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Did you truly consume all the bandits from Blackwind Stronghold?" Rin Chongwei pressed on, his resolve wavering. Rin Fenglu regarded him with a hint of perplexity. Why were there so many questions? Had he not been sufficiently clear? In the absence of a reply, Rin Chongwei jumped to the conclusion that he had tacitly confirmed his fears, and a horrifying image flooded his mind. Rin Fenglu, enveloped in dark aura, standing amidst a pool of blood, gnawing on a severed limb, the black mist gradually dissipating as he chewed, returning to normalcy in the end. Evil, utterly malevolent. A wave of nausea surged from his stomach to his throat, flushing his face crimson as he could no longer contain himself, retching uncontrollably, expelling undigested food onto the ground. The foul odor tainting the once fresh air. Rin Fenglu frowned, his form flickering as he departed from Rin's residence. Moments later, Rin Chongwei pinched his nose, looking around, only to find that the young master had vanished without a trace. Gritting his teeth, he turned and entered the house, slamming the door shut behind him. Chapter 11. Abyssal Spectre, the Return of the Malevolent Cultivator. When Jiao believed he had secured a lucrative opportunity and departed from the Duankong immortal sect early, he journeyed eastward, indulging in the splendor of the world, marveling at the breathtaking sights. He witnessed the dawn as the sun broke through the clouds, its radiant light warming him, while the tender, pink buds of spring whispered promises of new life. He was enchanted by the melodious symphony of flowers beginning to bloom. Throughout the decades of arduous cultivation in the sect, he had never relished such moments. For those long days were filled with relentless training and the tireless endeavor to refine spiritual energy, rendering life exceedingly monotonous, to the point where he scarcely noticed the passage of time. This departure from the mountain, with the beauty he encountered along the way, opened his heart, fostering a sense of tranquility. Many of the issues that had previously shackled his progress in cultivation found resolution during this journey. He sensed that a breakthrough was imminent, needing only a single catalyst. Naturally, when Jiao assumed that his visit to Yuzhou City would serve as the perfect opportunity, Su Yan, a woman he had never heard of, possessed a talisman within the shrine of the Silent Peak, suggesting a profound connection with the Peak's master. If he could uncover the identity of Su Yan's murderer and return with the culprit's head, the Peak master would surely bestow upon him generous rewards, making his breakthrough effortlessly attainable. Yet, he reconsidered. While the Peak master would be pleased with the head, he might not be entirely satisfied. He resolved to capture the perpetrator alive, allowing the Peak master to decide their fate. He not only sought to transcend his current limitations, but also aspired to rise to prominence. One must harbor ambition. As when Jiao rode the winds, filled with confidence, he envisioned his ascent within the Silent Peak. Suddenly, the clouds thinned before him, revealing a captivating city below. From high above, he beheld the city awash in a multitude of colors, a truly remarkable sight. Having spent years in seclusion atop the mountains, surrounded by flora, he considered himself a lover of flowers. The sight of the city blooming with blossoms filled his senses, and he could almost inhale the fragrant aromas wafting through the air. It was only the first day of the second month, and with just half a day and Appo's journey to Yuzhou City, he decided to pause for a moment to rest in this vibrant locale. As a celestial being, I have no reason to arrive early in Yuzhou City. With this determination, Wen Jiao swiftly descended. Surrounded by an ethereal glow, clad in a blue and white robe that billowed gracefully, he indeed bore a resemblance to an immortal. As the townsfolk scattered in astonishment, he landed gracefully, casting a proud glance at the retreating crowd before turning his gaze toward the city gates. Magnificent flower city. The walls, adorned with a myriad of blossoms, displayed 4 characters composed of fiery red flowers. It was the crimson flame peony. Wen Jiao's eyes sparkled as he hurried into the city. The air was thick with the fragrance of blossoms, and he felt himself intoxicated by their beauty. As evening approached, even if he wished to linger, he knew it was time to embark on his journey. At that moment, an individual approached him, bearing a letter. The note bore no signature, and the messenger appeared to be an ordinary person, clearly unaware of the letter's contents. How could someone send a letter to me? Are there truly individuals in the mundane world who recognize me? After dismissing the messenger, Wen Jiao, filled with curiosity, opened the letter. Its contents were brief, consisting of only a few lines. Disaster befalls the Ren residence, caused by seduction. The abyssal specter returns. Wen Jiao murmured to himself. Caused by seduction. Seduction. Abyssal specter. The abyss. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Is it the abyss above Yuzhou City? Seduction. I remember now." Chapter 12. The line between truth and deception. 5 years ago, the terrifying shadow that loomed over Yuzhou City sent shockwaves throughout the realm of cultivation. Many renowned elders vanished without a trace, earning the place the ominous title of the Abyss. Among them was Ren Fenglu, whose tale became a focal point of intrigue, not solely for his tender years, but also for his remarkable prowess, having reached the pinnacle of the condensation pill realm at such a young age. In his fervent quest to explore the abyss and affirm his unwavering dedication to the path of cultivation, he audaciously persuaded his family and kin to allow him entry into the abyss, yet he too did not return, despite his prodigious talents. It was unfathomable that he could surpass those who had cultivated for decades, even centuries. What merit did he possess to return? What was the intent of the letter's author? Was it merely a tool of intimidation? As Wen Jiao pressed on, deep in contemplation, a realization dawned upon him. The illustrious Huaqing was not far from Yuzhou, and it was likely that the sender had eyes and ears within the flower city, having traveled without concealing his attire. Anyone familiar with the esteemed name of the Duankongxian sect would easily recognize him. Thus, it was evident that the sender had become aware of something significant. Wen Jiao furrowed his brow, a glimmer of danger flickering in his eyes. This letter brimmed with ominous implications, attempting to intimidate him, Wen Jiao, by invoking the name of someone who could not possibly return. Such an affront to his identity as a disciple of the Duankongxian sect was intolerable. With a cold snort, he accelerated his pace. As night enveloped the world, Wen Jiao had traversed beyond the borders of Yuzhou. After soaring for another half-hour, he finally beheld the silhouette of the ancient city. From a distance, the grand city, renowned in recent years within the cultivation community, resembled a slumbering lion, exuding an air of majesty in the darkness. Slowing his speed, he gazed intently and felt a jolt in his heart. The abyss had vanished. For 5 long years, the abyss had shrouded Yuzhou. How could it suddenly disappear? The presence of solitary spirits and the return of malevolent cultivators. When Jiao drew a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, scrutinizing the 2 lines inscribed upon it, his mind clouded with uncertainty. The abyss had indeed vanished. And the mention of a malevolent cultivator. Was it possible that the letter referred to Ren Fenglu? A cold sweat broke out on Wen Jiao's forehead. Considering the sight before him, he nearly concluded that the letter's contents were true, yet he found it difficult to accept such a reality. To return from the abyss. That was a feat unattainable even by hundreds of venerable masters. If Ren Fenglu were indeed the solitary spirit of the abyss, then Wen Jiao's solitary venture to Yuzhou was undeniably reckless. Nevertheless, these remained mere conjectures, too one-sided to draw conclusions. The veracity of this matter required further investigation, and the incident at the Ren residence demanded thorough scrutiny as well. Wen Jiao landed in a nearby village, stealthily acquiring a peasant's garb to replace his ceremonial robe that signified his identity as a disciple of the Duankongxian sect. He transformed into an unassuming farmer and set off towards Yuzhou City once more. In the dead of night, the city lay shrouded in darkness, and Wen Jiao glided in like a silent bird. He alighted soundlessly on the desolate long street, observing his surroundings until he paused before a rice shop. In the night, a flag fluttered gently in the wind, the character occasionally unfurling. With a swift motion, Wen Jiao slipped into the shop's backyard, hearing the sounds of snoring nearby. He deftly opened a window and entered. Faced with a slumbering youth on the bed, he hesitated. To probe the mind of an ordinary person might leave them in a state of lifelong stupor. It was best to refrain. Shaking his head, Wen Jiao lightly patted the young man's face. To his surprise, the boy merely mumbled in his sleep, turning over to continue dreaming blissfully. Wen Jiao frowned, channeling his spiritual energy to manifest a hand, which he brought down sharply upon the youth's rear. Smack. Ouch! The boy exclaimed, springing up from the bed, rubbing his backside as he glanced around in bewilderment. Do not look around, for I have matters to inquire. Wen Jiao adopted the authoritative tone of Peak Master Chiashan, instantly commanding the youth's attention. Chapter 13. The Quest for Truth. Fu Xiaolu was enveloped in a cloud of despondency. Since the night of the Lantern Festival, the world around him seemed to have fallen into disarray. That evening, as he enjoyed a deep slumber, he was inexplicably roused from his dreams, merely to be asked for directions. It was also on that fateful night that he beheld the night sky after the shadows had vanished, unveiling a monumental secret. Yet, out of an abundance of caution, he refrained from uttering a word, choosing to bury the secret deep within his heart. However, the following day brought forth a startling revelation. The Rin family appeared to have undergone a significant upheaval, as the proprietor of the rice shop had not been seen since. Although curiosity gnawed at him, he dared not inquire and continued to diligently fulfill his duties, until 2 days prior, when he unexpectedly received an appointment from the Rin family, transforming him into the head of the largest rice shop in Yuzhou City. The joy arrived so abruptly that he had not enjoyed a sound night's sleep for 2 consecutive days. Just when he finally succumbed to a peaceful slumber today, he was once again awakened, this time by a far more formidable presence. Rubbing his stinging backside, Fu Shaolu suppressed his anger. When he was merely a small errand boy at the rice shop, he occasionally struggled to temper his impetuous nature. Yet, upon ascending to the position of head of the shop, he experienced significant growth. He learned to conceal his grievances and frustrations when confronting those he could not afford to provoke, maintaining an air of composure. The figure emerging from the shadows possessed an undeniable authority in his voice, exuding an aura that brooked no contradiction or deception, clearly a person of considerable influence whom Fu Shaolu could not afford to offend. With an immediate sense of propriety, Fu Shaolu responded, "Please, feel free to inquire." Fu Shaolu's demeanor pleased Wen Jiao immensely. Although he initially intended to soften his tone, he found comfort in speaking with a commanding presence like that of the Peak Master, thus maintaining his assertive approach. "I ask you, when did the abyss vanish?" "Abyss?" Fu Shaolu nearly shook his head, realizing he had forgotten that commoners and cultivators held differing perceptions of the anomalies above Yuzhou City. He corrected himself, "I mean, the shadow." Deep in the night of the Lantern Festival, Wen Jiao maintained an inscrutable demeanor, pressing on with his inquiries. "How can you be so certain?" "Because during the festivities that night, the shadow was still present, but when I was awakened in the dead of night, I happened to glance up and found the shadow had disappeared." Wen Jiao expressed surprise. "Awakened? By whom were you roused?" Fu Shaolu hesitated for merely a moment before candidly admitting, "By someone who appeared to be the young master of the Rin family." A jolt of shock coursed through Wen Jiao, who suppressed the impulse to immediately delve into Fu Shaolu's mind to ascertain the truth and instead probed further. "The young master of the Rin family? You mean Rin Fenglu? He has been missing for 5 years, and upon his return, he had changed drastically. I only inferred this from the jade armor he wore, which he had donned when he left. The armor I saw that night bore a striking resemblance, albeit larger and somewhat worn. The glazed jade armor, impervious to fire and water, remained perpetually smooth to the touch, aiding in maintaining one's focus like a second skin while possessing remarkable hardness, rivaling the most precious metals in the cultivation world. A true treasure." Wen Jiao had certainly heard of the renowned glazed jade armor and thus came to believe Fu Shaolu's words were genuine. He continued, "What business did Rin Fenglu have with you?" He asked for directions to the Rin residence. "Does this imply he has lost his mind after 5 years? Forgetting the location of his own home? That is not his home. It belongs to his uncle. What transpired thereafter? Did something happen to the Rin family?" Fu Shaolu reflected on the events of the past fortnight, hesitating slightly. "I am uncertain. I lack the standing to enter the Rin residence. But one thing is clear. All of the Rin family's establishments in Yuzhou City have undergone a change in personnel during this period. What else do you know about the Rin family?" Fu Shaolu shook his head, suddenly overwhelmed with sorrow, unable to restrain himself. "I have shared everything I know. Will you now take my life? Concerning the clarity of the matter at hand, I hold no desire to end your life. However, tonight's events must remain a secret, and I require you to forget them." From the shadows, Wen Jiao abruptly raised his hand and flicked his fingers, sending a streak of azure light that struck Fu Shaolu's brow, causing him to collapse onto the bed instantly. Chapter 14. Strive for yourself. The night had grown exceedingly deep, enveloping the entire city in slumber. Yet, when Jiao continued his tireless inquiries, questioning 7 or 8 individuals, he discovered that, apart from their remarks about Rin Fenglu, their responses regarding the Rin residents were nearly identical to those of the man from the rice shop. He had firmly established 2 truths. Something had transpired at the Rin residence, and Rin Fenglu had returned. The majority of the contents of the letter were indeed authentic. But what did evil cultivator signify? Did it imply that Rin Fenglu's actions upon his return were steeped in malevolence? He had emerged from the abyss while others had not, suggesting he had acquired significant opportunities within. If he truly was an evil cultivator, then the world would unite to eradicate him. The best course of action for me at this moment would be to report back to the sect and collaborate with my fellow disciples to eliminate this individual. However, in doing so, my contribution would merely be recognized as a notification under the starlit sky. When Jiao stood proudly atop the roof, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. "No, I cannot allow such a monumental achievement to slip through my fingers. That would be a grave embarrassment for Jimmy Peak. Moreover, it would disrupt my inner peace, shackling my future cultivation with myriad obstacles. I shall confront this alone, but before that, it is prudent to inform the Peak leader." When Jiao, though obsessed with power, was not a fool. He could accept death due to insufficient cultivation, but he would never accept dying in obscurity. He left a letter, explicitly instructing that if he did not return within 2 days to retrieve it personally, the letter would be dispatched through the fastest means to Jimmy Peak of the Duankong Immortal sect, utilizing the courier stations bridging the realms of cultivation and the mundane. What followed was a night of anticipation until dawn broke. At last, the day dawned. The overcast sky seemed poised to unleash rain, casting a heavy gloom. Yet, Wen Jiao sensed that today would be a splendid day. Before setting off to the Ren residence, he felt an urge to gaze upon the sun once more. He circled outside Yuzhou City and finally discovered an exquisite vantage point. It was a high terrain strewn with jagged rocks and waist-high weeds, desolate enough for solitary contemplation. As the sun was about to pierce through the clouds, the dawn light began to tint the sky. A dark-skinned boy came running toward him. Wen Jiao observed this ordinary child with a sense of astonishment, noting the boy's remarkable vigor and an indescribable steadiness. He settled down amidst the grasses, his eyes still fixed on the heavens, while his spirit attuned itself to the boy's movements. The child, oblivious to Wen Jiao's presence, seated himself upon a familiar stone and began to listen intently to the whispers of the wind. Wen Jiao was puzzled by the boy's intentions, yet he was astonished to witness the child's transformation into a figure of serene voidness. This was a form of cultivation. Wen Jiao was taken aback. How could an ordinary child possess such profound insight? As the first rays of red light broke through the clouds, bathing him in warmth, the beauty of life materialized at that moment. Wen Jiao suddenly found himself cherishing his own existence, reflecting on the path he had traversed. He had devoted an excessive amount of time to the pursuit of cultivation, neglecting the myriad beauties life had to offer: the vibrant morning sun, the reluctant twilight, the sound of blooming flowers, the essence of flowing water, the majesty of lofty mountains. So much to appreciate. As Wen Jiao's thoughts began to swirl, the young boy ceased his meditation and began to practice his punches, accompanied by rhythmic sounds. His fists moved with astonishing speed, quickened by the gentle breeze. Wen Jiao focused his mind to perceive what unfolded before him, and to his astonishment, he witnessed a remarkable scene. A faint aura of spiritual energy wafted from all directions, gradually entering the boy's body. What shocked him further was that the boy's punches, though seemingly uncoordinated, never struck the grasses but instead found their marks in the gaps created by the swaying wind. A child with no knowledge of any absorption techniques was inadvertently drawing in the most inferior spiritual energy from the world. His punches lacking form, yet imbued with a wild vigor, capable of entirely controlling their landing points. Were he an adult, Wen Jiao would not have been so astonished. But this was a mere child, at an age deemed unworthy by even dogs. How could he achieve such tranquil composure? The sun's face gradually began to emerge. Wen Jiao quelled his curiosity, focusing his spirit to relish the beauty of the sunrise. Chapter 15. The Peak Master will come to meet me. The one practicing martial arts is naturally Song Qingshan. Over the past few weeks, his body has undergone remarkable changes, becoming robust and swift, with enhanced strength. Though his skin has darkened a bit, just yesterday he vividly felt the transformation his body had experienced during this time. Single-handedly, he used his fist to subdue 7 classmates who had bullied him, leaving them howling and begging for mercy. In that moment, he truly comprehended the meaning of the final words left by his immortal brother. From this day forth, no one would dare to bully him again. Having tasted the sweetness of victory, Song Qingshan placed even greater importance on his daily practice of listening to the wind and training in martial arts. Even though he understood that a reunion with his immortal brother would be difficult in the future, he continued to come to this rocky area for his routine practice every day. Today, there were no classes at the academy, so he arrived quite early. While practicing, an unusual sensation suddenly washed over Song Qingshan. Today felt different. Usually, during his training, he would experience a gradually intensifying soreness, but today, he noticed that while there was a slight ache at the beginning, it soon dissipated. It felt as though some external force had entered his body, soothing the soreness and invigorating him, as if fatigue were a foreign concept. The young Song Qingshan, of course, had no knowledge that he was experiencing the nascent stage of spiritual absorption as perceived by cultivators. Yet, benefiting from this newfound vitality, he harbored only one thought in his mind. He must continue to practice. He could not stop. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, someone was admiring the sunrise amidst the weeds. After another half-hour of practice, he completed 2 more rounds of punches. And only when his body was once again aching did he finally take his leave. The descent was treacherous, yet he moved like a gust of wind, unfazed by the perilous path. The sun shone brightly, casting its fiery rays. Wen Jiao, having finished admiring the sunrise, awaited Song Qingshan's departure. Standing at a high vantage point, he watched the youth's agile figure, and then, gathering his spiritual energy, he soared into the sky, pursuing Song Qingshan from above. A young boy, unassisted by any absorption technique, was capable of drawing in spiritual energy, which astonished Wen Jiao. Yet, this pursuit was destined to end without results. The boy eventually entered a dilapidated house, where only an elderly man remained, still vigorous but certainly not a practitioner. Recalling the day's pressing matters, Wen Jiao felt a twinge of disappointment as he hurried toward the Ren residence. At the Ren residence, Ren Chongwei stood anxiously outside the main gate from early morning. Today was of utmost importance, leaving no room for him to sleep in. He waited for 2 hours, yet the envoys bearing the annual tribute were still nowhere in sight. This was unusual. Could it be that the immortal had been frightened off by the letter? Rin Chongwei's thoughts raced, filled with apprehension, as he glanced up occasionally, eager to know the whereabouts of Rin Fenglu. At that very moment, Rin Fenglu was not at the Rin residence. He was soaring above the clouds. He observed Wen Jiao tracking Song Qichen, and then watched as Wen Jiao altered his course toward the Rin residence. Hovering above it, Rin Fenglu beheld Wen Jiao swiftly donning a Taoist robe, exuding an air of authority and an arrogance unique to cultivators, as he descended into the courtyard. Rin Chongwei did not anticipate that this year's envoy would take such an unconventional approach. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he approached to greet the envoy. Wen Jiao, mimicking the demeanor of the Peak Master, spoke with a chill in his voice. Are you the head of the Rin family? Rin Chongwei felt an overwhelming pressure, cold sweat trickling down his back. He quickly steadied himself and replied, yes. And where is Rin Tianqing? Ren, the former head of the family, met with an accident on the Lantern Festival and has passed away. Wen Jiao's expression remained unchanged as he pressed on. What of Su Yin? Rin Chongwei answered honestly, she has also died. Who was responsible for their deaths? Taken aback, Rin Chongwei couldn't help but glance at Wen Jiao, thinking that this matter had already been clarified in the letter. Why ask again? It was I. A chilling voice suddenly rang in Wen Jiao's ears. He looked up to see Rin Fenglu descending from the sky. Wen Jiao's body tensed, and he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young man before him. He appeared almost sculptural, his face devoid of excessive expression, his eyes resembling two still seas, betraying no emotion. Clad in a mottled jade armor, he wielded a reddish-brown sword that seemed crafted from wood. Despite already knowing who this person was, seeing him in person sent shockwaves through Wen Jiao's heart. He gazed at the glazed jade armor for a moment longer before meeting Rin Fenglu's gaze directly. The Duankong Immortal sect transcended many other sects, and its disciples were expected to uphold its dignity in the face of any bizarre circumstances. Even when confronting the enigmatic Rin Fenglu, who had returned from the abyss, Wen Jiao stood tall without hesitation, his aura rising. At this moment, the pride and fearlessness of the Duankong Immortal sect emanated from him in full force. Wen Jiao declared proudly, Rin Fenglu, I never expected you could return from the abyss. However, you have shown a shocking lack of discretion. After acquiring great fortune in the abyss, you dare to kill? Do you not realize that behind Rin Tianqing stands my master, the Peak Master of the Jimmy Mountain? Your actions show a gross disrespect for our Peak Master. I am here for 2 matters, to collect the annual tribute and to capture you and bring you back to face justice under the Peak Master. Upon hearing this, Rin Fenglu's expression remained unchanged, while Rin Chongwei turned pale, taking several unsteady steps back in the face of Wen Jiao's formidable stance, too intimidated to speak. Annual tribute? What tribute? I've turned the Rin residence upside down and have not seen a trace of it. He never expected that the envoy would be so arrogant, demanding the capture of the young master right from the start. Did this envoy truly have the confidence to succeed? Rin Chongwei found the situation to be increasingly dubious. Finally, Rin Fenglu spoke. The Jimmy Mountain, is it? I shall remember that. What do you mean? Wen Jiao nearly laughed in anger, interpreting Rin Fenglu's words as a dismissal of the Jimmy Mountain. He immediately assumed that Rin Fenglu was belittling the sect. The Peak Master possessed immense power and unpredictable means. How could a mere child with only a decade of cultivation dare to disregard him? Wen Jiao was furious, yet he refrained from striking immediately, his gaze fixated on the unremarkable wooden sword in Rin Fenglu's grasp, sensing its extreme danger. Rin Fenglu spoke indifferently. My meaning is simple. Your Peak Master will meet his demise at my hands, but I shall not seek him out. He will come to deliver himself. Arrogance. Wen Jiao and Appo's fury ignited, and he could no longer contain himself. His aura erupted as he lifted off the ground, his eyes sharp as knives. Fixated on Rin Fenglu below, the Peak Master is a prodigy. He is not someone of your ilk who can fabricate tales. Prepare to face your end. While admiring the sunrise, Wen Jiao had envisioned what his meeting with Rin Fenglu would be like, a confrontation of titans, each wary of the other as they tested their limits. He had imagined verbal sparring, subtle insinuations, and a dramatic shift in the situation. He considered numerous scenarios, yet he had never anticipated Rin Fenglu's audacity. This individual had been so insolent as to disregard Wen Jiao's most esteemed Peak Master, Rin Xieshan. In that moment, Wen Jiao forgot all the strategies he had previously contemplated. Consumed by the singular desire to strike Rin Fenglu down and immediately bring him back to the Jimmy Mountain for the Peak Master to deal with personally. Chapter 16. Summoning the Nascent Soul, Capturing You Alive. In midair, Wen Jiao glared with a fierce countenance, exuding an aura of malevolence as he struck with his palm. In an instant, a tempest arose, swirling fallen leaves and dust into a colossal hand that descended with terrifying force. This strike seemed imbued with boundless power, intent on reducing the still and unperturbed Rin Chongwei below to mere pulp. Even Rin Chongwei found himself within the reach of this devastating blow. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in events, Rin Chongwei was utterly astonished that this envoy cared not for his life, disregarding yesterday's act of delivering a message entirely. As the palm bore down upon him, he struggled to catch his breath, a sense of despair enveloping him. The envoy sent by the second ancestor was overwhelmingly powerful, too powerful. Suddenly, Ren Chongwei recalled Ren Fenglu, the young master he had labeled as a wicked practitioner. "Young master, save me. I wish not to perish." A torrent of thoughts surged within him, yet as he opened his mouth to cry out, he witnessed Ren Fengliu's left hand move, just slightly. The young master's thumb merely pressed against the hilt of his wooden sword, and with the slightest of nudges, the blade was drawn forth a fraction. In that fleeting glance, Ren Chongwei discerned the sword's color black, a hue akin to death itself. At that moment, a faint flash of light illuminated the realm, almost imperceptible. Only felt as a heartbeat and oppos, as flutter. Then, the immense hand that was to strike them splintered apart, dispersing to either side. Ren Chongwei and oppos, S face paled in astonishment. He was no stranger to this spectacle. Boom. The force contained within the bifurcated hand crashed against the nearby structures, causing buildings to collapse, debris scattering, and dust swirling. Ren Chongwei had no time to mourn the destruction of the homes. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of survival. Wen Jiao, witnessing this turn of events, transitioned from fury to astonishment. The palm he had unleashed with his physical might was formidable, yet he had not anticipated it being so effortlessly countered by Ren Fenglu, who had done so without a sound, leaving him utterly perplexed. But the battle had commenced, and there was little time for contemplation. Recognizing that his initial strike had failed, Wen Jiao unleashed several more. The shadows of his palms obscured the sky, radiating an oppressive aura, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, once again striking downward. Another one? Despite the earlier display of prowess from the young master, Ren Chongwei felt his heart flutter with anxiety. The descending shadows felt like a shroud of death, threatening to crush him, yet this time he still possessed some strength to move. He shuffled step by step, striving to escape the looming shadows. However, despair soon washed over him as he realized the shadows descended at a speed far exceeding his expectations. Each step felt as if he were traversing an eternity, agonizingly slow. Would the young master be able to save him again this time? The sensation of life hanging by a thread became increasingly palpable, and he glanced toward Ren Fenglu, fixating on the wooden sword in his hand. This time, he observed clearly. Ren Fengliu's right hand grasped the hilt, yet he merely held it. Strangely, though he did not witness Ren Fenglu draw the sword, the pressure from above suddenly dissipated. Ren Chongwei felt lighter, and as he lifted his gaze, he saw a fissure split the shadows that had engulfed the sky, as if some mysterious force had cleaved them apart, revealing the azure of the heavens beyond. The gap widened until the shadows were entirely divided. Just as with the first strike, the force contained within the separated shadows rained down upon the now ruined Ren residence. The rumble echoing like thunder, reducing stones and earth to dust. Ren Chongwei forgot his sorrow for the destroyed home, staring blankly at Ren Fenglu. The young master was astonishingly powerful. He must have unleashed a strike, yet his speed was so incredible that Ren Chongwei could not even perceive the drawing of the sword. Invincible, truly invincible. Ren Chongwei marveled, a wave of regret washing over him as he recalled his reckless act of sending a message yesterday. A sense of remorse surged within him, realizing how his actions had betrayed the young master. Now, he could only hope that this matter would remain forever concealed from Ren Fenglu. Otherwise, with a single strike, the young master would send him to join the former family head. Only 3 individuals were aware of this occurrence. Ren Chongwei cast his gaze upward toward Wen Jiao. If only this envoy could perish beneath the young master's sword. Ren Chongwei prayed fervently. Meanwhile, Wen Jiao's eyes widened, sharply attuned to a subtle shift. As he unleashed the shadows of his palms, he had already diverted his focus to the surrounding changes. In that moment, he sensed an overwhelming power, replete with malice and bloodlust, appearing abruptly and vanishing just as swiftly. Yet, as it faded, Wen Jiao witnessed the shadows he had cast begin to fracture. Without a doubt, that power emanated from Ren Fenglu. What had this singular being, who had returned from the abyss, acquired? Why could he wield such bizarre power? Doubts swirled in Wen Jiao's mind, yet his expression remained cold as he fixed his gaze upon Ren Fenglu, his tone laden with menace. Ren Fenglu, I acknowledge your strength. Even I cannot see through you. However, do not presume that having thwarted 2 of my strikes means you have cornered me. Now, witness the true might of the nascent soul. The wooden sword had long since returned to its sheath, and Ren Fenglu stood silently. Upon hearing this, a hint of derision flickered in his eyes. If you wield the nascent soul to unleash your powers, you will only meet a more complete demise. Arrogant, Wen Jiao barked, his hands swiftly forming seals. He sat cross-legged in midair, a fissure suddenly splitting his brow. Streams of shimmering azure light erupted forth, converging above his head. In the blink of an eye, a 3-foot-long infant, resembling Wen Jiao, materialized above him, plump and almost naked, clad only in a small cloth. This was the nascent soul Wen Jiao had cultivated. The infant, eyes closed, appeared no different from an ordinary child. Yet, Ren Chongwei understood the terror of a nascent soul capable of leaving its host. Despite its diminutive and endearing appearance, it could unleash formidable powers with a mere gesture, rendering any practitioner below the nascent soul realm utterly defenseless. Ren Fenglu, no matter what peculiarities you possess, before my summoned nascent soul, you are but a trifling skill. This time, I shall capture you alive. Wen Jiao remained motionless as the nascent soul above him opened its eyes, black and white, devoid of emotion. Yet its voice was surprisingly infantile, creating a stark contrast to the gravity of its words. Even Ren Xiongwei was taken aback. No wonder the revered elder who had once resided in the Ren household never spoke through the nascent soul. Its tone was far too juvenile, unbefitting of the might it wielded. Chapter 17. The sword strikes the nascent soul. Spiritual energy transforms into rain. Wen Jiao, sensing the childishness of his own voice, quickly sealed his lips, refraining from uttering another word. He extended his infantile arm, his delicate fingers poised to strike. Suddenly, the heavens seemed to tear apart, and a colossal finger, like a pillar descending from the void, arrived with an aura capable of annihilating all. This was the divine power wielded by a practitioner of the nascent soul stage. At the moment that the massive finger appeared, Ren Xiongwei could no longer withstand the oppressive force and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Not just him. The entire city of Yuzhou was engulfed in that terrifying aura. Be it livestock or the townsfolk, all trembled in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground. As if only by being close to the earth could they find a semblance of safety. Goodness! With such a strike, the entire city of Yuzhou could be obliterated. Ren Xiongwei glared with fury yet felt utterly helpless. To a being of such formidable strength, the lives of mortals were as inconsequential as weeds, hardly worth consideration. However, he was not concerned for the townsfolk. Being a practitioner himself, he cared more for the Ren family's interests in Yuzhou. His desires in cultivation were modest. He valued only his own wealth and prosperity. Young master, strike him down. Ren Xiongwei turned his head, one cheek pressed against the ground, his eyes fixed on Ren Fenglu. Filled with desperation, Ren Fenglu did not glance at him. His gaze was locked onto the massive finger, which was pressing down with increasing speed, nearly grazing the meditating Wen Jiao. Above Wen Jiao, his nascent soul grimaced, clearly straining, as he hastily pressed down with his finger. In an instant, the thick finger descended rapidly. Before it made contact, a fierce wind erupted within the Ren residence, swirling debris like a tornado. At the center of it all stood Ren Fenglu, his mottled jade armor suddenly emanating a ghostly light, transforming into a pair of dark wings that unfurled gracefully, allowing him to maintain his balance and firmly stand his ground, unaffected by the raging tempest. Soon, the enormous finger loomed just above Yuzhou, its dreadful presence causing countless tiles atop houses to tremble incessantly, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. Finally, Ren Fenglu grasped the hilt of his sword. This time, Ren Xiongwei noticed he could clearly see Ren Fengliu's movements as he drew his sword, for the action was slow, agonizingly slow, akin to a snail. The wooden sword and Apos' blade emerged from its sheath at a languid pace, its inky surface slowly revealing itself like a harbinger of death. Young master, can you not be a tad quicker in this critical moment? Witnessing the gradual destruction of the towering structure within the Ren residence, as well as the ancient willow tree snapping with a crack, Ren Xiongwei felt a surge of despair. With a whoosh, the thick finger drew nearer. More homes collapsing into ruins, as dust and cries filled the streets of Yuzhou, mingled with the lamentations of its people, their hearts bleeding. Ren Xiongwei's fists clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Had it not been for the terrifying pressure binding him, he would have leapt to confront that merciless descending finger. Fortunately, Ren Fenglu finally drew the sword. The blade, a symbol of death, was unveiled before both Ren Xiongwei and Wen Jiao and Apos' nascent soul for the first time. Disappointment washed over Ren Xiongwei. The sword appeared stunningly black, yet lacked any other remarkable features. Conversely, Wen Jiao's heart sank. Upon seeing the sword, an inexplicable despair washed over him. To his horror, he discovered he could no longer apply pressure with his finger, as if an invisible force had intervened. No matter how hard Wen Jiao exerted himself, the spiritual energy surged like an incoming tide, yet that massive finger could not advance an inch. In the next moment, Wen Jiao's finger felt light, as if the connection had been severed by a strange force. No, this is impossible. How can he achieve this? He is not even a peak master. How old could he possibly be? Wen Jiao and Apos' face was a portrait of astonishment, unwilling to believe this was within Ren Fenglu and Apos' capabilities. However, the incredulity on his nascent soul's visage resembled a child throwing a tantrum for milk, somewhat comical. Then, when Jiao's expression turned blank, he watched as the thick finger began to shatter inch by inch, the spiritual energy dissipating into a mist of azure that drifted above Yuzhou. Ren Xiongwei felt the pressure lift and scrambled to his feet, casting a glance at the nearly destroyed Ren residence. Without time for sorrow, he directed a grateful gaze towards Ren Fenglu. As the danger subsided, jubilant cheers erupted from the people of Yuzhou, their grief diminishing. Above the Ren residence, Wen Jiao, momentarily forgetting his childish voice, demanded sternly, How did you accomplish this? Ren Fenglu offered no reply. Suddenly, Wen Jiao recalled Ren Fenglu and Apos' earlier motion of drawing the sword, and turned to observe Ren Fenglu and Apos' hand, which was now retracting the peculiar wooden sword back into its sheath. Wasn't the drawn sword meant for slaying foes? What did it mean to return to its sheath now? Was the act of drawing merely to disrupt my divine power? Before long, the sword was entirely sheathed without a sound, as if it had never left its resting place. Yet at that very moment, Wen Jiao trembled violently. his countenance paling as he gazed at the contiguous azure mist below. To him, the mist resembled boiling seawater, bubbling ominously, and that familiar sensation resurfaced. Amidst the intertwining of malice and slaughter, a premonition of death enveloped Wen Jiao. He had never before perceived death so vividly. It was a bone-chilling coldness, as if merely gazing upon it would freeze his entire being, halting the flow of blood, ceasing his heart and Apos' rhythm, freezing his breath, locking his gaze, and encasing his spiritual energy in ice. Fortunately, Wen Jiao swiftly closed his eyes, focusing his mind. The fissure on his physical form at the brow reappeared, and his nascent soul was about to transform into a streak of light, re-entering his body. Suddenly, a beam of sword light erupted from the azure mist, a dark sword light, akin to a black dragon, howling as it struck the panicked Wen Jiao. Wen Jiao let out a high-pitched cry of despair before disintegrating. Though the fissure on his physical form remained, vitality had fled from his entire being, and he plummeted, crashing into the ruins of the ruined residence, creating a massive crater. Ren Chongwei's face lit up with joy. He spat on the ground and recklessly leaped into the pit, crushing Wen Jiao's head beneath his foot. Now, only 2 individuals knew of my correspondence. Ren Chongwei mused, his elation in erasing the body overshadowing his earlier sorrow. He lifted his head, feeling rejuvenated, and soon noticed the azure mist, remnants of Wen Jiao's dissipated power, falling like rain. As it landed upon him, he felt his strength surging. And when it fell upon a nondescript seed, the seed rapidly took root and sprouted. That finger, transformed from spiritual energy, had nearly destroyed Yuzhou, yet now, as it dissipated, it descended like a gentle spring rain, nurturing the city, a complex intertwining of disaster and opportunity. With a sigh, Ren Chongwei spat at the shattered corpse of Wen Jiao. Leaping from the pit to Ren Folu and Apos' side. With hands cupped in respect, he bowed deeply, sincerity radiating from him. Thank you, young master, for your assistance with the sword. You need not thank me. This is merely the beginning. Ren Fenglu and Apos' expression remained cold as he turned, his figure flickering before vanishing from the Ren residence. Ren Chongwei and Apos' heart sank, comprehending Ren Folu and Apos' implication. The smile that had adorned his face gradually faded. With the envoy for the tribute dead, the second ancestor would surely be enraged, and peace would be a distant hope for the Ren residents henceforth. Alas. Chapter 18. The senior brother emerges, suspecting a cult. 3 days later, at the disillusioned immortal sect, on the Silent Peak, Ren Xianshan, who had been diligently cultivating in his cave, was reluctantly awakened from his meditative state. Disturbed by yet another interruption, Ren Xianshan and Apos' reputation for ruthlessness at Silent Peak was well known. He had explicitly stated his desire to focus on his cultivation, and none dared to disturb him before he voluntarily emerged. The exception had been Wen Jiao, a month prior, when Ren Xianshan had suppressed his urge to eliminate him. However, this time, he was unwilling to listen to any explanations. As he opened the door to his cave, he pointed a finger, and an iron spike, formed of spiritual energy, pierced the forehead of a panicked disciple. With a flick of his sleeve, he closed the cave once more, erecting a barrier that silenced all external sounds, and resumed his serene cultivation. Before long, the disciples at Silent Peak were in an uproar, their voices clashing in heated debate. The Peak Lord was known for his volatile temper and detested disturbances, yet this time, his actions were deemed excessively harsh. The disciples, having spent years on Silent Peak, were well aware of their master and Apos' temperament. Indeed, who would dare to knock on the door unless something significant had occurred? Alas, a promising junior brother had tragically perished at his hands. Sigh. The deceased are beyond discussion. What of Wen Jiao and Apos' death? Could it be ignored? Certainly not. He was a disciple of the disillusioned immortal sect, one of the 3 great immortal sections. If we do not investigate the cause of his death, what face do we have left? Brother Lu spoke wisely, yet the Peak Lord remains indifferent to this matter. What shall we do? What shall we do? If the Peak Lord turns a blind eye, I shall take it upon myself. I had the most interactions with Wen Jiao. He was a diligent cultivator, and someone like him cannot die in vain. You'll take charge? Do you know where he went? Indeed. Every year, before February, he was dispatched by the Peak Lord to descend the mountain and collect the annual tribute from Yuzhou City. This is common knowledge. Had you not mentioned it? I would have forgotten. This is indeed a matter of great importance to the Peak Lord. Every disciple who retrieves the tribute is rewarded, yet I have never been chosen. Yuzhou City, is that the city shrouded by a terrifying abyss? Precisely, junior brother. Would you care to accompany me for some practical experience and to witness the abyss that nearly engulfs Yuzhou City? But I am only at the core formation stage. And even senior brother Wen, who reached the peak of the infant transformation stage, met his demise. I shall refrain from getting involved. Fear not. With me by your side, you need not worry about taking action. You will merely witness the world. Lu Yalu, cease your coaxing of the junior brother. I shall accompany you this time. What? Senior brother, you intend to emerge from seclusion? Lu Yanglu gazed in astonishment at the solemn-faced middle-aged man before him, Jin Wanli, the undisputed top figure beneath the Peak Lord of Silent Peak, though he appeared to be in his 40s. He had cultivated for over 70 years and had recently achieved a breakthrough to the spirit transformation stage, allowing his primordial spirit to detach and control his physical form from 3,000 zhang away. Indeed, Wen Jiao was a disciple of our disillusioned immortal sect. His death must not go unexamined. The individual who dared to kill him not only possesses formidable strength but also harbors intentions against our sect. If he remains at large, our sect's reputation will be tarnished. Since the Peak Lord neglects this matter, it falls upon me, Jin Wanli, to uphold the honor of our sect. As he spoke of the sect and Appo's dignity, a radiant expression graced his face. The disciples were taken aback. How many years had it been? The senior brother was finally emerging. In previous sect competitions, he had consistently demonstrated astonishing strength, effortlessly subduing disciples from other peaks. However, everyone knew that his true power far exceeded what he displayed, as he had always restrained himself to avoid severely injuring his fellow disciples. But this time was different. The one who killed senior brother when had crossed paths with the disillusioned immortal sect. The senior brother, who valued the sect and Appo's reputation above all, would undoubtedly unleash his full strength, and the spectacle would be nothing short of terrifying. In an instant, the disciples were filled with enthusiasm, eager to accompany the senior brother. Regrettably, he firmly declined. With just myself and junior brother Lu, it is sufficient. An excessive number of participants would only diminish our sect and Appo's stature, relying on numbers alone. The younger disciples, resigned, recognized the truth in the senior brother's words and sighed in disappointment. Before departing, Jin Wanli instructed a disciple, when Jiao has passed, bury his talisman, and let it serve as his sepulchre. During this time, if the Peak Lord does not emerge, do not disturb him, lest you meet the same fate as our recently buried junior brother. Above the falling Phoenix Abyss, 9 mountain ranges were interconnected, and 2 figures soared forth from one of the peaks. Simultaneously, a mournful wail seemed to resonate from below the abyss, captivating the senses. Lu Yaglu remained undeterred, accelerating steadily. Jin Wanli cast a glance at the unfathomable, mist-laden falling Phoenix Abyss before matching pace with Lu Yonglu. Both possessed remarkable strength and abundant spiritual energy. While hastening their journey, they still found time to converse. Senior brother, who do you think killed Wen Jiao? As clouds drifted past, Lu Yonglu grasped a wisp of vapor, tossing it playfully. His expression relaxed. Junior brother Lu, you are ever so astute. Do you have any conjectures? Jin Wanli, hands clasped behind his back, let 2 strands of hair fall across his forehead, swaying gently in the wind, embodying an air of mastery. Indeed, I have several hypotheses, but for now, let us engage in idle chatter. I hope you will indulge my musings without taking them too seriously. Speak on. The person who dared to kill Wen Jiao clearly disregards our disillusioned immortal sect, indicating the presence of a powerful force behind them. In the current cultivation world, few would dare challenge our sect. The other 2 great immortal sects, Feixian sect and Jingxian sect, have always maintained amicable relations with us. Even if Wen Jiao had a conflict with their disciples, they would likely only issue a mild reprimand out of respect for our sect, never resorting to lethal measures. Lu Yaglu articulated his analysis with conviction. Continue. Thus, aside from these 2 immortal sects, we are left with 2 great evil cults, the Zhenghua sect, which consumes people's primordial spirits, and the Zizai sect, which seizes their primordial souls. Therefore, you suspect that the one who killed Wen Jiao hails from one of these 2 evil cults? Jin Wanli furrowed his brow. These 2 cults were notorious in the cultivation world, often hunted down whenever they appeared. In recent years, they had concealed themselves deeply, their whereabouts nearly forgotten. They dared not traverse the cultivation world. Why would they risk entering the mortal realm to commit murder? Senior brother, I have pondered this as well. Initially, I found it perplexing, but considering Yuzhou City, everything begins to make sense. Are you suggesting it has something to do with the abyss above Yuzhou City? Indeed. While that abyss has claimed many experts, no one believes that there are no great opportunities hidden within its depths. However, in recent years, due to the disappearance of esteemed figures from various sects, morale has waned, leading to a gradual abandonment of the desire to explore. Thus, the 2 evil cults have found an opportunity, and it is likely that senior brother Wen stumbled upon their nefarious activities in Yuzhou City, leading to his demise. Jin Wanli and Appo's expression darkened, his gaze turning ominous. If that is the case, then it is time for my long-cultivated divine ability, the heaven-overturning seal, to taste blood. Chapter 19. The spread of news, movement from all directions. The abyss looming over Yuzhou City has vanished. This astonishing news finally spread across the world a month later. Whether in the mundane realm or the world of cultivation, it has caused a tumult. No one could have anticipated that the abyss, which had cast its shadow over Yuzhou City for 5 long years, would suddenly disappear. It was terrifying, mysterious, and enigmatic. Its appearance was exceedingly bizarre. On a day that was bright and sunny, it abruptly manifested, obscuring half the sky. From that moment on, the hearts of the people in Yuzhou City were filled with dread. The first to probe the abyss was the army of the Xingyue dynasty, which, after losing 30,000 of its troops to the abyss, chose to turn a blind eye. For although the abyss was strange, it posed no immediate threat to the populace. It seemed like a rootless wanderer, choosing to settle above Yuzhou City and calling it home. due to the negligence of the Xingyue dynasty. Many sects in the cultivation world seized the opportunity to investigate. However, those senior experts who ventured forth never returned. As time passed, it became widely known that the abyss was a ravenous entity, devouring all who dared approach, akin to a bottomless pit, its depth unfathomable. Eventually, people began to forget. Even when the populace occasionally glanced skyward, they regarded the abyss as something ordinary. Yet, just as they were on the brink of completely forgetting the horrors of the abyss, it vanished. In an instant, the citizens of Yuzhou City, witnessing the clear sky, erupted in jubilant celebration, sharing the news and dancing with glee, spreading the word far and wide in no time. Once the news reached every corner of the world, a great stir ensued. The iron cavalry of the Xingyue dynasty was the first to mobilize, galloping at full speed toward Yuzhou City. Accompanying them were not only soldiers but also cultivators, who scoured the skies above Yuzhou City in search of the abyss, yet found nothing. The abyss had appeared without warning and left no trace. Its disappearance was equally sudden, devoid of any evidence. However, the ruins scattered throughout Yuzhou City clearly indicated to the imperial soldiers that significant events had recently transpired in this ancient city. There exists a rule in the mundane realm. Conflicts among cultivators must not endanger the populace. Otherwise, punishment will be swift and far-reaching. The Xingyue dynasty could not govern the affairs of the cultivation world, but in the mundane realm, their word was law. Yet, with heroes often defying prohibitions, especially those who could soar through the skies, the people were not foolish, nor were the imperial soldiers. Thus, the Xingyue dynasty undertook the most unpalatable task in times of peace: mass relocation. They evacuated all the citizens, creating space for the impending conflicts among cultivators. Although the citizens received substantial compensation and were reluctant, they chose to leave for the sake of their lives. In merely 10 days, Yuzhou City transformed from a place rich in ancient charm into a desolate ghost town. The blazing sun and bright moon continued to shine down. Yet they could no longer illuminate the joyous laughter of the past, the vibrant lanterns floating down the river, nor the lively scenes of the brothels. The bright moon and blazing sun remained, but the familiar faces had long departed. The appearance of the abyss had captivated all, yet its disappearance left behind an endless sorrow. Ren Chongwei had not yet departed. He lingered in his home, reluctant to leave. Yet, he understood deeply the challenges that awaited this empty city. The powerful cultivators would frequently come to investigate, and conflicts could easily arise. With his current strength, he could not protect his desolate home. Nonetheless, he was hesitant to part with it. As a distant descendant, he had treaded carefully for many years to finally acquire this residence, only to have to relinquish it so soon. Despite receiving a generous compensation from the dynasty, and possessing an abundance of gold that could buy a larger estate elsewhere, this place was his route. He hid the gold far away and returned to the ruined residence, standing atop the ruins of his home, tears welling in his eyes. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, he could not help but ponder when he might return to this place to rebuild the Ren residence. Ren Chongwei and Appos, as thoughts began to stir. And after much contemplation, he felt he had discovered a direction. He believed he had uncovered the secret behind the abyss and Appos' disappearance. If he approached it from this angle, could he attract future cultivators and bring about a swift calm to this empty city? Would he dare to take the risk once more? Ren Chongwei hesitated, recalling the day the young master had wielded his sword, an intuition urging him to abandon this thought, for continuing further would undoubtedly lead to ruin. In the empty city, Ren Chongwei ascended the ruins and surveyed his surroundings, yet he did not see the towering figure he admired. The young master sought the location of the second ancestor and had only learned of the news regarding the Silent Peak. But the whereabouts of the Silent Peak remained unknown to him. Thus, the young master resorted to drastic measures, hoping to draw out the second ancestor. Hence, he would not leave this empty city. If he was not present, it must be due to hunger. Recalling the scene where Ren Fenglu was shrouded in dark energy, Ren Chongwei could not suppress a shiver. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky. Moving with incredible speed, someone was coming. Upon noticing the direction from which the light approached, Ren Chongwei's heart sank, and he swiftly distanced himself. The visitor was Feng Ruyu, a standout among the younger generation of the Zhenghua sect. Upon receiving the news of the abyss and Appos' disappearance, he hurried to Yuzhou City without delay, practicing sacred methods of cultivation. Seizing others and Appos' Yuan infants for his own use, Feng Ruyu possessed an abundance of spiritual energy akin to an ocean, allowing him to travel for 3 days and nights without feeling fatigued. At this pace, Feng Ruyu became the first to arrive in Yuzhou City. Gazing down at the desolate city from above, Feng Ruyu was not surprised. Sometimes, too many people could indeed be a hindrance, especially since the Zhenghua sect did not enjoy a favorable reputation in the cultivation world and often faced organized attacks upon making an appearance. Moreover, with the Xingyue dynasty patrolling the mundane realm, it was exceedingly difficult for the cultivators of the Zhenghua sect to accomplish anything. Although the absence of the populace made things much more convenient, it also posed a challenge for Feng Ruyu. As he could not find anyone to inquire about the situation during the Shangyuan festival, he circled high above, surveying the empty city from every angle, even tracing the location where the abyss had once been, yet he found nothing in that void. The abyss had completely vanished. Feng Ryu helplessly accepted this outcome. Yet he felt a pang of dissatisfaction. With the abyss's disappearance, the people who had entered it were also lost to the void. When the abyss existed, everyone knew that although those individuals could not return, at least it was clear they were within its depths. Now, without the abyss, there were no traces of those who had vanished. If many cultivators were concerned about the great opportunities within the abyss, the Zhanghua sect was quite the opposite. They were more interested in those who had entered the abyss. Feng Ryu believed that his comrades from the Zizai sect shared the same sentiment. Opportunities lacked Yuan infants and primordial spirits, but those who entered the abyss possessed them. This was what the Zhanghua sect and Zizai sect sought after. The absence of any results was truly disheartening. After searching for half a day, Feng Ryu resigned himself to the futility of his efforts. Suddenly, he recalled the figure he had seen upon arriving at the borders of Yuzhou City. Perhaps, this person could provide some hints, though regrettably. He was not a Yuan infant stage cultivator. Feng Ryu licked his lips, his figure shifting as he sped away. Chapter 20. On the brink of soul searching. Given Ren Chouwei's prowess, even if he had commenced his flight 3 days in advance, he would still be unable to evade the relentless pursuit of Feng Ryu. Half a day later, Ren Chouwei appeared to have abandoned any intention of fleeing. He stood at the base of a mountain gorge, gazing at the cascading Milky Way flowing down from the heights, gradually loosening his tightly clenched fists. It seems that everyone possesses a unique intuition when it comes to danger. The twitching of Ren Chouwei's right eyelid intensified, yet his heart harbored little fear. From the moment the order for migration had been issued, he understood that Yuzhou City had transformed into a place fraught with peril. Those who arrived were either formidable powers or prodigious talents, regardless of who they were. They posed an insurmountable threat to him. Just days prior, he had felt secure, believing that with the young master by his side, his life and death would be safeguarded. Regrettably, the young master was absent today. Reflecting on the ominous aura that had enveloped the young master that day, resembling serpents and insects, Ren Chouwei murmured. Perhaps the young master is hungry again today. The torrent in the gorge surged violently, day after day striking against a robust rock, creating a deep cavity at its center. A gust of wind swept by, and Ren Chouwei, his expression fluctuating between apprehension and resolve, turned around to behold Feng Ryu, a striking young man. Yet with 3 bizarre nascent souls atop his head, the central one bore a resemblance to Feng Ryu, while the other 2 were old and grotesque. Their infantile forms marred by deeply wrinkled features, resembling 2 wizened old men. A true malevolent practitioner. Ren Chouwei recognized Feng Ryu's origins, his concealed hand tightening into a fist. Observing Ren Chouwei and Appo's feigned composure, Feng Ryu grinned, and the 3 nascent souls abruptly opened their eyes, glowing with an eerie light, their mouths stretching into sinister smiles. It was difficult to articulate the horror of their expressions. Even a mere infant smile, coupled with cold, indifferent eyes, was a sight too dreadful to contemplate. Ren Chouwei could only glance once before doubling over in retching. Whether from fear or sheer revulsion at the hideousness of the 2 nascent souls, he could not tell. Feng Ryu frowned slightly. Since you and Appo's recognized my origins, you should be able to guess my methods. If you wish to avoid a soul search, answer honestly. And perhaps you may keep your body intact. As he spoke, the 3 nascent souls above him displayed contrasting demeanors. The one on the left smirked with narrowed eyes while the one on the right glared fiercely. Ren Chouwei continued to vomit until bile rose, finally managing to regain his composure and nodding faintly. He had heard of soul searching. It may not be the most formidable technique in existence, but it was undeniably the most cruel. To describe it simply, it resembled a hand composed of needles as fine as cow hairs, piercing through the scalp and relentlessly stirring within the brain, searching for secrets. It would scour every inch of one and Appo's brain matter. And if secrets were not found within the mind but rather buried in the heart, the hand would continue its torment, penetrating every layer of skin, every blood vessel, and every meridian, even stirring within the blood until it ultimately pierced the heart, ceasing only upon extracting the deepest secrets of one's soul. Once a victim reached this point, even if they did not perish, they would be left in a state of madness and confusion for the rest of their lives. Such a fate would be worse than death. Ren Chouwei felt that his life was at its end. Strictly speaking, he harbored few regrets. After all, he had achieved his goal, ascending to the position of the head of the Ren family. You are quite cooperative. I must admit, your insight is commendable. Feng Ryu expressed a hint of admiration before inquiring, what transpired on the night of the Lantern Festival? The abyss has vanished. Ren Chouwei and Appo's eyelid twitched violently. How did it disappear? I do not know, for I did not witness it. You did not see? Then how did you discover it? On that night, a terrifying event occurred. The Ren residence was slaughtered by a single person wielding a sword. One person wielding a sword? Feng Ryu's interest peaked, pressing further. What kind of person? What kind of sword? I hid in the shadows, too afraid to look closely. That individual possessed immense power. Each time he drew his sword, I could not discern his technique, and then our people would be cleaved in two. Ren Chouwei's expression turned frantic as he recalled the horrifying scene, his body trembling as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Feng Ryu, with 8 eyes, observed Ren Chouwei and Appo's demeanor, and from the emotions displayed, it appeared he was not deceiving. He had no immediate intention of conducting a soul search. Pondering for a moment before asking, "Then why did you not perish?" Rin Chongwei paused. "Because I did not take action." It seemed he did not kill those who did not resist. Feng Ruyu and Apos' lips curled into a cold smile. "I suspect you desire a soul search." Rin Chongwei maintained his composure. Feng Ruyu scoffed. "What happened to that person afterward?" "He vanished." "Vanished?" "Yes, he disappeared." "I know this cannot be the truth." Feng Ruyu shot Rin Chongwei a piercing glare, languidly stating, "In truth, I never intended to conduct a soul search on you, for you were too weak. Someone of your caliber could not possibly possess what I seek to know." Rin Chongwei and Apos' expression turned blank. "Look at you, why the anger?" Feng Ruyu laughed heartily. And the three nascent souls joined in a sinister cackle. Rin Chongwei and Apos' complexion gradually paled. Suddenly, the laughter of the three nascent souls ceased, and with a flick of his sleeve, Feng Ruyu transformed into a streak of light, rushing away. Rin Chongwei stood in stunned silence, perplexed. Why? If this person did not trust him, would he refrain from conducting a soul search, especially when his words dripped with sarcasm, seemingly attempting to coerce him, only to abandon the endeavor midway? Indeed, it was a retreat. That urgency was not feigned. Sometimes, to flee also implies escape. Rin Chongwei's heart jolted, and he rapidly scanned his surroundings. The distant mountains, the nearby waters, the gentle breeze, the swaying leaves, everything appeared ordinary. Suddenly, Rin Chongwei and Apos' eyes brightened as they fixated on the gorge. A figure emerged from the mist, tall, solitary, and cold. Drawing closer, clad in jade armor, wielding a wooden sword. With flowing hair and a chiseled visage, it was none other than Rin Fenglu. The young master, who had been missing for several days, had returned. Rin Chongwei and Apos' throat constricted as if he had seen a savior, nearly moved to tears. Rin Fenglu regarded the man who appeared aged beyond recognition compared to a fortnight ago and suddenly spoke. "Perhaps you should tell him the truth. Had I not turned a glance just now, you might have already fallen victim to his treachery." Rin Chongwei replied earnestly, "Young master, I cannot betray you." "Why can't you?" Rin Fenglu and Apos' expression turned frigid. "Have you never entertained such thoughts?" Rin Chongwei felt a pang in his heart, desperately attempting to suppress the cold sweat. He stammered, "I dare not." Rin Fenglu did not pursue the matter further, simply stating, "Can you discern the origins of that person?" Rin Chongwei felt as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity and solemnly declared, "I can tell he is a malevolent practitioner. With three nascent souls atop his head, one attained through arduous cultivation and the other two seized from others. This individual must hail from the malevolent sect specializing in harvesting others' nascent souls." Malevolent sect. A cruel smile suddenly appeared on Rin Fenglu's face. "So he has come for the purgatory tide." Chapter 21. The distinction of the nascent soul across the vast expanse of the world, beyond Rin Fenglu. No one is aware of the whereabouts of the infernal tide, the abyss as it is known among cultivators. The malevolent sect seeks the infernal tide merely to uncover the nearly weathered remnants of bones within it. Rin Fenglu immediately surmised the intentions of the malevolent sect as practitioners, and a peculiar thought surged through his mind. If the lingering items and bones within the infernal tide were to be resurrected, then it would not only be the malevolent sect that would descend into madness, the righteous path would likely follow suit. Such a scenario would undoubtedly culminate in a scene of brutal carnage. The more frantically they slaughtered one another, the greater the volume of dark energy released upon their demise, which would serve to satiate his insatiable hunger. Rin Fenglu had begun to feel that the quantity of dark energy extracted from ordinary killings was insufficient, leaving his cravings increasingly unfulfilled, and the frequency of his hunger pangs had risen dramatically. This state was precarious, and Rin Fenglu found it distasteful. Rin Chongwei lowered his head, afraid to meet the gaze of the young master. He felt as though this master had suddenly adopted a sinister aura, despite his unchanging complexion devoid of any swirling dark energy. "You may leave, refrain from appearing nearby for a while." At that moment, as Rin Chongwei trembled in confusion, Rin Fenglu's voice offered him a reprieve, and he hurriedly bowed in apology before departing. Once Rin Chongwei had left, Rin Fenglu raised his hand, gazing intently at the wooden sword in his grasp, his expression entranced as if he beheld a precious jade. He gently drew the wooden sword, causing the scabbard to tilt downward, and soon fine yellow sand began to trickle forth, glimmering with points of crystalline light. 3,000 years of time are not burdens that everyone can bear. Rin Fenglu pinched the two glimmering points, and in a flash of light, he revealed two skulls nearly devoured by the sands of time, their features eroded beyond recognition, leaving only the eye sockets and the bare cranium. This single broken skull held no identity for Rin Fenglu, yet he was aware that its owner must have possessed some remarkable abilities. For instance, Shuai Yuan. This is a method of temporal regression. As long as the physical form of the individual exists, even a fragment of bone can unveil their circumstances from within the past decade. The 3,000 years of the infernal tide, naturally, cannot be resurrected. However, reality contradicts the timeline of the infernal tide. Merely 5 years have elapsed, and while the events of those 5 years cannot be revisited, those from 5 years prior can indeed be. If these individuals truly place enough importance on the matter, then they will undoubtedly descend into frenzied madness. Ren Fenglu returned to the empty expanse of Yuzhou City, circling above before suddenly halting at the southeastern corner. He raised his hand and cast down a skull enveloped in dark light, which pierced the earth effortlessly to a depth of 300 fathoms. He then proceeded to the northwestern corner, employing the same method. At times, undertaking actions resembles investing. The likelihood of returns is often minimal. Yet, Ren Fenglu remained unfazed, for he possessed many such fragmented skulls within his scabbard. The following day, even after the passage of a night, Feng Ryu still felt a lingering dread. His handsome visage remained pallid. At times, a man and Appo's intuition can surpass that of a woman. Yesterday, it was this remarkable instinct that allowed him to evade a brush with death. It is unfathomable that, despite being a top-tier master with 3 nascent souls, he felt a chill throughout his body under that piercing gaze, as if remaining even a moment longer would result in his obliteration. The individual capable of instilling such profound fear in him must be at least a peak transformation stage practitioner, surpassing him by an entire tier. Yet, this person had seen him, acknowledged the 3 nascent souls he summoned. If his vision was not impaired, he surely recognized Feng Ryu and Appo's affiliation with the Zhengwa sect. Why then did this individual refrain from striking him down? Considering the instances of Zhengwa sect disciples being mercilessly slaughtered by self-proclaimed celestial sects over the years, Feng Ryu concluded that this person likely did not hail from those repugnant sects, but rather might be a fellow disciple of the Zizai sect, sharing a common plight. After all, no formidable adversary from a rival sect would refrain from attacking upon encountering their nemesis. With this conclusion, Feng Ryu visibly relaxed, his complexion regaining some color. Following this train of thought, it was apparent that the senior brother intended to drive him away first to inquire about that small and alone. Both the Zhengwa sect and the Zizai sect were targets of persecution, thus naturally aligning them as kindred spirits. It was only fitting that he addressed the other as senior brother. Yet, he pondered which senior brother of the Zizai sect this might be. Feng Ryu stroked his chin. A playful spirit ignited within him as he summoned 3 nascent souls. The one in the center, with eyes closed in meditation, was flanked by 2 wrinkled figures, both grotesque in appearance. Upon their emergence, they began to argue in raspy voices. I'll go first. There is a senior brother in the Zizai sect named Meng Huaying, who, as rumored last year, captured his 3rd nascent soul. That person yesterday must have been him. You speak nonsense. Senior brother Meng Huaying is indeed powerful, but to fully refine another's nascent soul for oneself within a year is utterly implausible. Fine, your skepticism is valid. What do you propose? Whenever Feng Ryu encountered matters requiring deep contemplation, he would resort to this tactic, closing his eyes to observe the bickering nascent souls above him. The one on the left, named Wulong, appeared to be stifled by the other, Feng Chu, glaring fiercely, eager to discern Feng Chu's thoughts. Yet, given his fierce demeanor, a violent confrontation seemed imminent. The nascent soul Feng Chu spoke confidently. I believe that individual is an esteemed elder of the Zizai sect, at least a formidable being possessing 7 nascent souls. Otherwise, how could our young and tender comrade, Feng Ryu, have fled in terror after merely being gazed upon? The wrinkled visage of the nascent soul Wulong darkened considerably. Pointing at Feng Chu in a hoarse voice, You wretched sycophant, only knowing how to extol the virtues of your superior. Is that amusing to you? You are but a base flatterer. Feng Chu puffed out his chest, hands on his hips, exuding pride. Just ask him if he enjoys hearing it. Indeed. The nascent soul in the middle, who had been keeping his eyes closed, smiled gently as he opened them, casting a glance left and right. Speaking softly and amiably, you needn't quarrel. Regardless of which senior brother or elder from the Zizai sect it may be, he has surely recognized my origins, and I believe we shall meet soon. With one question resolved, Feng Ryu retracted the nascent souls, a self-satisfied expression upon his face as he leisurely made his way back to Yuzhou City. Senior brother, ahead lies the splendid Huaqing, within half a day and Appo's journey. We shall arrive at Yuzhou City. In the void, 2 figures traverse the clouds. Lu Yalu had long memorized the geographical layout surrounding Yuzhou City, and upon spotting the colorful speck ahead, recognized it as the splendid Huaqing. Ah, have we come so close? Then let us not rush. We shall rest in the city for a while and resume our journey after fully restoring our spiritual energy. Jin Wanli and Appo's expression was solemn, determined to take a break. Lu Yonglu readily agreed, and the 2 descended, disregarding the astonished gazes of the populace as they landed within the Huaqing. Chapter 22. Establishing a gentleman's agreement. Most of the crowd merely displayed a momentary astonishment, quickly resuming their normalcy and attending to their own affairs. Lu Yonglu furrowed her brow, expressing her confusion. Something feels amiss. Jin Wanli, who had always lived on the silent peak and had not traversed the mundane realm, appeared somewhat bewildered at her words. What seems to be wrong? Their attitude towards us lacks sensitivity, Lu Yonglu remarked. Do you enjoy being scrutinized with wary eyes? No, we reside above them and should be regarded with reverence. Yet their reactions fall short. The existence of cultivators is not a secret in the mundane world. Perhaps they have seen too many and have grown desensitized. Lu Yonglu chuckled. I never expected my senior brother, who seldom leaves home, to possess such insight into worldly matters. However, She surveyed the now calm populace and continued, "While it's not to say there aren't those who aspire to transcend and become immortals. They certainly seem to be in the majority. When these people encountered us, there was no respect, only astonishment. I believe there is but one explanation." "What explanation?" Jean Wanli inquired. "Perhaps they have encountered many cultivators like us, resulting in their numbness." "What does encountering many mean?" Jean Wanli pondered. This splendid flower city was undeniably beautiful. Adorned with blossoms of every hue, yet it lacked anything extraordinary, just ordinary flowers. What could possibly attract numerous cultivators? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he gazed intently at Lu Yaglu. Could it be due to the nearby Yuzhou city? Before Lu Yaglu could respond, a cheerful voice resonated from above. "Two friends from the Duankongxian sect have graced the splendid flower city. May I inquire from which peak you hail?" Lu Yaglu looked up to see a tall, robust figure standing atop a flower-adorned tower, his long hair elegantly tied back with a wooden hairpin, his eyes bright like torches. Clad in a dark robe, with a slender silver sword at his waist. Jingxian sect. Jean Wanli recognized the individual and Appo's attire at once. Lu Yonglu glanced at Jean Wanli, observing his senior brother's silence, and then conveyed via qi transmission, "We hail from the Silent Peak. I am Lu Yonglu, and beside me is my senior brother Jean Wanli, who has reached the transformation realm." "Ah, so it is Taoist Jean and Taoist Lu. I have long admired you both. I am Du Wushuang. I see you both appear weary from your journey. Please, join me for a seat and partake in the most exquisite and renowned floral brew this city has to offer." Du Wushuang. He was indeed Du Wushuang, the chief senior brother of the Jingxian sect, also at the transformation realm. What on earth had transpired in Yuzhou city to attract the presence of the chief senior brother of the Jingxian sect? Both were filled with curiosity as they ascended to the tower at Du Wushuang's warm invitation. The aroma of the floral brew wafted through the air. Yet they had no intention of tasting it. They noticed that, aside from Du Wushuang, there were other disciples from various sects present, some standing, some seated, at least 17 or 18 in total. Du Wushuang took a delicate sip of the floral brew, gazing at the two with a gentle smile, and was the first to speak. "You both seem in haste. Are you perhaps here for that matter?" "That matter?" Lu Yaglu looked at Jean Wanli, who remained resolutely silent, prompting her to respond. "What matter?" Du Wushuang's smile faded slightly. "Are you both pretending to be ignorant? Is there anyone present here who is not hastily gathered for the same cause?" Lu Yaglu hesitated. "Senior brother Du, I believe you may have misunderstood us. We are here on sect-related business and are unaware of what you are referring to." "Very well, this matter is already known far and wide. I suspect your intentions differ from ours," Du Wushuang mused, then added, "However, should you become aware of it, you would undoubtedly not let it pass quietly. Here, I wish to propose a gentleman's agreement between us." Noticing the gravity in Du Wushuang's tone, Lu Yonglu looked towards Jean Wanli, who finally replied, "What kind of agreement?" Du Wushuang spoke solemnly. "Regardless of what we uncover, as we are all practitioners of the righteous path, we must not draw swords against one another to avoid discord." "Draw swords? Discord?" Jean Wanli sensed the complexity of the situation and nodded. The Duankongxian sect and the Jingxian sect are both among the three great sects of the world. We must stand together. "I agree. Excellent. Now, let us clarify matters." Du Wushuang raised his cup to clink with theirs. Drinking deeply, "Are you aware that the abyss above Yuzhou city has vanished?" "The abyss has vanished?" Both were left agape, akin to every cultivator hearing such news for the first time. Du Wushuang's expression turned serious. "Indeed, it has disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, the Xingyue dynasty has mobilized forces swiftly, relocating all the inhabitants of Yuzhou city. It has now become a deserted city." Both Jean Wanli and Lu Yonglu frowned, realizing they had been preoccupied with their journey and had missed this critical information. Jean Wanli recalled the news of his junior brother Wen Jiao's demise and suddenly inquired, "When did the abyss disappear?" Du Wushuang replied, "This can be confirmed. It was on the night of the Lantern Festival." Jean Wanli sighed in relief. His junior brother had died on the second day of the second month, quite distant from the Lantern Festival, so there was no connection. He then asked, "Brother Du, is your presence here solely to forge this agreement with us?" Du Wushuang smiled. "Certainly not. While many have ventured to Yuzhou city over the past few days, all returning empty-handed, I believe that where there has been activity, there must be traces left behind, albeit well hidden. With enough patience, even if we must excavate Yuzhou city to its depths, we will surely reap rewards. Thus, I wish to establish this gentleman's agreement in the splendid flower city with fellow practitioners, for we all understand that should we find something, its value will be immeasurable. Without an agreement, disparate intentions may lead to conflict, and as leaders of our respective sects, it would be a disgrace to our traditions. Do you both agree?" Seeing Du Wushuang's expectant gaze, Lu Yaglu lowered her head, while Jean Wanli nodded. Brother Du's concerns are valid. However, human hearts are hard to gauge, and a mere verbal agreement may not suffice. "Indeed, that is precisely what I have considered," Du Wushuang acknowledged. "But fear not, my Jingxian sect possesses a secret blood contract. Once established, any who dare to draw swords against one another will be struck by divine retribution, facing dire consequences." Du Wushuang's demeanor was calm, indicating he had a solution ready. "If there is a blood contract, why not invoke it now? There's no rush. Is Brother Jin's matter truly urgent? It seems you were waiting for someone? Du Wuxuang laughed heartily. Of course. 2 of the 3 great sects are present. It is only natural that the remaining Faxian sect will send representatives as well. The Faxian sect will also send representatives, yet they were uncertain who would arrive. Chapter 23. The Ethereal Fairy Yangkaiwei. As the dimming sun hung precariously in the sky, a delicate and exquisite fragrance of orchids wafted through the air above the splendid flower city. The fragrant breeze swirled gently, and a graceful figure emerged in the void. Dressed in a pink gown reminiscent of a blooming pink orchid, accentuating her snow-white, crystalline skin, her long black hair flowed softly, framing a pair of exceptionally bright and spirited eyes, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. She stepped lightly through the air, as if treading on waves. When the first whiff of the fragrant breeze reached the tall building, Du Wuxuang and Appo's eyes sparkled with delight. Jean, someone from the Faxian sect has arrived. Jean Wanli, inhaling the alluring scent, suddenly recalled a person known for her innate fragrance of orchids and celestial grace. From birth, she had been favored by the eminent figures of the Faxian sect, and shortly after weaning, she had been brought into the sect. With extraordinary talent and rapid progress, supplemented by rare treasures, she had attained the transformation stage in just 50 years. She was none other than the foremost disciple of the Faxian sect, the ethereal fairy, Yangkaiwei. Her visage possessed a mystical power. Merely thinking of her would conjure her image before one and Appo's eyes. Jean Wanli felt a tremor in his heart, finding it somewhat amusing. After decades of cultivation, his resolve had long been solidified, yet the mere thought of her face could unsettle his heart. Thank you for waiting. A warm and gentle voice resonated as Yangkaiwei descended gracefully, her presence akin to a blossoming orchid, her enchanting fragrance overshadowing even the vibrant flowers surrounding the tall building. Aha! Sister Kaiwei graces the flower city, and just by standing here, she has already become the goddess of this floral realm. Look at the crowd below. Despite their awe of us, they cannot bear to leave upon seeing you. Truly, sister, your beauty is captivating. Du Wuxuang welcomed Yangkaiwei with a smile. Jean Wanli could not help but tilt his head, and indeed, he witnessed nearly 100 onlookers gathered below, surrounding the tall building in layers. They remained silent, transfixed by her presence, even as Yangkaiwei entered the building, seemingly entranced by the vision that rendered countless blossoms dull in comparison. The guards did not disperse the crowd, as they too had succumbed to the spell of her beauty. Lu Yonglu cast a fleeting glance before lowering his head, compelled to do so. For the moment he beheld the ethereal fairy, he felt as though his eyes had come to life, desperately yearning to leap from their sockets. Previously, he had only heard tales of her captivating beauty, which he had doubted. Yet now, witnessing her in person, he realized that the tales of her unparalleled beauty were not exaggerated. The temptation to gaze upon her longer filled him with trepidation. He feared he might surrender all for the chance to behold her. Feeling a mixture of apprehension, Lu Yonglu tightened his focus and quietly took a seat, maintaining his lowered gaze. Within the tall building, a dozen other cultivators, lacking Lu Yonglu's discernment, stood in a daze, retrieving treasures and spirit stones from their sleeves. Approaching Yangkaiwei with hands outstretched. Everyone, Kaiwei is but an ordinary cultivator, devoted to the pursuit of immortality. You two are seekers of the Tao. You must understand the difficulties of cultivation. Please, guard your hearts and do not act like the masses. Yangkaiwei turned, her voice cool and clear, like ice water infused with the essence of countless years, dousing the dozen individuals in an awakening shock. Instantly, they emerged from their stupor, gazing at the treasures and spirit stones in their hands, filled with shame, and bowed their heads, silently retreating, no longer daring to cast a glance at Yangkaiwei. How rude. So terribly rude. Inhaling the refreshing orchid fragrance, they almost wished to block their noses. Du Wuxuang sighed, gazing at Yangkaiwei and Appo's breathtaking visage, and softly remarked, "It has been years since we last met, sister. Your grace surpasses even the past. Have you perhaps reached the 6th level of the Faxian Sutra?" Yangkaiwei shook her head. Brother, you jest. The Faxian Sutra is the world and Appo's foremost method. Each level is more challenging than the last. To ascend to the 9th level is to become an immortal. Talent and accumulation may hasten the journey, but true advancement requires exceedingly rare opportunities. To be frank, I have been stuck at the 5th level for many years. Du Wuxuang, the foremost disciple of the Jingxian sect, felt no discomfort upon hearing Yangkaiwei refer to the Faxian Sutra as the world's finest method. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Sister, let us not dwell on trivialities. This gentleman's agreement only awaits you. Yangkaiwei furrowed her brow slightly. A gentleman's agreement? Initially puzzled, her eyes brightened as she chuckled. Brother, your foresight is commendable. Those present are the elite of various sects, and without a firm agreement, any mishap could lead to devastating losses for the righteous path. Not to mention the ridicule we would face from the evil sects. Ah, so you are aware that we may encounter those from the evil sects this time. Jean Wanli clenched his fists, for he was not truly a standout among the ranks of the Duankong sect, nor did he wish to be involved. His only aim was to find the culprit who had slain his junior, Wen Jiao. Reluctantly drawn into this gathering by Du Wuxuang's insistence, he had managed to suppress his impatience. Now, seeing that everyone had arrived, he felt a twinge of annoyance at Du Wuxuang's idle chatter, urging him to begin. Brother Du, please proceed. With a hint of displeasure in his heart, Du Wushuang maintained his composure and nodded. Everyone, please be silent. The Life Bond Pact was created by the ancestors of my Jingxian sect. Once established, within the designated time frame, the pact signatories must not turn their weapons against one another. Those who violate it will face divine retribution, reduced to ashes, losing both life and path. If there are no objections, please each provide a drop of your essence blood. For cultivators, a drop of essence blood was an invaluable treasure. Losing even a single drop would diminish their strength, and without spiritual medicine, recovery would require a significant amount of time. However, those present were among the finest disciples of their respective sects, and such spiritual medicine was readily available. They hesitated only briefly before circulating their spiritual energy, letting out soft groans as they each expelled a glistening drop of blood. Today, I, Du Wushuang of the Jingxian sect, along with Yang Kaiwei of the Feishan sect, Jin Wanli of the Duankong sect, and others, hereby establish the Life Bond Pact. For half a month, we shall not harm one another. Those who breach this pact shall face annihilation. Du Wushuang recited the pact, also producing a drop of his essence blood. With one hand controlling all the blood, he gestured intricate seals with the other. Instantly, the spiritual energy surged in the air, and he focused his mind, merging all the essence blood together. In that moment, all felt a unique connection with the heavens and earth. Thus, the Life Bond Pact was formed. Du Wushuang retrieved a vial of spiritual medicine and drank it in one gulp, smiling warmly at a cultivator with his head bowed. Friend, try to harbor any murderous intent towards me and see the effects of our Life Bond Pact. The man nodded, glanced at Yang Kaiwei, then fixed his gaze on Du Wushuang, his murderous intent surging forth. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and ominous clouds gathered over the flower city as thunder rumbled within the clouds. The man's face turned pale as he hurriedly extinguished his murderous intent, fearful that he might be struck by a bolt of divine retribution at any moment. The ominous clouds dissipated, and Du Wushuang beamed at everyone. Now, I trust you all understand the might of the Life Bond Pact. For the next half-month, I hope you will honor our agreement. Chapter 24. Each with their own schemes. What a clean and decisive sort. With the contract established, Jin Wanli and Lu Wushuang had no reason to linger, promptly departing from the splendid Huaqing ahead of the others. Half an hour later, figures began to leave the towering buildings. Yang Kaiwei was the last to depart. As night fell, she did not disappoint, leaving behind a trail of orchid fragrance as she floated away. Following this, a statue of a flower deity emerged in Huaqing, surrounded by blossoms, reminiscent of slaves. On the journey to Yuzhou City, Lu Yaglu voiced her discontent. Senior brother, this contract feels like a shackle. I do not appreciate it. Jin Wanli sighed. Neither do I. Lu Yanglu was taken aback. If you dislike it, why consent? Refusal was not an option. Du Wushuang is not as righteous as he presents himself. The Jingxian sword technique is known for its peculiarities, making it hard to guard against. Those who practice it often possess eccentric temperaments. Had I refused, I fear we would have been subdued by them long ago. What? How dare he? The three great sects do not rank among each other. Does he not regard our Duankong sect? Subjugation, not annihilation. Besides, they are many and have countless reasons to persuade me against the Duankong sect. At most, it would be a matter of losing face and receiving some symbolic compensation. Senior brother, you have become a formidable being in the transformation realm. I did not expect you to still be constrained while away from home. This path is arduous. Sigh. Junior brother, this world is inherently so. Personal strength is but one aspect. The power behind one is equally crucial. It is futile to attempt to transcend this reality solely on one's own merit. Is there truly no opportunity at all? None. Jin Wanli affirmed resolutely. There are countless cultivators in seclusion among the three great sects, spanning realms from spirit refinement to ascension. No matter how powerful one may be, even at the pinnacle of ascension, a single step can lead to transcendence. If one dares to provoke, there will certainly be a powerful being breaking through their seclusion. At that moment, they will learn a simple truth. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. It sounds as though those of equal power are akin to ordinary brawlers. The path is fundamentally simple. This is merely the most straightforward principle. The only difference is that their casual gestures can cleave mountains and sever seas. How dull. Lu Yaglu frowned and inquired, Senior brother, if this is just hypothetical, upon investigating the cause of our junior brother's death, we uncover some captivating anomalies in Yuzhou City that must remain concealed from other sects. What shall we do? A smirk curled at the corner of Jin Wanli and Appo's mouth. Then I shall have to breach the contract. Lu Yanglu gasped. But that thunder calamity appears quite formidable, Senior brother you. A fierce glint flashed in Jin Wanli and Appo's eyes, coincidentally. I once studied a method for nullifying contracts in the library. Lu Yanglio's expression shifted from shock to delight, eagerly pleading, Senior brother, teach me, please. Jin Wanli cast a glance at him, shaking his head. This technique is exceedingly profound. You would struggle to master it in half a month. Moreover, even if you nullify the contract, it would be of no use. Your strength remains a realm lower than mine. If it truly comes to a fight, it would be wise for you to keep your distance. Lu Yanglu pouted in grievance, contemplating before asking, Senior brother, Do you think others might also possess methods to nullify contracts? I cannot speak for others, but I am certain Du Wuxuang possesses such knowledge. Is it because that life bond contract originated from the Jingxian sect? Senior brother, Yuzhou City lies ahead. Jin Wanli turned his gaze at the sound. Beneath the night sky, Yuzhou City lay shrouded in silence. The once popular abyss indeed vanished. The two, struck by awe, stepped into the city, glancing back to find the absence of human warmth. Only a pervasive desolation, starkly felt in the cold night. The mass exodus from Yuzhou City appeared abrupt. Many wares were left behind, silk strewn across the ground. Grain scattered everywhere. Chattering rats scurried in droves, plump and large, hastily fleeing upon noticing the two. Though little time had passed since the migration, a scent of decay already lingered in the air. The two advanced, navigating through various buildings until they finally arrived at the Ren residence. The gilded characters on the plaque had been stripped away, leaving faint traces, while the doorpost bore signs of peeling, revealing the form of coiling dragons. Entering the abode, their eyes met an expanse of emptiness. Compared to the shops outside, the owner of this residence had evidently been meticulous in their departure, taking all valuables. Lu Yaglu even discovered that some tiles had been removed from the roof, speculating they might be glazed tiles. In the mundane world, glazed tiles are indeed precious. If a few more days had passed, this residence might have been completely stripped bare. Lu Yonglu chuckled, following Jin Wanli into the air, overlooking the Ren residence. Their gazes were drawn to a field of ruins. They arrived in the center of the ruins, surveying the surroundings and observing the many dilapidated houses. When Jin Wanli squinted his eyes, Lu Yaglu hesitated. This appears to be a battlefield, yet from the scene of destruction, it seems one-sided. Moreover, I do not sense our junior brother's aura. He should not have perished here. You are correct. When Jiao did not die here, Jin Wanli replied calmly, fixing his gaze on one of the ruined houses, murmuring, what a clean and decisive sword. Senior brother, are you suggesting that it was a sword that caused this? Lu Yaglu questioned incredulously, seeking confirmation. Not a spell, but a sword? A true sword? To wield the sword with spiritual energy. It can emerge like a soaring dragon or a hawk piercing the sky. That is indeed a spell. Had I not witnessed the Jingxian sect and Appo's sword techniques, I would have believed this ruin to be their handiwork. Jin Wanli squinted, shaking his head. Unfortunately, the Jingxian sect's sword techniques are bizarre and varied. While their lethality is astonishing, it pales in comparison to the decisiveness of this sword. Decisiveness? Lu Yaglu frowned, feeling somewhat defeated. They were witnessing the same scene. Yet he could not comprehend his senior brother's thoughts. Indeed, Jin Wanli extended his sword finger, making a deliberate slash towards a broken house. Reflecting with a hint of nostalgia, the one who executed this sword strike seemed to have known the outcome before the sword was even drawn, not needing to consider any changes. For no matter what variations might arise, he firmly believed that this sword's speed surpassed all else. Thus it was executed with such cleanliness and decisiveness. Lu Yaglu swallowed, regarding Jin Wanli with curiosity. His senior brother and imp, Appo's expression was peculiar, a blend of sorrow and admiration, tinged with regret and a hint of self-reproach. Why was he sorrowful? Why the regret? Shun and Appo's admiration be directed towards the wielder of that sword? Yet, why the self-reproach? Chapter 25. I caught the scent of Wen Jiao. I had long believed that the foremost practitioners of the sword path in contemporary times belonged to the Jingxian sect. It was only at this moment that I realized how ludicrous such a notion was. From this single strike, I discerned that the Jingxian sect is not so different from us. We wield our swords as our law, and so does the Jingxian sect. The difference lies in the depth of their research along this path. They nurture their swords, refine them, temper them, and command them, boasting a complete system of their own. When they unleash their swords, radiant light ascends, transforming into myriad forms, enhancing both momentum and lethality, appearing quite striking, and indeed, their power is astonishing. Yet, many are aware that this is still a form of law, driven by spiritual energy, borrowing the momentum and characteristics of all things to augment the sword's might. However, this particular strike bore no embellishment of law. It was the essence of a pure sword, devoid of any discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy. Compared to the Jingxian sect's intricate tactics, I find myself admiring this sword even more. Jin Wanli sighed repeatedly, while Lu Yaglu felt overwhelmed, his head buzzing, and dared not respond. If our opponent were the one who executed this strike, would it be my fortune or misfortune? Jin Wanli sighed again, casting a glance at the homes that had been cleaved in two, shaking his head as he took to the air in search of another battlefield. Beside a collapsed skyscraper, a sturdy willow tree bent low, its trunk yellowing, surrounded by ruins, with not a single house intact. Jin Wanli landed amidst the rubble, surveyed his surroundings, and made his way toward the broken willow tree. After circling the tree like a wooden post, he suddenly halted, staring at it in a daze. To his astonishment, a hint of green was sprouting from the side of the withered tree, a sign of life. Lu Yonglu approached his senior brother, fixated on the green shoot, and exclaimed in surprise, this battle was terrifying. The homes were utterly destroyed, reduced to ashes. This willow tree should have been completely devoid of life, yet it has a tender sprout. How can this be? Jin Wanli sighed deeply. What if I told you that this sprout is a result of Wen Jiao's death? When spiritual energy returns to the earth, a trace fell upon this once dead willow. giving rise to this sprout. Would you believe me? How could this be possible? Lu Yaglu and Apos, mouth fell agape, disbelief etched across his face. Practitioners draw spiritual energy into their bodies, refining it through countless trials, purifying it for their own use, essentially altering its properties. How then could it revive a withered tree? I ask you, whether it is the spiritual energy drifting in the world or that of the practitioner. Aside from their purity, are they not essentially of the same origin? It seems that should be the case. Then, if they share the same origin, why can they not bring a dead tree back to life? That could be somewhat reasonable. But I still don't understand the matter of a practitioner dying and their spiritual energy returning to the earth. Your confusion stems from your lack of inquiry. Let me ask you, where does a practitioner's spiritual energy go upon their death? When a practitioner dies, the refined spiritual energy, having lost its master, should vanish along with them, right? Wrong, utterly wrong. Such a notion is preposterous. Junior brother Lu, think carefully. Why do evil sects seek to seize a person's nascent soul? Why do demons hunt practitioners? And why do practitioners slay demons to obtain their beast cores and demonic hearts? A barrage of questions left Lu Yonglu pale, momentarily speechless. Yet he felt a profound humiliation, for in his years of cultivation, he had rarely faced such a challenging moment. Yet, his senior brother's gaze was intense, seemingly awaiting his response. Ultimately, Lu Yaglu resigned, shifting the topic. Senior brother, how did you deduce that the sprouting of the dead tree was caused by the return of the spiritual energy after my junior brother and Apos' death? Jin Wanli turned, a hint of disappointment clouding his expression as he gazed mournfully at the green sprout, softly murmuring, from this tender shoot, I sensed when Jiao and Apos' essence. Lu Yonglu and Apos' brain momentarily short-circuited. It was an aura filled with loneliness, despair, madness, and an unwillingness to surrender. The one who killed him must have been terrifyingly powerful, beyond his imagination, potentially striking him down in a single blow, thus imbuing his spiritual energy with such despair and reluctance. Jin Wanli shook his head, having already connected some dots. Perhaps when Jiao had sensed that something was amiss at Ren Manor, he should have made better choices, never needing to venture in alone. Had he contacted his fellow disciples in advance, he would likely still be alive, though he was unaware that when Jiao had indeed made preparations, having written a letter beforehand. Sometimes, Jin Wanli found it inexplicably strange. In the entire cultivation world, was there anyone who reached the nascent soul stage without a steadfast heart? Yet, why did they waver at the slightest issue, losing their composure? Lu Yonglu and Apos' comprehension was not as sharp as that of his senior brother. Yet his ability to read between the lines was already superb. With just a glance at his brother's expression, he understood that Jin Wanli was silently chastising their junior brother. Junior brother, you have already passed away, yet you still incur your senior brother's reproach, truly a tragic fate. Lu Yaglu silently lamented, then spoke, Senior brother, do you think the one who killed our junior brother could be the master of that sword we encountered earlier? Highly probable. Although they had not seen any traces of that sword on this battlefield, Jin Wanli had immediately locked onto the suspect. Then how shall we find this person? Lu Yaglu surveyed the area, spreading his hands in exasperation. Clearly, there were no leads here. Indeed, there are none here, Jin Wanli nodded. But there is certainly a place that does. You mean the former occupant who has moved away? Lu Yonglio's eyes brightened, his spirits lifting. Yes. That person had wielded a sword at Ren Manor, yet judging by the empty, dilapidated house left behind, the owner must be alive and well. He would surely know the truth, or perhaps he was the master of that sword. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their previously heavy hearts considerably lightened. They channeled their spiritual energy and took flight. As they departed from Yuzhou City, they soon spotted a radiant glow ahead, akin to falling stars. Before long, they found themselves before none other than Du Wuxuang of the Jingxian sect, accompanied by the flying immortal sects Jingong Fairy, Yang Kaiwei, and others. Ah, have you two friends already wrapped up matters in Yuzhou City? Du Wuxuang's face lit up with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she scrutinized the duo. If a man suddenly gazed at you with piercing intensity, inspecting you from head to toe, how would you feel? Lu Yaglu felt as if ants were crawling all over him, utterly uncomfortable. He lowered his head, leaving such encounters to his evidently more adept senior brother. Jin Wanli accepted Du Wuxuang and Apos' scrutiny with composure, his expression unchanged. Brother Du is correct. We have made new advancements in our investigation and must hasten to pursue it. This matter concerns the reputation of my Jimmy Peak, and thus cannot be delayed. I must excuse myself from your company, so please understand. Having said this, Jin Wanli lightly tapped his head down junior brother, and the pair sped away. Behind them, a cold voice suddenly rang out. You two seem to be in a hurry. Could it be that you've discovered some treasure in Yuzhou City and fear that we might learn of it? Lu Yonglio's heart jolted, ready to retort. But a warning glance from his senior brother quelled the rising anger in his throat, and he soared through the sky alongside Jin Wanli. Chapter 26. Patience, but not much. Indeed, Jin Wanli is a remarkable figure of this generation, unperturbed by praise or blame. Let us go. They likely haven't found anything, Du Wuxuang exclaimed, beckoning the others. His gaze fervently directed towards Yuzhou City. Faced with this desolate city, it was evident that their efforts had yielded little. They had not ventured into the abyss, and thus remained oblivious to its true nature. After circling Yuzhou City several times in search, they had uncovered nothing even remotely connected to the abyss. Some among them, however, were seized by a spirit of mischief, dispatching a few plump rats, which only added to the already decaying stench lingering in the empty city with a whiff of blood. It seemed that when confronted with vermin, even the most refined women, regardless of their high cultivation, often exhibited an exaggerated response. Du Wuxuang chuckled inwardly, leading the group towards a battlefield. Upon witnessing the divided structures, his expression turned grim. This appears to have been cleaved by a sword? Yang Kaiwei murmured, casting her gaze towards Du Wuxuang. The others mirrored her curiosity. Du Wuxuang smiled calmly. Indeed, it was cleaved by a sword. There is no need for you to regard me with such eyes, nor to associate the traces of sword strikes with my Jingxian sect. The group remained silent, awaiting his continuation. This sword is undeniably sharp, yet compared to the swordsmanship of my Jingxian sect, it is but a trivial path. Du Wuxuang declared proudly. This blade, devoid of law, may possess sharpness, but its destructive power pales in comparison to our swordsmanship. Without the enhancement of law, a sword is merely a sword. However, with the infusion of law, it transforms into a lethal weapon, embodying the terrifying essence of the heavens. It becomes akin to a mountain and Apos' descent, a raging tsunami, a fierce tempest, a hellish storm, and a bolt of divine retribution. The laws are boundless, capable of severing an entire realm. This philosophy of Jingxian's sect was not concealed but had long been proclaimed to the world. The group had heard of it before. Yet the shock they felt from Du Wuxuang's own words was incomparable. They seemed to find themselves beneath such a sword, feeling utterly insignificant, unaware of when this unpredictable might would strike down upon them. A sense of dread filled their hearts, deepening their reverence for Jingxian's sect. Du Wuxuang ceased to gaze at the structures, speaking solemnly. Esteemed companions, we shall temporarily set aside matters concerning this sword. Our foremost objective should be to seek traces of the abyss. We have already scoured the surface. Now it is time to delve underground. The group snapped out of their reverie, exchanging glances, and dispersed throughout Yuzhou City, each displaying their unique abilities, and commenced their excavation. A cry of a phoenix shattered the long night as claws tore through the earth, plunging dozens of fathoms deep. A dragon roared fiercely, ascending into the air, crashing into the ground as if returning to the ocean, winding through the subterranean depths and forcing the soil to erupt. The tips of their weapons pierced the ground, leaving a myriad of wounds. Numerous techniques manifested, scattering the earth into fine particles that danced upon the wind. Were it not for the formation masters from various sects strategically placing arrays throughout Yuzhou City, it was likely that the city would have already succumbed to the depths. With the soil stripped away, the decaying odor within Yuzhou City intensified, releasing foul stenches. Yet, the experts among them required no breath, continuing their search undeterred. Yang Kaiwei glanced at her slender fingers, somewhat exasperated. Must I also toil in the dirt? As she spoke, she gracefully stepped forward, a fragrant aura surrounding her, ready to lend a hand. Du Wuxuang, however, swiftly interposed himself, smiling. Kaiwei, you are a paragon of beauty. Such crude tasks are beneath you. Yang Kaiwei blinked. But I do not wish to appear different from others. Your beauty already sets you apart. Moreover, you are a disciple of Faxian sect. Your status far surpasses theirs. To walk alongside you is a privilege for them. They will harbor no grievances. Du Wuxuang raised the slender silver sword in his hand, his smile radiant. You need only stand by my side, inhaling the fragrance you exude. I am confident that this sword will achieve great feats. Then, I shall rely on you. Brother Wuxuang. Yang Kaiwei giggled softly, no longer refusing, her hands resting gracefully on her abdomen, long sleeves enveloping her delicate arms. Watch closely, sister. For this sword is named Surging Spring. Du Wuxuang slowly drew the slender silver sword, its blade shimmering, reflecting his fierce gaze. With a flick of his wrist, a flurry of brilliant sword flowers erupted, weaving a tapestry of luminous shadows. The ceaseless whirl of his wrist created a mesmerizing visage. A beautiful countenance resembling the enchanting Yang Kaiwei, radiant with youth and grace. The busy crowd noticed the anomaly, casting a glance before returning to their tasks. Each with a different expression, but their hands moved tirelessly in pursuit of their goal. Du Wuxuang, without needing to turn, was already aware that the beautiful woman behind him wore a smile. He ceased his display, channeling his essence like the surging sea, as the radiant sword flowers abruptly vanished. The slender silver sword transformed, elongating in his grasp. After twisting his wrist into an unusual angle, he shouted, "Go!" The slender silver sword flew from his hand, penetrating the earth with a resounding roar, echoing like thunder. Mere breaths later, a white light shot skyward from the opposite side of Yuzhou City, tracing a graceful arc across the heavens, spanning thousands of miles, before returning to Du Wuxuang's hand. With a clang, the long sword returned to its sheath. Du Wuxuang gazed at the dark opening before him, his smile solemn, exuding an extraordinary aura. Bravo! Yang Kaiwei clapped her hands in genuine praise. Brother Wuxuang, your swordsmanship is exquisite. You truly embody the pinnacle of the contemporary disciples of Jingxian's sect. I am most impressed. This sword, while swift, possesses no exceptional qualities. But your raid dance that captivates the city remains unparalleled. I wonder when I shall witness it again. Du Wuxuang replied, turning with a bright smile, his gaze as intense as ever. There is no need to rush, brother Wushuang. That moment will surely come. Yang Kaiwei chuckled softly, tilting her head, seemingly avoiding his gaze. An hour later. The diligent group paused, wearied and somewhat dejected. We have thoroughly searched 30 fathoms beneath Yuzhou City without uncovering any anomalies. If we delve deeper, my abilities may struggle to maintain the stability of this city, risking collapse. A disciple from the formation sect confessed apologetically, his expression uneasy. Hearing this, Du Wushuang's countenance darkened. After mobilizing so many for such a prolonged effort, to yield nothing was disheartening. Yang Kaiwei furrowed her brow, surveying the battered Yuzhou City. Even with the formations in place, the ancient city appeared precarious, as if it could crumble at any moment. Suddenly, she recalled the two Taoists from the Duankongxian sect they had encountered earlier. Her voice tinged with excitement. Brother Wushuang, could it be that the true clues have already been taken by those two Taoists? Eh? Du Wushuang murmured thoughtfully, his expression inscrutable. After a long moment, he sighed. The contract stipulates that neither party can act against the other, yet it does not preclude deceit, regardless of the possibility. It is worth clarifying. Indeed, we cannot labor in vain. Then let us inquire. As they spoke, the group set off towards the direction where Jin Wanli and his companion had vanished. Beside the teetering Yuzhou City, only a disciple from the formation sect remained, steadfast in maintaining the city and Appos as protective array. Throughout the ordeal, none were aware that within the crumbling and desolate towers of Yuzhou City, a solitary figure stood silently. He resembled a statue, breathless and blending seamlessly with the air, wielding a wooden sword. This figure was Ren Fenglu. Ren Fenglu observed the bustling crowd with a bemused expression. Even as his heart remained tranquil, he couldn't help but smile at the irony. The present generation may lack patience, yet it seems they possess very little indeed. I buried those two items 300 fathoms beneath the earth. Indeed, I have set an arduous task before them. Shall we unearth a little? Or shall we bury two items anew? Chapter 27. The murderer resides in Yuzhou City. Ren Chengwei has accumulated considerable wealth. It would not be an exaggeration to state that he is among the richest in the region, although he is merely a practitioner at the condensed pill stage. His spatial pouch is already quite ample, yet it still cannot contain the vast treasures he possesses. Indeed, these treasures, while not as precious as spirit stones, could be exchanged for a pouch of greater capacity, but alas, he currently lacks the time for such transactions. Alone in the grand house he has recently purchased, he guards his mountainous pile of riches with a fierce passion, treasuring wealth above all else. Were it not for his frequent nostalgia for the ancestral home of the Ren family, he would hardly wish to leave. Individuals like him are undoubtedly easy to locate, as many have witnessed the multitude of carriages that transported his belongings during his migration, 3 trips in total. Thus, Jin Wanli and Lu Yonglu managed to find Ren Chengwei with little effort. He was asleep in the dimly lit basement, propped against a towering stack of boxes. Lu Yonglu was momentarily taken aback. The Ren family, backed by the Peak Master, was indeed exceedingly affluent, and the sight of the piled chests made him envious. Jin Wanli, with his hands clasped behind him, narrowed his eyes, exuding an intimidating aura. Who are you? In an instant, Ren Chengwei sprang up like a slippery fish. And despite the darkness of the basement, he recognized the identities of his intruders. Another pair of practitioners. Moreover, they belonged to the same sect as the practitioner who had been slain by the young master. Recognizing the familiar robes, Ren Chengwei instinctively twisted his neck. Very well. You have recognized us, so there is no need for further introductions, Lu Yonglu remarked with a keen insight into the situation, a light laugh escaping his lips. You need not be alarmed. We are not here to seize your treasures, merely to inquire about a few matters. Ren Chengwei was all too aware of the nature of their inquiries, a cold sweat beginning to bead at his brow as he nodded cautiously. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, a man was murdered in the Ren residence. Who was the killer? A surge of surprise coursed through Ren Chengwei. He had not anticipated that their first question would pertain to the murderer. This revelation allowed his tense spirit to relax, albeit slightly. He covertly glanced at the silent middle-aged man beside Lu Yonglu, whose stern demeanor radiated an aura of authority without uttering a word, akin to an imposing mountain that made it difficult for him to breathe. Recalling the invincible presence of the young master, Ren Chengwei felt compelled to speak the truth. Yet, would this not be a form of betrayal? Time was not on his side. Barely a breath had passed since the inquiry when he candidly replied. It was Ren Fenglu. Ren Fenglu? Where is he now? In Yuzhou City. How audacious of him to remain in Yuzhou after committing murder. Ren Chengwei swallowed nervously and added. He claimed he stayed in Yuzhou to await the arrival of the Peak Master of Jimmy Peak. Humph. Who does he think he is? The Peak Master is not one to venture out lightly. Lu Yonglio's voice turned cold, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Very well. We shall return to Yuzhou City to extract his very essence. Even Jin Wanli, typically composed, felt a surge of anger at that moment. The Peak Master was an exalted figure to him, as unattainable as the clouds, and yet this Ren Fenglu, of no notable repute, dared to act so brazenly? The two departed without a moment's hesitation, leaving Ren Chengwei to exhale in relief, wiping the sweat from his back. He pondered their earlier demeanor. It was clear that another great battle would erupt in Yuzhou City. He could only wonder if the young master would emerge victorious once more. Despite his curiosity, Ren Chongwei dared not entertain the notion of witnessing the event himself, for he was merely a condensed pill practitioner, hardly more than cannon fodder in such conflicts. Before Jin Wanli and Lu Yonglu could reach Yuzhou City, they were intercepted by Du Wushuang and others. Why have you returned when you both have pressing matters? Have you uncovered secrets within Yuzhou City, attempting to deceive us with a ruse for your own gain? Du Wushuang's countenance was grim, his tone dripping with suspicion. Regrettably, you have underestimated us. We have already seen through your intentions. What madness is this? What secrets? What greed? Lu Yonglu inwardly cursed Du Wushuang but maintained a calm exterior. Replying softly, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I do not comprehend your meaning. Oh, are you still unwilling to disclose? Du Wushuang's expression darkened as he brandished a slender silver sword, a clear warning evident in his demeanor. Just as Lu Yonglu was about to retort, Jin Wanli stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before his companion. With a deep sigh, he addressed Du Wushuang. Friend Du, we are both affiliated with one of the 3 great immortal sections. There is no need for such hostility. My junior speaks candidly, harboring no deceit. I implore you to trust us. I do not refuse to believe. However, it is indeed difficult to be convinced by mere words. Du Wushuang scrutinized Jin Wanli intently, then suggested, very well, why not reveal your purpose? This matter concerns the reputation of Jimmy Peak. Sharing it with you poses no risk. But I must request that you and the others keep it confidential and not disclose it further. Jin Wanli contemplated for a moment and decided to reveal the truth, knowing that otherwise, he and his junior would find it challenging to leave unscathed. Speak freely. We all understand the importance of discretion. In truth, we have come to investigate the death of Wen Jiao, a disciple of Jimmy Peak. He perished without cause on the 2nd day of the 2nd month at the Ren residence, prompting our involvement. Jin Wanli spoke sincerely, leaving no room for concealment. Thus, our objectives differ from yours. The Ren residence? Du Wushuang's expression fluctuated. Suddenly, Yang Kuei, who had been silent, interjected, surely. You have not forgotten that the residence with the sword marks is indeed the Ren residence. Only then did Du Wushuang recall the sword marks he had previously dismissed as inconsequential. Nodding, he inquired, I shall tentatively trust your words, but what brings you back now? Jin Wanli's voice turned grave. I have received word that the murderer still resides in Yuzhou City. That is impossible. Du Wushuang waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. We have searched Yuzhou City thoroughly, delving 30 fathoms deep, and found no trace of anyone. Humph, you have overlooked something, haven't you? Jin Wanli shook his head. I assure you, there is no falsehood in my words. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. However, I request your cooperation. I must venture into Yuzhou City to investigate further, and if I refuse? Du Wushuang narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Have you forgotten our mutual pact of coexistence, which binds us from resorting to violence during this time? Mutual pact, Du Wushuang murmured. A peculiar smile creeping onto his face as he stepped aside, allowing a passage for Jin Wanli and his junior. With heads held high, they traversed through the crowd. Wait, what is the name of the murderer? If he dares to confront the Jimmy Peak of the void-severing immortal sect, he cannot be an insignificant character. He is called Renfeng Lu. Chapter 28. Full of vigor. Renfeng Lu? Du Wushuang's expression froze momentarily. I seem to have a faint recollection. Yang Kaiwei furrowed her brows. I also remember. One person exclaimed, their face a mix of astonishment and joy. During the past explorations of the abyss by numerous cultivators, he was the youngest among them. So it was him. He has actually returned. Du Wushuang, too, felt a surge of delight and waved his hand. Let and Oppos, go, hurry. As the saying goes, in the quest for iron shoes, one finds what is sought without effort. Du Wushuang and his companions, filled with urgency, moved like the wind. The Xianyang sect is renowned for its mastery of formations, with disciples dedicated to the study of various arrays. Utilizing spiritual energy and exotic treasures, they can establish different formations. Gu Li, as the sect and Oppos' most exceptional formation master, expended considerable effort in maintaining the vast city of Yuzhou. To prevent the city from collapsing, Gu Li frequently roamed its periphery, observing for any weaknesses in the formations. Upon reaching the southeastern corner of Yuzhou City, Gu Li's pupils suddenly constricted. The formation here was evidently weakened, teetering on the brink of collapse. If not promptly mended, the city would gradually disintegrate. Gu Li swiftly rummaged through his sleeve and retrieved spirit stones, scattering them over the vulnerable area to stimulate the energy within for repairs. Yet, as he worked, a look of confusion crossed his face. It was peculiar. He distinctly remembered surveying this area moments ago, during which he had not detected any instability. Moreover, under his scrutiny, the weakness manifested as a narrow fissure. Unable to resist, he leaned down to peer into the crevice. Gu Li possessed exceptional eyesight and quickly discerned a shimmering point of light deep within the chasm. The light sparkled with a certain ethereal quality. Intrigued, Gu Li attempted to manipulate the fissure, and as it expanded to the size of a fist, he noted the instability of the formation becoming even more pronounced. Reluctantly, he withdrew a pile of spirit stones to restore the formation but deliberately shifted its foundational point to facilitate his investigation of the radiant speck. After a brief moment, Ghoulie leaped into the narrow crevice, and as he descended, the point of light grew larger until he firmly landed on solid ground, finally revealing that the speck was indeed half a skull. The lower half of the skull was entirely missing. The skull was translucent, exuding an extraordinary aura, and Ghoulie could not help but turn it over, channeling his spiritual energy to probe its remarkable hardness. Strangely, despite having thoroughly searched the depths of Yuzhou City earlier, how had no one discovered this item? Ghoulie muttered to himself, concluding that aside from its unusual resilience, the skull seemed to lack any other distinguishing features, perhaps merely suitable for decorative purposes. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, Ghoulie decided against placing the skull into his sleeve. After all, this was a significant discovery, and he ought to share it with others. After conducting another patrol, Ghoulie located the other half of the skull and fully repaired the weak points in the formation before patiently awaiting the return of Du Wushuang and the others. To his surprise, the first to return were not Du Wushuang and his crew, but Jin Wanli and Lu Yonglu from the Duancong Immortal Sect. Upon their arrival, they merely nodded in acknowledgement to Ghoulie before hastily entering Yuzhou City, searching high and low. Moments later, Du Wushuang and his companions returned, and just as they were eager to enter the city, Ghoulie presented them with the two halves of the skull. Du Wushuang uttered softly, accepting the two skulls, which only possessed the cranium and eye sockets. Where did you find these? Ghoulie recounted the location, prompting Du Wushuang to lead the group for a quick inspection. Finding no further discoveries, they gathered to examine the two skulls. After a moment of contemplation, Du Wushuang and Apos' expression darkened. On the surface, these skulls resemble exquisite jade, remarkably hard. They must have belonged to a formidable individual in life. Yang Kawi questioned, but you found nothing prior. Does this not suggest someone placed them here intentionally? Du Wushuang considered someone, murmuring, I have a suspect in mind, but first, we must verify. How do we verify? The Jingxian sect possesses a technique known as returning light, which allows a brief glimpse into the past of the skull's owner. However, given that this skull is incomplete, I cannot guarantee success. Moreover, once we use returning light, the skull will vanish entirely. I have heard of this technique. It is indeed a marvelous art. Du Wushuang nodded, signaling everyone to stand back, then began to perform returning light. The skull levitated as Du Wushuang's hands moved through intricate gestures, enveloping it in threads of azure light like a cocoon. In an instant, a figure materialized within the azure glow. It was an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, exuding an air of proud resilience. He walked with purpose, striding toward a deep fissure in the sky. As the old man appeared, someone gasped, It's our sect's grand elder, Hiyu. Du Wushuang's heart raced. He had heard of Hiyu, the grand elder of the Wentian sect, who had ventured into the abyss alone and had never returned. Soon, the effect of returning light faded, and the skull began to dissolve. A disciple from the Wentian sect, with reddened eyes, gathered the last remnants of Elder Hiyu and Apos' existence using spiritual energy, appearing somewhat lost. Du Wushuang picked up the other skull and performed the same technique. When the figure emerged, someone immediately recognized it as a certain ancestor of their sect, and like the Wentian disciple, they preserved the last traces of this ancestor's existence. A somber atmosphere enveloped the crowd. After a long pause, Du Wushuang spoke gravely. I can now confirm that Renfeng must have acquired a tremendous opportunity within the abyss. And he is here in Yuzhou City, watching us from somewhere. Seeing us search in vain, he has revealed the relics of two powerful individuals as an affront to us. Therefore, we must find him and reclaim the belongings of those who perished in the abyss. I implore everyone to utilize their unique abilities to search together. Everyone's faces hardened with anger, their emotions ignited, and they entered the city as one. They soon reunited with Jin Wanli and Lu Yalu, traversing the city in search of any clues. Strangely, however, Renfeng had yet to reveal himself, leaving no trace behind. Frustration simmered within the group. But the thought of the relics belonging to their sect's ancestors and elders in Renfeng's possession fueled their determination. As darkness enveloped the sky, they had turned Yuzhou City upside down, yet still found nothing. Lu Yonglu could no longer contain herself, nearly breaking down as she shouted, Renfeng, are you not arrogant enough to have me, the master of Jimmy Peak, come to you? What sort of skill is it to hide like a turtle? Jin Wanli did not intervene, allowing Lu Yonglu and Apos' voice to echo throughout Yuzhou City. Du Wushuang and the others wore solemn expressions, listening intently. The city fell silent, save for the reverberating echoes. Chapter 29, The Aura of Malevolence, the Evil Spirit, the Killing Chi. The echoes swiftly faded, as if the very fabric of the universe had fallen into silence. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emerged, reminiscent of flowing water. Attuned to this noise, each individual instinctively turned their gaze inward, revealing expressions of bewilderment upon their faces. This sound was none other than the rhythmic flow of their own blood. Thud, thud, then. They became aware of their heartbeats, robust and vigorous, a testament to their vitality, yet at this moment, it felt profoundly unnatural. Almost simultaneously, Jin Wanli and Du Wushuang shouted, Everyone, remain vigilant. Jin Wanli stepped aside to shield Lu Yaglu, while Du Wushuang retreated closely beside Yang Kaowei. The others finally reacted, glancing around with expressions filled with alarm and a hint of suspicion. "Senior brother, what is happening?" Lu Yaglu inquired, gazing up at the towering Jin Wanli, perplexed. Aside from an unusual stillness, nothing seemed amiss, not warranting such a grave demeanor from her senior. As Jin Wanli turned to respond, he suddenly noticed a vertical line manifesting between his junior and Appo's brows. One breath, two breaths. The line gradually transformed into a vivid crimson, elongating with alarming speed. Jin Wanli's expression turned pained as he choked out, "Junior brother, what do you feel?" Lu Yonglu, taken aback, replied, "Senior brother, I feel my body becoming lighter, as if my primordial infant has transformed into my primordial spirit, preparing to exit. My hearing is more acute than ever. I can hear my blood flowing like a stream, my heart pounding like a war drum. I can also hear, ah." As the crimson line on her face lengthened further, her voice became increasingly stammered, finally trailing off abruptly. With a sudden pop, Lu Yonglio's body split in two at the crimson line, a haze of blood mist spraying forth, her two halves collapsing to the ground, even her primordial infant dispersing into spiritual energy that gradually dissipated. "What?" The others seemed to awaken from their stupor, panic-stricken, their heads swiveling in a frantic search for the true culprit behind Lu Yonglio's demise. Her death was shrouded in mystery, yet they all understood that it was not some enigmatic force that claimed her life, but rather the hand of a singular individual, the sword of Renfenglu. In that moment, it dawned upon them the terror of a person who could return from an abyss that devoured all without a trace. Junior brother, Jin Wanli, engulfed in sorrow, cast one last glance at his junior's lifeless form, the composure he had cultivated over the years evaporating into thin air. His face flushed with rage as he bellowed, "Renfenglu, you possess the audacity to ambush, yet lack the courage to reveal yourself. Has the opportunity from that abyss turned you into a coward?" Du Wushuang and the others recognized Jin Wanli's fury and understood his words were a provocation. They summoned their innate energies, a mystical azure glow enveloping their forms. However, to their astonishment, the provocation bore no fruit. The murderer Renfenglu remained elusive, and beneath the dark shroud of night, only the chilling wind whispered, "Renfenglu, come forth. I am Jin Wanli, the foremost disciple beneath the master of Jimmy Peak. Do you not desire to see me? If you do not slay me, how can the master descend?" Jin Wanli's eyes were bloodshot, his cries echoing through the night sky, yet Renfenglu still did not appear. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, Guli from Xianyang sect pointed at the two halves of Lu Yonglio's corpse with astonishment. Jin Wanli looked down to find two strands of black energy coalescing upon his junior's remains. Du Wushuang furrowed his brow. "If I am not mistaken, that is likely the chi of malevolence, as described in our sect and Appo's ancient texts." "Malevolence?" Jin Wanli and Appo's brow furrowed deeply as he fixed his gaze upon Du Wushuang, his expression darkening. "Are you implying that my junior harbored this malevolent energy, suggesting that he was a practitioner of evil?" Du Wushuang sighed. "Do not be hasty. This is merely what the ancient texts describe. It states that when a being's life force is extinguished and their consciousness dissipates, such malevolent energy will accumulate within their body." Jin Wanli continued to scrutinize Du Wushuang coldly, his voice chilling. "Are you suggesting that whether righteous or evil, all succumb to this fate upon death?" Du Wushuang appeared somewhat resigned. "It appears so." Jin Wanli let out a hollow laugh, tinged with sorrow. "Does this not imply that our righteous path bears no distinction from those vile cults?" Du Wushuang shook his head, a look of conviction on his face. "Do not despair. I believe it cannot be interpreted in such a manner." "Then please elucidate how it should be understood," Jin Wanli retorted with a scornful snort, his gaze fixed intently on Du Wushuang, as if ready to strike should he fail to provide clarity. Witnessing his junior's demise before his eyes had left Jin Wanli in a state of profound frustration, and the fact that the murderer remained hidden only intensified his agitation. One wrong word from Du Wushuang could provoke him to lash out in anger. This substance is exuded from the essence of all living beings. Yet it does not imply that the individual was an evil practitioner. Rather, it is akin to blood and flesh, something innately present. Furthermore, as recorded in the texts, this substance cannot be cultivated. Once it leaves the body, it will inevitably dissipate, leaving no trace. Du Wushuang recalled the ancient records, striving to articulate his explanation as clearly as possible. The majority of the group began to comprehend, their anxieties alleviating somewhat. After all, they had dedicated years to the righteous path, reluctant to awaken to the notion that they bore any similarity to evil practitioners. Such a revelation would shatter millennia of belief into chaos. Jin Wanli narrowed his eyes. "You claim this malevolent, this killing chi will dissipate? Then perhaps you should specify when that will occur. Have you not noticed how it has become more substantial?" Upon hearing this, the group looked on, realizing that the two strands of malevolent energy had indeed solidified, twisting through the air like two dark serpents, spiraling upward. What lay before them surpassed Du Wushuang and Appo's comprehension. No matter how he strained to think, he could not fathom why this phenomenon had manifested. "Perhaps our predecessors did not thoroughly investigate this killing chi. If we wish to understand it, we must capture it." Du Wushuang spoke rapidly, his movement swift as he reached out. A massive palm, resembling a fan, materialized and descended to grasp the energy. How could this be? Du Wuxuang gazed incredulously as the two strands of black energy floated away from his spiritual energy-formed fist. Suddenly, a shadow of a hand appeared from thin air, crashing down. It was Jin Wanli, slightly slower to act. Yet soon his expression shifted as he watched the two strands of malevolence effortlessly evade his grasp and continue their ascent. This is truly bizarre. Yang Kaiwei blinked, refraining from intervening. From the very first glance at the malevolence, she felt an overwhelming aversion and wished to remain untouched. Other cultivators also attempted to engage, yet none succeeded. Du Wuxuang, unyielding, called out, "Gully, you come forth and employ your most proficient formation." Gully nodded, retrieving spirit stones to commence his array. The confining dragon formation was swiftly established, but as he channeled his energy, blinding light erupted, revealing that the malevolence's movement remained utterly unaffected. Gully sighed in resignation. It is futile. The fact that even the most adept disciple of Xianyang sect was at a loss left Du Wuxuang and the others in stunned silence, watching helplessly as the two strands of malevolence ascended. Suddenly, amidst the pitch-black night sky, a figure materialized, handsome and poised, holding a wooden sword in his left hand. Chapter 30. A sword shatters the soul. In the blink of an eye, everyone unanimously concluded that this individual was Ren Fenglu, the Moya Liuli. Du Wuxuang gazed with envious intensity at the mottled jade armor draped over Ren Fenglu. This artifact was exceedingly precious in the realm of cultivation. It was not merely characterized by its unparalleled flexibility and ability to transform into various garments and armors, but was, in essence, a spiritual treasure capable of absorbing flames. Once transformed into Moya, it could be unleashed, possessing formidable burning capabilities. However, years ago, news of the Moya Liuli had vanished from the cultivation world. And it was astonishing that it had come to rest in the hands of Renfolu. The last word of it had faded a decade ago. And Renfolu had entered the abyss 5 years prior. Thus, it was during that span that he must have acquired this treasure. I recall that at that time, the Moya Liuli was under the control of. Du Wuxuang had no time to ponder further, for he noticed Ren Fenglu was gazing in his direction. More precisely, Ren Fenglu's gaze was fixed upon Jin Wanli. It was a look that Du Wuxuang had never encountered before, akin to a shard of ice amidst the heavens, confronting the relentless blade of time with an unyielding chill, devoid of any emotion. Merely a single glance from Ren Fenglu left Du Wuxuang feeling as though his vision were on the verge of freezing solid. The bystanders were already taken aback, let alone Jin Wanli, who, consumed by anger over the unjust demise of his junior disciple, had initially met Ren Fenglu's gaze with a fierce glare. Yet, in that first clash with the icy stare, he felt as if his very breath were being frozen. This is bad. This person strikes me as a beast devoid of human desires. Indeed, he resembles a sword drawn from its sheath. Jin Wanli raged internally, helplessly diverting his gaze. Just as he was about to speak, he beheld a shocking spectacle. The two strands of malevolent energy had soared toward Ren Fenglu, who, upon opening his mouth, swallowed them whole. He had consumed it. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. It was known that the malevolent energy would dissipate on its own and could not be cultivated. Yet Ren Fenglu and Appos' actions undeniably contradicted Du Wuxuang and Appos' assertions. So, this is what malevolent energy truly is. Ren Fenglu seemed to savor the moment, suddenly revealing a wicked grin. After years of confusion, I finally have my answer. I am in a good mood today, aside from this individual from Jimmy Peak. Everyone else may live. What audacity! Jin Wanli scoffed with rage. It appears you hold yourself in too high regard. What if fortune has smiled upon you? At the end of the day, you are merely a youth yet to reach adulthood. Even if you have trained since birth, it amounts to merely 17 or 18 years. As for me, I have cultivated for 77 years, with spiritual energy as vast as the ocean, and you shall not belittle me. As his words fell, Jin Wanli and Appos' palms danced. Layers of azure light surged forth from his hands, gradually coalescing into a shimmering mountain of azure light. The treading heaven seal. Jin Wanli roared like a tiger, striking forth with his palms, sending the mountain crashing toward Ren Fenglu with staggering force and astonishing speed. The crowd was captivated, unable to tear their eyes away. This is not the treading heaven seal. Ren Fenglu lifted the wooden sword in his hand, still sheathed. With a gentle tap of the scabbard, the attacking mountain abruptly halted. Then with a resounding crash, it disintegrated into spiritual energy, cascading down like raindrops. No one can comprehend my experiences. 5 years? No one would wish to endure such a span. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ren Fenglu and Appos' right hand suddenly grasped the sword sheath. I have declared that those from Jimmy Peak shall die. They shall not survive. Upon uttering these words, Ren Fenglu's grip on the sword loosened, rendering his earlier motion seemingly superfluous. Yet, for reasons unknown, many sensed a profound and subtle change in the atmosphere. It was akin to a pungent odor wafting from a decayed street corner, a scent that would be carried by the wind, leaving those who caught a whiff in a state of perplexity, searching in vain for its source. Humph, how mystical. Not just anyone can boast with a sword in hand. Aside from my Jingxian sect, the swordsmanship of others is but a minor path. Du Wuxuang snorted lightly, forcing down his inner doubts. He turned to observe Jin Wanli. only to find that the once furious Jin Wanli now resembled a fool. His face still bore signs of anger. Yet there was a distinct lack of spirit in his eyes. This robust body appeared normal. Yet Du Wushuang and other powerful beings of the transformation god realm comprehended that anyone could refine and control this body at this moment. The true master of this body had severed all ties with it. At this moment, Du Wushuang finally understood. The Jin Wanli he had perceived was being manipulated from the shadows by the genuine Jin Wanli. Such was the formidable power of a transformation god cultivator. But the more terrifying presence was Ren Fenglu. He had clearly feigned the act of drawing his sword, yet it seemed he had not genuinely drawn it at all. Yet a fragment of Jin Wanli's consciousness controlling this body had vanished without a trace. However, the transformation god cultivator was not merely this fragment of consciousness, and thus, Ren Fenglu had indeed boasted. Though Du Wushuang's thoughts raced, they transpired in an instant. Boom! A resounding crash echoed from afar. As if the night sky had been rent by a slender tear. A brief, harrowing scream abruptly ceased. Du Wushuang looked up to see a silhouette of light struggling silently within that tiny tear, and with his keen sight, he discerned that it was the very essence of Jin Wanli. Estimating its height at about 10 feet, he watched in horror as Jin Wanli's essence suddenly fissured. It split in two at the center of his brow. Amidst the desperate stretching and grasping of 10 fingers, Jin Wanli's essence gradually faded away. From this moment forth, Jin Wanli would no longer exist in this world. The master brother of Jimmy Peak, the foremost disciple under the revered master Chia Shan, met his demise in the vastness of the cosmos. Renfolu had indeed not spoken in vain. Du Wushuang stared in astonishment at the wooden sword in Renfolu and Amp, Appo's hand. What had once been an utterly ordinary wooden sword now appeared to him as a divine blade. This sword could slay souls. It surpassed all spiritual treasures and must surely be the legendary Dao treasure. However, in this moment, as Renfolu first revealed himself to the world, everything remained shrouded in mystery. Merely the Moyle Yoli and this Dao treasure sword were enough to incite envy. Many would undoubtedly harbor thoughts of seizing these treasures. Our Jingxian sect is known for its sword-nurturing techniques. I shall allow this sword to rest for a while longer, until its sharpness can no longer be concealed. And then I shall claim these two priceless artifacts. With his mind made up, Du Wushuang immediately transmitted a secret message to Yang Kuei, urging her to retreat together. Yang Kuei, having already considered withdrawal, hesitated only to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the Flying Immortal sect. Upon hearing Du Wushuang's transmission, she ceased her indecision. With a graceful flutter, she rose into the air alongside Du Wushuang, swiftly ascending several dozen feet in an instant. No one anticipated that the illustrious members of the three great immortal sects would depart without uttering a word, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Are they truly leaving? Renfolu suddenly spoke, his tone icy and low, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of the two retreating figures. The two stiffened slightly but did not halt their steps. Why not take a look at these two items before leaving? Renfolu raised his hand, casting two crystalline objects that soared toward them. At that moment, the two had already retreated 300 feet. Yet the objects Renfolu had thrown caught up to them in an instant. A gust of wind rushed from behind, startling them. They felt no sense of danger and instinctively turned to catch the objects. Upon closer inspection, their faces turned pale. Chapter 31. I apologize, Brother Du Wushuang. In the hands of Du Wushuang lay a crystalline small sword, no larger than a palm, radiating a mystical light, clearly not an ordinary object. In contrast, Yang Kuei held a delicate handkerchief embroidered with fragrant patterns and a soft lavender hue, exuding an ethereal aura, also of extraordinary origin. As they beheld these two items, a tumultuous storm brewed within their hearts. This is the heartbreak sword nurtured with the blood of elderly Yuanji from the Jingxian sect. Du Wushuang's face shifted from ashen to sorrowful, disappearing into the abyss. This is a wisp of misty cloud. Yang Kuei and Appo's expression turned mournful. Her brows knitting together, tears welling in her eyes. This is a personal item of my revered master, the misty fairy, who is enveloped in snow. With a heart full of anguish, she cast a pitiful glance at Du Wushuang, forcing a smile despite her despair. My master has always treated me with great kindness. I descended the mountain in search of her, but Brother Wushuang, I cannot accompany you any longer. With those words, Yang Kuei, resembling a withering orchid, departed towards Yuzhou City, a melancholic shadow lingering about her. Did she truly not wish to turn back, even knowing the danger that lurked ahead? Du Wushuang murmured to himself, gripping the heartbreak sword tightly, sensing the burgeoning sword intent within him. His temples throbbed as he sighed. Very well, I shall return to seek clarity. Elderly Yuanji, if this heartbreak sword still possesses any spirit, I implore you to assist me. In an instant, they turned back. The remaining onlookers, who had yet to make their escape, gazed at the two in astonishment, but Du Wushuang and Yang Kuei paid them no heed, striding purposefully towards Renfenglu. Du Wushuang opened his palm, the small sword shimmering with luminous brilliance, and fixed an intense gaze upon Renfenglu, nearly roaring. Where did you acquire this heartbreak sword? Renfenglu's mind seemed to drift to a world shrouded in sand and dust, and he replied softly, I obtained it from its master. A tremor coursed through Du Wushuang and Amp, Appo's heart. The sword-nurturing techniques of the Jingxian sect were staunchly guarded secrets. The small sword nurtured within one and amp, Opos, Estantion was never displayed lightly. A hidden and formidable weapon of the sect. In that moment of realization, he concluded that elderly Yung had fallen victim to Ren Fenglio's sinister hands. In a fury, Du Wuxuang refrained from striking. He felt the small sword within him stirring with restless energy, yet it required further nurturing. Yang Kaiwei unfurled the misty cloud. Her eyes glistening with tears, radiating a pitiful beauty. She parted her red lips, her voice tinged with sorrow. Do you know the whereabouts of my master, the misty fairy? Renfeng shook his head. Then this, Renfeng interjected. There is no need to inquire further. When I encountered her, she was but a skeleton, with only this handkerchief entwined among her finger bones. What? My master? Yang Saiwei's countenance drained of color, her delicate frame trembling, nearly collapsing from the weight of her grief. Fortunately, Du Wuxuang acted swiftly, catching her gently by the arm, his voice soft. Junior sister, do not let your heart be too troubled, and moreover. His words trailed off, but Yang Kaiwei had grasped the essence of what he was saying. She stared wide-eyed at Renfeng. Disbelief etched across her face as she implored. Brother Wuxuang said you must know where my master's remains are buried. Do you not? Du Wuxuang was taken aback, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that in matters concerning Yang Kaiwei and Opos, master, the astute Yang Kaiwei would be so naive as to ask outright. To his astonishment, Renfeng responded earnestly. I do know. Could you tell me? Yang Kaiwei asked, her face alight with hope. Du Wuxuang nearly spat blood in frustration. Junior sister must have lost her senses. How could she inquire of a malevolent creature, risking being devoured whole? Yet, curiously, he felt the small sword within him tremble more violently, a savage sword intent coalescing in his abdomen. The sword nurturing technique was exhibiting unprecedented efficacy at this moment. Du Wuxuang clenched his fists, suppressing the murderous intent surging within him, and awaited Renfenglio's reply. Renfenglu's gaze remained icy as he regarded the delicate woman before him, his tone unwaveringly cold. What kind of sincerity can you offer? What do you desire? Yang Kaiwei bit her lip. It is you who seeks something, not I. Yang Kaiwei pondered for a moment and replied earnestly. As long as I can recover my master's remains, I am willing to pay any price. Junior sister, you are being foolish. Du Wuxuang and Opos, heart screamed in protest, but feeling the piercing sharpness of the small sword, he chose silence. His eyes brimming with lethal intent as he gazed at Renfeng. He was not only a cultivator but also a man, acutely aware of Yang Saiwei's allure and deeply ensnared by it. He believed that Renfeng, upon encountering Yang Kaiwei, would experience the same captivation he had felt upon their first meeting, recalling the time Yang Kaiwei had suffered in his dreams. Renfeng smirked, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. What if I were to ask you to slay this man beside you, who is barely containing his fury? Yang Kaiwei turned to Du Wuxuang, her eyes shimmering with tears. After 2 breaths, she asked with near resolution, do you speak truthfully, junior sister? Before Renfeng could respond, Du Wuxuang shook his head in despair, a bitter smile crossing his face. Kaiwei, do not be deceived by him. He seeks to sow discord between us, to pit us against one another. As Du Wuxuang had anticipated, Renfeng responded like a demon, affirming, this is a simple transaction. You kill him, and I shall provide you with the remains of the handkerchief's owner. Upon hearing this, Du Wuxuang stumbled back several paces. Yang Kaiwei cast an apologetic glance at Du Wuxuang, then turned to Renfeng, her eyes sparkling. Before we proceed with the transaction, I need to see my master's remains first. Brother Wuxuang and I are both on the righteous path. To strike against him would mean I betray the righteous way and the alliance between the Feishan sect and the Jingxin sect. Please understand, I must tread carefully. This is easily arranged. The remains are right here. Renfeng did not object, raising his left hand and lightly tapping the guard of a wooden sword. A glowing orb emerged from the sheath, gradually expanding to the size of a head, revealing a skeleton that gleamed like jade within. The sword sheath was, astonishingly, a space spirit treasure. Du Wuxuang's pupils constricted, not pausing to ascertain the authenticity of the bones, his gaze fixed intently on the sword sheath in Renfenglio's grasp. His eyes ablaze with fervor. Yang Kaiwei examined the skeleton meticulously, from head to toe, before her gaze settled on the arm bone, where a dark mark was evident. Indeed, it is my master, the misty fairy. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yang Saiwei's eyes before she quickly masked it. Turning to Du Wuxuang, she spoke earnestly, Brother Wuxuang, I have shared a deep bond with my master since childhood. Since her disappearance, my greatest wish has been to reunite with her. Now that an opportunity has arisen, would you be willing to assist me? Du Wuxuang gazed at Yang Kaiwei, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, his voice faltering. Junior sister, you are asking for my death. With tears brimming in her eyes, Yang Kaiwei replied sorrowfully, Brother Wuxuang, I am sorry, but trust in me. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Once I return to the sect and lay my master to rest, I shall ensure you receive a proper burial alongside her. Chapter 32, A Dance That Captivates the City, once more facing the blade's shadow. Undoubtedly, Yang Kaiwei is a true beauty. She stands like a delicate white orchid, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Her slender figure and exquisite features render her skin as fair as jade, resembling a stunning porcelain doll. At this moment, her eyes glisten with tears, enhancing her fragile allure. Du Wuxuang does not deny his inner feelings. He remains infatuated with Yang Kaiwei as ever. Even though this beautiful junior sister is now plotting his demise, Du Wuxuang's devotion remains unwavering. How should I respond when the woman I love intends to kill me? His expression is filled with struggle, the knuckles gripping his sword turning pale, drained of color. Ultimately, Du Wuxuang smiles. Junior sister. If there is still one person in this world who can make me surrender, it would only be you. This confession is unmistakable, stirring a commotion among the onlookers. Yang Kaiwei cannot overlook the heartfelt confession of her senior brother from the Xianxin sect. Her heart aches, and tears finally breach the fortress of her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Thank you, Wuxuang senior brother. After casting one last glance at the luminous white bones within the radiant orb, she turns and lunges at Du Wuxuang. The distance between them is not great. She could easily reach out and touch him. However, to Yang Kaiwei's surprise, her claw grasped nothing but air. Du Wuxuang, after all, dodges her attack. He is as slippery as the unfaithful men of folklore who profess their love, eluding danger like a fish. In that moment, Yang Kaiwei hears the sound of her own heart shattering. Steadying herself, she murmurs, Wuxuang senior brother, you deceived me. Du Wuxuang chuckles softly, neither confirming nor denying, and simply states, Junior sister, I wish to witness your and Apos, dance that captivates the city and Apos. This is no ordinary dance. Its appearance often means that an entire city as populace will be entranced, spiraling into madness, ultimately leading to their demise. Yang Kaiwei bites her lip, Wuxuang senior brother, I will not disappoint you. Very well. Du Wuxuang nods with a smile, while the group of cultivators on the ground, having heard of the dance's formidable power, begin to seal their spiritual senses, some even tearing their sleeves to shield their eyes, blocking their ears as well. Ren Fengliang does not comprehend the actions of this group. Nor is he curious. He merely stands quietly in the void, silently observing. The wind rises. The gusts grow stronger, the sound of the wind transforming into a symphony. At the crescendo, the enchanting maiden suddenly begins to dance. At that moment, the world is left with only that ethereal figure, her flowing pink skirt shimmering, enveloping her graceful waist. She flits like a butterfly, performing the most sacred act with utmost sincerity. The fragrance of orchids wafts delicately as she glides through the void. With each step she takes, an orchid blossoms from the air, and as she walks upon these flowers, her waist sways, releasing waves of spiritual energy. The once serene night sky suddenly reverberates with a unique melody. It seems as though someone is humming a long and gentle tune that awakens the slumbering birds and insects in the night. The birds chirp excitedly, flapping their wings, irresistibly drawn toward the dancing silhouette in the night sky. Countless nameless insects, unable to fly, appear to be summoned by some force, writhing and leaping, gathering on the ground in concentric circles. The nearly lifeless weeds beneath them suddenly burst forth with life, growing wildly. Ren Fengliang, acutely aware, listens intently to the changes below. Though his heart remains unperturbed, he cannot help but admire the profoundness of the woman's technique. Du Wuxuang and Apos' gaze remains fixated on that enchanting figure, his heart entranced. Yang Kaiwei, dignified and graceful, dances among the myriad of birds. Her skirt swirls, her long and strong legs moving with power. She begins to revolve around Du Wuxuang, her hair fluttering, partially obscuring her face, presenting a breathtaking profile that captivates Du Wuxuang's very soul, compelling him to move in sync with her rhythm. Gradually, Du Wuxuang seems to be led, almost unconsciously, to a position 3 paces in front of Ren Fengliang. At this moment, Yang Kaiwei coils around Du Wuxuang like a seductive serpent, her body seemingly boneless, her petite foot wrapping around Du Wuxuang's neck, her arms resting on her abdomen, using her waist to entwine from his shoulder to his waist. In this instant, the chorus of birds reaches a fever pitch, their cries piercing, surging toward Yang Kaiwei like a tidal wave, tightly surrounding the two. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupts. The swarming insects on the ground burst into clouds of crimson mist, and the once vibrant weeds wither upon contact, the blood mist seeping into the ground, creating dark, gaping holes. The cacophony does not cease, for even the birds encircling the two explode into blood mist. The sanguine haze under the night sky is both surreal and terrifying. It shifts with the wind, coalescing into shapes of ferocious beasts, altering their descent and charging directly toward Ren Fengliang. Without warning, a beam of sword light pierces through the monstrous blood mist, shooting toward Ren Fengliang's face like a lightning bolt. At that moment, Du Wuxuang's frantic voice rings out, blood-crying sword. In the span of 3 paces, no one can evade the ultimate sword intent cultivated by a disciple of the Xianxin sect. As the sword light approaches within a foot of Ren Fengliang's eyes, the two entwined figures suddenly feel as if time has slowed, allowing them to perceive the small sword that Du Wuxuang unleashed with their naked eyes. The sword light envelopes a small, crimson blade, yearning for life, yet only managing to inch forward. Du Wuxuang is incredulous. But what terrifies him more is the speed with which Ren Fengliang unsheathes his sword. He watches as Ren Fengliang and Apos' hand creates a series of afterimages, ultimately grasping the hilt. He even sees the divine sword's blade swiftly emerging from its sheath, and at the moment the tip disengages, he glimpses the full blade. It is a darkness deeper than the night itself. It resembles death, Du Wuxuang's thoughts race, and he sees Renfeng Yang suddenly sheathing the sword once more. At this moment, the blood-crying sword still has a distance of 7.5 inches from Renfeng Yang's eyes. Du Wuxuang has no time to ponder this, for his heart is consumed by doubt. He has always taken pride in this suppressed strike. And with the assistance of the Oppos dance that captivates the city, and Oppos, he believes he could dispatch even a peak transformation stage expert with a single blow. Yet, witnessing Renfeng Yang unsheath and resheath the sword, Du Wuxuang's heart grows uneasy, for he knows that when faced with life and death, no cultivator would engage in an act devoid of meaning. His unease is soon validated. As the blood-crying sword advances another 3 inches, it suddenly splits apart. It is as if it has been cleaved in two by some sharp instrument. The destruction of the blood-crying sword reminds Du Wuxuang of the sword marks he had previously witnessed in the city. Without a second thought, Du Wuxuang unhesitatingly embraces Yang Kaiwei, exerting his strength in his waist, twisting his body to turn his back toward Renfeng Yang. Chapter 33, A Declaration of War Against the Orthodox Immortal Path? Du Wuxuang, acutely perceptive, discerned an anomaly within his being, a sound emanating from his core. As if a blade had pierced his dantian from within. Excruciating pain assailed his senses, contorting his features as the spiritual energy he had accumulated throughout his existence surged uncontrollably. At that moment, Du Wuxuang finally grasped the formidable nature of the sword he had dismissed as trivial. Yet, he emitted no cries, succumbed to no frenzy. Nor did he lament his failure to emulate Jin Wanli by traversing the mortal realm through the manipulation of his nascent divinity. Instead, he clasped the delicate form in his embrace, experiencing an unprecedented serenity amidst the waning moments of his life. Subsequently, Du Wuxuang and Oppos' corporeal form ruptured, and with him, so did Yang Kaiwei, the Fei Xian sex fairy, renowned for her ethereal and graceful dance, likened to a startled swan or a roaming dragon, and celebrated as the astonishing fairy, was reduced to nothing more than a withered bloom upon her demise. A single drop of blood from a nascent divinity can ignite 10,000 blades of grass. The dissipated nascent divinity merged with the scattered blood, igniting a conflagration that engulfed the deserted city below. Dust and timber ignited, spiraling out of control, and in an instant, half of the desolate city was consumed by a sea of flames. The searing heat assailed the souls of those whose senses were sealed and vision obscured, jolting them from their ethereal slumber. They awoke to find Du Wuxuang and Yang Kaiwei vanished, leaving only the menacing tongues of fire. A stalwart figure stood in the void. Treading upon the flames, his form as sharp as a blade, his gaze as frigid and implacable as a dauntless demon, devoid of compassion. To their horror, they discovered that, beyond the flames, an aura of dread had ensnared them, poised to strike at any moment. A combination of awe and terror seized their minds, prompting them to prostrate themselves in unison, their dignity as cultivators trampled beneath their own feet. In that instant, they were no longer the cultivators capable of traversing mountains and oceans, of soaring through the skies. They had forgotten the spells they commanded, reduced to pitiful wretches clinging to life. Renfeng, gazing down upon the masses, felt a revelation. He discerned that the more intense the fear, the less chi of slaughter could be extracted from their bodies. He realized that chi of slaughter was akin to valor. The fiercer the valor, the purer the chi of slaughter. Conversely, the chi of slaughter would be as ineffectual as extinguished valor. Undoubtedly, Du Wuxuang and Yang Kaiwei possessed formidable valor. In life, they had engaged in constant rivalry, their words laced with veiled barbs, yet they had secretly forged an alliance, conspiring to deceive Renfeng. Initially, the Fei Xian sect's captivating dance, coupled with the astonishing immortal sect's sword-nurturing art, was poised to strike with surprise, perhaps even achieving a swift victory. However, they miscalculated on one crucial point. They underestimated the resilience of Renfeng and Oppos' spirit. Nearly 3 millennia of life-or-death experiences had tempered Renfeng and Oppos' will to an extraordinary degree. The most exquisite woman, the most alluring flesh, held no more significance in his eyes than mere bones. Renfeng coldly informed the crowd, "If you wish to survive, you should depart at once, not linger here in a daze, provided you can evade the nascent divinity's blood flames." The crowd was granted a reprieve. They had not anticipated that this demon would spare their lives, nor did they have time to ponder the reason. They merely knew that their precious lives were once again in their own hands, a sensation akin to ascending from hell to paradise. They seemed to have forgotten their ability to levitate, running and leaping, desperate to escape the raging flames. Some succeeded, fleeing the flames and the burning city with terror. Others failed. The nascent divinity's blood flames devoured their bodies like maggots. In that moment, they acutely perceived the horror of the nascent divinity realm. Merely the blood transformed into flames inflicted agonizing pain, their flesh melting like wax while their souls endured torment until their demise. Xin Yang Sex Guli averted his gaze, sighing with pity. "Why were you unwilling to wait for me to activate the formation and depart together?" He silently activated the formation, creating a vortex of spiritual energy around himself as the flames approached, concealing his form. When the vortex dissipated, he stood at the southeastern corner of U City, separated from the inferno by a single wall. He must promptly report this to the elders of the sect. Renfeng was too formidable to be easily subdued. Moreover, This was likely Rinfeng Lu and Apos' intention. Was he deliberately declaring war against the orthodox immortal path? Did he intend to confront 10,000 cultivators alone? Gu Li frowned and hastened his departure. Ultimately, the entire U city was engulfed in flames. And even the formation that maintained its stability was depleted of spiritual energy and rendered ineffective. After the flames subsided, the charred U city sank completely into the earth. Resembling a colossal tomb when viewed from above, the contours of the ancient city submerged beneath layers of soil, leaving only faint traces. Feng Ryu had been hiding in the outskirts, sacrificing 3 nascent souls and witnessing the city's demise. He was astonished. And only after seeing the self-proclaimed righteous cultivators depart one after another did he muster the courage to venture into U City. However, upon encountering Rinfeng Lu, Feng Ryu could not suppress his anger, inwardly blaming the successors of the Zizai sect for their absence, leaving him to face this ruthless individual alone. Was this something a human could do? Yet, Feng Ryu had forgotten that he had never informed the Zizai sect. Upon first seeing Rinfeng Lu, Feng Ryu was certain that he was more cold-blooded than a viper, for no one else and Apos' eyes could be as devoid of emotion as Rinfeng Lu and Apos'. Yet, to Feng Ryu and Apos' surprise, Rinfeng Lu did not attempt to kill him. A disciple of the Zhenghua sect walking among the mortals, encountering cultivators, and not being immediately hunted was undoubtedly a paradigm shift for Feng Ryu. He even brazenly asked, "Hey, I and Amp, Apos, am a disciple of the Zhenghua sect. Aren't and Amp, Apos, tu going to attack?" Seeing Rinfeng Lu turn his gaze upon him, Feng Ryu shamelessly sacrificed 3 nascent souls to demonstrate his identity as a Zhenghua sect disciple. Unfortunately, Rinfeng Lu saw through the origins of the 2 nascent souls above his head with a single glance. Nascent souls are like infants, innocent and endearing, yet they appear aged. Clearly, your cultivation is lacking, causing a deviation when refining the nascent souls of others, resulting in their aged and unsightly appearance. From this, it can be inferred that you have not killed many. The chi of slaughter on your body is not substantial. I have no appetite. Huh? Feng Ryu was stunned. He had not expected his hidden dragon and phoenix chickens to be seen through by Rinfeng Lu with a single glance. Despite his thick skin, he blushed and stammered. "Why are you so heartless? Is exposing someone's flaws to their face something a human would do?" Rinfeng Lu did not engage in further conversation, simply stating coldly, "If I were you, I would hide far away. Many have died here, and soon someone will come to investigate their deaths." Feng Ryu recalled the potential arrivals. Feeling his scalp tingle, he fled. Chapter 34. A friend in death is better than a poor Taoist. Feng Ryu, like a frantic dog, raced through the air, covering over 100 yards in the blink of an eye. Yet, in a moment of heated impulse, he suddenly halted. After 2 decades of arduous practice of the 1,000 infant slash, he had narrowly escaped death multiple times to acquire 2 Yuan infants. However, due to inadequate training, he had made irreversible mistakes during the ritual. This individual had slain those self-proclaimed disciples of the righteous path, making enemies with various sections. Did this not mean he was standing on the same side as both the Zhenghua sect and the Zizai sect? Despite his apparent coldness, Feng Ryu sensed that he might be quite approachable. Perhaps fostering a connection would lead to a significant opportunity. He recalled a prophecy from an elder in his sect last year. Opportunities are like clouds, elusive and hidden. Better to seek them in Yuzhou. Indeed, Yuzhou referred to Yuzhou City, which explained why he dared to come alone after the news of the Abyss and Apos' disappearance spread. Having faced death multiple times, he feared nothing but failing to master the 1,000 infant slash. His aspiration was to one day elevate all the infants, gazing down upon the world. With a resolute heart, Feng Ryu turned back. Rinfeng Lu stood by the ruins of Yuzhou City, frowning as he watched Feng Ryu return. The seemingly young man had a look of unease, fidgeting with his hands, sometimes tucked in his sleeves, sometimes behind his back, appearing both comical and somewhat amusing. Rinfeng Lu couldn't muster a smile. In the past, he had found no joy, and it was only after slaying Rin Tianxing that he regained a flicker of that feeling. Since then, though he occasionally smiled, it had mostly been a cold smirk, chilling to the bone. Esteemed strongman, hello. I have returned." After much contemplation, Feng Ryu managed to stammer out a few words, regretting immediately that he had started their conversation with such trivialities. Rinfeng Lu's expression remained impassive. "Did you come back to be torn to shreds?" Feng Ryu's countenance stiffened. Although he had anticipated that communication with Rinfeng Lu wouldn't be easy, he had never imagined he would be nearly choked by his own words. Nevertheless, when seeking assistance, one must adopt a humble demeanor. He lowered his posture, sincerely stating, "Esteemed strongman, may I stay by your side for a time to observe and learn?" Observe? Learn? Rinfeng Lu found the self-proclaimed disciple of the Zhenghua sect somewhat lacking in intellect. He responded coldly, "What do you wish to learn?" Feng Ryu's tone grew more earnest. "I have practiced the Zhenghua sect's supreme technique, the 1,000 infant slash, for 2 decades but have only reached the pinnacle of the first realm, unable to break through. You discern the issue with my ritual at a glance. So I wish to learn the correct method from you." "I cannot." Rinfeng Lu shook his head. "I have never heard of the 1,000 infant slash and do not understand the ritual. I cannot teach you." No, please do not refuse so outright. Feng Ruyu pleaded, his face reddening. My intentions are quite simple. When you confront those who come seeking death, may I perhaps observe from the sidelines? Ren Fenglu understood then. Glancing sideways at Feng Ruyu, you mean to say you wish to seize a few Yuan infants? Feng Ruyu and Appos' intentions were laid bare, and he merely chuckled without embarrassment. Ren Fenglu remarked softly, I do not oppose your actions. In fact, what you intend to do is essentially accumulating karmic debt. Keeping you around could serve as my sustenance. Sustenance? Feng Ruyu's face paled slightly, thoughts of retreat creeping in. Yet, upon reflection, such a golden opportunity was rare. Aligning himself with Ren Fenglu to seize Yuan infants would allow him to advance further in his practice of the 1,000 infant / revealing more vistas. Was this not what he had long sought? As for the sustenance, Feng Ruyu nonchalantly replied, no problem. No problem? Ren Fenglu Kuden and Appos, help but let a hint of a smile slip. Are all those who emerge from your Zhenghua sect like you? Feng Ruyu scratched his head. I beg your pardon. In truth, our Zhenghua sect has many individuals who are quite reckless, fearless, and wanton. All practicing the 1,000 infants / Due to their audacity, they are often hunted down. Compared to them, I am quite benevolent. You see, the 2 Yuan infants I acquired were from dying cultivators. Moreover, there is a sect akin to ours, the Zizai sect, which espouses the philosophy of a myriad of divine souls wandering the universe. Their aspirations seem far grander than ours, yet in truth, they engage in the nefarious act of seizing other souls. Feng Ruyu's demeanor grew animated as he incessantly introduced these ideas to Ren Fenglu. After listening, Ren Fenglu cast a meaningful glance at him. Did you say all this to save your life? Feng Ruyu laughed heartily. Esteemed strong man, you misunderstand me. I do not seek to save my life. I merely wish to advance further on the path of the 1,000 infants / Since I can become your sustenance, so too can they. Ren Fenglu seemed to encounter someone who spoke so candidly about exploiting others for the first time. He gazed deeply at Feng Ruyu and uttered 4 words. You are not human. A friend in death is better than a poor Taoist. Feng Ruyu exclaimed, exhilarated. This was indeed a survival principle in the cultivation world. I am merely employing it wisely. Ren Fenglu nodded. In that case, wait here until they come to you. All right. With Ren Fenglu and Appos' agreement, Feng Ruyu sighed in relief, feeling that the day of the 1,000 infants' ascendance was not far off. However, he could not afford to wait idly. He needed to take action. Feng Ruyu immediately excused himself, intending to summon individuals from the Zhenghua sect and the Zizai sect. However, the news of several cultivators and Appos' deaths in Yuzhou City would inevitably spread, and the number of those who could come would likely be limited. He worried that esteemed strongman and Appos' sustenance might fall short, jeopardizing his ambitions for the 1,000 infants' ascendance. Do what you can and leave the rest to fate. Feng Ruyu thought to himself as he sent out the message. At the Duankong Xin Zone on the Jimmy Peak, disciples surrounded in a heated debate outside the barrier set by Ren Qianshan. No one had anticipated that the powerful senior brother Jin Wanli and fellow disciple Lu Yanglu would both encounter calamity. The death of the senior brother, in particular, had significantly diminished the overall strength of Jimmy Peak, which would surely affect their standing in the upcoming 9 Peaks Grand Competition. If the incident involving Wen Jiao incited their righteous indignation, the demise of Jin Wanli forced them to confront reality, transforming their anger and resentment into nothingness. The cultivation world operates on the principle that only strength matters. Without it, one is unworthy of discontent. Now, they gathered to fervently discuss who would dare awaken the Peak Master Ren Qianshan. This was undoubtedly a most delicate matter. The Peak Master's thoughts were inscrutable, his emotions hidden beneath a stoic facade. When he struck, it was lethal. Currently in seclusion, he had established a conspicuous barrier. Who would dare disturb him? Chapter 35. The Master of Jimmy Peak emerges. Ren Qianshan was in seclusion, striving to attain the realm of spirit refinement. Yet this endeavor was far from tranquil. The process of breaking through required an environment of utmost serenity. As the esteemed leader of Jimmy Peak, it was expected that no one would dare disturb him during this time. However, Wen Jiao breached this norm, nearly provoking Ren Qianshan to the point of murderous intent. Fortunately, Wen Jiao and Appos' intentions were for a matter of significance. After that incident, Ren Qianshan encountered another disturbance, this time not allowing his disciple a chance to speak before swiftly extinguishing their life with a mere gesture. Since then, he had finally enjoyed a stretch of peace. Alas, such tranquility was not destined to last long. Within the confines of his cave dwelling, surrounded by swirling mists, Ren Qianshan, appearing no older than 30, emerged from his meditative state. His sunken eyes, adorned with bloodshot veins, revealed that his time in seclusion had yielded little reward. A sense of disquiet began to gnaw at him. It had been many years since he had experienced such a sensation at the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm. It is a truth of life that one cannot sail smoothly through existence without encountering myriad troubles. Yet Ren Qianshan deemed this unsettling feeling as an anomaly, instinctively sensing that some ominous event loomed ahead. This was not mere conjecture. At higher levels of cultivation, one could discern shifts in the very fabric of the universe. Troubled, Ren Qianshan dispelled the restrictions surrounding him, only to be met with a cacophony outside. Despite his disciples attempting to lower their voices, he could hear them clearly. Momentarily, he was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the news. Jin Wanli was dead. A formidable expert of the spirit refinement realm and a disciple of the Duankong immortal sect. Who dared to slay him? Did the perpetrator possess the audacity of a bear and the heart of a leopard? Did they not understand the consequences of inciting the Duankong immortal sect? Ren Qieshan and Oppos, as thoughts raced, his expression transforming into one of fierce intensity. Akin to the gnarled bark of an ancient tree, terrifying to behold. Outside the cave, his disciples wore expressions of deep concern, hesitating between fear for their own lives and the necessity to awaken their master, when suddenly they sensed an eerie silence enveloping them. Someone was speaking. Yet no sound reached their ears. Even that individual, in a moment of terror, clasped their mouth shut. The stillness was suffocating, with the floating mist seemingly bound. The grass bent at unnatural angles, and the trees frozen in time, as if the gentle breeze had ceased to exist. In this moment, a chilling atmosphere of death lingered over everyone, as if they were submerged in a frigid, lifeless lake, the icy water suffocating them, rendering them unable to breathe. Suddenly, a voice as sharp as a needle echoed from above. What transpired with Jin Wanli's death? The disciples, their movements stiffened, looked up to behold Ren Qieshan standing in the air. His white hair billowed, his eyes gleaming like those of a hawk, exuding a terrifying aura that compelled the disciples to kneel, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Peak Master." With a mere gesture, Ren Qieshan commanded, "You speak." Reporting to the Peak Master, it was the death of Senior Brother Wen Jiao that prompted Senior Brother Da and Senior Brother Lu to venture to Yuzhou City in search of the truth. There had been no news until this morning when the disciple on duty in the ancestral hall discovered that the life tokens of both brothers had extinguished, leading us to realize they had fallen victim to foul play. Ren Qieshan glanced at the sky, his expression darkening. If this was discovered this morning, why has it taken until evening for you to inform me? The disciple turned pale, trembling, and bowed his head, unable to utter a word. Jin Wanli was the most outstanding disciple of Jimmy Peak. If something happened to him, you should have notified me at once, yet you did not. You shall be punished. The disciples collectively sighed in relief at his words. Ren Qieshan's voice rose, icy and authoritative. To what level has the Xuanfeng ladder been excavated under Jimmy Peak? Reporting to the Peak Master, it has reached 3,456 levels. Very well. From now on, you shall all proceed to excavate the Xuanfeng ladder together. With Jin Wanli's death, it will be difficult for Jimmy Peak to produce another talent of his caliber. However, should you endure the trials beneath Luofeng Abyss, your future achievements, though perhaps not matching Jin Wanli's, will at least not fall too far behind. Ren Qieshan surveyed the group, his words laden with meaning. I am wholeheartedly pursuing the great path. The position of Peak Master is but a constraint, one that I shall eventually pass on to you. The disciples felt a shiver run through them, their eyes alight with fervor. Yuzhou City, the ancestral home of this master, has been plagued by strange occurrences. First Su Yin, then Wen Jiao, and now Jin Wanli. The tribute for this year remains unclaimed. It seems it is time for me to emerge. With no hope of breaking through, this opportunity to venture forth and explore could perhaps lead to new insights. As the disciples departed in succession, Ren Qieshan gazed longingly at Jimmy Peak, a colossal mountain of pure white, reminiscent of ice crystal, exuding a chilling aura. He then turned his eyes to the other 8 peaks, all equally imposing, before stepping into the void, arriving above Luofeng Abyss in a single stride. Peering into the abyss with his divine vision, Ren Qieshan beheld a profound darkness below, its depth unknown. A sensation arose within him, warning that another glance might scorch even his well-trained divine eyes. Years had passed, yet Luofeng Abyss remained a forbidden zone, shrouded in mystery and terror, truly captivating. Ren Qieshan retracted his divine gaze, casting one last wistful glance at Luofeng Abyss before continuing on his way. Suddenly, 8 streams of profound light flickered, and 8 towering figures converged above Luofeng Abyss, all gazing at Ren Qieshan. Ren Qieshan regarded these 8 figures. Nodding in greeting, Ren Qieshan pays his respects to the sect master and esteemed senior brothers and sisters. These 8 individuals were none other than the other 8 peak masters of the Duankong immortal sect: Zhu Dan of Wulong Peak, Zhao Jingyi of Qinfeng Peak, Qin Ming of Shumi Peak, Du Tongbian of Jiaxue Peak, Lu Qingyan of Qixia Peak, Yuanqing of Tingyu Peak, Luo Qiudong of Shenmu Peak, and He of Qinglian Peak. The eldest brother, Zhu Dan, also the current sect master of Duankong immortal sect, had cultivated for several centuries. Though he bore signs of age, his demeanor was extraordinary, his eyes sparkling with kindness, reminiscent of a sovereign untouched by the world. He looked at Ren Qieshan and smiled. Qieshan, it has been many years since we last met. Now that we have a rare opportunity to gather, you intend to venture out again. Where are you headed? Ren Qieshan smiled slightly. Sect master, I have some personal matters to attend to, but rest assured, I shall return shortly. When I do, let us gather once more, share a drink, and exchange insights on our cultivation. Zhu Dan, his robes fluttering, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, pondered. In that case, I shall not detain you further. Go forth, but do not forget the aspirations of our Duankong immortal sect. Do not linger outside. The sooner you depart, the sooner you may return. Understood, Ren Qianshan affirmed, just as he was about to step forward. He suddenly heard the typically taciturn Qin Ming of Shumi Peak speak up. Junior brother Qianshan, I believe I can surmise your destination. Coincidentally, a disciple from Shumi Peak has already gone ahead. Please keep an eye on him. This disciple is exceptionally gifted and, with proper guidance, could inherit my legacy. Ensure he does not encounter any mishap. Ren Qianshan furrowed his brow, remaining silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 36, emerging one after another. Amidst the clouds. 1,000 peaks pierce the sky, enveloped in ethereal mist. At the summit of the mountains, spiritual energy shimmers like a mirror, reflecting an extraordinary peak resembling a sword's edge where the Jingxian sect was founded. Surrounding the sword peak, radiant lights twinkle like stars. Cultivators soar through the air on their swords, their expressions filled with astonishment as they exclaim, "The eldest disciple is in trouble." Each shout cascades through the air, echoing layer upon layer. At the pinnacle of the sword peak, within the pure palace, an elderly man sits cross-legged, his tiger-like eyes suddenly opening, gleaming like a constellation of sword stars. In an instant, the atmosphere within the palace turns grim. The gently hanging drapes flutter as if caught in waves of murderous intent, while the flames of the ancient lamp, resembling gnarled trees, flicker anxiously, nearly extinguishing several times. The elder, named Du Huai, is the current leader of the Jingxian sect. His disciple, Du Wushuang, is a prodigious talent he has nurtured with great care. Du Wushuang, known for his diligence and rapid advancement in strength, has garnered Du Huai's utmost satisfaction. In fact, Du Huai had intended to bestow upon him the position of sect leader in the coming years. However, unbeknownst to Du Huai, his promising disciple had perished while merely investigating the reason behind the Abyss and Appos' disappearance. Du Huai recalls the Abyss, where a fellow disciple had vanished without a trace. At the time, it was considered somewhat sinister, but since the Abyss remained silent and did not interfere with the mortal realm, the Jingxian sect did not pursue further inquiries. It is indeed peculiar. While the Abyss existed, no incidents occurred, yet its disappearance heralded strange occurrences. Rising, Du Huai approaches an altar bearing a long sword. Crimson as fire. Named Qixia, it is unmatched in sharpness, its hue derived from countless stains of blood. Gazing at this old companion that has accompanied him for centuries, a brilliant light suddenly ignites in Du Huai's eyes. In that moment, memories of his youthful and tumultuous years surge forth from the vast ocean of his recollections. The death of my disciple compels me to venture forth from the sword peak and seek the perpetrator in the mortal realm. With a deep sigh, Du Huai's gaze sharpens. Master, he hears the voice of Sun Buki, a robust, bald man towering at 8 feet, who has just entered the pure palace. Clutching a serpent-shaped sword woven with golden threads, his forehead gleams as if coated with oil. His thick brows and bright eyes reveal the fiery temperament of the 17th elder of the Jingxian sect. Du Huai squints slightly at this fiery-tempered disciple. His voice low and somber. Disciple, Wushuang is my heir. If he is in peril, how can I, as his master, remain idle? Unfazed by the pressure emanating from the sect leader, Sun Buki meets his gaze without flinching. He opens his mouth, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Master, I know your heart is filled with rage. However, as the leader of the Jingxian sect, your emergence from the mountain signifies the will of the entire sect. Do you comprehend the implications of this? I can assert that Wushuang's killer is likely a rogue cultivator. Though formidable, he does not warrant the full attention of our sect. Du Huai listens intently, his fist clenching tightly before relaxing once again. He exhales a long, heavy breath, his one straight back now slightly hunched. With a rueful smile, he speaks in a mournful tone. 17th, you see, this position, while seemingly glorious, is laden with shackles. Tell me, had I not taken this position, would I not be on my way out now? Indeed, master, that is impossible. Sun Buki replies with a hearty laugh, rubbing his forehead with his sword. If you were not the leader, Wushuang would not have been yours to select. With that, Sun Buki swiftly departs the pure palace, moving like the wind. Du Huai's formidable spiritual sense expands, capturing Sun Buki's departing figure. He suddenly sends a thought. 17th, once you apprehend the culprit, feel free to torment him. But under no circumstances should you kill him. Ensure he is brought back. Understood. Sun Buki, fully grasping Du Huai's intent, responds promptly before diving into the ethereal mirror of gathered spiritual energy. Instantly, the breathtaking view of the 1,000 peaks unfolds before him. Damn it. The sect has too many rules. I can hardly endure it. Finally, I am free. Sun Buki, unable to contain his excitement, selects a direction and sets off, nearly dancing in his elation. In the misty forest, at the flying immortal sect, Fairy Qiongli grips a dim talisman, her eyes reddened, veins bulging on her forehead beneath her white hair. Surrounded by a group of white-clad female disciples, they lower their heads in silence. After a long pause, Fairy Qiongli exhales deeply, flicking her sleeve, causing the talisman to fall into a nearby cold pool. With a splash, the talisman sinks to the bottom, striking the hearts of the gathered women like a heavy hammer, causing them to tremble and raise their heads, their gazes ablaze with fighting spirit. Though none speak, each pair of eyes shines with determination. Fairy Qiongli appears to be in her 30s, exuding mature elegance. With her lips pressed tightly, she finally speaks. Her voice tinged with sorrow. Kawe was an exceptionally charming woman. Her mere smile radiated boundless allure. And it is rare for someone like her to meet such a cruel fate, yet she has perished. After a moment of contemplation, Fairy Chonli glances at her spirited disciples and sighs. I understand your urgency, but you must not act recklessly. The one who killed Kuei is undoubtedly a ruthless individual. If I permit you to venture out, it would be akin to pushing you into a fire pit. You are all the pillars of my flying immortal sect, still in the process of maturing. You must continue to hone your skills. This time, let me take to the field myself to avenge Kuei. But master, Fairy Chionli interrupts the speaking disciple with a wave of her hand, her expression stern. Disperse. Guard the sect well. If you encounter any dilemmas, you may awaken the elders. Seeing their master and Appo's resolute demeanor, the disciples dare not protest further, nodding obediently before dispersing like butterflies. Fairy Chionli shakes her head, flicking her sleeve as she gracefully departs. Outside the fallen Yuzhou city, Feng Ryu lies on the ground, a piece of dry grass in his mouth, glancing at the setting sun, before turning to ask, Dao brother, do you know which sects you have offended this time? In the past few days, under Ren Fenglu and Appo's disdain, Feng Ryu has been compelled to address him as Dao brother instead of esteemed stronger. Standing with a wooden sword, Ren Fenglu's attire clings closely to his form, accentuating his tall stature. Upon hearing the question, his expression remains indifferent. You must understand one thing. It is not I who have provoked them. Rather, they have brought this upon themselves. Feng Ryu clicks his tongue, contemplating that only Ren Fenglu would dare to make such a bold claim. Had it been anyone else, they would have hesitated to speak so, for those sects are the three pillars of the cultivation world, alongside numerous other formidable sections. If others were aware that they had crossed paths with these entities, they would have fled and hidden like turtles. Chapter 37. My life comes to an end. The past several days have unfolded in a monotony that felt almost surreal. Feng Ryu was not one to relish in a tranquil existence. Yet he found himself enveloped in an unusual serenity. The sky, adorned with swirling clouds, seemed to whisper that the days of the world were inherently mundane. The crimson sun and the luminous moon took turns ascending and descending, while the winds from the northwest danced in cycles, bringing gusts of sand and whisking away fallen leaves. The desolate remnants of the ancient Yuzhou city were swiftly buried beneath the encroaching dust, losing even the faintest semblance of its former glory. In the brief span of a week, the surroundings of Yuzhou city had succumbed to desolation. The absence of life rendered even the tender grass of spring withered sooner than expected. At last, the tranquil lake of Feng Ryu and Appo's heart, which had been eerily still, began to ripple once more. He rose from the ground, his gaze piercing as he looked at Ren Fenglu, his voice quivering with suppressed emotion. Dao brother, do you sense it? The night was captivating, and Ren Fenglu raised his gaze to the shadowy horizon, speaking in a flat tone, regrettably. The one who approaches is not at the Yuanying realm. Feng Ryu's expression stiffened, uncertainty flooding his mind as he hesitantly inquired, what should I do now? Ren Fenglu offered no answer, for no answer was necessary. At the edge of the darkened sky, ominous clouds parted as if cleaved by a ship braving the storm, revealing a single point of light. It grew brighter and nearer. Feng Ryu stood frozen, recognizing the newcomer, none other than the rogue cultivator Jiang Yin. Feng Ryu could scarcely believe that the first cultivator to arrive was a rogue. And even more astonishing was the fact that this individual bore a history with him, not a shared past of camaraderie, but a bitter enmity. The two Yuanying he had seized included the Phoenix chick that belonged to Jiang Yin's elder brother. He vividly recalled the moment when the Jiang brothers were ambushed, with the elder brother fearlessly sacrificing himself to grant Jiang Yin a chance to escape. Feng Ryu distinctly remembered that Jiang Yin was merely at the mid-stage of the Yuanying realm back then. He could hardly fathom that after several years, Jiang Yin had ascended to the Huashan realm. It was evident that Jiang Yin must have encountered extraordinary fortunes during this time, or else such rapid advancement would be unthinkable. However, the realization that Jiang Yin had attained the Huashan realm caused Feng Ryu's expression to sour. Had he not encountered a mishap during his own Yuanying refinement? His three Yuanying would have posed no threat to Jiang Yin. Feng Ryu cast a desperate glance towards Ren Fenglu for assistance. At that moment, Jiang Yin had already approached the two of them. He was a man weathered by countless tribulations, his face marked by the harshness of life, skin parched and aged, resembling a piece of charred wood, save for his remarkably bright eyes. Jiang Yin did not spare a glance at Ren Fenglu. He appeared oblivious to Feng Ryu's companion. His piercing gaze fixated upon Feng Ryu, a flicker of flame igniting within his eyes. As anticipated, Ren Fenglu did not acknowledge Feng Ryu, who understood the unspoken message. Seeing that Jiang Yin did not immediately strike, he hesitated and mustered a smile that was more painful than tears. Well, Jiang Yin, how have you been? Feng Ryu gritted his teeth and resolved to extend a greeting. Ha! What a wicked sect demon you are. Do you think this is a reunion of long-lost friends? Jiang Yin scoffed, his voice sharp. Surely, it cannot be that we meet as sworn enemies, with eyes ablaze? Feng Ryu shrugged. You killed my brother, seized my brother's Yuanying. Are we not enemies? The fire of fury blazed fiercely in Jiang Yin's eyes. We cannot frame it that way. Let us not forget how your brothers fell into our grasp. It was due to your haste for merit that you attempted to assassinate my disciples. Thus, strictly speaking, we are not enemies, merely adversaries. Knowing that Ren Fenglu would not intervene, Feng Ryu recognized he had to confront Jiang Yin alone. Nevertheless, given Jiang Yin and Amp Oppo's current strength, he would need to devise a careful strategy to prevail. The righteous path's cultivation techniques are insidious, and all who encounter them are met with annihilation. You practitioners of the wicked sect tread upon treacherous paths. Do not blame the righteous for pursuing your utter destruction. Jiang Yin and Amp Oppo's gaze was fierce, exuding an imminent threat of violence. Upon hearing this, Feng Ryu's displeasure surged. Crossing his arms, he retorted, if that's the case, then it can only be said that your elder brother was incompetent, and his death was deserved. Jiang Yin could no longer maintain his composure. Raising his fist and launching it forward with lethal intent, the fist surged with spiritual energy, bearing down with the intent to obliterate Feng Ryu. Oh, so you are truly eager? Feng Ryu did not flinch or evade. Instead, he summoned a Yuanying, the one he had named Wulong, positioning it above his head to confront Jiang Yin. Just take a look. Does this Yuanying seem familiar to you? Jiang Yin beheld the Yuanying, aged and grotesque. Yet he could still faintly discern his brother's visage within. He hastily retracted his spiritual energy, his massive fist nearly upon Feng Ryu when it abruptly dissipated. You have desecrated my brother and Amp Oppo's Yuanying to such a state. Feng Ryu felt a twinge of embarrassment, his face flushing slightly as he coldly laughed. What? Seeing it makes you hesitant to strike? Jiang Yin and Amp Oppo's expression darkened, and with a pained glance at the squinting Yuanying, he declared coldly, you are mistaken. My brother is dead, and that Yuanying belongs no longer to him. Tonight, I vow to slay you in vengeance for my brother. With those words, Jiang Yin raised his hand, forming a seal, and his primordial spirit abruptly separated from his body, transforming into a towering Jiang Yin, brandishing a golden spear. With a fierce glare, he hurled the spear toward Feng Ryu. The display of Jiang Yin and Amp Oppo's primordial spirit was genuinely awe-inspiring, and the spear tore through the air with a continuous, thunderous crack. Feng Ryu had never engaged in battle against a Huashan realm cultivator before, and upon facing the golden spear, he felt his very soul tremble. Without hesitation, he summoned the Wulong Yuanying, which opened its mouth wide, transforming into a gaping maw that devoured the golden spear. In an instant, the Wulong Yuanying and Amp Oppo's belly gleamed with golden light, resembling a blazing sun radiating brilliance. Feng Ryu furrowed his brow, continuously channeling spiritual energy. Yet he sensed that the golden spear struggled within the Yuanying and Oppo's grasp, and its thrashing grew increasingly intense. Is the Huashan realm truly unassailable? Feng Ryu murmured, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, Jiang Yan's primordial spirit launched another golden spear. Feng Ryu had no means of evasion and could only summon another Yuanying. The Phoenix Chick Yuanying mirrored the actions of the Wulong Yuanying, attempting to swallow the golden spear, hoping to refine it with boundless spiritual energy. However, Feng Ryu underestimated the formidable nature of a Huashan realm primordial spirit, and the Yuanying was perpetually at a disadvantage in terms of realm. Even with vast reserves of spiritual energy, he could not completely subdue the two golden spears, and they held out against his attempts for merely 3 breaths before bursting apart in a violent explosion. The two golden spears loomed above him, their sharpness undiminished, albeit slightly dulled in luster. The destruction of his two Yuanying struck Feng Ryu like a backlash, causing him to spew forth a mist of blood, his countenance waning. At that moment, the two spears, under Jiang Yan's control, stood erect, their tips aimed directly at Feng Ryu's crown. Brother, Jiang Yin shall avenge you. You may rest in peace. Jiang Yin roared, unhesitatingly directing the spears downward. Even before the spears reached him, their overwhelming presence had already penetrated Feng Ryu and Oppo's very marrow. Desperately, he summoned his spiritual energy, yet the terrifying pressure stifled his efforts, rendering his movement sluggish. He lacked the strength to evade. My life comes to an end. Feng Ryu and Oppo's face turned pale, his heart ashen. Chapter 38. Are your hands stained with blood? Begone. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed through the night sky, accompanied by a surge of formidable power that unleashed a tempest, sending sand and stone swirling. The spears above Feng Ryu's head seemed to vanish as he was swept away like a paper kite, his body suffering multiple injuries, blood spurting forth. Jiang Yin, in comparison, faced an even grimmer fate. As he attempted to wield his spirit power, he was unexpectedly assaulted, nearly shattering his essence. Despite retracting it in time, his spirit was grievously wounded, and his body was hurled into the air, rolling and spewing blood. When the overwhelming force dissipated, the two men fortuitously landed in close proximity, merely a few feet apart. They exchanged fierce glances, both brimming with malice, yet neither uttered a word. They struggled to rise, rummaging for healing herbs to mend their wounds. In stark contrast to this turmoil, Renfolu remained steadfast in his position, the wind and debris swirling past him without so much as a scratch. At that moment, he gripped his wooden sword and gazed upward into the night sky. A figure descended from above like a towering ancient pine, approaching with incredible speed, hair and beard flowing, exuding an intimidating presence. Golden light surged in his eyes, as if possessing the ability to see through the unflinching Renfeng. The figure plummeted from the sky as if a meteor crashing to the ground. Boom, withered grass scattered, and the earth cracked beneath him as he stood in a deep pit. The soil beneath him surged like a dragon, elevating his imposing form. He regarded Renfeng without immediately attacking, pausing for a long moment before inquiring, "Are you Renfeng?" Renfeng scrutinized the man, noting that while his features were ordinary, his eyebrows stood out prominently. He then responded with a near certainty. "It seems you are not the second ancestor of the Ren family." Nian raised an eyebrow, detecting the disdain in Renfeng tone, which irked him. He sneered coldly. "Do you think that by killing Jin Wanli, you can disregard me, Nian of the Shumi Peak of the Duankong Shinzone?" Renfeng frowned. "I am waiting for someone from the Jimmy Peak." The implication was clear. What concern was it of yours? Nian felt as if a thunderbolt had been lodged in his chest, threatening to explode. Never had he experienced such fury. As the current master brother of Shumi Peak, he rarely faced humiliation, with the few instances occurring only when he lost to Jin Wanli during sect competitions. Yet, Jin Wanli had always been humble and never degraded his opponents, which fueled Nian's determination to surpass him. He had endured countless trials beneath the Shumi Peak, honing both his spirit and body, and even fortifying his essence to unprecedented levels. Emerging from seclusion, he felt a powerful confidence that he could surpass Jin Wanli. However, he never anticipated that his destined rival, one of the two future pillars of the Duankong Shinzone, would fall, especially to an obscure individual. Although Renfeng possessed extraordinary talent, not every cultivator was familiar with him, given the vastness of the cultivation world where some were solely focused on their own training. When Nian first heard the news, he was nearly driven to despair, feeling as though he had lost his purpose and that the future was shrouded in uncertainty. He began to question the significance of his relentless perseverance. Eventually, he came to realize that his true rival should not be Jin Wanli, but rather the version of himself from yesterday. This revelation rekindled his confidence and motivation. Yet, before he entered seclusion once more, he required one final act: revenge. To avenge his longtime adversary and to declare war on yesterday's self. During his journey, Nian contemplated numerous strategies: how to engage in dialogue, how to strike, how to achieve victory, and how to return triumphantly. However, he never expected that the one who had slain Jin Wanli would dismiss him entirely. Jin Wanli was a disciple of the Duankong Shinzone, sharing the same sect as him. His death at the hands of another was undoubtedly relevant to him. Nian glared at Renfeng, anger boiling within him. Despite his fury, he had spent considerable time in seclusion and managed to maintain his composure, observing Renfeng without immediately attacking. This observation, however, sent a jolt of alarm through him. His cultivation had reached the transformation realm. Having received the true teachings of Qin Ming, the peak master of Shumi Peak, his divine eyes were now profoundly adept, rendering ordinary cultivators as transparent as glass before him, revealing every detail. Yet, to his astonishment, Renfeng appeared as a swirling mass of black mist to his vision. No, more accurately, it was an impenetrable shroud that enveloped Renfeng, blocking any external scrutiny. This individual was indeed shrouded in mystery. No wonder Jin Wanli had met his demise. The anger in Nian's eyes began to fade, and his body tensed with anticipation. In the midst of Nian's fleeting thoughts, Renfeng's gaze flickered with a strange light, and he uncertainly inquired, "Are you suggesting that your Duankong Shinzone has 8 other peaks like Jimmy Peak?" "What do you mean?" Nian arched his singular eyebrow. The legend of the 9 peaks of Duankong Shinzone resonates throughout the cultivation world. "You truly are unaware?" Renfeng shook his head, his interest piqued. "So, your Duankong Shinzone is quite renowned?" Nian, oblivious to the fact that Renfeng and Amp, Appos, S mind was almost entirely occupied with 3 millennia of memories from the infernal tide, assumed Renfeng was deliberately provoking him. With each successive dismissal and challenge, even the most composed of individuals would struggle to maintain their poise. He immediately made a hand gesture, sneering. "Your ability to kill Jin Wanli indicates you possess some skill, but if you believe I am on the same level as him, you are gravely mistaken. Now, you shall pay the price for your insolence and arrogance." As he spoke, Nian pointed to the heavens with one hand and to the earth with the other, executing a dual technique, one like the descending firmament, the other like the rising earth, both imbued with a soul-stirring force, surged towards Renfeng. In the distance, Feng Ruyo and Jiang Yan, who were meditating to heal their injuries, were startled awake. A mere glance left their faces as pale as paper. For Nian's techniques included them as well. Boom! Even the fallen Yuzhou city emerged from the sands. They exchanged a glance, feeling an icy chill creep into their hearts. "You are far too impatient. You should have at least let me finish speaking before taking action." Suddenly, Renfeng interjected. With his words, the descending firmament abruptly halted, and the rising earth and Yuzhou city froze as if Renfeng's voice possessed a terrifying power that thwarted Nian's techniques. Despite being the one to unleash the techniques, Nian found his energy dissipating into the void. Neither the firmament nor the earth could advance even a fraction. Nian narrowed his divine eyes, refusing to accept defeat, and finally discerned the source of the obstruction. It was the wooden sword, resembling withered wood, beside Ren Fenglu. In his divine vision, this sword loomed large, reaching towards the fallen sky above and thrusting into the soaring earth below. This sword was a treasure. No, it was a Dao treasure. Only a Dao treasure could possess such immense power. A surge of excitement coursed through Niamuyun and Apos' heart, yet he heard Ren Fenglu and Apos' earnest voice resonate in his ears. Legends are often forged in the crucible of blood and fire. Are the hands of those from your Duankong Xianzong and Apos' 9 peaks stained with blood? Chapter 39, The Pocket-Sized Yuanshan. Niamuyun gazed incredulously at Ren Fenglu, observing the man who uttered such ambiguous words, and felt a slight urge to laugh. Was there ever a sect that rose to power without a mountain of corpses? Are you implying that you wish to annihilate my Duankong Xianzong in the name of justice? Niamuyun found this to be the most amusing jest he had ever heard, and he dispelled his divine powers, clutching his belly as he burst into laughter. The remnants of the old Yuzhou city came crashing down, and both Feng Ruyu and Jiang Yin felt an immediate lightness in their bodies, sensing the sudden release of pressure. They exchanged knowing glances and fled in perfect unison. Niamuyun cast a glance at the retreating figures but made no move to pursue. Ren Fenglu lowered his head in silence for a moment, then raised it again, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No, you misunderstand. What I mean is that sects like yours are bound to be my finest nourishment. Nourishment? A chill ran down Niamuyun's spine as he grasped the insinuation behind Ren Fenglu's words. Was he suggesting that he intended to consume them? Ren Fenglu nodded, forcing a more practiced grin. By the way, let me ask you this. Will killing you provoke the entire Duankong Xianzong to come forth? You are audacious. At last, Niamuyun recognized Ren Fenglu's arrogance, but he also discerned his ignorance. Throughout history, no one has ever single-handedly opposed a top-tier sect. The depth of a top-tier sect's foundation exceeds the imagination of ordinary mortals. Niamuyun surprisingly maintained his composure and responded earnestly. No, merely killing me is insufficient. My death alone does not warrant the entire sect and Apos' mobilization. If you wish to realize this mad ambition, you must at least slay a peak master. Is that so? Ren Fenglu furrowed his brow, letting out a sigh. For that remark, you need not die tonight. Ah, then I shall test the might of your divine sword. Niamuyun howled, his hands forming a blade as he struck downward. Spiritual energy intertwined like a tempest, forming 2 beams of sword light several dozen feet long, radiating with fierce brilliance. Since I have decided to spare your life, you are unworthy of witnessing my sword. Ren Fenglu merely waved his hand, and the 2 beams of light that illuminated the heavens abruptly halted, as if they had collided with an indestructible wall. How is this possible? Niamuyun was astonished. He clearly saw that this time, the force that obstructed his divine power was merely Ren Fenglu's gesture, with no involvement from that divine sword. He strained to activate his divine eye, gazing at the shrouded figure of Ren Fenglu, but he saw neither a Yuan Ying nor a Yuanshan. This revelation sent a wave of dread over Niamuyun. Ren Fenglu seemed to be treading a path unlike any other, for he did not cultivate a Yuan Ying, nor did he refine a Yuanshan. Did all his power truly stem from himself? Niamuyun was reluctant to accept this conclusion, preferring to believe that the dark mist enveloping Ren Fenglu was merely an illusion. Yet, no astonishing discovery could be dismissed as mere illusion, as long as he lived. This revelation would accompany him for a lifetime. Niamuyun had yet to grasp this truth, so he retracted his divine powers and attempted once more. Sword light, mountains, the firmament, thunder, and rain. Each distinct manifestation of divine power illuminated the realm repeatedly, only to crash against the invisible wall conjured by Ren Fenglu. As Niamuyun and Apos' spiritual energy neared depletion, he resolutely condensed a drop of blood and summoned his Yuan Shun using secret techniques. In that moment, his Yuan Shun towered over 30 feet, resembling a giant. Its massive fingers shifted rapidly as it executed hand seals and gestures. A piercing roar echoed from the depths of the heavens, and the giant Yuanshan raised its hands, as if to beckon. The next instant, a phoenix engulfed in blazing black flames descended from the night sky, its wings unfurling like a cloud covering the heavens, its claws resembling giant hooks, and black lightning flashing around it like serpents. This massive black phoenix, obscuring the sky, swooped down. This is the Apos, startling phoenix and Apos, technique I derived from the legends of Lu Finjuan after perusing ancient texts. Let us see how you will counter it. Niamuyun was filled with confidence. Even the giant Yuanshan above him wore a proud smile. Ren Fenglu gazed at the flaming phoenix, and to Niamuyun's astonishment, he still did not draw his sword. With a mere gesture, whoosh, a cacophony erupted. The wind and sand, along with stones, rose into the air, coalescing into a vast sea of sand and stone that surged forth not to clash, but to envelop the black phoenix. Water extinguishes fire, a simple principle, Ren Fenglu murmured. The black phoenix was entirely ensnared by the sea of sand and stone, and as the sand shifted, the cocoon formed by the sand gradually constricted. Accompanied by the phoenix's desperate cries, the cocoon shrank until it was level with Niamuyun's Yuanshan. Ren Fenglu flicked his finger, and the cocoon hurtled toward Niamuyun and Apos' Yuanshan. The speed was so swift that Niamuyun had no time to react. Just as his giant Yuanshan extended its hand, it was struck by the cocoon. Boom. Suddenly, the cocoon erupted violently. Puff. The giant Yuan Shun bore the brunt of the explosion and was shattered, while Niemuyun suffered a violent backlash, spitting blood as he was flung backward. After being propelled several hundred feet, he crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. However, his Yuanshan remained formidable, not entirely obliterated. Still retaining the size of a thumb, he staggered to his feet, gazing at his diminutive Yuanshan as if looking at a pocket-sized version of himself. Although he remained in the transformation realm, his true strength was reduced to merely 1% of his former glory. Faced with such a reality, Niemuyun found it impossible to accept. He appeared deranged, pointing at Ren Fenglu but unable to utter a single word. For no language could encapsulate his current rage and resentment. Ren Fenglu, however, felt no pity for him. Coldly, he remarked, "I spare your life so that you may hasten back and inform the master of Jimmy Peak that I am here waiting. Do not fail to meet me. You destroy my cultivation yet spare my life. Truly wicked. Just wait. My master will surely flay you alive." Niemuyun, consumed by despair, fled like a stray dog. Once Niemuyun departed, tranquility returned to the area. In the distance, Feng Ruyu and Jiang Yin had also halted their retreat, hurriedly restoring their spiritual energy. Suddenly sensing something, they opened their eyes to see Niemuyun's even more disheveled figure fleeing. They exchanged glances, and Feng Ruyu weighed his restored spiritual energy. Deeming it too risky to launch a lethal strike, Jiang Yin shared the sentiment and refrained from acting recklessly. He gazed toward the site of Yuzhou City, contemplating the towering figure of Ren Fenglu, and finally calmed his thoughts. It dawned on him that there must be a connection between these two. Even if Ren Fenglu had abstained from intervening during their earlier clash, it did not mean he would continue to hold back. The immediate priority was to swiftly distance themselves, heal their wounds, and await the opportune moment to act. Well then, as I teach the wicked, I shall let you off this time, but next we meet, I will surely sever your head. Jiang Yin scoffed before turning to leave. Is that all? Feng Ruyu retorted defiantly, watching Jiang Yin depart without looking back. He scratched his head in frustration as he trudged back toward Ren Fenglu. A cold smile graced Ren Fenglu's lips. I never imagined you would still be alive. Feng Ruyu froze, rendered speechless. Chapter 40. The Fugitive with Scarlet Eyes, Xiao Pinggu. The arrival was formidable, surpassing the nascent soul stage. And your 1,000-infant slaughter likely stands no chance of advancement. Ren Fenglu cast a glance at Feng Ruyu, whose expression turned grim. He recognized the truth in Ren Fenglu's words. Even Jiang Yin, who once posed no threat to him, had ascended to the transformation stage. If even a mere rogue cultivator could achieve such heights, the disciples sent by the sects were undoubtedly even more formidable. Had my meticulous plans come to naught? A sense of bitterness welled up in Feng Ruyu, extinguishing any desire to speak. Is this all it takes to dishearten you? Ren Fenglu inquired casually. What else can be done? Feng Ruyu forced a smile that resembled a grimace. Without the nascent soul stage, one cannot seize the primordial infant, but with the transformation stage, why not seize the primordial spirit? Ren Fenglu retorted. That. Feng Ruyu's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on his words. After a prolonged silence, he managed to stammer, My dear brother, you possess a bold imagination. Setting aside whether I have the capability, the mere thought of it fills me with a sense of guilt akin to betraying my master and ancestors. To seize the primordial spirit, would I not become a mere pawn of the free and easy sect? Since I have proposed it, I surely possess a method. Ren Fenglu fixed his gaze upon Feng Ruyu, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. What treachery against the master and ancestors? Are you guilty of slaying or betraying your kin? Do you merely harbor aspirations of strength without the courage to pursue it? What is the 1,000-infant slaughter compared to the 1,000-god slaughter? The 10,000-god slaughter? Feng Ruyu felt his head spinning, his throat dry as he swallowed repeatedly, too intimidated to respond. The image of the 1,000 infants assembly was his lifelong pursuit. Yet the visions of the 1,000 gods rising and the 10,000 gods soaring filled his mind, causing his blood to boil. I. Feng Ruyu stammered, unable to articulate a coherent thought, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as his entire being flushed crimson. At that moment, he wrestled with inner turmoil. He had witnessed Ren Fenglu's immense power and held no doubt that Ren Fenglu could indeed imprison others' primordial spirits. However, if he embarked on the path of seizing others' primordial spirits, he would become an outcast in the Zhengyi sect, facing inevitable retribution. Simultaneously, the free and easy sect would not spare him, surely capturing him for soul-searching to uncover his method of sacrifice. Those who deemed themselves righteous would likewise not let him go, rendering him an enemy of the entire cultivation world, with Ren Fenglu as his sole ally. Should Ren Fenglu abandon him, he would be utterly isolated. Undoubtedly, this was a gamble with infinitesimal odds of success. I need to think this over. Feng Ruyu lacked the courage to wager his life and fortune, fleeing in haste. Watching Feng Ruyu's retreating figure, Ren Fenglu shook his head indifferently. In the night, Niemuyun raced through the skies as if pursued by death itself. He was eager to return and inform his fellow disciples that Ren Fenglu was a monster who had yet to form a primordial infant and did not cultivate the primordial spirit, yet possessed unfathomable strength. Along the way, he continuously refined spirit stones to restore his energy, hastily employing the recovered energy for flight, enabling his swift return. Reaching the realm of mortal cultivators by midnight, Despite the late hour, the realm of mortal cultivators shone brightly as if it were day. A dazzling display born of the convergence of pearls and treasures. Niamuyun had no time to admire the beauty. Quickly crossing the boundary and plunging into the shrouded mist enveloping the cultivation world. Unbeknownst to him, after his figure vanished, a noble scion at A, dedicated to transmitting long-distance messages for various sects, was pinning a note, the disheveled peak of the Duankong celestial sect, Niamuyun in retreat. The noble scion, Ning Bufan, carefully stored his ink and closed the book, observing that the cover bore the inscription, the monstrous prodigy of Yuzhou creates a legend in 5 years. The cultivation world sprawled vast and boundless, its terrain rugged with mountains and ravines, veins of earth like soaring dragons coursing in every direction, an expanse without end. Above the spiritual veins, spiritual energy coalesced like mist. Even in the dead of night, the echoes of thunderous roars erupted from various chasms, entire mountain peaks severed. It was the great demons clashing, and like human cultivators, they were endlessly emerging. The two races were at odds, treating the cultivation world as their battlefield, frequently engaging in mutual assaults, ambushes, and assassinations, leaving no room for coexistence. Niamuyun glanced at the severed peaks, aware that a celestial demon was wreaking havoc below. His primordial spirit was damaged, and his strength diminished, making it unfeasible to confront a celestial demon. He hastily concealed his aura and reluctantly slowed his pace, attempting to slip quietly past this battlefield. He continuously masked his presence, but felt he had not succeeded entirely. In the depths of his awareness, he sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him, as though peering from the mountains or concealed within the boundless clouds above. These eyes exuded an unmistakable aura of brutality, sending a shiver down Niamuyun's spine. Holding his breath, he scanned his surroundings but discerned no anomalies. This person possessed exceptional stealth skills, moving with such speed that Niamuyun could not pinpoint their exact location. One thing was certain, they were pursuing him. In his prime, Niamuyun would have been unafraid. But now, with his strength significantly compromised, he felt a loss of confidence. Desperately concealing his aura, he donned a cloak to envelop himself, transforming into a mass of dark clouds. However, he dared not move too quickly or ascend too close to the cloud cover, despite the darkness. The cloud he formed was conspicuously noticeable. Niamuyun could distinctly feel that the eyes remained locked on him. Moreover, within those eyes lay a chilling intent, plunder. In that instant, Niamuyun realized the identity of his pursuer, the Free and Easy sect, the congregation of wicked cultivators who seized primordial spirits. At that moment, Niamuyun understood why he could never pinpoint the location of those eyes. For, whether among the mountains or above the clouds, or along the paths ahead and behind, it was this person's primordial spirit that was stalking him. Their true form remained shrouded in mystery. How foolish. I should not have been impulsive enough to venture out alone. Had I gathered a group, I surely would not face the current predicament. I might even have been able to unite forces to severely wound Renfenglu. Niamuyun lamented. Yet he had no time to indulge in regret, as he sensed the eyes drawing nearer. Roar, the celestial demon beast's roar resonated like thunder. A spiritual energy storm shattering a towering peak. Niamuyun and Appo's heart raced, and he suddenly steeled himself, plummeting downward. Ah, clever enough. But you are too naive if you think a celestial demon alone can halt my progress. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed in Niamuyun and Appo's ears. As he looked up, he beheld the pair of eyes emerging from the mist. The pupils gleamed brightly, yet the scare was a blood-red hue. Scarlet eyes of Xiaopingu. Niamuyun's heart jolted, and he fervently urged his spiritual energy, plummeting like a cannonball. He was about to crash into a toppled mountain peak when chaos erupted among the trees atop the fractured summit. Chapter 41. Setting a trap. I will not kill you. Suddenly, from within the forest, 3 ethereal spirits emerged, each approximately the size of a human, their forms shimmering with pale gold interspersed with mottled black. Niamuyun hastily halted his descent, recognizing the faces of these 3 spirits. With their hair tied up, thick brows resembling blades, full lips, and crimson eyes, they unmistakably bore the visage of Xiaopingu, a notorious figure from the cultivation world, listed on the bounty board as a rogue from the Zizai sect. Come any closer, and I will completely unleash my aura, attracting the attention of the celestial demons below. We might as well perish together. Niamuyun's vehement shout abruptly ceased as he beheld the 3 spirits, now fully under Xiaopingu's control, suddenly strike out, casting a tangible curtain of darkness that enveloped the area below. This was a shroud created by the ethereal spirits. Xiaopingu's true form materialized from the mists, a confident smile adorning his face as he proclaimed, "It can isolate all traces of breath and sound. At present, I have yet to master it fully. It can only obscure the senses of cultivators below the divine refinement stage, and of course, the celestial demons are included." Noticing the despondency on Niamuyun's face, Xiaopingu chuckled. I never expected my luck to be so fortuitous as to encounter a disciple from the lofty Duankong sect. With his head bowed, Niamuyun silently stowed away his now useless cloak, gritting his teeth in resentment as he glared at Xiaopingu without uttering a word. What is this? You, who are always perched high above, seem unable to tolerate even a grain of sand in your eyes. Why is it that tonight, upon seeing me, you dare not voice your anger? Xiaopinggu, having evidently had past altercations with the disciples of the Duankongxian sect, seized the opportunity to taunt Niemu Yun. Even now that he had him at his mercy, Xiaopinggu, the last encounter at Taiping Market allowed your escape, and it remains my greatest regret in life. Realizing the severe toll on his cultivation, Niemu Yun understood he had no chance of escape, and, adopting a seemingly indifferent demeanor, replied, "Oh, you were actually present at the Taiping Market battle?" Xiaopinggu remarked, examining Niemu Yun with mild surprise. "Ah, but that was decades ago. I imagine your cultivation was too low to catch my attention at the time. I apologize for not remembering you. Which peak of the Duankongxian sect do you belong to? What is your name?" Xiaopinggu grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "I forgot to mention, the spirits I have plundered are not nameless." "Shumi Peak, Niemu Yun," came the proud reply from Niemu Yun, followed by an enigmatic smile. "You wish to plunder my spirit? I fear you may not be worthy." This is intriguing. Do you still have a chance of survival?" Xiaopinggu questioned, scrutinizing Niemu Yun as if seeking any lingering advantage. Niemu Yun shook his head, an eerie smile plastered on his face as he silently summoned his ethereal spirit. "What is this? Is this truly your spirit?" Xiaopinggu exclaimed, genuinely astonished, pointing at the diminutive spirit the size of a thumb, disbelief etched across his features. "This is indeed my spirit." As Niemu Yun uttered these words, his heart felt as if it were bleeding, yet he quickly regained his composure, stating in an eerily calm tone, "Now, do you still wish to plunder my spirit for your own use?" Xiaopinggu cast a complicated glance at the tiny spirit, refraining from answering, instead countering with a question. "Who was it that shattered your spirit? Was it someone who also wielded an ethereal spirit?" "Yes. It must have been an ethereal spirit. Only such a thing could harm another spirit. That individual's spirit must be extraordinarily powerful." As he reached this conclusion, Xiaopinggu's expression morphed into one of excitement, recalling the moment he had utilized his divine sight to observe Ren Fenglu. Niemu Yun felt turmoil within but maintained a facade of calm, nodding, "Indeed, it is terrifyingly powerful. I, Niemu Yun, have always held myself in high regard, especially regarding the path of the ethereal spirit, yet in the presence of that individual, my spirit was nearly shattered in a single clash, leaving only this remnant. If such a person is so formidable, how could they possibly spare you?" Xiaopinggu noted, jotting this down mentally, his expression rife with skepticism. "Because he is even more arrogant than you. He spared my life merely to send a message back to the Duankongxian sect." Niemu Yun clenched his fists, visibly irked by Ren Fenglu's actions, feeling as though he were complicit in the betrayal of his own kin. TSK? A message? What kind of message? Continue. I find this person quite intriguing." Xiaopinggu's eyes glimmered with excitement, rubbing his hands together. "He wants me to return to the sect and summon Master Ren from the first peak." Niemu Yun lowered his head, a hint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. "Ah, so you obediently complied?" Xiaopinggu placed his hands on his hips, a look of disdain crossing his face. "I never imagined that even within the esteemed Duankongxian sect, there would be such cowardly individuals. Is this not hastening your elders toward their demise?" "Oh, I see. You seek to advance and aspire to the position of peak master, do you not?" "I am not as shameless as you." Niemu Yun glared fiercely at Xiaopinggu, his voice dripping with contempt. "You have never faced that individual. You cannot fathom his terror. He is so powerful that I felt as if I could rival a peak master. To hold such reverence for one who has decimated your cultivation only deepens my curiosity about him. Speak, who is he?" Xiaopinggu felt an itch of anticipation within, realizing that if this individual were indeed so formidable, capturing their spirit for his own purposes would elevate his power beyond mere enhancement. He is one who should have perished. Niemu Yun knew that Xiaopinggu had fallen into the trap he had set, despite being nearly assured of his success. He saw no harm in stoking the flames further. "Xiaopinggu, I concede that you are powerful, but you could never be his match. In addition to possessing a spirit of extraordinary strength, comparable to those of the divine refinement stage, he wields a Dao treasure, an ethereal sword." "What? A Dao treasure? You mean one with sentience, nearly monstrous in its capabilities?" Xiaopinggu exclaimed in astonishment, nearly leaping forward as he pressed. "Who is he? Where can I find him?" Sighing deeply, Niemu Yun spoke earnestly. "Xiaopinggu, I acknowledge your years of cultivation and the effort you have invested. I do not wish to push you into the flames of disaster. Enough with the idle chatter. If you continue to evade me, I will simply delve into your soul." Xiaopinggu, growing impatient, cursed loudly, his posture suggesting he was ready to strike immediately. Niemu Yun's eyelids twitched. He understood that Xiaopinggu was not merely speaking idly and hurriedly divulged. He is Ren Fenglu. He has acquired a tremendous opportunity within the abyss. He has now returned safely, just outside Yuzhou City. "Ren Fenglu? I believe I have heard of this youth." Xiaopinggu furrowed his brow, recalling an anonymous letter he had received detailing Ren Fenglu's exploits. He had originally intended to travel to Yuzhou City for this very person, only to fortuitously encounter Niemu Yun upon arriving in the realm of mortal cultivators, leading him to seize the opportunity to plunder his spirit. It was surprising that the one who had severely injured Niemu Yun was also Ren Fenglu. With both confirmations, Xiaopinggu was assured that Niemu Yun spoke the truth. After pondering for a moment, he grinned. Very well, for now, I shall trust you. Since your spirit is so exquisite, I shall refrain from taking what you cherish. Consider yourself fortunate this time. I am in a good mood and do not wish to shed blood, so I shall let you go. You will let me leave? Niamuyan furrowed his brow, unable to believe it. What? Do you think all members of the Zizai sect are as cold-blooded as those from the Duankongxian sect? You think too highly of yourself. Since you are of no use to me, why would I kill you? Of course, if you regain your strength and your spirit is restored, I will certainly seek you out again. Xiao Pinga grinned, displaying a seemingly harmless smile. Chapter 42. You are quite impressive. I hope you can swiftly inform the members of the Duankongxian zone. If you delay, the Ren Fenglu will be mine. Xiao Pinga seemed to be advising, his eyes brimming with profound meaning. Suddenly, he withdrew the dark veil, retracted his primordial spirit, and turned to leave with a speed that rivaled lightning. Howl, the moment the dark veil of Xiao Pinga dissipated, a soul-shattering howl pierced Niamuyun and Apos' eardrums. In a panic, he looked down only to see a mountain-like giant wolf with its mouth agape, its sharp fangs glinting ominously in the night, longer than his own. A deadly threat loomed perilously close to Niamuyun, sending him into a frantic retreat. Yet, the giant maw followed him like a specter, gritting his teeth. Niamuyun desperately forced out a drop of essence blood, channeling his secret technique. Instantly, his entire being turned crimson, golden flames erupting around him, while the primordial spirit atop his head appeared to be scorched, dripping like candle wax, gradually losing its form. This was the method of burning essence blood to forcibly activate the primordial spirit. Even if he survived, he could never again enter the realm of transformation. In that moment, however, survival was all that mattered. Niamuyun urged his spiritual energy with fervor, as if sprouting 8 pairs of wings, soaring into the sky at an accelerated pace. In a moment of haste, Niamuyun glanced down and saw the giant mouth shrinking, a flicker of joy crossing his features, only to be immediately engulfed by a sense of impending doom. An overwhelming force of suction emanated from the wolf's maw. Niamuyun strained to maintain his ascent. But as he looked up, he saw the clouds in the night sky being drawn down upon him, devouring. Was this the voracious power of the heavenly demon wolf? Exhaustion began to set in, an overwhelming sense of weakness rising within him, yet he did not relent. Continuing to channel his energy, his arms outstretched like a drowning man struggling for salvation. Soon, his spiritual energy was depleted. Niamuyun and Apos' countenance changed, his flailing hands suddenly falling, his body plummeting like a cannonball. Bang! He landed upon the foul, blood-scented tongue of the giant wolf, his entire body aching and drained as he helplessly watched the 2 rows of sharp fangs slowly close in. Xiao Pingu, if I die, you shall not live either. You have been deceived. Ren Fenglu possesses no primordial spirit. Should you hurry there, certain death awaits you. Ha ha ha, in the final moments of his life. Niamuyun let out a resentful, bitter laugh. Crunch, crunch, the giant wolf rose, continuously chewing, its massive eyes filled with satisfaction, evidently pleased with this meal. Half an hour later. This scent is somewhat familiar, though faint. Could it be a disciple of my Duankongxian zone? Amidst the mist, Ren Qianshan sniffed the air, a glimmer of intrigue flashing across his eyes. He immediately employed his divine sight, his pupils turning a pale gold, and focused his gaze below. Amidst the collapsed peaks, a giant wolf stood atop a precipice, exhaling moonlight. Behind it, a faint shadow mirrored its actions, also exhaling moonlight. How intriguing. It is indeed a heavenly demon wolf. And by the looks of it, it seems to be nearing the mid-stage of the heavenly demon realm. Ren Qianshan silently praised. In former times, he would have descended to battle this heavenly demon wolf. If he could tame it, it would serve as a mount. If not, he would slay it to harvest its sinews for strings, bones for weapons, and hide for armor, all superior materials. Its heart could be refined into a pill to temporarily enhance a cultivator's power. However, he had pressing matters at hand and no intention of capturing the heavenly demon wolf at present. Very well, I shall let it grow for now, waiting for it to ascend to the mid-stage of the heavenly demon realm. Ren Qianshan nodded, flicking his sleeve, his speed dramatically increasing. But at that moment, something suddenly floated from the wolf's mouth. That is Ren Qianshan abruptly halted, his pupils constricting. Utilizing his divine sight to its fullest, he discerned the object. It was a torn corner of clothing. The base color was lead gray, interwoven with faint golden thread, unmistakably the insignia of the Duankongxian zone robe. Ren Qianshan furrowed his brow, eyeing the still exhaling heavenly demon wolf. The wolf seemed to sense his gaze, ceasing its exhalation. The faint shadow behind it melded into its body as it slowly opened its eyes, gazing up at Ren Qianshan from the night sky. Its massive eyes filled with a brutal intent. Having just consumed a human cultivator of no small caliber, its strength had increased, and now another appeared, seemingly even more formidable. If it could devour this one too. The heavenly demon wolf licked its lips, its sharp fangs glimmering menacingly, as if taunting. Beast, I had intended to spare you some time, yet you dare to provoke me. Prepare to meet your end. Ren Qianshan's temper flared. His form inverted as he extended his hand from above. Howl, the heavenly demon wolf displayed a fierce countenance, unafraid, roaring at Ren Qianshan. Waves of terrifying energy erupted from its mouth, rippling through the air with a sharpness that was evident. Ren Qianshan and Appo's fury intensified. His descending palm radiated with brilliant light, akin to flames igniting as he quickened his descent. In the blink of an eye, the gust expelled by the heavenly demon wolf collided with Ren Qianshan's palm. Yet upon contact with the fiery light at the edges of his hand, it vanished without a trace, as if refined. The heavenly demon wolf tilted its head, seemingly astonished, before once more opening its mouth, unleashing its terrifying voracious power. You think this beast can consume me? Ren Qianshan perceived the acceleration of his descent, recognizing the wolf's intent. Yet he remained unperturbed, his palm still poised to strike. The fiery light at the edges of his hand suddenly expanded, and in mere moments, it interwove into a colossal hand magnified 100-fold. As Ren Qianshan descended rapidly, this immense hand plummeted from the sky, like a striking comet, a formidable human. In the instant the giant hand descended upon the heavenly demon wolf, it crossed its robust forelegs to shield its chest. In a moment of haste, it chose to endure the impact. A smirk curled at the corners of Ren Qianshan's mouth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Boom! The enormous hand crashed down upon the mountain-like body of the heavenly demon wolf, yet astonishingly, it did not topple. Only the stones, grass, and trees within a 100-foot radius were reduced to powder, and at the center, a massive handprint emerged on the battered ground, as if a colossal palm had sunk into the earth. Ren Qianshan frowned. The physical strength of this heavenly demon wolf surpassed expectations. His full-force strike had not reduced it to pulp. Now, he stood on the brink of the realm of refining spirit, and his full-powered strike should have been insurmountable for an ordinary heavenly demon. This particular heavenly demon wolf was undoubtedly exceptional. Ren Qianshan recalled the faint shadow he had seen earlier. It must have been formed over the years from absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The shadow, intertwined with the wolf's body, likely contributed to its resilience in withstanding his blow. The heavenly demon wolf shook off the dust from its form, gazing up at Ren Qianshan, who stood at the edge of the giant pit. It opened its mouth and uttered in a somewhat unclear human tongue, "You are quite impressive, more nourishing than the one I just consumed." One? Ren Qianshan's eyes glinted with cold light. Chapter 43. The Most Cruel Death. What, are you afraid? Seeing Ren Qianshan remain unresponsive, the celestial wolf bared its teeth. Do you know that every part of you is a treasure? Ren Qianshan's eyes glinted with coldness, his expression unchanging. As if casually conversing with an old acquaintance, originally, your heart would have been refined into a pill, your bones forged into weapons, your fur sewn into wolf armor with divine silk, and your sinews crafted into bowstrings. Though you would have perished, you could have remained in this world in another form. However, I have abandoned such plans. Your proud flesh will be pierced, and then turned to ashes by divine fire. You are arranging my affairs. The celestial wolf's fur suddenly stiffened like iron needles. With powerful hind legs, its massive body leaped from the pit, looming over Ren Qianshan like a mountain. Gazing down upon him, I know of your formidable physique. Indeed, your kind has terrorized the cultivation world, slaughtering practitioners without remorse. But soon, you shall understand that a mere early-stage celestial wolf's body is not invincible. Ren Qianshan scoffed, suddenly placing his hands behind his back, disdainfully regarding the celestial wolf. A golden light erupted from his brow, revealing his primordial spirit. Measuring about a foot in length, the golden light flowed like liquid, devoid of any aura, yet suffused with an air of lethal intent. At the moment this thread of primordial spirit manifested, the celestial wolf's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of impending doom washing over it, penetrating deep into its soul and sending tremors through its very being. Without hesitation, the celestial wolf summoned its blood and spiritual energy, a serene moonlight cascading down, revealing a faint silver glow upon its mountainous form. Futile, futile. Ren Qianshan and Appo's primordial spirit whispered, as if announcing the celestial wolf and Appo's fate. Then, his primordial form abruptly transformed into a 3-foot-long golden needle, vibrating violently at the tail as he gathered strength, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. The celestial wolf felt the chill in the air, as if the very atmosphere had frozen, making it difficult to breathe. Feigning divinity. The celestial wolf roared, suddenly launching itself forward, just as Ren Qianshan and Appo's primordial spirit. Now a slender golden needle shot forth. Fierce and relentless, the celestial wolf opened its jaws to bite, but with a resounding clang, the golden needle pierced through its fangs. No. The celestial wolf howled in rage, its forelegs thrashing, the air exploding around it, as Ren Qianshan's physical form was shattered nearby, having struck the first blow. The celestial wolf dared not relent, for it could no longer sense the direction of the golden needle that pierced its fangs. It opened its mouth to inhale, only to realize that air was escaping from its left fang. Come out. Show yourself. In its panic, the celestial wolf found itself uttering words with surprising fluency. Yet, it received no response. The needle, much like Ren Qianshan's corporeal form, vanished completely. Silence fell over the surroundings. The celestial wolf warily surveyed the area, its limbs moving cautiously as it searched for the golden needle. It seems you cannot find me. You have destroyed one of my bodies. You shouldn't die so quickly. Suddenly, Ren Qianshan's calm voice echoed in the celestial wolf's mind. Ack. A profound pain surged through its head, and the celestial wolf howled in anguish, its mountain-like body trembling violently. It frantically shook its head, but could not shake off the torment. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial wolf rampaged like a mad beast, plowing its head into the ground, leaving deep furrows in the already ravaged earth. Yet the pain was relentless, burrowing deep into its bones, and at the same time, it felt piercing sensations radiating from within its body. Inside it, that primordial golden needle scattered into countless tiny needles, spreading throughout the celestial wolf's body, piercing through blood and bones, veins and organs. In an instant, the celestial wolf and Apos' interior was riddled with wounds, its lifeblood spilling throughout its body. In the realm of spirit refinement, a celestial and Apos' body was nearly invincible. But the celestial wolf never imagined that a cunning human cultivator could devise a method to attack from within, leading to its downfall. Boom. The celestial wolf went completely berserk, crashing through the mountains, yet the enemy and Apos' assault came from within, leaving it no means of escape. Its frantic flight seemed to be its final farewell to the world. Boom. Ultimately, the celestial wolf collapsed, drenched in blood and barely clinging to life. As the chaotic lifeblood within it lost its orderly flow, the silver glow on its surface gradually faded. Sizzle, 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 one by one. The tiny golden needles pierced out from the celestial wolf's body, reassembling in the void into Rin Qianshan's form. The celestial wolf felt a slight alleviation of the agonizing pain within, yet it lacked the strength to rise. It lay motionless, blood oozing from its wounds, gradually forming a lake of crimson around it. Life was swiftly ebbing away, and the light in the celestial wolf's eyes dimmed. Rin Qianshan, in his primordial form, coldly regarded the celestial wolf and spoke softly. Do you think you can calmly await your demise? No, you cannot. I want you to witness your body being ignited. Rin Qianshan seemed to be conversing with himself. With that, his primordial form transformed once more, resembling a swirling mass of golden flames. The flames flickered, suddenly splitting into two, then four. Soon, a sea of primordial fire was formed. The celestial wolf's heavy body was lifted into the air, as if by invisible hands, placing it above the sea of primordial flames. The celestial wolf had not yet succumbed entirely. It still felt pain and let out a pained cry. Soon, the air was filled with the aroma of roasting flesh. With all its strength, the celestial wolf turned its head, witnessing its body being consumed by the flames of the primordial spirit. Its once proud flesh rapidly softened, charred, oozed fat, darkened, and with a gust of wind, it turned to black ash and scattered. This was indeed a death most cruel. Blood tears flowed from the celestial wolf's eyes as it fixated on the bright moon above. Its fur turned to ash, blood evaporated, veins shrank into nothingness, and bones were reduced to cinders. In its final moments, the celestial wolf did not plead for mercy. It defiantly raised its head, gazing at the moon, until it was entirely reduced to ash. Suddenly, from the clouded night sky, a gaunt figure emerged, white-haired and piercing-eyed, holding a glimmering crystal stone as it hovered in the air. Below, the flickering primordial fire converged, forming the shape of an elder, who, in a flash, entered the elder's brow. This elder was none other than another physical manifestation of Rin Qianshan. The reason why cultivators in the transformation of spirit realm are difficult to kill is due to their ability to create multiple bodies. As long as their primordial spirit endures, even if one body is destroyed, they can continue to walk the world in another form. If one progresses further along the path of the primordial spirit, they can even divide their spirit to inhabit different bodies simultaneously, traversing the world in various places, and with proper control, even deceive most cultivators. However, the conditions for refining additional bodies are exceedingly arduous. Not only is it time-consuming, but the success rate is disheartening. It often takes decades or even centuries, only to end in futility. This is why cultivators below the mid-stage of the transformation of spirit realm rarely attempt to create additional bodies. As the scattered thread of primordial spirit returned, Rin Qianshan stretched his limbs, glancing at the crystal stone in his hand, murmuring, Qin Ming, your entrusted task ended before it even began. Such a pity. I never imagined that your most valued disciple would meet an untimely end. Just like my other body at Jimmy Peak. I hope that when you see the scenes captured in this stone, it brings you some solace. Chapter 44, Rin Qianshan and Yin Qiming. In the enchanting ambience infused with the luster of precious gems, lies the immortal mortal post station, a haven dedicated to the transmission of long-distance correspondence for cultivators. This station has stood the test of time, having facilitated the delivery of hundreds of letters, never failing in its trustworthiness. The current proprietor of this establishment is Ning Bufan, an 18-year-old with vibrant red lips and pearly white teeth, possessing delicate features that lend him the appearance of a frail scholar. As the owner, Ning Bufan is spared the labor of delivering letters. The true couriers are a selection of extraordinary avian creatures. These include a majestic eagle with glossy black feathers, vividly colored doves the size of a fist, and greenish-black parrots. The messengers unique to the immortal mortal post station roam freely within the courtyard, akin to free-range poultry. They are relatively easy to care for, consuming merely a chunk of spirit beast meat the size of an adult's hand each meal. Their lives follow a strict routine, with 3 meals a day, and should the proprietor dare to skimp on their rations, they would undoubtedly strike. However, they are also easily swayed the moment they see Ning Bufan tossing spirit beast meat. They promptly forget their grievances and eagerly devour their meal before setting off. Ning Bufan rested his chin on the counter. A frown etched across his brow as he contemplated tomorrow's provisions for these gullible messengers. Suddenly, the sharp voice of a parrot pierced through the air from outside. Golden Fan. Golden Fan, food is here. Food is here. Xiao Wu, I've told you not to call me Golden Fan. Do you believe I will cut your rations today? The term golden uttered by the parrot referred not to its hue but rather to its droppings. Ning Bufan replied with annoyance, shaking off his melancholy as he made his way outside. You dare to withhold? I will strike. Strike. Xiao Wu flapped its vibrant green wings and landed on Ning Bufan and Appo's shoulder, continuing its incessant chatter. With a sigh of resignation, Ning Bufan retrieved a piece of spirit beast meat 3 times the size of Xiao Wu from his sleeve. As soon as he tossed it into the air, Xiao Wu stretched its neck, its head swelling several times larger, gobbling up the meat before its head shrank back down, resembling a dark emerald. Once Xiao Wu settled down, Ning Bufan lifted his gaze to regard the first employer of the day. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow and a frail demeanor reminiscent of rotting wood, exuded a subtle vitality, hinting at formidable strength. Ning Bufan reached a conclusion in his mind and was about to speak when the old man's gaze shifted from the drowsing birds in the courtyard dam. With narrowed eyes, he lamented, the Beast Master sect was once renowned throughout the vast cultivation world, yet now it has fallen to the task of delivering letters. How lamentable. Ning Bufan blinked, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, It is an honor to have you visit, esteemed elder. How may this Immortal Mortal Post Station serve you? Immortal Mortal Post Station. Indeed an apt name. The elder stepped forward, his robe sweeping elegantly, indicating he wished for a delivery. To where shall it be sent? Do you not inquire about the contents? We are merely couriers, never prying into specifics. That is our principle. Ning Bufan beamed with confidence. Very well. Deliver this item to the Broken Void Immortal Sect. It must arrive within 3 days. The Broken Void Immortal Sect is located tens of thousands of miles away. 3 days is an exceedingly tight time frame. Even if delivery is possible, my messengers may not survive the journey. Such a trivial messenger, what is there to lament? The elder scoffed, tossing a silk pouch with his left hand while flicking a thumb-sized azure crystal with his right. This is a spirit crystal, an existence far surpassing a top-tier spirit stone. The moment Ning Bufan caught it and focused his gaze, his hand trembled, nearly dropping the crystal. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, feigning sleep on his shoulder, curiously peeked out, its tiny eyes sparkling as if envisioning vast quantities of spirit beast meat. Now you are willing? The elder inquired softly. Of course, I am more than willing. Ning Bufan nodded vigorously, swiftly retrieving a small ledger from beneath the counter, and began to write. Could you kindly sign here? Esteemed elder? After completing his entry, he handed the ledger and brush to the elder. Such a bother. The elder appeared displeased as he hastily scribbled his signature before vanishing in a flash. Ning Bufan flipped the ledger over, scrutinizing it repeatedly until he finally discerned the 3 crooked characters. To his astonishment, the esteemed master of Jimmy Peak, one of the 9 peaks of the Broken Void Immortal Sect, Ren Xianshan, penned such an exquisite script. Ning Bufan couldn't help but chuckle to himself, then softly called out, Cat brother, come here. With a soft rustle, a massive owl landed at the doorway, casting a shadow over the entrance. It gazed at Ning Bufan and spoke. This errand is too far. The spirit beast meat must be doubled, or I shall perish from exhaustion. All right. Ning Bufan nodded in agreement. The owl opened its mouth, and Ning Bufan diligently threw piece after piece of spirit beast meat from his sleeve. After tossing over 100 pieces, the owl finally closed its beak in satisfaction. It raised a claw, and Ning Bufan promptly affixed the silk pouch. The owl was typically taciturn, turning to leave immediately. Xiao withdrew its envious gaze and whispered in Ning Bufan's ear, Golden Fan, I never imagined you could resist peeking. Shoo. Ning Bufan shot Xiao a glare, fearing it might speak out of turn, and hurriedly fed it another piece of spirit beast meat. Goodbye. Xiao flapped its wings, soaring out of the room. Alas, the once esteemed reputation of the Immortal Mortal Post Station crumbled during my generation. Fortunately, few are aware of it. No, thankfully, aside from me, only a gullible green-feathered parrot knows. With a sigh, Ning Bufan returned to the counter, retrieving a beautifully bound ledger. Flipping to the latest blank page, he began to write, Ren Xianshan departs. Can the once great talent astonish the world anew? As he gazed at the 2 lines of text, a figure seemed to materialize before his eyes. Golden Fan. A visitor has arrived. Ning Bufan, lost in reverie, was jolted back to reality by Xiao Wu's sharp voice. How curious, is the sun rising in the west today? A mere half-hour has passed before a second employer has arrived. Ning Bufan peered at the sky, his face alight with surprise as he stepped outside to greet the guest. Upon seeing the newcomer, even the usually composed Ning Bufan felt his heart race. Before him stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, draped in a simple long dress that accentuated her delicate figure, enhancing her graceful silhouette. More enchanting was the alluring springtime glimmer and subtle melancholy in her gaze, evoking an instinctive sense of tenderness. May I inquire what brings such a distinguished guest here? Ning Bufan heard his own voice, filled with a warmth and gentleness that felt foreign to him, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment, as though it was not his true self. The ethereal beauty, with her lips slightly parted, gazed at the blushing youth before her, quietly suppressing her allure, and softly requested, "Might you run an errand for me, young sir?" "Certainly. Please. Do tell." As the enchanting presence withdrew her charm, Ning Bufan felt considerably more at ease, though he dared not gaze upon her breathtaking visage again. "Please deliver this letter to Li Hongya of the mysterious mist sect. Here is your remuneration. You are too kind. Yes, please do sign here." As the ethereal beauty lifted her brush, preparing to write, her eyes caught sight of the crooked characters nearby. Her pupils constricted momentarily, yet she composedly began to write. Yin Qiming. Chapter 45, The Unprecedented Prodigy. Gazing at the elegant characters inscribed in the small booklet, Ning Bufan furrowed his brow into a deep frown. The leader of the Faxian sect, Yin Qiming? It seemed improbable, perhaps merely a case of sharing the same name. Yet, the aura she exuded was undeniably extraordinary, far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Regardless, he decided to take it at face value for the time being. Ning Bufan felt a throbbing pain in his temples. After all the effort it took for that prodigy to return, how could he have drawn the attention of a significant figure within the Faxian sect? While it was somewhat understandable that he had incurred the ire of Ren, the connection between the Faxian sect and the Ren family of Yuzhou City was tenuous at best. However, Ning Bufan and Apos' astonishment was far from over. Approximately an hour later, a third employer arrived at the Xianfan post. Even the parrot, Xiao Wu, was taken aback, its voice significantly subdued when announcing the arrival. Ning Bufan was utterly astonished. Witnessing such a grand entrance today made him feel as if the post was entering a prosperous era. The newcomer was a bald giant, his physique resembling a thick wooden plank, wielding a sheathless, serpentine longsword. Upon merely glancing at him, Ning Bufan sensed a palpable aura of hostility emanating from the man, as if it had been suppressed for an extended period. Such individuals were prone to anger, prompting Ning Bufan to muster a smile and respectfully welcome the bald giant inside. The giant appeared to appreciate the gesture, his demeanor softening considerably as he boomed, "I understand the rules of your post. With a reward, a letter shall be delivered." He then scrutinized Ning Bufan intently before adding, "However, I wonder if you would dare accept the task of delivering this letter I possess?" Ning Bufan, maintaining a polite smile, refrained from readily agreeing and cautiously inquired, "The Xianfan post has delivered countless letters over the years, never once failing in our duties. Might I ask what makes your letter so exceptional?" The giant glanced at the parrot, Xiao Wu, feigning slumber on the counter, and conspiratorially declared, "This letter is not destined for the great wilderness cultivation realm, but rather for the mundane world." "The mundane world?" Ning Bufan was taken aback, chuckling ruefully. "The Xianfan post has never undertaken such a task. The mundane realm is not vast for cultivators of your caliber. With your speed, you could reach any location within a day." The bald giant, impatient, retorted, "I am well aware of that. However, I am not in the mood for a fight. I have come to the mundane realm to indulge in fine wines and beautiful flowers. Enough of your prattle. 10 top-grade spirit stones, will you deliver this letter, or not? If not, I shall find another. 10 top-grade spirit stones would suffice to feed the post's courier's spirit beast meat for an entire month." Yet, considering it was the mundane realm, the post's couriers might be somewhat scandalized by this task, and if he accepted, he would have to undertake the delivery himself. Ning Bufan hesitated, ultimately reluctant to forego the reward. He nodded emphatically, "Very well, I shall deliver this letter." "Excellent. A quick decision." The bald giant clapped his hands and commanded, "Bring me some paper." Ning Bufan handed him a piece of finely crafted parchment. However, instead of taking it, the giant suddenly drew his sword. Swish, swish, swish. His sword danced like a golden serpent, casting flickering shadows and instantly enveloping the room in a chilling atmosphere. Ning Bufan retreated repeatedly, while Xiao Wu, startled, screeched and flapped its wings, diving into the tousled hair at the back of Ning Bufan's head. The bald giant continued to wield his sword, creating a flurry of radiant blossoms, akin to golden lotuses. Suddenly, the parchment in Ning Bufan's grasp inexplicably floated upward, suspended in midair. One after another, the golden lotus-like sword blooms descended upon the parchment. Ning Bufan felt as if the very aura of hostility from the room had seeped into the parchment. Finally, the bald giant sheathed his sword with a flourish, allowing it to rest by his side. He gently blew on the parchment, which then drifted into Ning Bufan and Apos' hands. The giant appeared immensely satisfied, laughing heartily, "Young man, be sure to handle this letter with care. Do not touch it lightly, lest you be pierced by the sword intent." "Sword intent?" Ning Bufan peered closely, discovering nothing on the parchment. However, he dared not be careless, cautiously pinching the edges of the parchment with his fingertips, wary of any contact with its seemingly blank surface. He gestured for Xiao Wu to retrieve a brocade box, carefully placing the parchment within and sealing it tightly. To be extra cautious, Ning Bufan even set 3 layers of restrictions on the brocade box before finally allowing his anxious heart to settle. Ha ha ha, being cautious is wise. The The bald giant flipped his wrist and flicked a finger, causing 10 top-grade spirit stones to land squarely on the counter. I would appreciate it if you could sign here. Thank you. Just as the giant was about to leave, Ning Bufan called out to him. How formal. The bald giant took the pen and swiftly signed his name. Upon returning the brush, he paused, his gaze lingering on the signature, a spark igniting in his eyes. His lips moved, yet no words escaped as he turned to depart. Wait. Ning Bufan, somewhat exasperated, called out once more. What now? The bald giant, Sun Buki, turned his head, his expression fierce. You haven't mentioned to whom this letter is to be delivered. Ning Bufan pressed, steeling himself. Ah, my memory is notoriously poor. Do forgive me, young brother. Sun Buki laughed heartily, patting his gleaming bald head. Deliver it to someone in Yuzhou City. What was the name again? Alas, I didn't investigate thoroughly. But this individual is quite prominent in Yuzhou City. You should be able to gather information about him once you arrive. Just ensure you deliver this letter. I know who it is. Ning Bufan thought to himself, though he maintained an expression of feigned uncertainty, nodding lightly to convey his understanding. Good. You are quite the agreeable lad, sparing me from further words. Sun Buki was thoroughly pleased, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, as if recalling something, he turned back and added, if by the time you reach Yuzhou City the person is already deceased, you may keep the letter for self-defense. Using it is simple. Just channel your spiritual energy as you did when you gripped it earlier and throw it at your opponent. I tell you, I'm only sharing this with you because you caught my eye. This letter possesses an incredible power, beyond your wildest imagination. Ning Bufan smiled and nodded. After bidding farewell to Sun Buki, Ning Bufan sat at the counter, his hands clenched into fists, his complexion flushed with excitement. Such a formidable swordsmanship could only be wielded by cultivators from the Jingxian sect. Was this prodigy truly defying the heavens? How could he have drawn the ire of the three most illustrious sects in the great wilderness cultivation realm? It was nothing short of courting disaster. Ning Bufan gritted his teeth, harboring a sense of frustration akin to that of a mentor disheartened by a wayward student. Xiao Wu, witnessing such a rare display of emotion from its master, flapped its wings on the counter and softly suggested, Golden Fan. Why don't we close the post and make a run for it? With your ancestral beast-taming skills, you could easily dive into the demon realm. And even if they discovered your breach of contract, they would surely hesitate to pursue you. Close the post and flee? Am I that kind of person? Ning Bufan and Appos, S nostrils flared in indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Wu. You underestimate me. I shall deduct your rations. Xiao Wu screeched in protest. If you dare to cut my rations, I will go on strike. You must cut my rations. You must strike. Deduct. Strike. Chapter 46. The Fiery Clouds in the Spring Rain. In the town of Ingen, the spring rain fell gently. Passers-by hurried along, heedless of the muddy streets. Urgently spreading the word, the fiery clouds are coming. Everyone, flee for your lives. Run. The grain is too heavy and easily dampened. Leave it behind. Children. Be sure to take the children. Money. Take the money. The elderly. Oh. Suddenly, one person slipped and fell into the mud. Resembling a figure made of clay, the relentless rain poured down as he struggled to rise, his face smeared with a mixture of mud, rain, and tears. He had sprained his ankle and, attempting to run again, could only limp along. Old Zhang, how careless you are. Come, let me help you. A thin man wearing a bamboo hat and a raincoat rushed out of a nearby house without hesitation, plunging into the mud to assist Old Zhang. Grimacing in pain, Old Zhang managed a faint smile as he walked, asking, Wang, where are your family as the fiery clouds approach? Wang forced a bitter smile and nodded. They left from the east side of town. Damn those fiery clouds. They always come to burn, plunder, and ravage. Why has T heaven dealt with them? Is there truly no justice? We toil from dawn till dusk, barely scraping by. Why must they come to rob us? Why? Old Zhang looked up to the sky, allowing the rain to pelt his face as he bellowed in anguish. Wang's expression was complex as he murmured, if heaven has no eyes, how could it shed tears? Enough, Old Zhang, stop your prayers. We must hurry, Wang urged. Gritting his teeth, Old Zhang limped forward. Soon, the long street was filled with townsfolk hastily fleeing. Mostly young and middle-aged, each carrying 1 or 2 children, some cradling infants who wailed pitifully. Not a single elderly person was in sight, in times of great peril. The frail could not be taken along, unless they were to sacrifice their own lives. Chunxing, you must go. No, father, if we are to leave. We leave together. What nonsense are you talking? I have no feeling in one leg. I would only be a burden to you. Father, please don't say that. I was raised by you. How could I abandon you? I cannot do it. Old Zhang felt a pang in his heart as he glanced at Wang. Wang's expression was conflicted, yet he slowed his pace and shouted toward a nearby house. Chunxing, listen to Uncle Gu, hurry and leave. Chunxing poked his head out, surveying the crowded street, and stubbornly shook his head. No, I will stay with my father. Wang, exasperated, glared and shouted, why can't you understand? If you stay, you will only die at the hands of the fiery clouds. Chunxing's eyes reddened as he insisted, if I cannot help, at least I can die with my father. Old Zhang could no longer bear to listen, pounding his chest in frustration. Chunxing, stop being so obstinate. We, like you, do not wish to leave our elders behind. But we still must. Do you know why? Chunsheng glared defiantly, resembling a stubborn calf. Because you are all afraid of death. Because you are cold-hearted. Because you only think of yourselves. Old Zhang felt fury rise within him, nearly choking on his breath as he gasped. Wang quickly patted his back to help him regain composure. Chunsheng, you are mistaken. We are not afraid of death, nor are we cold-hearted. We do not wish our lineage to end. Wang sighed heavily, disregarding Chunsheng any longer, urging the townsfolk to quicken their pace. Chunsheng stared blankly as figure after figure rushed past his door, his eyes growing vacant. Chunsheng, you must go? No. If I am gone, would you leave? From that question, Chunsheng sensed a different meaning and turned in a panic, only to see his father raising a pair of scissors towards his chest. No, Chunsheng screamed, rushing forward. But it was too late. With a soft thud, the scissors pierced his chest, blood quickly soaking through his clothing and staining Chunsheng's vision red. Father, why did you do this? Chunsheng cried, frantically trying to pull the scissors out, but his father's face twisted in agony at the touch. And he dared not grasp them again, instead tearing off his own garment to staunch the bleeding. Soon, his clothing was drenched in blood, and his hands were stained crimson. Though blood trickled from the corners of his father's mouth, he still forced a smile, struggling to say, Chunsheng, listen to me. Your mother endured much to bear you. I raised you, with great difficulty. You must go. Quickly, go. Let our good family endure. With his last ounce of strength, Ji's father could not finish his words. His hand fell limply, his eyes, though unfocused, still radiating deep affection. Father, Chunsheng screamed in madness. No, father, I cannot do what you ask. Damn those fiery clouds, it is their fault. I will seek revenge. Revenge. Chunsheng dashed into the kitchen, grabbing a hatchet and charging down the muddy street, racing along the path the townsfolk had taken. Kill. Kill. Chunsheng cried like a madman, waving the hatchet as he ran. The rain poured down relentlessly, drowning out his cries. Along the way, elderly figures, waiting for death, peered out from their doorways, silently watching Chunsheng's retreating figure. This child has gone mad. After a long moment, the elderly shook their heads and withdrew, firmly shutting their doors. With a thunderous roar, spring thunder erupted. The rain intensified. The downpour fell like a barrage of spears upon them. The fleeing townsfolk scattered, burrowing into the mountains. The mountain paths became more treacherous, slick with mud, causing many to stumble repeatedly. Yet, not a single soul uttered a sound. Their faces remained expressionless as they silently pressed on. As the rain continued unabated, they finally reached the halfway point of the mountain, unable to resist glancing back in the direction of Ingen, amidst the hazy rain. A strange red hue floated in the air, reminiscent of fiery clouds on a clear day. The fiery clouds had finally arrived. The townsfolk wiped their muddy hands across their eyes, shaking their heads in despair, unwilling to look again, turning back to flee. Suddenly, the townsfolk spotted a shadow moving swiftly through the mountain ravines. In the blink of an eye, it zipped past them. Was it a celestial being? Given its direction, was it here to save Ingen? Surely, there are no celestial beings. Only wicked demons roam the earth, indistinguishable from the fiery clouds. I think I saw its face. It was shrouded in dark mist, a terrifying sight. I saw it had strange wings, like burning black flames. Black flames? It must be a monster. We must flee, quickly. Whispers faded into silence. Wang appeared dazed, murmuring softly, how can the Empire allow the fiery clouds to ravage villages? Old Zhang sighed in reply, Wang. The Empire covers vast territories. Ingen is remote. It is a blessing that could send a team to warn us. Just think. If that soldier hadn't risked his life to reach Ingen, how would we have known in time? How could so many of us have survived? Chapter 47. The straw in the wind, bent again and again. The sound of hooves echoed as a bright red banner fluttered in the pouring rain. Even from a distance, Gu Chunsheng's heart began to race violently. The rhythmic clattering of hooves reverberated through the waterlogged ground, causing his grip on the hatchet to falter. The torrential downpour was accompanied by fierce winds, bending the trees low. Leaves detached from their branches, swaying uncontrollably against the elements. As the first leaf failed Gu Chunsheng's brow, a squadron of silver-armored cavalry burst forth from the storm. Even the steeds bore dark armor, their galloping hooves striking an almost synchronized rhythm. The riders, wielding broad blades and long spears, were encased in gleaming helmets, their bloodthirsty eyes the only visible features. The leader was the first to spot Gu Chunsheng, who stood bare-chested amidst the downpour, gripping his hatchet. He blinked once, then raised his hand. The flag-bearer behind him understood immediately and waved the banner high. With a commanding shout, the galloping steeds came to an abrupt halt, their hooves lightly treading forward as 30 knights arranged themselves into 2 neat rows, reins tightly held. Silently observing Gu Chunsheng in the rain. Hey, we're pursuing a soldier of the Star Moon Dynasty. Have you seen him? Huh? Are you mute? Answer me. Xiang Yasheng. The leader of the fire cloud relentlessly bombarded Gu Chunsheng with questions, yet he seemed oblivious, staring blankly at them. Xiang Yasheng glanced back at his men, detecting no signs of abnormality, yet he understood that his subordinates were stifling laughter. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed further. Why are you standing alone in the rain? Do you enjoy it? Gu Chunsheng inhaled deeply, fixating intently on the blood-red banner, finally responding, my father committed suicide. Xiang Yasheng erupted in laughter. What of it? Your father's death has no bearing on me. Gu Chunxing tightened his grip on the hatchet, a fierce glint in his eyes. He took his own life to allow me to escape. Xiang Yangsheng raised an eyebrow. Gu Chunxing continued, if it weren't and amp, Oppos, tea for your fire cloud coming. The people of Ingen Town wouldn't have to flee, and my father wouldn't have had to force my way out. So what do you imply? I do not wish to flee. With my father dead, living alone holds no meaning. I wish to die at your hands, and I curse you, one day. You shall not die well. Feeling the cold handle of the hatchet pressing against his palm, Gu Chunxing suddenly charged forward. Clang! The knights unsheathed their swords. But Xiang Yaoxin raised his hand, and they immediately sheathed them again. Interesting. After years of plundering, it's the first time I've encountered someone unafraid of death. Gently nudging his horse, Xiang Yangsheng moved forward leisurely. Gu Chunxing, lacking martial training, could only recall the motions of chopping wood. Yet, with Xiang Yangsheng mounted high, he could only aim his hatchet upward at an angle. Even so, it fell short of reaching Xiang Yangsheng by a considerable distance. Clang! With a mere kick. Xiang Yangsheng sent the hatchet flying. Gu Chunxing's grip shattered, blood streaming forth, the force of the impact still coursing through him. With a thud, he crashed into the muddy ground, his face smeared with filth, appearing utterly wretched. So, merely a cowardly fool with courage, Xiang Yangsheng mocked. Suddenly drawing his spear and lifting Gu Chunxing by the armpit. With a flick of his wrist, he let Gu Chunxing fall helplessly over his horse's back. However, considering your courage, I shall offer you a chance to die last. Xiang Yaoxin whistled, exclaiming, brothers, raise this town. Old rules, leave none alive. Understood. Charge. The knights obeyed. Galloping toward Ingen Town. Soon, the first scream pierced the air, followed by a second and a third. After a short while, an unusual expression finally crossed Gu Chunxing and Oppos' nearly numb face. He understood that his turn was next. Bang! Xiang Yangsheng kicked Gu Chunxing off the horse. He landed heavily in the mud, tilting his head to gaze at the murky water flowing from a nearby house. The muddy water bore a faint red hue, a sign of blood being diluted. He knew that soon, his own blood would meld into the water, taking on that same color. Yet, he felt no fear. What was there to fear in death? In death, he could reunite with his father. It was living that was truly terrifying. A smile crept onto Gu Chunxing's face. Xiang Yashing noticed this smile and, despite his tightly gripped spear, hesitated to strike. He swore that in over a decade of plundering, he had never seen such a smile on a victim's face. In the past, who hadn't he trembled in fear before death? Who hadn't he begged for mercy? The more they suffered, the more pleasure Xiang Yangsheng derived. But now, he felt no satisfaction. Not only was Gu Chunxing unperturbed, but his subordinates had informed him that the town was filled solely with incapacitated elderly. No strong men, no women and children. No wailing or cries of despair. Frustrated, he felt a surge of irritation. Xiang Yangsheng's eyes filled with malice as he suddenly stabbed Gu Chunxing in the leg. Blood gushed forth. And though the pain made Gu Chunxing and Oppos' face turn ashen, he emitted not a single sound, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Beg me, plead for mercy. Seeing no desired reaction, Xiang Yangsheng withdrew the spear and stabbed again. Gu Chunxing let out a muffled groan, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Unable to hold back any longer, he screamed in agony. Yes, that's the sound. I thought you were tougher than this. Turns out I wasn't stabbing deep enough. Come on, scream louder, louder. Xiang Yangsheng laughed maniacally as the spear rose and fell repeatedly. A circle of knights surrounded him, witnessing their leader torment a helpless victim. Their eyes bulged, as if each stab inflicted upon Gu Chunxing was felt by them. The pleasure Xiang Yangsheng experienced resonated within them. In the mud, Gu Chunxing lay gasping, blood oozing from numerous wounds. Due to excessive blood loss, he was nearing unconsciousness, too weak to scream, his eyelids heavy, desiring only to slip into eternal slumber. In a haze, a cold voice suddenly reached his ears. I offer you 3 chances to wield your blade. Do you desire them? Huh? Wield a blade? I lack even the strength to move a finger. Gu Chunxing wished to sigh, but could not. He dismissed the voice as mere hallucination. Yet, gazing through the slits of his eyes at the armored figure before him, he felt a flicker of strength returning to his hands. I want it. Gu Chunxing struggled to utter a single word, his voice barely audible, unheard by the Fire Cloud members. Whoosh! Suddenly, an unusual sound erupted, and the Fire Cloud knights scattered like startled prey, even Xiang Yangsheng leaping aside. In an instant, a shadow sliced through the spring rain, appearing like lightning in Gu Chunxing's grasp. It was his family's hatchet, the hatchet that had accompanied his father for decades. Could it be that his father's spirit had manifested? Gu Chunxing gripped the hatchet tightly. Who dares? Xiang Yangsheng bellowed, turning to the source of the disturbance. Fury boiling within, the Fire Cloud conducts its affairs without interference. Show yourself. The knights, weapons drawn, turned to look, but aside from the voice, there was no response. Confusion spread among them as Gu Chunxing, clutching the hatchet, felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through his wrist. Believing his father had granted him power, he swung the first strike. This strike was for vengeance. Gu Chunxing silently vowed, his wrist tensing, the hatchet lifted, like a straw in the wind, helpless and resigned. Swoosh! In that fleeting moment, the astonished Xiang Yangsheng, along with his steed, was cleaved in two. He hadn't even realized that death had come upon him. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, showering the air with radiant crimson fireworks. What on earth is happening? Came a startled cry from the leader. In an instant, the steeds neighed in unison, startled and scattering in all directions. The knights, grasping their reins tightly, widened their eyes in shock, scanning their surroundings in panic. The unexpected turmoil erupted, leaving the area in utter chaos. Only Gu Chunsheng lay in the sanguine pool, his face alight with satisfaction. The second strike was to avenge the elders of the town. All those who had brought the fiery clouds deserved death. The machete rose again, bending like straw in the wind. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced the air. All knights and steeds were cleaved in two. They were dead. The ones from the fiery clouds were all dead. Gu Chunshen's eyes widened, as if witnessing a miracle. The ground was now a river of blood. As Gu Chunsheng lay in this crimson stream, a familiar aged figure began to materialize before him. It was his father, smiling down upon him with a face full of love. The third strike would send me to reunite with my father. Chapter 48. The mysterious elder spring rain raged, and the wind howled. The long street of Ying and Appos, in town, was awash in crimson. Ren Fenglu floated in from the downpour, his obsidian-hued, fiery armor sprouting wings that gently lifted his form. Around his face swirled tendrils of black mist, nearly obscuring his eyes. Hovering above the sea of corpses, Ren Fenglu gazed down indifferently, resembling a statue, unmoved by the lifeless bodies strewn before him. As the first wisp of and Appos, malevolence and Appos, emanated from the corpses, a flicker of change crossed Ren Fenglu's expression, revealing a profound hunger. He consumed the malevolence with fervor, lost in a trance. As the black mist gradually receded into his skin, when his face was finally devoid of the dark aura, an expression of astonishment settled upon him. To his surprise, he discovered that even the dismembered night corpses still exuded malevolence. The more lives extinguished, the greater the accumulation of malevolence. Ren Fenglu did not ponder the number of victims these individuals had slain. Such matters held no interest for him. He continued to absorb the malevolence. After a considerable duration, an unfamiliar sensation of satiation washed over him, a feeling he had not experienced in many years. Yet, the corpses continued to exude malevolence. Ren Fenglu ceased his consumption, slightly opening his sword sheath, allowing the malevolence to effortlessly swirl into it. With that, he turned to depart. The fleeing townsfolk of Ying and Appos and had retreated into the mountains. The rain had ceased, yet the path was slicker than ever. They had to assist one another, advancing step by step. Old Zhang and Appos' ankle was swollen to an alarming size. And even with Wang Tu and Appos' support, every step was a challenge. I'm burdening you, old Zhang expressed with a face full of regret. Forget about burdens. I can end Appos. Just abandon you. Wang Tu replied, noticing old Zhang and Appos' flushed face and labored breathing. He helped into a nearby rock to rest. As old Zhang wiped his face, he couldn't help but glance back, only to be taken aback, stuttering, Wang Tu, look, the man with wings has returned. Wang Tu turned, startled. This is bad. He is heading towards us. What should we do? Old Zhang and Wang Tu exchanged a glance, both filled with despair. Believing this individual to be another member of the burning cloud, intent on hunting them down, Ren Fenglu drifted before them, paying no heed to their desperate expressions, and directly asked, Are you from Ingentown? Wang Tu felt an urge to deny it, but inexplicably he nodded, much like old Zhang. Instantly regret washed over him. He feared that this would seal their fate. Yet, he heard Ren Fenglu's indifferent voice declare, You may return to collect the bodies. Collect the bodies? Both men were taken aback, shaking their heads vigorously. We cannot return. There are members of Burning Cloud in the town. Wait, you and Appos, not from Burning Cloud, are you? Ren Fenglu did not answer, simply stating, Those who invaded the town have been slain by a young man. He exhausted his strength and perished as well. I do not know if you will believe me or if you will return, but that young man should not have died in obscurity. He was fearless. With a flap of his obsidian wings, Ren Fenglu soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Old Zhang stared blankly at Wang Tu, his voice hoarse. Do you believe that? Wang Tu sighed, suddenly rising to his feet. I do not believe it, but I must return to see for myself. Do not worry. I will observe from a distance and one and Appos, charge in recklessly. If you wish to ascertain the truth, wait here for my news. Should I not return before nightfall, it would mean I have also fallen victim. Then you must carry on with your escape plan. Having given his instructions, Wang Tu hurried back, leaving the filthy townsfolk frozen in place. Ren Fenglu returned to the ruins of Yuzhou City. He was a man of his word. Having promised to wait for others at the ruins, he would undoubtedly keep that promise. However, he was unaware of the location of the silent peak, rendering him unable to search for it. After all, who among those burdened with deep-seated grievances would not yearn for revenge? Having recently emerged from the tides of purgatory, Ren Fenglu had only a few acquaintances. He had encountered many, but most had met their demise at his hands, serving as his sustenance. The only survivors were Ren Chouwei, Feng Ruyu, and a handful of nameless cultivators. Reflecting on these individuals, Ren Fenglu realized he had erred. While it was understandable that Ren Chouwei was unaware, Feng Ruyu should certainly have known, as should the surviving cultivators. Yet, he subconsciously categorized them with Ren Chouwei, failing to inquire further. Indeed, prolonged solitude dulls the mind. Rin Fenglu mused to himself. Now, he could only hope that the messenger had successfully delivered his message, for soon he would exact vengeance for his elders. Just like that young man wielding an axe. The next day, at noon, under the warm sun, a carriage arrived at the ruins of Yuzhou City. Rin Fenglu stood at the remnants of the city walls, quietly observing the elderly figure who staggered down from the carriage. With hair and beard white as snow. He appeared emaciated, leaning heavily on a cane, each step fraught with tremors. His breath was shallow and labored, giving the impression that he might succumb at any moment. The old man had scarcely taken a few steps before the carriage billowed dust and departed. He seemed oblivious, continuing forward. Raising his withered hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight, he squinted ahead, just as he caught sight of a glimpse of the ruins. A robust figure suddenly filled his vision. This was undoubtedly a singular individual, youthful in appearance yet possessing eyes that bore the weight of profound experiences. If one were to find a word to encapsulate him, it would be profound, as deep as the starry sky. This man undoubtedly harbored stories untold. The old man chuckled softly, patiently awaiting Rin Fenglu and Apos' approach. Rin Fenglu advanced slowly, his gaze shifting to one of fierce intensity, akin to a hawk surveying its prey. He scrutinized the elder from head to toe. Finally, Rin Fenglu stood before the old man, the distance between them less than 3 feet, a perilously close space. Rin Fenglu fixed his gaze upon the elder, suddenly inquiring, "Do you hail from Silent Peak?" The smile vanished from the old man's lips, replaced by a look of confusion. As if he had never heard those words before. Perhaps he had, but could not recall, lost in the recesses of memory, appearing dazed. It seemed he was not. Rin Fenglu sighed inwardly. Had the old man come from Silent Peak, the distance between them would have been ideal for an attack, with a 99% chance of success. Yet, the elder made no move, appearing far from a cultivator. The old man finally emerged from his reverie, shaking his head in embarrassment. I should not know, though I might have heard of it. But, being an old man, my memory is quite poor. Rin Fenglu and Apos' suspicions were finally quelled. The old man and Apos' words were as muddled as his gaze, somewhat difficult to comprehend. In Rin Fenglu and Apos' understanding, a disciple slain would undoubtedly be avenged without hesitation, with immediate violence. Despite relinquishing his doubts, Rin Fenglu did not depart. He abruptly inquired, "This ancient city has fallen. Why have you come here?" Though Rin Fenglu had deemed the mysterious elder not to be from Silent Peak, many questions lingered about him, and he would not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 49. My surname is Rin. The elderly man, leaning on his cane, ambled forward with great effort. His back was hunched, as if burdened by an invisible mountain. In response to Rin Fenglu's inquiry, he halted, resembling a withered puppet, his expression vacant. After a prolonged silence, the old man exhaled a heavy sigh. Murmuring with a touch of melancholy, "I am nearing death. You must have noticed the many dark spots on my face. Those are cadaveric spots. When they turn as black as the night sky, my frail body will disintegrate. You can also see that most of these spots have already taken on a glossy sheen. Perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, I shall depart." His gaze, ethereal and distant, fixated upon the ruins of Yuzhou City. "I have been away from my ancestral land for far too long. I no longer recall the time of my departure. As I approach death, my sole desire is to return to my homeland and rest beneath the very roof that nurtured me, for only then can I die in peace. I once failed to comprehend this, but now I understand. It is the essence of returning to one and Apos' roots. Ah, you need not look at me so. You are still young. It will be many years before you reach my stage. Only then will you grasp the depth of my sentiments." The old man spoke at length. Each word a laborious effort, fragmented and drawn out over time. Eventually, he turned his gaze back to the ruins of Yuzhou City, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. His voice growing hoarse. "I never anticipated that the familiar ground would be buried deep beneath the earth, leaving only faint outlines in its wake. While I retain a vague memory of my ancestral home, I can no longer recognize it. You." The old man turned, looking earnestly at Rin Fenglu. "You seem to be awaiting someone. Do you know the layout of the houses in this ancient city?" Rin Fenglu nodded. "Indeed. I am waiting for someone of great significance in my life. As for the layout of the houses, my knowledge is limited." However, he gazed deeply at the old man, his tone laden with meaning. "I can lead you to the houses I know. Perhaps one of them is your ancestral home." The old man and Apos' eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, his lips quivering as he earnestly inquired, "How do we go about this?" "Simply walk in," Rin Fenglu suddenly gestured. With a rumble, the ground trembled, and the entire side of Yuzhou City gradually emerged from the earth. "Is this a miracle?" The old man was taken aback, his frail body trembling, tears of joy welling in his sunken eyes. As the ancient city reappeared before them in its entirety, he wept freely. "I have returned. This is the Yuzhou City of my memories." The old man took tentative steps, then turned back to Rin Fenglu, gratitude radiating from his expression. "Young man, thank you. Thank you. You needn't call me young man. I have a name." "Rin Fenglu," he replied, observing the old man's emotional state. "Rin?" The old man furrowed his brow. Recalling for a moment before expressing surprise, "I remember there was a prominent clan with the surname Rin in this ancient city. Might you be related to them?" Rin Fenglu nodded. "I share a special connection with them." This city has long fallen into disrepair. They must have migrated ages ago. You mentioned you were waiting for someone. Who would come to such a desolate place? The old man pondered aloud. There are indeed those who come. This city possesses an extraordinary allure that draws countless visitors. Even you have arrived, Ren Fenglu replied with a smile. I am merely an old man unwilling to die far from home. The elder chuckled, raising his hand in respect. Please, young Ren, lead me inside to search. I appreciate it. Very well, Ren Fenglu agreed, guiding the way. He walked slowly, mindful of the old man's pace, often reducing their distance to mere inches. These houses are covered in dust. They do not evoke any memories of my ancestral home. This one is not it. The building is too tall. This courtyard bears a slight resemblance, but I vaguely recall that my ancestral home had an archway for entry. This one is not it either. As they traversed through numerous dust-laden courtyards, the old man murmured incessantly under Ren Fenglu's guidance. Eventually, they arrived before a grand estate, though it too was shrouded in dust. The columns, the grand entrance, and the dilapidated towers above suggested it was once the abode of a wealthy family. Regrettably, the plaque had vanished, leaving its history unknown. This is not my ancestral home. The old man glanced once, shaking his head. It is too opulent. I wouldn't oppose. Dare approach it. This was my home. Ren Fenglu suddenly declared. The old man was taken aback. Your home? Yes, it ought to have been my home. Yet, life is unpredictable and many events transpired. By the time I returned, it belonged to another. I was no longer concerned with the home and Oppo's ownership. I only wished to find my parents. Alas, I discovered they had met with misfortune. When I confronted their murderer, I learned there was a hidden culprit behind him. Yet, he was a tough man. No matter how I pressed him, he refused to confess. In a fit of rage, I exterminated his entire family. Ren Fenglu fixed his gaze on the old man. Not a single one was spared, regardless of age or gender. The old man's eyelids fluttered, as if struck dumb by the revelation, unable to meet Ren Fenglu's gaze. In that moment, he appeared nothing more than a timid old man. However, although I failed to uncover the whereabouts of the true culprit, I unexpectedly obtained clues regarding him. Ren Fenglu's tone softened. Thus, I continued to wait, and indeed, I was rewarded with visitors. Yet, they were arrogant and reckless. I dispatched one with my sword. I believed the trail had gone cold, only to discover more kept coming, wave after wave. This time, I deliberately allowed one to return to deliver a message. I am confident that once the information reaches the true mastermind, he will not remain idle. He will come. Not only to kill me, but also because there are things he desires within this house. At this point, Ren Fenglu turned to the old man, who looked puzzled, and continued, I should also mention, this ancient city was sunk by those individuals. Upon their arrival, they dug deep into the earth, as if in search of something of great importance. Yuzhou City boasts a long history. Perhaps tomb raiders have deceived them, the old man mused with a slight smile. Casually inquiring, did they find what they sought? They discovered some peculiar artifacts. Oh, what were they? The old man and Oppo's eyes sparkled momentarily before he quickly composed himself, smiling gently. Do not overthink it. I was merely asking. You see, as one ages, one tends to seek conversation, and in the midst of it, one sometimes speaks without thought. Not a problem, Ren Fenglu replied, stepping into the dilapidated estate. While those artifacts were indeed peculiar, they amounted to little more than a skeleton and 2 skulls. The strangeness arises from the fact that they were once living beings 5 years prior. The old man fell silent, hesitating before taking a step forward. They settled beside a half-dead willow tree, one gazing at the overcast sky in a daze, while the other murmured, Where is my homeland? Where is my homeland? After a lengthy pause, the old man suddenly opened his garment and retrieved a brilliantly polished gourd from his waist. Young Ren, thank you for accompanying me on this journey. As a token of my gratitude, please enjoy a drink. The old man beamed, uncapping the gourd, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma into the air. I truly have not savored wine in ages and have forgotten its taste. However, this prolonged wait has been rather lonely, and I believe it is time for a drink. Ren Fenglu took the gourd and tilted his head to drink. Oh dear, drink slowly. This is a 50-year-aged exquisite Huadia liquor. The old man, feeling quite distressed, snatched it back and took a hearty swig himself. Wiping the liquor from the corner of his mouth, Ren Fenglu suddenly remarked, I seem to have forgotten to ask your name. If I knew your surname, it would be quite easy to locate your ancestral home. The old man fell into a long silence. Finally, he gazed at Ren Fenglu, and a cruel smile unexpectedly blossomed on his face, marred by the patches of age. My surname is also Ren. Ren Xiaoshan. Chapter 50. Both Mad and Foolish. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance emerged in the previously murky eyes of Ren Xiaoshan, and a triumphant smile adorned his face, characteristic of a victor. The once lifeless and nearly decayed old man was now rejuvenated. Even the mottled spots on his skin seemed to have faded. Ha! Ren Xiaoshan erupted in hearty laughter, his formerly stooped back now straightened with newfound vigor. His gaze blazed like a torch as he addressed the impassive Ren Fenglu. I am the second ancestor of the Ren family, and I have lived for 153 years. Did you ever imagine that? Ren Fenglu remained motionless, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of the vicissitudes of life. He said nothing, fixated intently on the wine gourd in Ren Xiaoshan and Oppo's hand. Ren Qianshan raised the gourd, pride evident in his voice. You are quite astute. You've discerned that there is something amiss with this wine. Allow me to enlighten you. It is indeed an aged brew, but it has been infused with the essence of a creature known as the soul-devouring beast. The name alone should indicate its purpose. It is colorless and tasteless, imperceptible, and capable of decaying spiritual energy. Like a plague, its onset is swifter than any infectious disease. Ren Fenglu's eyes flickered, calm as he replied. It's surprising that after living for over a century, you exhibit a timidity lesser than that of a mouse. You lack the courage to confront me directly. Huh? You are mistaken, Ren Qianshan retorted without the slightest hint of anger. Why should I engage you in a head-on confrontation? That is the folly of brutes. And I do not blame you. You are simply too young. Suddenly, he transformed into a venerable elder imparting wisdom to a junior, embodying the essence of experience. It was not a lack of courage, but rather a cultivated depth of strategy. He refrained from actions without certainty. Only when all possibilities were eliminated would he act decisively. Inaction would lead to a stunning revelation. Ren Fenglu surprisingly nodded, acknowledging, in that regard, I concede to your superior judgment. I surmise you have plotted your approach to deal with me long before your arrival. What then prompted you to resort to poison at the moment you allowed this ancient city to see the light of day? Ren Qianshan cast a meaningful glance at Ren Fenglu, an expression of envy in his eyes. The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you and knew of your disappearance into the abyss. Looking up at the sky with a sense of nostalgia, Ren Qianshan mused, your return has caused the abyss to vanish. Others have not returned, indicating you have acquired tremendous fortune from within. I am uncertain of what you have obtained, but your displayed prowess has made me aware of your vast spiritual energy. Coincidentally, I possess the spirit-devouring liquid, hence its utility in this matter. You have indeed fallen into my trap, yet this cannot be blamed on you. You have performed admirably. Ren Qianshan continued with a beaming smile. You were clever. From the very beginning, you harbored suspicions about me. Along the way, you have tested me repeatedly. Had you played your cards right, you would have achieved the desired outcome. Alas, I saw through this scheme from the start. Deceiving you was all too simple. Ren Fenglu furrowed his brow, seemingly in agreement, and fell into silence. Is this sword what you acquired from the abyss? Ren Qianshan's gaze fell upon the wooden sword beside Ren Fenglu. If you wish to see it, take it, Ren Fenglu replied, emerging from his silence. I am indeed somewhat intrigued, Ren Qianshan said, extending his cane to draw the wooden sword closer. Picking it up, he found it surprisingly light, devoid of any heft. He examined the pitch-black scabbard, which bore no restrictions or engravings, just a simple expanse of black, resembling charred wood, utterly unremarkable. Ren Qianshan reached a conclusion in his mind, and suddenly drew the sword. Remarkably, the blade was also pure black, its form conventional and unremarkable. You managed to retrieve such a piece of worthless wood from the abyss. Ren Qianshan expressed his surprise, running his fingers along the blade, his sharp gaze scanning for any abnormalities, finding none. This seemingly worthless wood has already claimed numerous lives in the past 2 months, Ren Fenglu stated earnestly. But I see no traces of blood upon the blade, Ren Qianshan mused, perplexed as he toyed with the wooden sword. Ren Fenglu shook his head. You do not understand swords, hence you cannot comprehend it. Nonsense. I have trained for over a century. What kind of sword have I not encountered? Ren Qianshan's gaze sharpened as he exclaimed, this cannot be the true reward you obtained from the abyss. Speak, what fortune did you truly acquire? Ren Fenglu suddenly chuckled. I initially thought you came merely to exact revenge for others, yet I see you harbor a greedy heart as well. Who does not desire? Ren Qianshan scoffed. Moreover, these two matters are not mutually exclusive. But do you think I would divulge my secrets so easily? Ren Fenglu's tone turned cold. Would you willingly relinquish your gains? Ren Qianshan shook his head. I shall not, nor shall you. Ren Fenglu reached for the wooden sword, and though Ren Qianshan attempted to evade, he was unsuccessful. The moment Ren Fenglu's hand touched the sword, he effortlessly reclaimed it with a mere flick of his wrist. Raising an eyebrow, Ren Fenglu remarked, it seems that eliminating an old fox like you is not as simple as it appears. This is not even your true form. Ren Qianshan clapped his hands, rising with his cane, and said thoughtfully, resources are finite. The essence of cultivation is not vastly different from living one's life. One must always be cautious in every endeavor. You young ones are inherently clever. If I had not temporarily maneuvered a dying old man to deceive you, how could I have easily outwitted you? Ren Qianshan's expression turned serious. Unfortunately, my true self is still en route. Though you cannot wield spiritual energy at present, you are still capable of basic movement, walking, running, jumping. Should you wish to flee now, I cannot hinder you. Flee? Why would I escape? My questions remain unanswered. Since your true self is on its way, I shall wait a while longer, Ren Fenglu stated, contemplating the wooden sword. On the contrary, I believe you should escape now. This body is far too frail, and even if I cannot wield spiritual energy, it would be quite simple to destroy it. I do not need to escape. This body is already on the brink of death. Were it not for my residual spirit still in control, it would have long since perished, Ren Qianshan said, leaning on his cane once again. Now, let us discuss serious matters. What serious matters? Your fate is already sealed. It is merely a question of time. However, Before your demise, there are some matters I require you to clarify. What matters? Ren Qianshan stated solemnly. First, is the tribute in your possession? Second, what is the true fortune within that abyss? Third, aside from that fortune, what else have you gained? Ren Fenglu chuckled. I indeed possess some peculiar items, though I cannot ascertain if they are the tribute. If you inform me what the tribute entails, I shall share the latter two matters with you. Ren Qianshan paused, suddenly shifting his tone. We both wish to eliminate one another, yet here we are, conversing amiably. What does that make us? Both mad and foolish. Who is the mad one? Who is the fool? You. You are both mad and foolish. Chapter 51. The Divine Refinement Flower and the Refinement of the Soul. Ren Qianshan displayed no signs of anger. In this world, everything can be bartered. If you wish to avoid a soul search, it is best to comply. When my true self arrives, I can grant you a swift end. He resembled a benevolent wolf, coaxing gently. Ren Fenglu did not refuse. Instead, he nodded, saying, You are correct. Anything can be traded. Yet, I am well aware of your nature. Should your true self descend, regardless of whether our transaction succeeds, you will inevitably conduct a soul search. A knave like you would never believe unless you witnessed it with your own eyes and heard it with your own ears. Haha. Ren Qianshan felt a sense of satisfaction. You truly understand me. It is because we share the same blood. Ren Fenglu replied, however, I genuinely wish to engage in a transaction with you. What transaction? Ren Fenglu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Why are you so intent on killing my parents? Do not forget that my father is also of the Ren family's legitimate bloodline. How could you be so ruthless? Ren Tianyao indeed possessed legitimate blood and a keen intellect, managing the vast Ren family with great order. When Ren Tianyao was mentioned, admiration filled Ren Qianshan's gaze. It's a pity he is too upright. Even if I directly commanded him, he would not obey. We are both seekers of the Tao, with but one objective, to attain immortality. As for kinship, after a century you will regard it with indifference. To you, they will be no different from ordinary mortals, merely pieces on your path to longevity. If he refuses to comply, he will inevitably become a discarded piece. Do you understand? Ren Qianshan rubbed his cane, his words dripping with ruthlessness. Ren Fenglu shook his head, his eyes suddenly sharp. So, the tribute you seek can indeed prolong your life? Yet you have already cultivated to the transformation realm, with a lifespan of at least 800 years. You are but a little over 100. Why the urgency? Upon hearing this, Ren Qianshan also shook his head, his gaze drifting as if lamenting the cruelty of time. The higher the cultivation realm, the more difficult it is to break through. 800 years may seem abundant, yet in the face of life and death, it is but a few blinks of an eye. Moreover, who would despise the extension of their lifespan? Now I understand. Ren Fenglu furrowed his brow, his expression rife with sorrow. In your pursuit of longevity, you must have issued a cruel command to my father. He, being steadfast throughout his life, would never comply. Which is why you have harbored murderous intent. You chose the arrogant Ren Tianqing, using him as a pawn to eliminate my parents, thereby seizing control of the Ren family. With Ren Tianqing executing your plan, am I correct? You are astute, more so than your father, Ren Qianshan praised. Astonished that Ren Fenglu could deduce the events surrounding the turmoil of the Ren residence from mere dialogue. I must admit, at your age, I was not as perceptive as you. Had you not disappeared into the abyss with your prestige, my plans would not have succeeded as swiftly. So that tribute indeed extends life? Indeed. Ren Fenglu's eyes flickered. What exactly is it? Ren Qianshan's expression shifted slightly. It appears you have not obtained it. Had you seen it, you would not ask. A cold smile crept across Ren Fenglu's lips. It seems you are not adept at trading. You lack information on the tribute. Yet I have already acquired what I sought. Ren Qianshan showed no signs of dismay. Instead, he smiled. No, this is quite advantageous for me. Ren Tianqing is a good child. He has hidden the tribute well. Once I conduct a soul search and gather all information regarding the abyss, I shall turn this residence upside down. At that time, I will have in one hand the knowledge of the abyss and in the other, the tribute. This venture out of the mountains will undoubtedly conclude with great success. Alas, your ending is destined to be incomplete. Ren Fenglu whispered, beginning to caress the sword sheath, which radiated a ghostly glow. Hair-like patterns emerged, intricately swirling in a vortex-like design. This is not spiritual energy. You cannot wield spiritual energy. Ren Qianshan's expression changed, his old eyes gleaming with greed. I did not expect you to possess something so remarkable. This sword is indeed a treasure from the abyss. Indeed. The abyss is akin to a terrifying formation, and this sword is its eye, its core. Ren Fenglu pointed to a pattern, casually inquiring, do you recognize this flower? I cannot discern it, Ren Qianshan admitted, desire flooding his gaze. This is the divine refinement flower, devoid of branches and leaves, blooming within the abyss. Ren Fenglu did not disappoint Ren Qianshan, elaborating on the origins of the divine refinement flower. Upon hearing its name, one would understand that this flower feasts upon the soul. Its stamens are akin to needles, exceedingly tiny, numbering in the thousands. Once it ensnares your soul, these stamens will repeatedly pierce your essence until they drain all your power. Such a divine object exists in this world? Ren Qianshan clenched his fists, yearning for the sword. You are cautious, only bringing a bit of your soul. Just enough to deceive me into falling for the spirit-consuming liquid's trap. Ren Fenglu smirked. noting that it was precisely due to Rin Qianshan's caution that this fragment of his soul could not resist, allowing the divine refinement flower to obliterate it. Rin Qianshan and Apos' expression darkened. He suddenly regretted his decision to seize this frail, aging vessel. Had he possessed a younger body, he could have battled Rin Fenglu, who could not wield spiritual energy. To lose even a fragment of the soul, if ensnared and extinguished, would be a grievous injury, requiring a long time to recover. However, even the wisest can err. In comparison to future gains, this sacrifice of a fragment of the soul is indeed worthwhile. One must sacrifice to gain. Rin Qianshan came to terms with it, gazing intently at Rin Fenglu. You may proceed. However, should you refine my soul today, I shall ensure you experience the agony of the divine refinement in return. Rin Fenglu ceased his verbal sparring, a smile of derision still gracing his lips. He did not draw his sword, but wielded the wooden sword instead. Rin Qianshan's eyes brimmed with ferocity, a grim smile revealing his sharp teeth, a malicious grin spreading across his face. He made no attempt to evade. Bang! The obsidian sword sheath, glowing eerily, struck Rin Qianshan and Apos' head. Blood gushed forth. In the instant the crown of his head shattered, a glimmer of golden light emerged, resembling a diminutive figure, vaguely resembling a human shape. Indeed, it was a fragment of Rin Qianshan's soul. Rin Fenglu held the wooden sword upright between them. Rin Qianshan's soul shot forth, emanating a fierce gaze. Unafraid as it was drawn towards the immense suction of the divine refinement flower and Apos' patterns, irresistibly flying toward the fissured flower stamen. The stamen, resembling needle-like maggots, slowly closed, subsequently vanishing into the sword sheath. The ghostly glow upon the sheath gradually faded. Only piercing screams, sharp as a knife, echoed from the sword sheath, rendering the desolate and silent decrepit residence akin to a haunted sight. The soul refinement continued, destined to last for an extended period. Rin Fenglu, listening to the melodious cries of anguish, gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 52. Bold and Daring Ideas. Rin Fenglu slept soundly, indulging in a beautiful dream. In his slumber, he found himself in a fairyland, where pear blossoms fell like snow, and a gentle brook meandered under the warm sunlight that bathed the thatched cottage. Ethereal melodies resonated in the air. Inside the cottage, Rin Tianya and his spouse, no longer in their prime, nestled together, their silver-streaked hair a testament to time. They shared faint smiles, leisurely observing the falling flowers. The petals, delicate as snowflakes, danced around Rin Fenglu, clad in white, as he wielded his sword amidst the floral descent. The gleaming blade, as white as the blossoms, accentuated the beauty of the scene. This was a heartwarming tableau of family reunion and harmonious coexistence, where words were unnecessary. The sight spoke volumes. As the moon hung high in the sky, inside the dilapidated Rin residence, Rin Fenglu, resting against a withered willow tree, stirred slightly, his eyelashes fluttering. 2 tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. With his parents gone, he could only experience fleeting reunions in dreams. Awakening meant parting, awakening meant eternal separation. Were these tears? They tasted somewhat salty. Rin Fenglu opened his eyes, wiping them with a pained expression, and licked the back of his hand, only to grimace at the taste. Surely, no one relishes the flavor of parting from loved ones, whether through life or death. Even the most distant wanderer longs for home and family. It is a bitterness that pierces to the marrow. He would never see his parents again in this life. Yet fortunately, he could still dream. The essence of humanity lies in the ability to dream, to aspire. Rin Fenglu shook his head, attempting to cast aside the sorrow of separation. He glanced at the full moon, gauging the time by its position. It was directly overhead, soon to set in the west. It was already deep into the night. Rin Fenglu raised an eyebrow. An ancestor of the transformation realm should be able to traverse thousands of miles with ease. With the need to control his primordial spirit, he should not be more than 2,000 miles from Yuzhou City. Even if he were at that distance, it should not take more than 3 hours to arrive. Yet, he had already slept for at least 4 hours. Could it be that Rin Qianshan encountered some unforeseen event on his journey? After this analysis, Rin Fenglu's expression darkened. He yearned for revenge, a desperate longing. Everything should have been within his grasp. After consuming the spirit-loving liquid, events ought to have unfolded as he envisioned. Could it be that the old fox detected something amiss? Rin Fenglu frowned, recalling the exchanges with Rin Qianshan and Apos' fragment of primordial spirit. Each conversation, each movement, every detail was executed flawlessly. He had even deliberately hinted at the origin of the wooden sword. There was no reason for Rin Qianshan not to hurry. Yet, he had yet to arrive. Rin Fenglu glanced at the blood-stained corpse beside him and listened to the faint cries emanating from the sword sheath. After careful contemplation, he resolved to wait a little longer. I have already waited 83 days. What is 1 more day and a half? Rin Qianshan indeed faced some difficulties. He was hastily making his way to Yuzhou City when he found himself entangled with an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Suppressing his overwhelming desire to probe Rin Fenglu and Apos' soul and enduring the torment of his fragment of primordial spirit being refined, he could sever the connection with that fragment. Yet he chose not to. He was a ruthless individual, allowing the pain to remind him that his seemingly flawless plan had an unnoticed flaw, though not fatal. It was still disconcerting, due to his restraint. The agony experienced by that fragment while being pierced by countless petals of the spirit-refining flower was almost entirely transmitted to his true primordial spirit. Ren Qianshan endured the suffering, his eyelids twitching as if he were on the brink of facial paralysis. The moon shone brightly overhead. On a desolate mound, a woman of unparalleled beauty stood quietly. Beneath her subtle makeup, her eyes sparkled like clear springs, surpassing the radiance of the moon. Her delicate skin tempted one to reach out and touch it. Clad in gossamer garments, her curves were softly outlined, revealing a silhouette that captivated even Ren Qianshan, whose heart had lain dormant for over a century. Despite his focus on cultivation, in all the world, only one woman could evoke such irresistible allure in Ren Qianshan. Yuanli's own master? He initiated, his gaze wandering over her graceful figure. Who are you? Yan Qiming's eyes glimmered as she regarded Ren Qianshan's wrinkled visage, struggling to recall where she had seen him before. Ren Qianshan of the Broken Sky Immortal Sect, from the Silent Peak. He introduced himself, feeling a flicker of anticipation for Yan Qiming and Appos, as response. However, he quickly regained his composure, cursing himself for letting the woman's extraordinary presence distract him. Ah, a fellow of the Broken Sky Immortal Sect. Yan Qiming smiled, blooming like a peony. How strange. We have met before, but you were not so age-thin. I failed to recognize you. Please forgive me. The esteemed Yuanli fairy, apologizing to me? That would be a disgrace to my humble self. Ren Qianshan chuckled, adding, moreover, it is not your fault. What you encountered before was merely a younger shell I had crafted. This is my true form. True form? Yan Qiming frowned. What has transpired in the mundane world to bring you here in your true form? Ren Qianshan sighed, then countered, let us not speak of me. Rather, how could someone of your esteemed status wander into this mundane realm? Are you not seeking a disciple? As soon as he uttered this, Ren Qianshan regretted it, having forgotten that Yan Qiming already possessed a disciple. Alas, Yan Qiming furrowed her brow, a glimmer of tears forming in her eyes. As fellow practitioners, I shall not conceal the truth from you. My beloved disciple, Yang Kaiwei, recently ventured to Yuzhou City to uncover the truth behind the Abyss's disappearance, and has perished. Was she also heading to Yuzhou City? Ren Qianshan's heart trembled as he turned to gaze at the distant wilderness, his expression shifting with uncertainty. There was no doubt, the one who had killed Yang Kaiwei must be Renfeng. At that moment, Renfeng had succumbed to the spirit-loving liquid, akin to a lamb waiting for slaughter. If Yan Qiming were to approach, she would inevitably learn of the information regarding the Abyss and the Divine Sword. No, it was impossible to share that with her. Yet, how could he delay her? No, he could not afford to delay. This woman was astute. If he were to weave a falsehood, it would likely unravel quickly. Then, should he kill her? Thoughts raced through Ren Qianshan's mind, and his heart raced at this sudden audacious idea. Ren Qianshan, you truly have audacity. She is the leader of the Flying Immortal Sect. Her status comparable to that of Zhu Dan, the eldest disciple of the Hidden Dragon Peak, setting aside her strength should anything happen to her. The entire cultivation world would surely be thrown into chaos. Yet, the Abyss is a treasure trove. If I were to seize it all, not only would I break through swiftly, but I might even ascend to the unattainable realm of Returning Void. At that time, the 9 peaks would be re-ranked, and I could rise to greatness. The resources would be endless. As he contemplated this, Ren Qianshan and Appos' eyes glimmered with a hint of red. However, Yan Qiming was also at the pinnacle of the transformation realm and possessed surplus shells. To ensnare her, he would need to devise a meticulous plan, ensuring he could capture all her shells in one fell swoop. What are you thinking? Seeing Ren Qianshan gazing into the distance, lost in thought, Yan Qiming could not help but inquire. Sigh. Ren Qianshan exhaled deeply, slowly turning his head back, his eyes glistening with emotion. Chapter 53, An Alliance with the Celestial Being. Ren Qianshan squeezed out 2 drops of old tears, adopting an expression of great difficulty, and slowly spoke. The brightest star on my Jimmy Peak, Jean Wanli, has also perished in Yuzhou City. What? Yan Qiming raised her delicate hand to cover her ruby lips, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. So, did you venture into the mortal realm seeking the true culprit? Wait, you have come in person. Could it be that you have already uncovered the true villain? Conversing with an astute woman invariably saves one from much trouble. Ren Qianshan mentally praised her while wearing a mask of sorrow. Indeed, I have ascertained the true culprit and have even clashed with him. This individual possesses formidable strength and is a lone wolf in the cultivation world. He has seen through my guise and obliterated it. While extinguishing a fragment of my soul that governed that form, he even dared to threaten, declaring that he would await my true self in Yuzhou City to deliver my demise. Such audacity. Yan Qiming's face flushed with anger, only to furrow her brows again. Resources for loose cultivators are scarce. How could someone attain the transformation god realm? A clever woman has many virtues, yet sometimes her intelligence can be overwhelming. Ren Qianshan gritted his teeth and replied, the vastness of the great wilderness cultivation world harbors many opportunities and resources that our righteous sect has yet to uncover or possess. This individual may have merely been fortunate enough to acquire such blessings. Humph, he is merely a loose cultivator without any backing. Fellow Taoist Run, please lead the way. Let us join forces to eliminate him. Yin Qiming's face bore a hint of righteous fury, her urgency rendering her even more alluring. No, Qiongli Fairy. His strength is not to be underestimated. Although our combined might may grant us a chance of victory, we must approach this with utmost caution. After laying the groundwork for so long, Ren Qianshan finally revealed his fangs. In my opinion, if we both confront him in our true forms, we can decisively shift the tides, both in our true forms. Yin Qiming hesitated. She only possessed the current crafted body. But as for her true self, seeing her indecisiveness, Ren Qianshan seized the opportunity. Fairy Qiongli, our identities are unique. If word spreads about our movements in the mortal realm, it would not only disturb the great wilderness cultivation world, but it could also attract the attention of the Xingyue dynasty. Should they misunderstand the situation? The friction between the mortal and cultivation worlds may become incessant. Indeed, once the weight of their identities was presented, Yin Qiming's gaze solidified with resolve. Ren Qianshan continued. Thus, we must ensure that the true culprit does not escape and exterminate him in the shortest time possible. Only then can we return to the cultivation realm without drawing the attention of the Xingyue dynasty. You truly think ahead, fellow Taoistren. Yin Qiming was swayed, letting out a soft sigh, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. My true self is not particularly pleasing to the eye. I hope fellow Taoistren will not find it unappealing. Women are women, regardless of their strength or status, they remain women at heart. In such dire circumstances, why concern oneself with form and beauty? Ren Qianshan felt anxious but forced a natural demeanor, nodding with a smile. As practitioners, our sole focus is on enlightenment. We have long seen through the illusions of the world. Beauty and ugliness are merely two forms of scenery. We observe with our eyes, but do not let it touch our hearts. That is reassuring. Yin Qiming laughed heartily, 100 charms blooming forth. As dawn broke, a slender figure approached, stepping lightly under the waning moonlight. With red lips and white hair, she exuded an enchanting allure. Her skin was pale, every wrinkle telling tales of time's indifference. Yet, her eyes sparkled with the youthful vibrance of a maiden. Her fragile waist seemed as if a gust of wind could snap it, but the perceptive Ren Qianshan, with a fleeting glance, sensed the terrifying strength concealed within her delicate form. With the arrival of Yin Qiming, her crafted youthful body released a wisp of soul energy that flew into her brow. Now complete in her original form, she stood with an ethereal grace, embodying the current leader of the Feishan sect, the Qiongli Fairy Yin Qiming. With her hands elegantly placed on her abdomen, a smile graced her lips, radiating regal splendor. At this moment, one could hardly focus on the wrinkles of her visage. Gazing upon her felt akin to revering a lofty noblewoman. Am I truly going to betray such a beautiful and noble celestial being? After a brief moment of distraction, Ren Qianshan's resolve only grew stronger. Time is of the essence. Let us depart at once. Ren Qianshan suggested, still formulating a strategy in his mind. Intending to deliberate further along the way, Yin Qiming waved her hand, retracting her youthful form into her sleeve, yet she did not immediately set off. There is no rush. Since we must ensure absolute certainty, let us wait for another. Yin Qiming gazed toward the direction from which she came, her eyes filled with anticipation. Wait for another person? Ren Qianshan and Apos' heart tightened. He had yet to devise a plan to eliminate Yin Qiming. Now, waiting for another would complicate matters. However, to avoid raising her suspicions, he dared not urge her further. Cautiously, he inquired, who are we waiting for? Sun Buki from the Jingxian sect. Yin Qiming smiled. The Jingxian sect's swordsmanship is unparalleled, and Sun Buki, as an elder, wields a divine sword. With him alongside us, our expedition to Yuzhou City will be flawless. Oh, so it is him. Ren Qianshan sighed in relief, deliberately furrowing his brows and lamenting. By the time he arrives, the opportunity may have passed. What do you mean? Yin Qiming questioned, puzzled. Fairy Qiongli, you have spent years in the purple mist forest, it and Apos. No wonder you are unaware of Sun Buki and Apos' temperament. Ren Qianshan chuckled, explaining. He is notoriously known as a drunkard and a lecher, quick-tempered and fierce. After emerging from seclusion, he certainly won and Apos' rushed to Yuzhou City. He has likely already indulged in revelry in some famous city. He is such a person? Yin Qiming appeared incredulous, clearly hearing this for the first time. I would wager my head on it. He is indeed that type. Ren Qianshan asserted emphatically, then shifted the conversation. Moreover, there is something you may not yet be aware of, Fairy Qiongli. The true culprit has returned from the abyss. What? Someone has actually returned from the abyss? Yin Qiming exclaimed in surprise, then her thought sparked. Could it be that the disappearance of the abyss is related to him? That possibility is exceedingly high. Ren Qianshan nodded, adding, furthermore, with the two of us, peak transformation God realm practitioners, joining forces, even an early returning void realm cultivator would find it difficult to escape. If that is the case, why should we allow another to share in the inevitable spoils? That makes sense. Yin Qiming had just nodded when she furrowed her brows again and asked, your crafted body has already encountered him. Can you gauge the true culprit and Apos' capabilities? Ren Qianshan replied solemnly, that man fought against my crafted body for 300 rounds. I estimate he has just recently stepped into the late transformation God realm. The late transformation God realm is not to be compared with the peak. Fellow Taoist Ren, let us set forth. Seeing Ren Qianshan's seriousness, Yin Qiming had no doubts. Smiling brightly, "Wait, since we have formed an alliance, why not celebrate in advance?" Ren Qianshan seized the opportunity to propose. "Fellow Taoist Ren, something feels amiss." Yin Qiming suddenly halted her smile, her gaze fixed intently on Ren Qianshan. "Could it be that I have been discovered?" Ren Qianshan and Amp. Oppos. S. Heart's sake. Chapter 54. Even the wisest can make a mistake. Could it be that my slightly aggressive demeanor earlier revealed a flaw? Ren Qianshan maintained a calm expression, though his heart was tumultuous, and he feigned composure, asking, "What do you mean, fairy?" "I am somewhat perplexed." Yin Qiming chuckled lightly. "I have heard that the Duankong Xianzong is renowned for two things. The first is their obsessive exploration of the unfathomable Lufeng abyss, to the point of paranoia. Any outsider who dares to intrude without permission will not only be relentlessly pursued but will also implicate 3 generations of their family, regardless of the power behind them. Duankong Xianzong will never retract their assassination order. And the second?" A smile appeared on Ren Qianshan and Amp. Oppos' face as he realized it was merely a false alarm. "The second is that the 9 peak masters of Duankong Xianzong are not only fanatical cultivators but also exceptional wine connoisseurs. Each peak has its unique brew, and the flavors of the 9 wines are distinct. The fiery Rouge of Wulong Peak is the most intense, akin to drinking molten lava. The aged Huadiao of Jimmy Peak grows richer and more fragrant with age." Clearly, Yin Qiming was also a wine aficionado, recounting the unique characteristics of the 9 peaks as if they were treasures. "Friend Rin, you have been the peak master for 50 years now. Haven and Oppos, to you? Since this is a celebration, I shall not agree unless there is a 50-year aged brew." In the end, Yin Qiming's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Ren Qianshan. It was truly a delightful surprise, as if one were served a feast when hungry or a pillow when weary. Just as Ren Qianshan pondered how to appropriately present the aged Huadiao containing the spirit-infused liquid, this esteemed master of the Feishuan sect had graciously offered him the opportunity. "Indeed, I have." Ren Qianshan beamed, retrieving a resplendent little gourd from his sleeve and declaring, "I happen to carry a flask of 50-year-old Huadiao. Yet, what use is wine without a vessel?" Yin Qiming's eyes brightened. "I have brought a set of luminous cups that will make this celebration both formal and splendid." Are all women so fond of formalities? As the cunning plan unfolded, Ren Qianshan was taken aback by her incessant chatter, igniting his ire. Yet, he understood the importance of patience. This was a crucial moment that required a gentle approach. The translucent luminous cups had soft pink edges, enhancing their beauty. The wine soon filled the cups. Under the moonlight, it shimmered like amber, gently swaying and utterly enchanting. "How fragrant!" Yin Qiming inhaled deeply, exclaiming in delight as she raised her cup with Ren Qianshan, joyfully proclaiming, "Let us toast to our imminent success." With a smile, Ren Qianshan clinked cups with Yin Qiming, and together they drank deeply. Yin Qiming cooed and Oppos. Tea helped but smacking her lips, feeling a slight dizziness. Glancing at Ren Qianshan, she playfully remarked, "The aged Huadiao of Jimmy Peak is indeed remarkable, rich, refreshing, and with an endless aftertaste. May I have another cup?" Ren Qianshan was elated and eagerly poured more wine. As they drank together, Ren Qianshan observed her slightly flushed cheeks, and a murderous intent began to form within him. "Come, Xiongli Fairy, let us drink another cup." No. Yin Qiming laughed like a blooming flower, rubbing her slightly reddened forehead, her voice dreamy. "I cannot bear any more. I am not strong enough for such indulgence." "Refusing me? This will not do." To lower her guard, Ren Qianshan had deliberately refrained from any underhanded tactics in their previous exchanges, aiming to implement his plan as naturally as possible. "Ah, Xiongli Fairy, you possess profound cultivation. How could you be undone by just 3 cups?" Ren Qianshan feigned disbelief, then grew serious. "Moreover, I wish to toast to you. As the leader of your sect, you have pursued the true culprit for the sake of your beloved disciple. This shows that in your heart, your disciple is as important as your sect. Such benevolence deserves recognition." Yin Qiming trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having lived for over 100 years, her heart had hardened to the greatest extent. Yet, her deep affection for her disciple, Yang Kaiwei, made that resilience sometimes as fragile as a lake's surface, easily disturbed by a mere pebble. "Very well, let us drink another cup." Tears gleamed in her eyes, her voice brightening. "This cup, I also toast to you, friend. For we are kindred spirits." "Ah, kindred spirits," Ren Qianshan echoed, subtly nudging the gourd with his ring finger. His smile blossomed as he began to pour. The luminous cup remained filled with amber liquid. They exchanged knowing smiles and drank heartily. As dawn approached and the light brightened the skies, they stowed away the gourd and cups, ready to depart. However, as Ren Qianshan activated his spiritual energy, he suddenly felt his meridians constricted. Although he could smoothly execute his techniques, the vast spiritual energy swirled around his dantian like a headless fly. Soon, the energy collided painfully against his veins, nearly rupturing them. Panic surged, and he dared not continue channeling his techniques. "Xiongli Fairy, did you tamper with the luminous cup?" Ren Qianshan and Amp. Oppos' face darkened, glaring at the silver-haired Yin Qiming. Internally, he roared with frustration, unable to fathom where he had erred. He had been cautious enough this time, Why had he still fallen into someone else and Amp? Oppo's trap? Was it a stroke of bad luck? Friendrin, how does the kiss of the beautiful toad taste? Yan Qiming turned back, her eyes gleaming with triumph. It was indeed the beautiful toad that sealed his meridians. Rin Qianshan and Amp, Oppo's face flushed, recalling the rim of the luminous cup. He must have fallen for it at that moment. Only fairy, why would you betray me? Since we met, I have been nothing but considerate towards you. I have acted with sincerity and should not be treated thus. Rin Qianshan and Oppo's expression turned solemn as he implored, I request the antidote. I shall consider this matter as if it never happened. Oh, Rin Qianshan, I never expected you to be so duplicitous, Yan Qiming scoffed, pointing at him with disdain. Look at your hypocritical demeanor. I truly feel ashamed for Duan Kongshin's own having you. Rin Qianshan swallowed hard, his expression a tapestry of emotions. I do not comprehend your words. You truly do not know? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. You clearly knew who the true culprit was from the beginning, yet why did you not inform me immediately? Had I not coincidentally mentioned Sun Buki? Would you have withheld the answer until the very end? Furthermore, you have been using sweet words to deceive my trust, even providing information regarding the abyss. Your attentiveness makes it hard for me not to misconstrue your intentions. Alas, I have lived long enough to recognize that naive young men may be entranced by my youthful appearance, but a cunning fox like you would never succumb to my charms. Thus, you possess but one motive. You wish to kill me. Yan Qiming's gaze pierced through him, having seen through everything. Rin Qianshan remained silent for a long while, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed, finally sighing, when did you realize? Upon Rin Qianshan's candid admission, Yan Qiming and Oppo's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and she coldly remarked, it was the moment you asked me to summon my true self. Rin Qianshan and Oppo's expression grew complex. If you had already discovered it then, why continue to play along with me? Moreover, I appeared in my true form, so there should have been no reason for you to suspect anything. Did you know something in advance? A look of derision crossed Yan Qiming's face as she softly replied, you should never have sent that letter. Your signature is as unsightly as your character. The root of the issue lay there. Rin Qianshan was initially astonished, but soon it all made sense. When Yan Qiming saw his name, she must have deduced his intentions. After their meeting, he had gradually revealed the identity of the true culprit, naturally raising the suspicions of the astute Yan Qiming. Even the wisest can make a mistake. Indeed, there must be a flaw. Rin Qianshan muttered to himself, a triumphant smile emerging on his face. Chapter 55. The sky is a blanket, the earth is a bed. The situation is set. You are but a flickering candle in the wind, an old dog on the brink of death, and yet you still find the spirit to laugh. Yan Qiming harbored an intense disdain for Rin Qianshan and Oppo's smile, particularly after learning of his murderous intent towards her. I laugh while being poisoned, unaware of my plight. Rin Qianshan's expression grew increasingly smug. The poison should have fully taken effect by now. Old hack. Why not summon your spiritual energy and see for yourself? Old scoundrel. Do you think you can deceive me? Yan Qiming had lived long enough to detest being called old. In an instant, she charged forward like an enraged tiger, raising her hand for an attack. Slap. The sound was crisp. Rin Qianshan did not evade, and a handprint instantly appeared on his wrinkled face. You did not employ your spiritual energy, did you? You dare not, do you? Rin Qianshan sneered. Your gaze is repulsive. Allow me to pierce it for you. Yan Qiming and Oppo's voice was as frigid as ice. As she summoned her spiritual energy, she suddenly sensed it being devoured by an unseen force, leaving no trace behind. You, Yan Qiming retreated swiftly, her face darkening. Old scoundrel, what poison did you put in the wine? There exists a small, pure white beast, no larger than a palm, hideously shaped with a sharp beak and thin tail, resembling a rat. Only fairy, being high above, you naturally cannot fathom the existence of this poisonous creature. Rin Qianshan stepped forward, explaining in a measured tone, but you must have heard of its infamous name. It is called the soul-devouring beast. What? A soul-devouring beast that can rot spiritual energy? Yan Qiming and Oppo's expression changed drastically. The sensation of her spiritual energy being consumed was indeed the result of the beast and Oppo's potent toxin. Old scoundrel, the soul-devouring beast only exists in the demon realm. How could you possibly acquire one? It seems you are in secret collusion with the demon race. It is a misfortune for our human race to have a traitor like you among us. The Broken Sky sect must be blind to choose you as the peak master. Yan Qiming raged, her features contorting in fury, wrinkles deepening like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, creating a terrifying visage. Any means are acceptable in pursuit of enlightenment. Only fairy, the times have changed. If there are treasures in the demon realm that could elevate our human cultivators, why should I not pay the price to obtain them? Should I toil in isolation like my predecessors? Rin Qianshan chuckled, advancing step by step, the left eyelid of his aged face twitching sporadically, a rather unsettling sight. Do not come any closer. Yan Qiming felt her heart race with unease. She could sense her spiritual energy dwindling rapidly within her. This caused her to panic, retreating further. Only fairy, where has that imposing demeanor from earlier gone? Did you not find that slap of yours filled with spirit and grace? Come, give me another slap. I long to experience that feeling once more. Rin Qianshan's face twisted into a cruel smile as he drew nearer to the retreating Yan Qiming. The kiss of the beautiful toad would seal my meridians for half a day. Now, neither of us can summon our spiritual energy, and our primordial spirits are rendered powerless, leaving us no different from ordinary mortals. Rin Qianshan cackled. You wish to kill me, and I wish for your demise. Let us duel as mere mortals. He halted, challenging Yan Qiming with a provocative gaze. The poison of the soul-devouring beast is incurable. Contact with it spells ruin. Yan Qiming understood that to escape with her life, she must slay Rin Qianshan within half a day. Otherwise, once his meridians were clear, her fate would be sealed. After a brief moment of panic, Yan Qiming finally regained her composure. With both unable to summon spiritual energy, they were left to contend with the strength of their physical forms. Both were at the pinnacle of the transformation god realm, their physical powers likely comparable, due to the unique nature of their techniques. The disciples of the Flying Immortal sect possessed remarkable agility, which might tip the scales in her favor. After analyzing her options, Yan Qiming moved like the wind, her agility extraordinary. With sheer physicality, she swiftly approached, her hands clawing towards Rin Qianshan and Appos' chest. Rin Qianshan did not evade, allowing her claws to tear through his clothing and directly sink into his left pectoral muscle. Clang! Yan Qiming's eyes widened. The metallic sound upon contact jolted her to awareness. Misjudgment. The old scoundrel and Appos' physique is terrifyingly strong. In an instant, Yan Qiming prepared to retreat, but as she did, a shadow of a palm flashed before her eyes. And in a flurry, she barely managed to turn her head. Slap. The left side of her forehead received a solid blow, causing her head to spin, her frail body involuntarily flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Jianli Fairy, you are still too naive. One must strike at the vital points. And I would never neglect the importance of the heart. Rin Qianshan smirked, tugging at his shirt where her fingers had left marks, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Could it be, Fairy, that you wish to win my heart in exchange for your life? Begone, you shameless wretch. Yan Qiming staggered to her feet, her hair disheveled, her garment soiled, cursing like a shrew, yet an air of nobility still clung to her. This contradiction left Rin Qianshan questioning his sanity. How could such a feeling arise? Then recalling Yan Qiming and Appos' noble lineage and status, he suddenly understood. Even a noble lady accustomed to privilege, when reduced to a shrew in Appos' fury, could not entirely shed her innate grace. Moreover, she was a sect leader, a figure of equal standing to his senior brother, Yu Dan. Rin Qianshan felt a stirring within him. The dizziness he had previously experienced faded, and as Yan Qiming focused her gaze, she found Rin Qianshan approaching with a devilish grin. What such a smile implied was unmistakable. Yan Qiming let out a scream and fled in panic, yet her speed was slightly inferior to Rin Qianshan's. In mere moments, he caught up, his face flushed, striking without reserve, landing a blow atop Yan Qiming and Appos' head. The impact sent her vision spiraling, leaving her nearly unconscious and utterly defenseless. Rin Qianshan, undeterred, continued with several more punches until Yan Qiming finally rolled her eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. The sky as a blanket, the earth as a bed. Riding the sect leader, such madness. Rin Qianshan cackled as he flipped Yan Qiming and Appos' body, casually tossing a piece of her skirt away with a gust of wind. Yan Qiming awoke to a chilling sensation. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a devilish grin. It dawned on her that both were devoid of clothing. Realizing the impending fate that awaited her, she struggled desperately, but Rin Qianshan and Appos' limbs enveloped her like iron clamps, rendering her resistance futile. Jianli Fairy. As the leader of the Flying Immortal sect, how can you panic? Even if the world were to collapse before you, your countenance should remain unchanged. Rin Qianshan's demeanor was triumphant as he leaned closer. No. Please don't. Yan Qiming thrashed violently, a terror unlike any she had ever known coursing through her. At that moment, she felt her pristine body, preserved for over a century, was about to be violated. The overwhelming humiliation prompted her to consider biting her tongue to end it all, but the formidable physique of a peak transformation god cultivator proved resilient. Even her tongue was tough. As she bit down, she felt only a slight pain, without a wound to show for it. I am finished. In a state of despair, Yan Qiming ceased her struggles. What do you mean? Rin Qianshan halted, furrowing his brow. Jianli Fairy, have you given up so soon? Yan Qiming closed her eyes. Bang. Rin Qianshan's head collided with her forehead as he bellowed. Old hag, I want you to witness how I claim you. Yan Qiming seemed not to have heard, her expression of sorrow fading into tranquility. Open your eyes, you wench. Rin Qianshan moved to pry open her eyelids, only to find her gaze had descended into utter stillness. What I aspire to be is the leader of the Flying Immortal sect, not a collection of utterly unresponsive relics. Rin Qianshan spat disdainfully and rose from Yan Qiming's side. He recognized that his ambitions had crumbled. Once this woman resigned herself to her fate, he would find himself utterly bereft of means to restore her as the dignified leader of the sect. Donning his garments in silence, Rin Qianshan finally spoke after a prolonged pause. Once the toxicity of the beautiful toad and Appos' kiss dissipates, I shall directly end your life. incinerating your corporeal form and soul with the most fervent flames of my primordial spirit. Rest assured, you shall not suffer excessively. Chapter 56 Farewell to the Foe. War begins. The heart lay desolate, barren as a wasteland. In Yin Shiming's eyes, there was an abyss of silence, as if she had not heard anything at all. Seeing her lie there motionless, Ren Qianshan felt a certain ease, free from vigilance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ren Qianshan finally sensed the once-blocked meridians flowing freely. Channeling his techniques, he infused spiritual energy into every vein, a surge of power revitalizing his entire being. Once again, his aura became formidable. Approaching Yin Shiming, he employed his divine gaze and discovered that her spiritual energy had dissipated, her primordial spirit fading into obscurity. The poison of the spirit-devouring liquid was indeed tyrannical. If even Yin Shiming could not withstand it, what chance did Ren Fenglu have? Calculating the passage of time, a whole day had elapsed. Was Ren Fenglu's condition worse than Yin Shiming's? Ren Qianshan had no time for such ponderings, as he was on the verge of undertaking a thrilling endeavor. He summoned the head of the Qiongli sect to her demise. With the utmost respect, Ren Qianshan honored Yin Shiming, then ignited the fire of the primordial spirit. The golden flames consumed her body, engulfing her frail and withering essence. This farewell was devoid of flowers, devoid of cries or moans. Throughout the process, until she turned to ash, Yin Shiming uttered not a single sound. A generation's leader had fallen. The thought of the ensuing chaos within the Faxian sect brought forth uncontrollable laughter from Ren Qianshan. The realm of cultivation was about to experience a seismic shift. Stifling his mirth, he took flight, racing forth. In times of turmoil, heroes emerge. The pressing need was to seize every available resource. He believed that once he broke through to the spirit refinement realm, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the impending chaos. Once again, it was deep into the night. Sparse stars hung in the night sky, and the moonlight was resplendent. In the dilapidated city of Yuzhou, Ren Fenglu remained seated beneath a willow tree. He seemed as though he had not moved for an entire day and night, his form becoming akin to a statue. Suddenly, Ren Fenglu lifted his gaze to the heavens. At the horizon, a radiant point of light shone like the sun, trailing a long tail of brilliance, rushing towards him like a flame. In that moment, Ren Fenglu's eyes sparkled with brightness, and he involuntarily stood up, his hands clenched tightly, the tension causing veins to bulge on his neck. At last, it has arrived. Excitement coursed through him as he struggled to contain his emotions, awaiting Ren Qianshan's arrival. Ren Qianshan approached with remarkable speed, and as he neared, he activated his divine sight, failing to detect any signs of spiritual energy circulating within Ren Fenglu. His spirit soared, fully aware that Ren Fenglu was now akin to a cripple. Had this been in the past, he would have relished mocking him. Yet now, he sought only to extract every morsel of information regarding the abyss. Thus, even as he was still hundreds of feet away from the crumbling Ren residence, he began to channel his techniques. In an instant, a mountain towering 100 feet descended with a terrifying aura, Ren Qianshan's signature move, the sky-toppling seal. As the mountain descended, Ren Qianshan felt a pang of regret. How could a person devoid of spiritual energy withstand such an assault? As the mountain bore down, ready to crush Ren Fenglu in the dilapidated residence, Ren Qianshan swiftly formed hand seals, then pressed his palms together, directing a thrust at the mountain. Instantly, a golden spear of spiritual energy shot forth. Boom! Though the spear was delayed, it reached first. As the mountain began to obliterate the ruins, the spear pierced through, causing a violent explosion. The resulting storm of energy stirred up endless dust and flying stones. Ren Fenglu stood at the eye of the storm, his garments billowing, hair thrashing wildly. His eyes were filled with rage, not once blinking. A show of courage. Ren Qianshan silently commended him. Still suspended in midair, he extended a massive hand, moving with astonishing speed towards Ren Fenglu. In that instant, Ren Fenglu and Apos' right hand grasped the sword hilt. Huh? Ren Qianshan let out a puzzled grunt. And then his eyelids twitched. In an instant, that massive hand suddenly split in two, as if cleaved by some unseen force. Ren Qianshan and Apos' expression shifted in surprise. The twitching of his eyelids was a response to the pain transmitted from the tiny remnant of his primordial spirit still linked to him. Once the twitching ceased, he focused on Ren Fenglu, noticing that he still held the sword hilt, the peculiar sword remaining sheathed. What an enigma! Was someone lurking in the shadows, sabotaging him? Ren Qianshan halted midair, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. He even employed his divine sight, yet found nothing amiss. Unconvinced, he attempted another grasp, sending forth another enormous hand towards Ren Fenglu. This time, Ren Qianshan concentrated all his energy upon the hand, eager to discern the circumstances. Hiss! At that moment, Ren Qianshan inhaled sharply, staring in disbelief as that massive hand inexplicably split apart once again. This time, because his spiritual energy was attached to the hand. He felt the severing of his essence as well. It felt as if a soft needle had pricked deep within his mind, a sensation both itchy and painful. Ren Qianshan shook his head, bewildered, and looked toward Ren Fenglu again, finding the peculiar sword still firmly in its sheath, showing no signs of being drawn. If not for the suspicion that Ren Fenglu harbored some hidden agenda, then surely there was a supremely powerful figure lurking in the shadows. One whose strength and prowess far surpassed his own. Otherwise, how could he have failed to perceive the shift in energy when that strange force struck? Yet how could a being devoid of spiritual energy possess such capabilities? As Rin Qianshan stood in astonishment, a cruel smile crept across Ren Fenlio's lips as he fixed his gaze upon the true culprit behind his parents' demise. Suddenly, he altered his grip on the sword. Initially, his grip had the tiger's mouth facing the sword guard, but now, his right hand's tiger's mouth pointed toward the sword's tail. What was he doing? Rin Qianshan furrowed his brow, then sneered. Did this fool still think he could resist? In the midst of his mockery, he finally discerned the motion of Ren Fenlu drawing his sword. The sword, which Ren Fenlu had described as the Eye of the Abyss, slowly emerged from its sheath. Rin Qianshan distinctly remembered the sword's blade, resembling a lifeless black, akin to charred wood. Yet now, the dark blade seemed to ripple with life. Especially after activating his divine sight, he observed as two fearsome black dragons writhed upon the blade. At that moment, a jolt of alarm surged through Rin Qianshan. He sensed an impending threat approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted away, covering dozens of feet in an instant. His speed surpassed that of lightning, his senses remarkably acute. He distinctly felt a powerful force surge past the very spot where he had just stood. He had no time to analyze further when yet another wave of danger washed over him. Once again, Rin Qianshan moved, but each time he steadied himself. A new sense of peril would arise. After more than a dozen such instances, he circled the ruins of Yuzhou twice. At this point, he had become a startled bird. Any slight rustle would draw his gaze. In that moment, he noticed Ren Fenlu was nearing the complete unsheathing of that peculiar sword in a manner that struck him as profoundly strange. Chapter 57. A sword that severed half a body, then struck the soul. Almost instinctively, a primal urge for survival surged within Rin Qianshan. As if in a moment of desperation, just as he prepared to flee, an icy chill enveloped him. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed. Suddenly, Rin Qianshan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, just as he ascended into the sky. The agony compelled him to glance downward, and to his horror, he beheld the lower half of his body plummeting, leaving behind a spray of vivid crimson mist. What kind of bizarre force was this? A wave of dread washed over Rin Qianshan as he instinctively sought to summon his spiritual energy, only to realize that his dantian resided within that severed portion of his body. Reluctantly, he mustered the courage to pivot his upper half, allowing his soul to manifest. From the fracture in his upper body, a colossal hand formed from his soul emerged, shimmering with golden light. In an instant, it multiplied in size, grasping desperately at the falling lower half of his body, striving to pull it back. At that moment, he noticed that Ren Fenlu's sword had been completely unsheathed. Rin Qianshan suddenly let out a wretched cry as the hand formed from his soul was severed by an invisible force. The severed soul felt as if it had been scorched by some malevolent fire, severing its connection with its master entirely. If only his body had been cleaved. Perhaps Rin Qianshan would not have succumbed to despair, for a body could be reforged. For a practitioner at the peak of the transformation realm, reclaiming one's corporeal form was trivial. What truly mattered was the soul. As long as the soul remained intact, hope still lingered. Indeed, the soul was the very foundation upon which Rin Qianshan relied. Now, with a portion of his soul severed, he had been fundamentally wounded. You shall perish, young one. An icy wrath surged within Rin Qianshan as he grasped that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. How could Ren Fenlu, already afflicted by the poison of the spirit-savoring liquid, possess such extraordinary power? Or was it that this peculiar force emanated from that enigmatic sword? I shall uncover the true nature of this weapon. Resolutely, Rin Qianshan relinquished the remaining half of his body, fully embracing his soul in combat. Beneath the night sky, Rin Qianshan unleashed his soul, its height reaching several dozen feet, radiant as a glorious sun. In the ruins of the Rin residence, Ren Fenlu frowned. Indeed, Rin Qianshan's soul was formidable. Even after losing a portion, his aura still resembled that of a divine being, utterly imposing. In a fit of rage, Rin Qianshan, unrestrained, wielded his soul to perform extraordinary feats. With a resounding roar, a phoenix engulfed in flames materialized in the void, its piercing cry echoing as it flapped its fiery wings. Descending with ferocity, the flames blazed bright, threatening to rend the very fabric of space, creating rippling waves. Ren Fenlu focused intently, unperturbed. He swiftly sheathed his sword, only to draw it anew, adopting the peculiar posture of gripping the hilt toward the blade's end. This time, the speed of his draw was even slower, almost inch by inch from the sheath. In that abyss, which he had dubbed the tide of purgatory, he had performed this action countless times, mastering it to the point of thoughtlessness. Rin Qianshan observed Ren Fenlu's movements, his brow furrowing as he channeled the power of his soul. The formidable fire phoenix surged forward, its speed accelerating, nearly instantaneously descending upon Yuzhou City. Sizzle! The conflagration enveloped the ancient city, already reduced to ruins. Debris and decayed wood were incinerated, even the very dust igniting. The once great city had been utterly transformed into a city of flames. Under the searing heat, everything melted away, reduced to ash. The full force of a peak transformation realm master engulfed the ancient city. Yet, within the vast expanse, a minuscule area remained untouched, Ren Fenlu's sanctuary. Leaning against a withered half of a willow tree, he stood at the center, a 1 zhang radius around him seeming to transform into a forbidden zone. impervious to even the fiercest flames. I do not believe you can withstand this. Ren Qianshan observed the scene below with keen interest, exerting even greater effort to channel the power of his soul. The fire phoenix shrieked once more, its voice resonating for thousands of feet, causing those 3,000 feet away to clutch their heads and collapse, convulsing on the ground. At last, the phoenix's scorching talons loomed above Ren Fenglu. The claws, forged from the flames of his soul, radiated unbearable heat, yet Ren Fenglu appeared oblivious, continuing to draw his sword. Can you still endure? Ren Qianshan scoffed, once again urging the power of his soul. This time, the towering form of Ren Qianshan's soul shrank dramatically, now resembling an ordinary person. The fire phoenix, previously unable to penetrate the protective barrier, now found renewed strength, invading inch by inch, closer and closer. Finally, the talons of the fire phoenix reached Ren Fenglu's head, the intense heat curling his hair. At that moment, Ren Fenglu and Apos' eyes brightened. His sword had been unsheathed. For my parents, Ren Fenglu roared, suddenly swinging his sword. In that instant, the two serpentine black energies that had been swirling about the blade detached, transforming into two spectral dragons that roared and circled around his shoulders, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. As they expelled two streams of black mist, akin to dragon breath, they struck the fire phoenix's claws. In an instant, the talons, forged from the flames of the soul, were tainted, turning pitch black. Simultaneously, Ren Qianshan felt his entire soul tremble violently, as if contaminated by an insidious and malevolent force, spreading like a plague from the fire phoenix that he had summoned. This is sinister energy. Ren Qianshan and Apos' soul roared, decisively retracting its power. The massive fire phoenix, now bereft of the support of his soul, diminished in ferocity, succumbing to the corruption and transforming into a lifeless black phoenix. You are a practitioner of dark arts. Ren Qianshan's soul pointed accusingly at Ren Fenglu, watching as the tainted black phoenix shrank, reverting to the two spectral dragons that merged with the ones on Ren Fenglu's shoulders, swiftly plunging back into the sword, returning to a state of eerie stillness. Is this all you can muster? Then shall it be my turn next? Ren Fenglu fixed his gaze upon Ren Qianshan, sheathing his sword once again, only to draw it anew. Ren Qianshan, having witnessed the sword and Apos' enigma, refrained from recklessly summoning his soul and Apos' power, instead opting to steady himself in anticipation. This time, Ren Fenglu and Apos' posture appeared normal as he drew his sword. Ren Qianshan and Apos' soul fixated on Ren Fenglu and Apos' hand, eager to discern the transformation accompanying this strike. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his left foot. Glancing downward, he was horrified to see that the foot formed from his soul had been severed below the knee, the fracture appearing as if scorched by infernal flames, preventing him from reclaiming it, forcing him to watch as it faded into the void. How is this possible? I distinctly did not see you draw your sword. When did such power manifest? It eludes even my perception. Ren Qianshan hastily summoned a fragment of his soul to replace the severed foot, reducing his overall height further. You refer to it as sinister energy, malevolent energy, and shun it at all costs. How then can you truly comprehend it? Ren Fenglu and Apos' face was adorned with a mocking sneer as he taunted. Your inability to perceive my sword draw merely indicates your eyes have yet to be properly trained. Chapter 58, Vengeance is finally achieved. You shall not die a swift death. In a fit of rage, the ethereal being Ren Qianshan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left foot. Upon glancing down, he was horrified to discover that the left foot of his ethereal form, which had just been reattached, was once again severed at the knee, fading rapidly into nothingness. You wretched scoundrel! Ren Qianshan bellowed. When did you unsheath your sword? As he roared and attempted to reattach his left leg, another agonizing sensation struck his left foot. Looking down, he saw that it had been severed anew, vanishing into the void. Ah! Ren Qianshan, in a frenzy, pointed accusingly at Ren Fenglu. You have severed my left foot again. Before he could even reattach his left foot with his ethereal essence, he felt a sharp pain in his right foot, knowing without a glance that it too had been cleaved away. I have drawn my sword countless times, never once contemplating just how swift it truly is. With a sword in hand, Ren Fenglu and Apos' gaze fixated on Ren Qianshan and Apos' left arm, his voice chilling. Perhaps, wherever my sight falls, I can sever it. Ren Qianshan's expression turned pale with terror as his left arm was lopped off at the shoulder. The continual loss of his ethereal feet and arm sent tremors through his very essence, making it increasingly difficult to maintain his human form. This was a catastrophic failure, a monumental disaster. In this dire moment, Ren Qianshan finally comprehended why Ren Fenglu remained unaffected after consuming the spirit-enhancing liquid. It was because Ren Fenglu's power did not stem from spiritual energy at all. This was a path of cultivation unlike any other, a course untrodden and unexplored by others. The methods of attack along this path were far too bizarre and unfathomable, rendering him unable to cope. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qianshan began to retreat. Unable to maintain his human form, he transformed into a magnificent golden ethereal eagle and recklessly attempted to employ a technique to tear through space. Utilizing his talons to rip open a rift in the void, eager to dive into the pitch-black, dreadfully eerie abyss. But in an instant, two excruciating pains surged through his wings. The speed of the ethereal eagle, representing Rin Qianshan, suddenly diminished, and the forcibly torn rift in the void promptly closed. The escape route was cut off, enveloping Rin Qianshan in despair. The ethereal eagle, now wingless, could barely sustain its flight, and before he could devise a new strategy, waves of pain coursed through his ethereal form. His claws, tail, chest, and neck were all severed in succession, left with only his head. Rin Qianshan turned it stiffly and beheld Ren Fenglu approaching. With tousled black hair swirling around him, wings of blazing black flames coalescing at his back, and eyes devoid of any emotion, Ren Fenglu had transformed in Rin Qianshan's sight into a being more sinister than any wicked practitioner of the Zizai sect or Zhonghua sect. You are evil. With only the head of his ethereal form remaining, Rin Qianshan began to utter a phrase that he could not complete, as he could no longer maintain the appearance of an avian, dissolving instead into a sphere of ethereal light. Evil practitioner? Compared to you? You claim to walk the righteous path, yet you would extinguish even the bloodline of your kin. You have forsaken your humanity. Are you not akin to a wicked practitioner? Ren Fenglu coldly replied, observing the small sphere of ethereal light dimming and swaying in the void, desperately searching for an escape. Unfortunately, each time it drifted in a direction, Ren Fenglu reached out and seized it, as if toying with it. At this moment, Ren Fenglu finally felt the sweet taste of vengeance. A surge of satisfaction washing over him. Father, mother, the murderer Ren Tianqing has long been slain by my hand. Now the true mastermind's physical form is destroyed, and his ethereal essence is within my grasp. At last, I have avenged you. Ren Fenglu gazed up at the night sky, tears streaming down his face. Two dim stars flickered in the sky at that very moment, as if responding to his sentiment. Ren Fenglu, I admit defeat. Suddenly, the voice of Rin Qianshan, now transformed into a sphere of ethereal light, emerged, sounding unexpectedly aged. But I did not lose to you. Absolutely not. I merely succumbed to your fortune. How many enlightened beings have plunged into the abyss and never returned? Yet you, not only emerged unscathed, but also gained immense fortune within. Ultimately, you are but a young child who has cultivated for a mere decade, if not for the heavens' favor. How could you possibly contend with one who has practiced for over 100 years? His voice trembled with age. The ethereal light flickered uncertainly, as if it might disperse at any moment. Ren Fenglu remained unfazed, unwilling to engage in a debate with Rin Qianshan. The suffering he endured in the tides of purgatory far surpassed all the hardships Rin Qianshan had faced in his lifetime. There was no merit in conversing with a hidden mastermind. I care not to whom you concede defeat, nor do I wish to engage in idle chatter. However, whether you accept your fate or not, vanishing completely from this world will not be so simple. As the words left his lips, the ethereal light representing Rin Qianshan began to struggle violently, as if foreseeing a dreadful fate. His voice quivered with age. What? What do you intend to do? Do you think that destroying your corporeal body and shattering your ethereal essence will conclude this matter? Ren Fenglu coldly laughed. You, a hidden mastermind, have roamed free for so many years. How could I allow you to die so easily? With that, Ren Fenglu raised his sword, rubbing it against the scabbard. The scabbard shimmered with a ghostly light, revealing the patterns of the spirit-refining flower. You intend to refine my ethereal essence? No. I would rather die then. The sphere of ethereal light thrashed more violently, radiating blinding golden light from its core, as if it intended to self-destruct. Not on my watch. Ren Fenglu snorted, extending a hand as if to grasp the air. The struggling ethereal light immediately stilled, frozen in place. Simultaneously, the patterns of the spirit-refining flower emitted a force, drawing the immobile sphere of ethereal light into itself. As the delicate flower petals closed around it, Rin Qianshan's agonized screams echoed endlessly from the scabbard. His cries of torment surged like waves, clearly unbearable even for a peak expert who had cultivated for over a century. Yet to Ren Fenglu's ears, it was a melody of delight, filling him with an exhilarating sensation. He stood suspended in the void, gazing down at the ancient city reduced to ashes, his brow furrowing. Everything seemed perfect, save for one detail, the information regarding the tribute. What exactly was the tribute? Though Ren Fenglu was somewhat curious, the thrill of vengeance had caused him to forget this matter at that moment. Should he release Rin Qianshan's ethereal essence for further interrogation? The thought had scarcely crossed his mind when Ren Fenglu shook his head, dismissing it. Despite Rin Qianshan's defeat, Ren Fenglu had to concede that the power of his ethereal flame was indeed formidable. Not only had the ancient city turned to ash, but with his keen sight, he could see that even the ground beneath this region had likely been scorched to depths of several hundred feet. Thus, it could be concluded that even if the tribute had been hidden deep by Rin Tianqing, it had surely been incinerated by Rin Qianshan's ethereal flame. Let this matter rest. There remained but one final task. Some debts left unsettled at that time would not be ignored in the future. Ren Fenglu whispered softly, unfurling his ink-black wings, and sped westward into the horizon. Chapter 59. Accounting, the Great Benefactor and the Good Child. The sun blazed fiercely, causing Ren Qiaowei to sweat profusely. It was not the heat that tormented him, but the chilling dread that seeped into his bones, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, particularly at the nape of his neck. He stood before Ren Fenglu, his expression betraying a dawning realization, one that rendered him visibly unsettled. The young master had brought shocking news. The city of Yuzhou had been reduced to ashes, and the ancestral home of the Ren family had been utterly obliterated. That sacred place he once revered lay submerged in a sea of primordial flames capable of incinerating everything. In that moment of revelation, Ren Chongwei felt as if his life had plummeted to the depths of despair. He had fought valiantly to rise to the position of the head of the Ren family. Yet before he could even settle in, he was forced to relocate, and now, even the foundation of his ancestral home lay in ruins. After years of toil, what remained? He shook his head, bitterness lacing his words. I believed that accumulating sufficient wealth would allow me to return to that place. But now all I possess are piles of riches devoid of purpose. What good are they to me now? Ren Fenglu remained silent, merely observing Ren Chongwei. With a deep sigh, Ren Chongwei forced a smile. Congratulations, young master, on avenging your grievances. Ren Fenglu nodded slightly. Ren Chongwei continued, young master, your visit must entail more than just conveying this news, correct? Ren Fenglu nodded again and finally spoke. Some accounts are destined to be settled. I understand. Ren Chongwei replied, his demeanor calm, neither joyous nor sorrowful. I am the last of those privy to the affairs of the Run household. I accept this outcome. Ren Fenglu rubbed the hilt of his sword. You might consider resisting. Ren Chongwei laughed heartily. Young master, you overestimate me. If even the second ancestor was defeated, what chance does a mere subordinate like myself have to resist? Ren Fenglu frowned. Your calmness is somewhat disconcerting. In recent times, those who have perished by my sword have always fought fiercely. Ren Chongwei blinked, inquiring, and what of their remains? They are utterly gone, Ren Fenglu replied. Ren Chongwei then asked, if I do not resist, will there be remains left of me? That depends on your preference, Ren Fenglu answered, with a faint smile. Ren Chongwei asked, what will happen to my treasures after I die? Ren Fenglu frowned. I have not considered that. Indeed, he had not pondered over such matters. No matter how valuable the gold or dazzling the jewels, they would serve him no purpose, and thus held no interest for him. I have already devised a plan for you, young master, Ren Chongwei stated, his eyes twinkling. Although the Ren family was generous to the citizens of Yuzhou, some exploitation and plundering were inevitable. Since you have no interest in these treasures, why not distribute them among the citizens of Xifang City? Xifang City was the newly established settlement for the citizens of Yuzhou after their relocation, still rudimentary and in urgent need of funds. Ren Chongwei's suggestion clearly stemmed from a place of consideration for Ren Fenglu. Ren Fenglu shook his head, his gaze intense. No, you need not concern yourself with me. The road ahead remains fraught with uncertainty. I shall not linger here. Ren Chongwei took a deep breath and nodded. If you have no suggestions, I have a suitable candidate to oversee this matter. He is an earnest and kind-hearted child who would never embezzle a single coin, standing under the blazing sun. Ren Fenglu calmly surveyed the honest-faced elder before him and softly inquired, how much time do you require to arrange this? Half a day, just half a day. Ren Chongwei promised, swiftly departing. Half a day later, Ren Chongwei indeed returned as promised, accompanied by a youth. Fu Shaolu encountered Ren Fenglu once more. Yet this time, he was far from at ease. Though he refrained from speaking, his demeanor revealed his discomfort. Ren Chongwei smiled. Young master, I intentionally brought Shaolu here for him to collect my remains. I have taken him as my adopted son, and I hope you will grant your approval. Fu Shaolu was taken aback. When he had recently accepted Ren Chongwei as his adoptive father, he believed that wealth and fortune had suddenly descended upon him. Little did he know that merely an hour had passed before he was to gather the remains of this benefactor. Though bewildered, he understood he had no right to speak and remained silent. Ren Fenglu, holding a wooden sword, cast a neutral gaze over the downcast Fu Shaolu and nodded. Thank you, young master, for your understanding. Ren Chongwei's face brightened with joy, then suddenly commanded, Shaolu, turn your back. Though this adoption was a hasty decision, Ren Chongwei did not wish for him to witness his demise. Fu Shaolu felt a jolt in his heart, but obediently turned away, facing the wind. Ren Chongwei spread his arms wide, feeling an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. Garments fluttering, he listened to the whispers of the wind, his expression serene. Young master, proceed. Ren Fenglu grasped the sword and abruptly inquired, do you not wish to know why I seek your life? No need to ask. Ren Chongwei replied with a calm smile. I am fully aware of my own actions. I know my death is just. Ren Fenglu opened his mouth but remained silent. His grip tightened on the hilt, and he did not keep Ren Chongwei waiting long. The process of dying was agonizing, and Ren Fenglu granted him a swift end. Time passed, and the night wind suddenly grew fierce, howling through the air. Fu Shaolu anxiously asked, may I turn around now? No one responded. The night had deepened. With a soft thud, a heavy object fell to the ground. Fu Shaolu turned in astonishment, finding no sign of Ren Fenglu. Only the lifeless form of Ren Chongwei lying on his back. He was dead. Death had not been painful. His eyes were closed, and a trace of a fading, serene smile lingered on his lips. As Fu Shaolu gazed at the body of his adoptive father, devoid of any emotional bond, he still felt a pang of sorrow. Tears glistening in his eyes. He could not comprehend why Ren Chongwei had chosen death, but he recognized this man had been significant. He had relinquished his vast treasures and provided clear guidance on how to assist Xifang City. The myriad ideas flowed from his lips with remarkable clarity. Fu Shaolu needed only to follow his lead diligently, and within 5 years, Xifang City would surely blossom into a prosperous metropolis. Shaolu, come with me to a certain place. I shall meet my end there. Remember, after my death, do not grant me a grand burial. Just outside Xifang City, find an inconspicuous spot, dig a hole, and bury me there. No need for a monument. A simple wooden board will suffice. However, you must ensure I face the direction of Yuzhou City. This is my sole request. Recalling Ren Chongwei's last words, Fu Shaolu wiped his nose. With such wealth, he resolved to take a little for himself. How could his adoptive father's grave be so humble? He hoisted Ren Chongwei's body and, under the cover of night, made his way towards Xifang City. Ren Chongwei had an exceptional eye. Fu Shaolu was indeed a warm-hearted and kind child. Chapter 60. The Unknown Adversary. In the misty purple forest at the Flying Immortal Sect. Within the flowing cloud waterfall lies the Wangstian Cave. The venerable elder Lu Qingxiu of the Flying Immortal Sect is diligently practicing a particular technique. Her nimble figure flickers within the cave, the dazzling brilliance illuminating the once shadowy interior as bright as day. With each repetition, her white hair gradually darkens to an inky hue. Her aged visage begins to rejuvenate, new skin appearing like fine jade, rendering her as if she has shed the years. The once slightly hunched back straightens. Even her previously sunken chest begins to fill out. This is a rejuvenating dance she has comprehended during her century-long seclusion, capable of restoring her appearance and physique to their youthful prime. Over the years, Lu Qingxiu has practiced and refined this dance. And now she stands on the brink of success. She is a formidable cultivator and a woman who, feeling the relentless passage of time, harbors a deep-seated unwillingness to succumb to age. Thus, the rejuvenation dance was conceived in such a mindset. Now, only one final step remains. This step is exceedingly arduous. Yet crossing it could potentially preserve her current form and physique for eternity. As Lu Qingxiu and Appo's movement slow, she finds herself confronted by an insurmountable barrier, one she cannot seem to overcome. Suddenly, an indistinct yet urgent cry pierces through the cave's stillness. Elder, something terrible has happened. Lu Qingxiu's heart tightens, disrupting her focus, and she raises an eyebrow, halting her graceful movements. Her once unblemished complexion rapidly ages, her back, which had just straightened, bends once more, and her chest flattens entirely. Lu Qingxiu distinctly recalls instructing that no one was to disturb her during her seclusion. After nearly a century, how could anyone dare defy her command? How has Zhu Qingping been instructing her disciples? To disrupt my thoughts at such a critical moment, she shall surely face consequences. With a cold snort, Lu Qingxiu vanishes from the flowing cloud waterfall. What greets her is a face both unfamiliar and flustered. Shang Wui, clearly unacquainted with Lu Qingxiu, displays a bewildered expression upon seeing the aged figure before her. However, when Lu Qingxiu releases her formidable aura with an icy demeanor, Shang Wui collapses to the ground, her complexion draining of color, as if the very pressure could shatter her bones. In a panic, she cries out, "Elder, please forgive me. I have urgent news to report." Oh? Lu Qingxiu retracts her oppressive presence, frowning as she replies, "Speak, and I shall see if your words can save you from disaster." Trembling, Shang Wui, her eyes brimming with tears, states, "The sect leader, she has fallen." What? Lu Qingxiu and Appo's expression shifts to one of disbelief. Shang Wui, taken aback, continues, "Zhu. She was the former sect leader, and she has passed." Lu Qingxiu stands in stunned silence, her mind racing. She distinctly remembers that before her seclusion, Zhu Qingping was a formidable deity-level cultivator. How could she have met such a sudden demise? Yet it is clear that this is not the moment to dwell on such matters. This frightened little disciple is referring to another leader. Lu Qingxiu gazes intently at the quaking Shang Wui, her voice cold. "Who do you mean by the sect leader?" With a quiver of her lip, Shang Wui, now on the verge of tears, replies, "It is Yin Qiming." Yin Qiming? Lu Qingxiu muses, "I should have anticipated this." With Zhu Qingping's demise, the position of sect leader naturally falls to that lively young girl. Lu Qingxiu murmurs, pressing further, "How did she meet her end?" Shang Wui shakes her head. "I do not know. Only that the sect leader departed to seek vengeance for the senior sister. Yet, within less than half a month, her talisman, extinguished. How audacious it is for someone to dare slay the sect leader of the Flying Immortal Sect." Lu Qingxiu's expression remains impassive as she raises her hand, unleashing a powerful strike that obliterates the grand flowing cloud waterfall in an instant. The tumultuous waters cascade like a torrential flood, leaving Shang Wui stunned, forgetting to evade. Lu Qingxiu soars into the air, seizing Shang Wui by the shoulders and transporting her to a height above the misty purple forest, coldly inquiring, "Do you know who the murderer is? Is the elder preparing to emerge from her seclusion to avenge the sect leader?" Shang Wui and Appo's initial joy quickly transforms into a frown, as under Lu Qingxiu and Appo's ice cold gaze. She stammers, "I do not know. Only that the senior sister went to the mortal realm in Yuzhou City to investigate the abyss. Presumably, the sect leader also went there. And what is this abyss?" Lu Qingxiu frowns, realizing the downside of her seclusion. Being cut off from the world leaves one ignorant. Shan Wui can only recount all she knows about the abyss to Lu Qingxiu. "Very well, I understand. Lu Qingshu declares, preparing to depart, but suddenly halts, asking, how many are aware of Yan Qiming and Appo's death? Sheng Wui shakes her head. In these past few days, I have been on duty at the Ancestral Hall. As soon as I learned, I rushed to inform you. Currently, no one else knows. Good. Keep this matter under wraps for now. Do not let it spread. Your cultivation is too weak, and chaos may ensue. Lu Qingshu nods, offering a cautionary remark before departing, but she suddenly turns and asks, what is your name? Sheng Wui immediately bows. I am Sheng Wui. Very well, Sheng Wui, during my absence, no one is allowed to enter the Ancestral Hall. Take this token. Keep it safe. After issuing her instructions, Lu Qingshu vanishes in an instant, a testament to her immense power. Sheng Wui stands dazed, staring at the token in her hand. Inscribed with the bold characters for ruthless, momentarily lost in thought. At the Broken Sky Immortal Sect, chaos erupts as news of the Peak Master's predicament spreads. It is unclear who first cried out, but the entire Silent Peak is thrown into disarray. Without leadership, the disciples are thrown into a state of panic, engulfed in fear. At Shumi Peak, Qin Ming has been watching the turmoil unfold at Silent Peak from a distance. He has already received word of his disciple Niemuyun's demise, which is why he has refrained from taking action, waiting for Ren Qianshan to return. After all, he had entrusted this ruthless junior to watch over Niemuyun. However, upon learning that Ren Qianshan is also in trouble, Qin Ming can no longer remain inactive. He channels all his energy, eager to rush to Luofeng Abyss. Though Qin Ming acts swiftly, the other 7 Peak Masters move even faster. As Qin Ming gazes at the 7 figures before him, his expression darkens, and he growls, now that even Ren Qianshan is in trouble, do you still intend to uphold the wishes of our ancestors and prevent me from leaving? The eldest brother, Zhu Dan, who is also the sect leader, sighs. I know your anger is palpable due to your disciple and Appo's misfortune, yet you must not forget our responsibilities as Peak Masters. Zhu Dan, Qin Ming and Appo's frustration boils over as he calls out Zhu Dan and Appo's name, seething. If it were not your disciple in peril, you would remain utterly indifferent. Do not obstruct me. None of you should stand in my way. Do not forget how fiercely I fought in the past. The 6 fellow disciples remain silent. Yet the figure standing before Qin Ming shows no sign of retreat, their intent to block him unmistakable. Zhu Dan sighs, junior brother. Acting on impulse is the greatest folly in cultivation. If you do not temper your explosive nature, your strength may stagnate. Qin Ming feels his rage nearing its boiling point. Yet Zhu Dan calmly states, we, as the masters of the 9 peaks, have but one objective, to explore Luofeng Abyss. Everything else should be set aside. You may lose your disciple, but you can find another. Ren Qianshan, having disregarded advice, perished in the mortal realm. Silent Peak cannot remain leaderless for even a day. If you can heed my counsel and stay, you may select someone to take over the leadership of Silent Peak. What say you? Qin Ming blinked, and suddenly felt the flames of anger within him extinguish. Once the matter of the falling Phoenix Abyss yielded results, the fruits would naturally be shared equally among the 9 peaks leaders. Zhu Dan's promise undoubtedly granted him a greater share in future rewards. Ha ha ha. Very well, master brother. I shall heed your counsel, Qin Ming exclaimed, turning abruptly. Before departing, he inquired, but will this matter simply be dismissed? Zhu Dan shook his head. Dismissed? Certainly not. Although we remain unaware of the perpetrator's identity, he has undeniably incurred the wrath of many. As I understand it, disciples from the 3 foremost sects of the Great Wilderness have suffered grievous harm in the mortal realm. I shall dispatch a team of disciples to contact the Jingxian sect and the Feitian sect, with the 3 supreme celestial sects joining forces to pursue this individual. It will undoubtedly save us considerable time. United, the 3 eminent sects will ensure his inevitable demise. Qin Ming laughed heartily, returning to Shumi Peak to seek disciples worthy of the position of Master of Jimmy Peak. After Qin Ming departed, Zhu Dan furrowed his brow and sighed. To think that someone in the mortal realm could slay Ren Qianshan. This individual cannot be an ordinary person. Who could he possibly be? Surely, he does not hail from the Great Wilderness cultivation world, for no one possesses such audacity to disregard the 3 supreme sections. Could he be an old reprobate from the imperial palace of the Xingyue dynasty? Chapter 61, The Wind Old Dog and the Xiao Wang Ba. The night was thick with darkness. Xiao Pingu, known for his crimson eyes, stood in bewilderment amidst the ashes of an ancient city, gazing into a void of black and gray, akin to a vast bowl. Everything concerning this ancient city had vanished, let alone the formidable figure with a divine sword spoken of by Niemuyun. Not even a ghostly shadow remained. Cursing under his breath, Xiao Pingu lamented his delay on the road. He bent down to gather a handful of ash, bringing it to his nose for a whiff, and frowned. The scent was unusual. This was not an ordinary fire. Moreover, the blaze must have been brief, for otherwise, its tale would have echoed for miles. Xiao Pingu recalled passing a modest town earlier, where no news of a fire had reached him. Wait, this scent. He extended his tongue to taste the black ash on his fingers, and his expression transformed into one of exhilaration. This was the fire of the primordial spirit. By heavens, I have stumbled upon a great opportunity to incinerate an ancient city in such a short span, even scorching the earth beneath. The wielder's primordial spirit must be at least at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. But why would he destroy this city? As he pondered, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Could it be that he aimed to conceal traces of the ancient city to evade being found? No, that didn't sit right. In an instant, Xiaopinga dismissed that notion. If he wished to erase the traces, he could have done so long ago. Thus, there must be but one possibility. A fierce battle had undoubtedly transpired here. Xiaopinga's expression brimmed with excitement. Although this merciless primordial fire had obliterated all evidence, who was I but the one to uncover what remains? A disciple of the free spirit sect who cannot trace a primordial spirit is no disciple at all. Besides, I have savored the essence of this primordial spirit. A self-satisfied grin spread across Xiaopingu and Apos' face as he activated the pinnacle technique of the free spirit sect. The spirit-seeking method. Instantly, a faint, peculiar fragrance wafted from afar. The scent was subtle and slightly strange. Without prior acquaintance, it would be easily overlooked. No wonder those minions of mine mockingly call my brothers of the free spirit sect dogs. Even I have begun to see some merit in that. With a hearty laugh, Xiaopinga set off in pursuit of the intriguing aroma. With each stretch of distance, he paused to inhale deeply, discerning the direction before continuing on his way. Feng Ryu dangled from a dry ravine. The moonlight bathed his face, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Sipping bitter wine, he wore a frown. Alas, my courage has been far too feeble. Had I not fled, I might have seized a primordial spirit by now. But investments carry risks, and my fear is hardly unwarranted. Right? Bah, Feng Ryu, you cowardly dog. Is there any path to strength without hardship? No, I have come to a resolution. I must return and seek Renfolo. Feng Ryu drained the last of the bitter wine, feeling a rush of clarity wash over him, and a smile returned to his face. Just as he prepared to toss the wine jar away, his eyes widened in surprise. Below, a figure moved stealthily, fluctuating between swift and slow, peering cautiously. Surely, this appearance resembled a dog scavenging for scraps. As Feng Ryu contemplated, the figure suddenly lifted its head, blood-red eyes met his, and both froze in shock. Wind old dog? Xiaowangba. As they spoke simultaneously, both fell silent. They remained still, gazing at each other for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Wind old dog, you hanging there on the cliff truly resembles a captured turtle. Xiaopinga guffawed, mocking him. Xiaowangba, your sneaky demeanor is akin to a foul dog. Feng Ryu retorted with a cold huff, hurling the wine jar at him as he leaped down from the cliff. Bang! Xiaopingu effortlessly sidestepped, and the jar shattered on the ground. He frowned at Feng Ryu's descent. What mischief are you up to in the mortal realm? The nascent soul cultivators there have their backing. You cannot afford to provoke them. Feng Ryu scoffed. And you? What business do you have in the mortal realm? Do the nascent soul cultivators have backing, but the transformation realm cultivators do not? Xiaopingu blinked his crimson eyes and replied earnestly, I am tracking a primordial spirit. What kind of primordial spirit? Feng Ryu's interest piqued, his ears perked up. At least one in the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Xiaopingu exclaimed excitedly. If I can seize this primordial spirit, I will possess 5, ensuring a superior rank in the Free Spirit Sect's grand competition, perhaps even winning the favor of esteemed seniors. Upon hearing this, Feng Ryu's expression soured. I envy your fortune. I have none. Xiaopingu was taken aback. What do you mean? I told you. You cannot provoke the nascent soul cultivators in the mortal realm, and here you are, still with only 3 nascent souls? Come. Show me those 2 you called something like young fledglings. Ugh, don't mention it. Feng Ryu grimaced. I released them. Their quality was too poor for my taste. Released? Xiaopinga burst into laughter, unabashedly mocking him. They must have been shattered, right? Feng Ryu sighed, realizing he couldn't and Apos hide the truth from this fellow, and admitted. Do you recall the battle at Typing Ruins? Typing Ruins? Xiaopingu's expression shifted, having heard of it before. What of it? After the battle at Typing Ruins, 2 brothers attempted an assassination, one managed to escape. Recently, he returned for vengeance and has already reached the transformation realm. My 2 nascent souls were destroyed by him. What? How long has it been? Others have reached the transformation realm, yet you remain at the nascent soul stage. How embarrassing. Xiaopingu was surprised, but more so. He found amusement in the situation. Feng Ryu retorted, how was I to know it would be so difficult to find nascent soul cultivators? Otherwise, my 1,000 souls transformation would not have stalled. Xiaopingu laughed even harder. That only speaks to your lack of effort. Who isn't alone at the start? Look at me now. As he spoke, Xiaopingu showcased the 3 primordial spirits he had seized, forming a dazzling triangle in the air, golden light radiating, causing Feng Ryu to brim with envy. Was my journey not fraught with peril? Xiaopingu clapped Feng Ryu on the shoulder. If you are envious, heed my advice. Betray the Zheng sect and join our free spirit sect. Feng Ryu's heart jolted, and he swallowed hard, grinning. That might not be appropriate. Get lost. How delightful you are. Xiaopinga kicked Feng Ryu's rear, annoyed. I was merely jesting. Don't take it to heart. When the Zheng sect comes hunting for you, don't drag me into it. Enough. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shan't bicker with you. With that, Xiaopinga took a breath, turned, and dashed away. Why are you running? I was just asking casually, did you take it seriously? Feng Ruyu patted his behind, suddenly changing expression. Wait, could it be that this fellow and Apos' pressing matter pertains to his target? Should I follow him to investigate? Feng Ruyu and Apos' eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Chapter 62. The Peculiar Man and the Woman with High Ponytail Rin. Feng Lu suddenly found himself at leisure. After avenging his great grievances, he seemed to have lost his purpose. Especially after departing from Yuzhou City, he was at a loss as to where to go next. Having endured 3 millennia in the Purgatory Tide, he had never given up on the idea of escaping. That was because he still harbored a dream of being reunited with his family. Alas, that dream now lay shattered. He was left utterly alone. Perhaps it was due to the flask of wine gifted by Rin Xinshan that he suddenly developed a craving for alcohol. He could have chosen not to eat or drink. Yet he found himself relishing the sensation of intoxication. The alcohol dulled his senses, allowing him to drift into slumber more swiftly and venture into dreams. Only within the realms of dreams could he find true joy. In the splendid flower city at the Wanhulu, a group of exquisite young women, clad in scant attire, laughed at Rin Fenglu. They had never seen a man of his stature visit Wanhulu merely for the sake of drinking. This man appeared quite masculine, even charming, particularly with those deep-set eyes that sparked curiosity in every maiden. Each woman yearned to transform into a fish, swimming into the depths of those eyes, hoping to discover whether a vast, azure sea lay within them, and whether at the heart of that sea, a maiden awaited. In their perception, a man who drowned his sorrows in alcohol must surely be pining for some special woman. The girls were envious of such a woman, fully aware of their own origins, realizing that not a single soul would be content to cherish them alone. Alas, every girl found herself up against an insurmountable wall. The dashing, melancholic gentleman seemed to have erected an impenetrable barrier around himself. No matter how they posed or flaunted their alluring curves, he never cast a glance in their direction. The girls felt disheartened, yet they never lost hope. This man had lingered at Wanhulu for several days, whenever the attendant brought wine. It was always a different girl who took the initiative. Regrettably, the man's gaze was solely fixed upon the wine. After accepting the flask, he would shut the door with a resounding thud. Today, I applied the finest golden rouge, yet he didn't even spare me a glance, lamented one girl. Another, leaning against the doorframe, showcased her figure beneath a sheer veil, her delicate brows knitted in a pained expression. What a tease. Last night, under the dim lighting, I wore silk undergarments that barely covered my thighs, yet that heartless fellow merely cracked the door open a fraction, took the wine, and slammed it shut again, nearly crushing my dainty nose. Nearby, a voluptuous girl with a bosom akin to 2 ripe watermelons chided, "It must be because you all are too flirtatious, which is why he looks past you." I refuse to believe a man visiting a brothel has no interest in more than just a drink. A charming girl bit her lip, her face brimming with allure. If the young ladies of Wanhulu weren't enticing, would any distinguished gentleman even consider visiting? Exactly. If we are both alluring and innocent, wouldn't our courtesan's value diminish? Another chimed in. In all of Flower City, only Sister Xihua possesses such capabilities. Is that not why she holds the title of courtesan? Tell me, do you think Sister Xihua is interested in this man? What are you saying? Sister Xihua is the courtesan. Winning a night with her requires more than mere treasures. It demands status. This man, while handsome and somewhat wealthy, lacks the requisite standing. It's impossible for the matron to inform Sister Xihua of his existence. Does that mean Sister Xihua remains unaware of this man's presence after 5 days? Indeed. What if we inadvertently reveal this man to Sister Xihua? What do you think her reaction would be? Flirtatious vixen, don't be reckless. If the matron finds out, you'll face dire consequences. Hee, the matron wouldn't dare. Who doesn't know how I earn my reputation? All right, you're bold, after all. You are the captivating beauty. You dare to act, but we do not. Sister Xihua was an exceptionally striking beauty. In her prime, her countenance was pure, her peach blossom eyes imbued with seduction. Even when she stood still, doing nothing, those who beheld her found it impossible to look away, let alone when she smiled radiantly. Once, when Xihua merely gazed at the lotus flowers in the pond and smiled subtly, 17 or 18 impassioned young men leapt into the water, battling fiercely for the most resplendent lotus. The enchantment of the mundane world lies in such peculiarities. Some individuals are simply extraordinary. Xihua was bathing, and under the soft glow of candlelight, she gently raised her hand. The satin-like skin glistened with droplets, reflecting a delicate rosy hue. She caressed her lustrous collarbone, pouring bathwater down her long neck. Petals of pink lotus fell upon her collarbone. How playful. Xihua smiled faintly, her red lips parting, her voice soft and melodious. She extended her slender fingers to delicately pluck the petals from her collarbone, her peach blossom eyes fixated on the petals, seemingly entranced. The water-soaked petals were soft and lacking the exuberance they possessed on the branch, yet they exuded a different kind of beauty. I am akin to this flower, Xihua mused, her gaze drifting from her shoulders down to the 2 rounded legs that peeked through the bathwater. As one of the finest courtesans, Xihua was acutely aware of her allure. In the absence of adornments, her bosom and legs bore no distinction from other women. However, when clad in appropriate garments, those features became powerful weapons, capable of captivating both men and women alike. As night deepened, Xihua gazed at the partially open window and rose to change her attire. Suddenly, a series of light footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The man from the Wangwei Pavilion had yet to leave. He had been there for nearly 6 days. And aside from drinking, he hadn't summoned a single courtesan. How outrageous. If he merely wished to drink, he could have gone to a tavern. Indeed. The Wangwei Pavilion is the most luxurious room at Wanhualu. With a view of the moon and the blooming flowers, the cost for a night is exorbitant. How can such a dullard exist? Under the blossoms and moonlight, wouldn't he desire to invite a courtesan to share in delightful experiences? How would I know? Perhaps his purpose for visiting the brothel is rather unique? How unique could it be? Could it be for the courtesan's sister Xihua? Shoo, lower your voice. We are near Sister Xihua's fragrant chamber. Don't speak carelessly. With that, their conversation ceased, and the footsteps gradually faded. Xihua looked at the two maidens attending to her in the mirror, her peach blossom eyes fluttering as she softly said, "If you wish to laugh, do so. Holding it and will only stoke your frustration." Ha ha. One maiden, holding a wooden comb, chuckled softly. After a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Sister Xihua, do you think those two maidens outside are seeking that man?" Xihua smiled coyly, reprovingly saying, "Mind your words. Tonight, we shall forego intricate hairstyles and simply tie a high ponytail." Chapter 63. A special woman and a man waiting for opportunity. The window of Wangwei Pavilion stood wide open, allowing the cool breeze to invade the room, accompanied by the luminous moonlight. The floor glistened as if sprinkled with fine, white salt. Beside the octagonal table, Ren Fenglu sat quietly, his hands resting upon the surface, which was laden with an array of wine jars. The elegantly adorned room was permeated with the rich aroma of alcohol. Gazing at the sliver of moonlight peeking through the corner of the window, Ren Fenglu furrowed his brow. He realized that in the past couple of days, it had become increasingly difficult for him to intoxicate himself. The separation from his loved ones had intensified his longing to an unbearable degree. Memories spanning 3 millennia filled his mind, with moments shared with his parents woven only through dreams. Yet, if he could not become inebriated, dreams would elude him. Drowning his sorrows in wine only deepened his despair. He never comprehended this until recently. His fingers brushed over one wine jar after another, and through mere touch, he discerned that they were all empty. Not a single drop remained. No more wine. Renfolu murmured, his vacant gaze suddenly igniting with life as he turned to the closed door. After 3 breaths, a knock echoed through the room. Wine had arrived. Renfolu, his nostrils flaring, looked towards the open window and remarked, "It's not bolted." With a creak, the door swung open, allowing the night breeze to sweep in, carrying with it a refreshing scent of wine and a hint of floral fragrance. With a thud, a jar of wine was placed upon the table. Ren Fenglu remained motionless, his head unturned. After a moment, he finally grasped the jar and tilted his head back. Taking a generous gulp, wiping the corner of his mouth, he noticed that the delicate floral aroma still lingered. Frowning, he turned to find Xihua before him. Just by observing this woman, he sensed that she was unlike the others at the myriad flower pavilion, even though he had never truly regarded them. It was a feeling. Xihua's expressive peach blossom eyes met Ren Fenglio's profound gaze, and in that brief exchange, she realized that her sisters and Appo's earlier chatter outside her boudoir was not a ruse orchestrated by this man. No, it was not. With a single glance, Xihua discerned that the depths of Ren Fenglio's oceanic eyes held no trace of desire, only a profound sorrow. He appeared unscathed on the surface, yet his heart bore countless wounds. Xihua resolved within herself. She glanced at her own attire, a fitted top that embraced her proud form and snug trousers that accentuated her long, shapely legs, exuding a sense of confidence and poise. She adjusted her high ponytail, her smooth forehead reflecting the moonlight that streamed through the window, and softly asked, "Do you wish to get drunk?" Renfolu held no interest in her but did not dismiss her. If not for the desire to intoxicate himself, he would not require so much wine. His voice was calm and unperturbed. Xihua sat down, retrieving 2 wine cups that had been pushed to the corner of the table, pouring wine while gently saying, "Looking up at the bright moon, I think of my hometown. Do you miss yours?" Renfolu replied, "My hometown is long shattered, not worth longing for." Xihua offered 1 cup to him with a playful smile. "If it's not your hometown, then it must be family." Without a word, Renfolu downed the petite cup in 1 gulp. He frowned. The diminutive cup made it all the more challenging to achieve inebriation. Xihua seemed to perceive his thoughts and mused, "Sometimes, the more one desires to drink, the harder it becomes." "Do you know why?" Renfolu shook his head. Xihua, her slender fingers cradling the cup, gazed at the ethereal light reflecting off it under the moonlight. She spoke softly, "When someone wishes to drink, it signifies they harbor too much sorrow within. Initially, they can become intoxicated because their myriad pains remain concealed in their hearts. Once they can no longer find solace in drink, it means their heart has been filled to the brim with those sorrows. If they still wish to drink, they cannot do so alone." Ren Fenglu scrutinized this woman with eyes that seemed to speak. Frowning, "Are you suggesting I should find someone to drink with?" Xihua nodded. "This person cannot be just anyone. They must be special. Someone who understands your inner turmoil, someone who carries their own burdens. And there is one more thing that makes them particularly unique. Can you guess what it is?" Renfolu and Appo's gaze remained fixed, tentatively responding, "They must be a woman?" With a playful smile, radiating charm, she replied, "You are correct. Only a woman who carries her own sorrows can help a sorrowful man become intoxicated. And it will happen remarkably quickly, so swiftly that you might struggle to comprehend." Ren Fenglio's eyelids drooped. He realized he had indeed begun to feel the effects of the wine. He managed a faint smile. "You seem to embody such a woman." Shihua's smile blossomed further. "Coincidentally, I am also someone with countless sorrows in my heart." Ren Fenglu downed another cup, not inquiring about her burdens. He suddenly grasped a truth. Some pains are not meant to be shared, much like his own. Shihua's smile grew increasingly radiant, yet her allure diminished. The two nameless individuals began to clink their cups together, one after another, drinking until the full moon hung serenely outside the window. They sat across from one another, gazing at the pristine moon, lost in thought. Gradually, starlight flickered in Shihua's eyes, while waves stirred in Ren Fenglio's oceanic depths. Half an hour passed, and the wine jar was finally empty. "No. More wine." Shihua's words trailed off as she collapsed beside the table, intoxicated. As for Ren Fenglio, he had already rested his arms upon the table, his forehead cradled in their embrace, his eyes firmly shut. He had succumbed to a deep slumber, unbeknownst to anyone. In a small inn across from the myriad flower pavilion, two forlorn souls glared enviously at the brightly lit establishment. These two were Feng Ruyu and Xiao Pinggu. Alas, Feng Ruyu sighed, "I never imagined that a disciple of the free and easy sect could endure 5 long days." Patiently waiting while knowing that the soul they sought to capture resided right across in the flower pavilion. "I am truly in awe of your self-control. What do you know?" Xiao Pinggu shot back, annoyance flaring in his eyes. "You don't and oppose. T understand. A man visiting a flower pavilion seeks pleasure. If I were to barge in while he is reveling, it would surely ruin his mood. Who knows, he might even self-destruct, and I would be the one to suffer." "You are a master of absurd reasoning," Feng Ryu scoffed. "Even if your point holds water, you need not hide in this shabby little room, while others indulge in merriment in the myriad flower pavilion. We are stuck in this moldy room. Do you not feel stifled?" "Stifled?" Xiao Pinggu chuckled. "Then why not move into the myriad flower pavilion? You could conveniently keep an eye on him." "No, I refuse." Feng Ryu shook his head vigorously. "The women in that establishment are terrifying. They devour men without leaving a bone. Moreover, it is clearly stated in our sect's rules that disciples must not enter establishments controlled by women." "How coincidental." Xiao Pinggu retorted coldly. "The free and easy sect has similar regulations." "What now? What can we do? Continue to wait, I suppose? For how long?" "Until he is drained of energy and emerges, weakened, making it easier for me to seize my opportunity." "No, we have known each other for many years. Why not share your method of seizing others' primordial spirits?" "Go away. Do you truly possess such rebellious spirit? Are you not afraid of being hunted down by the righteous sect and the free sect?" "Humph, you are nothing but a miser. It's not that I am unwilling to trade the 1,000 infants / of the righteous sect with you. Who would covet such a thing? Is the primordial spirit not more formidable than the primordial infant?" Chapter 64. I wish for her company. At the tavern the night stretched on endlessly, filled with dreams untold. Ren Fenglio lingered in the embrace of these enchanting visions, reluctant to awaken. Eventually, he was roused from his reverie by the anguished cries of Ren Qianshan's spirit emanating from the scabbard. Upon awakening, he found that the night had slipped away, yielding to the waning light of dusk. The feeble rays of sunlight filtered through the window, offering a semblance of warmth yet tinged with melancholy. As his gaze shifted, he noted that the once toppling wine jars had been cleared away, and the extraordinary woman from the previous night had vanished without a trace. Only 2 solitary wine glasses remained on the table, one bearing the faint imprint of lips. The lingering fragrance in the air accompanied the sounds of revelry from outside. Each time the sun set, the Wanhua Tower erupted into a cacophony of life. Laughter, clinking glasses, and the savory aroma of delicacies filled the atmosphere as patrons toasted, jested, and embraced stunning companions, seeking to lose themselves in a drunken stupor. As was his custom, Ren Fenglio approached the entrance and gently rapped on the door. The sound was modest, yet it quickly elicited a response. "Esteemed guest, shall we proceed as usual today?" A young attendant hurried forth, his face alight with obsequious smiles. Guests of Ren Fenglio's generosity were rare. Although he did not summon companions, he indulged in the finest wines. Each additional jar sold would add a coin to the attendant's purse. "If this esteemed guest were to linger for a year, my purse would surely be overflowing." The attendant mused, only to be met with Ren Fenglio's shake of the head as he inquired, "And where is the lady from last night?" The attendant faltered, initially believing that this guest could no longer suppress his curiosity. However, after a moment's reflection, he could not recall which lady had graced Wanhua Pavilion the previous evening. With an awkward smile, he replied, "I do not know." A competent servant knows what to say and what to keep silent about. Ensuring the guest's comfort is the highest form of respect. Ren Fenglio recalled the woman's visage and described. She possessed eyes that spoke volumes and wore her hair in a high ponytail. The attendant appeared perplexed, stating, "You have stumped me, esteemed guest. Every lady in this flower house has expressive eyes, yet as for a high ponytail, I must apologize, for I have only seen sisters styled in various coifs. Never in a ponytail. Moreover, most patrons do not favor such a style." Ren Fenglio frowned, while the attendant felt increasingly awkward. Fortunately, a charming voice alleviated the tension. Xiaopinger, attend to the other guests. I shall take care of this esteemed patron. Upon turning, Xiaopinger beheld Kai Dai, her waist swaying gracefully, and quickly excused herself. Retreating down the corridor, Kai Dai approached, arms crossed, her purple sleeves fluttering. With a playful smile, she inquired, "Good sir, are you thinking of last night's enchanting lady?" Ren Fenglu responded blandly, "Drinking alone is dreary. Since you know her, summon her to join me." Kai Dai was taken aback, astonished by the lady and Appo's allure. "It seems you truly came to Wanhua Tower for her, yet regrettably, she is engaged this evening." "Engaged?" Ren Fenglu furrowed his brow. "To whom?" "To someone from the officials." Kai Dai explained, "A significant figure who has traveled from the capital, reportedly to investigate the sudden destruction of the ancient city nearby. He is merely resting here for the night." Seeing Ren Fenglu's expression darken, Kai Dai hurriedly added, "Even if you feel resentment, do not act rashly. That individual is not alone. He is accompanied by several guards, all armed and fierce in demeanor. If you provoke him, it could end poorly for you. Is that so?" Ren Fenglu raised his voice slightly. "What if I insist on her company tonight?" Kai Dai gasped, not anticipating such determination from the esteemed patron. Her countenance shifted from ease to seriousness. "You must, absolutely must not act recklessly." She forced a smile. "There are countless ladies in the world. Do not risk your life for one. Furthermore," she continued, "should you incite trouble in Wanhua Tower tonight, it will not only be your loss but will also hinder our business for many days to come." Her tone was nearly pleading, hoping to sway Ren Fenglu. "You do not understand me." Ren Fenglu looked at Kai Dai earnestly. "I care for no one." Kai Dai paused, then exclaimed, "What of that enchanting lady? Do you not care for her?" "I do not," he asserted. "I only require her to drink with me. Tell me, where is she now? Do not make me seek her out." Words fail to persuade the damned. Kai Dai muttered under her breath, regarding Ren Fenglu as if he were a specter, softly stating, "She is at the Chaoyang Pavilion, to the east." Ren Fenglu nodded, passing by Kai Dai as he strode towards the Chaoyang Pavilion. "Oh no. Tonight the flower house may face grave trouble." Kai Dai finally comprehended, hastily descending the stairs to inform Mama Liang. In the resplendent hall, patrons eagerly exchanged cups, oblivious to the flirtations of the ladies in their arms. Mama Liang stood behind the counter, surveying the tables filled with guests. To her, these individuals were no longer human, but rather piles of gold and jewels. Spotting the flustered Kai Dai rushing downstairs, Mama Liang scolded, "Kai Dai, why the panic? A woman must maintain her composure. In this state, who would choose you tonight?" Kai Dai hurried to Mama Liang and Appo's side, breathless as she exclaimed, "Mama, it and Appo's dire. The patron from Wanwei Pavilion insists on the company of the enchanting lady and has already headed to Chaoyang Pavilion." "What? This cannot be," Mama Liang retorted. "Did I not warn you to keep him from discovering her? What sort of incompetence is this? He does not desire a lady. Let him drink himself into oblivion." She chastised, waddling upstairs with her ample figure. How was I to know he truly sought the enchanting lady? Kai Dai felt aggrieved, yet dread flooded her heart. Should matters go awry, she, as the instigator, would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Resolving this, she hurried to her quarters to gather her belongings, preparing to escape at the opportune moment. Chaoyang Pavilion. Ha ha, rare indeed. In this remote place, such a captivating beauty. Come, step forward and allow me to behold you. A gruff voice echoed, belonging to a burly man with a thick beard, flanked by 4 stern young men clad in martial attire, each bearing a long blade. Inside, the enchanting lady, clad in a flowing sky-blue gown, approached with an impassive expression at the sound of his voice. Someone's arrived. Suddenly, the bearded man raised his hand, and 2 men stepped forward, drawing their blades with a metallic clang, ready to guard the entrance. Chapter 65, The Reckless Ren Fenglu. Bang! The tightly shut door was brutally kicked open. 2 knife-wielding youths swung their blades, severing the fallen door, revealing Ren Fenglu. However, Ren Fenglu paid them no heed, nor did he acknowledge Wu Qinghuang, who sat in the Grandmaster's chair. His gaze was solely fixed upon Xihua. Xihua had turned around and recognized the strange man with whom she had drunkenly spent the night. Wu Qinghuang furrowed his brow and raised a hand to halt his 2 subordinates, exclaiming loudly, "My friend, what is your intention?" Ren Fenglu remained silent, simply addressing Xihua with a calm demeanor. "I was quite inebriated last night." Xihua smiled gently. "I understand your meaning. Once I have attended to this esteemed gentleman, I shall seek you out." Ren Fenglu shook his head. Wu Qinghuang's anger intensified at this disregard. The 2 were treating him, a distinguished envoy from the imperial capital, as if he were mere weeds by the roadside, engaging in their conversation without a care. Where was his dignity? With a resounding clap on the table, Wu Qinghuang sneered. "My friend, you possess quite the audacity. Even if you are infatuated with this beauty, you should at least grasp the principle of precedence. What grounds do you have?" Ren Fenglu cast a cold glance at the 2 stern youths flanking him. "Just because of these 2 blades?" Wu Qinghuang laughed heartily. "You stand alone. Surely these 2 blades are insufficient?" "Far from it." Suddenly, Ren Fenglu flicked his finger. With no discernible force, there came 2 sharp clinks, and the blade shattered, leaving the youths with gaping wounds in their hands, blood staining the hilts as they dropped the weapons with dull thuds. Wu Qinghuang and Appo's pupils constricted in terror. You are a cultivator." Renfenglu did not respond but merely gestured to Xihua. After a moment of surprise, she glanced at Wu Qingguang, only to find him pale and stricken. Without further thought, she smiled and stepped towards Renfenglu. "Do not mock my lord." Two shouts rang out as the remaining knife-wielding youths lunged at them from behind Wu Qingguang. A chill raced down Xihua and Apos' spine, and she instinctively faltered. But Renfenglu's calm voice reached her. "Do not look back." His words carried an inexplicable charm that compelled her to obey, and she continued forward. The coldness intensified, penetrating to her very bones, causing her to tremble. In a moment of urgency, she witnessed Renfenglu casually raise a hand, and with two resounding thuds, the icy sensation dissipated as if the sun had burst forth, melting the snow. She still did not turn back, walking past Renfenglu. At that moment, Mama Liang finally arrived at the entrance of Chaiyang Pavilion, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing the blades, blood, and corpses strewn about, as well as the figure cowering in the Grandmaster's chair, her heart sank. It was over. Mama Liang thought frantically, the sweat mingling with her thick makeup. And she could not help but roar, "You have caused a calamity. This man is beyond our reach, and you are even less capable of handling him." Renfenglu frowned, pointing at Mama Liang, silencing her raucous outburst. He exchanged a glance with Xihua, signaling her to continue moving. Xihua glanced back at Mama Liang, whose lips moved in a silent frenzy, before obediently turning away. Mama Liang stomped her feet, pointing at Renfenglu's retreating figure, yet still unable to utter a sound. Her emotions a tumult of frustration and fear. Inside, Wu Qingguang breathed a sigh of relief, straightening in his chair, seething. This man possesses immense audacity, daring to wield such power in the mundane realm. It seems the imperial court's concerns were justified. They have already infiltrated the cultivation world and now wish to extend their influence over the mortal realm. This cannot stand. I must report this immediately. Hey, can you two still move? If you can, stop playing dead and drag these two off to bury them. Then we shall return to the capital, Wu Qingguang urged. And the two youths, their hands still bleeding, complied and began to haul away their fallen comrades. Moments later, Wu Qingguang led a large cohort out of the splendid flower city, hastily heading north. At Wanhua Pavilion, Xihua had changed into a new outfit, still as poised and capable as the night before, but now adorned in an ethereal white rather than a fiery red. Her hair, once fashioned into a swallowtail bun, was now pulled back into a high ponytail, revealing her smooth, fair forehead. As before, she poured wine for Renfenglu. After several cups, Xihua inquired, "Are you an immortal?" Renfenglu shook his head. "One troubled by worries cannot become an immortal. I am merely a wandering spirit." Xihua smiled brightly. "A wandering spirit is not so bad. At least you can do as you please. Just like earlier, you did not inquire about that man and Apos' background, nor did you need to say much to him, effortlessly intimidating him. You do not even need to concern yourself with the laws of the court. If you wish to kill, you may." Renfenglu chuckled. "I have always been this way. If they provoke me, they can only blame their misfortune." Xihua playfully patted her chest, relieved. "Fortunately, I have not provoked you." Renfenglu regarded her intently. "You nearly did." Xihua blinked. "How so?" Renfenglu sipped his drink. "When I told you to leave, had you hesitated even a moment longer, you might have met a tragic fate." Xihua gasped. "I was indeed a bit hesitant, but for some reason, an inner voice suddenly urged me to heed your words." Renfenglu remained noncommittal, gesturing for her to refill his glass. As Xihua poured, she remarked, "Though you possess great abilities, you should not have entangled yourself with that man. He hails from the imperial capital." Renfenglu toyed with his cup, raising an eyebrow. "And what of it? Should he be regarded as more noble?" Xihua caressed the wine jug, her tone somber. "Those from the imperial capital are indeed of a higher caliber. Compared to them, our splendid Wanhualu is but a puddle of mud. The imperial capital is a celestial palace, lofty and unattainable. When they come to our realm, even if they wish to kill someone, no one would dare to intervene." Renfenglu downed his drink. So, the days we have to drink together are numbered," Xihua said seriously as she poured more wine. "It would be best if, after tonight, you departed swiftly. Otherwise, once that man reports back to the capital, the imperial cavalry will come for you, extinguishing your existence as easily as crushing an ant." Renfenglu gazed into his cup, the liquid swaying gently, and suddenly remarked, "I can leave at any time. What about you? Are you concerned for me?" Xihua feigned surprise, widening her eyes. Upon meeting Renfenglu's deep gaze, she giggled. "I am but a courtesan, insignificant. Even if they capture me, it would merely mean I continue doing what I have always done." Renfenglu frowned. "Do you enjoy such a life?" "Enjoyment is irrelevant," Xihua shrugged. "If I do not engage in this line of work as a woman, how else can I escape this humble corner?" Renfenglu considered. "It seems I have disrupted your plans." Xihua was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Renfenglu replied, "I suspect your original intention was to leave Jingxiu City with that man from the imperial capital. Am I correct?" Xihua fell silent, her expression growing melancholic. Renfenglu smiled. "I shall not inquire why you had such intentions. Let us not forget, I simply wish to indulge in drink." "Very well." Xihua beamed, her voice sweet. "I have heard that sword dancing pairs beautifully with drinking. Would you like to see me dance?" Chapter 66. The Pitiful Cult Disciple and the Unethical Parrot. Xihua danced with a wooden sword, the very one wielded by Renfenglu. In the enveloping darkness, the seemingly lifeless wooden sword in Xihua and Appo's grasp radiated an unexpected brilliance, graceful and agile. Yet, Xihua was merely a frail woman devoid of any cultivation. However, the intensity of her focused gaze transformed her into a valiant heroine. With the sword pointed at the moon, her delicate wrist rivaled the purity of frost and snow. Her every movement was fluid, her slender form appearing to merge with the sword itself, each step a harmonious dance, with her tied-up hair flowing like silk, complemented by her pristine white attire, rendering her ethereal. Renfenglu watched his sword glide gracefully in Xihua and Appo's hands, his gaze growing increasingly dazed, as if intoxicated by an unseen force. Gradually, he succumbed to a stupor. In the meager inn, Xiaopingu and Feng Ruyu stared blankly at the lively silhouette dancing on the paper window, while one nibbled at a dry, hard bun, feeling a bitter silence engulfing them. Feng Ruyu cleared his throat and glanced at Xiaopingu. Xiao Wangba, perhaps you should give up. It seems this fellow ISN and Appo's done playing yet. He may linger in the Wanhua Tower for another year or so. With all that time, you needn't remain here. You could seek more primordial spirits instead. Absolutely not. Xiaopingu bit into the bun with fervor. I am determined to have this primordial spirit. I refuse to believe he can stay in the Wanhua Tower indefinitely. Sighing, Feng Ruyu lamented, why endure such hardship? You Wuden and Appo's understand, Xiaopingu retorted, narrowing his eyes. I have tasted the essence of this primordial spirit, and it is exquisite. One can discern flavors from a primordial spirit? Feng Ruyu exclaimed incredulously. If I didn't and Appo's know you were human, I and Appo's think you were a dog. Xiaopingu remained silent. Feng Ruyu, intrigued, smirked. Pray tell, how did you come to taste the essence of the primordial spirit? Xiaopingu shot him a glance. What? Do you wish to try? But be warned, it may turn you into a dog. Feng Ruyu calmly replied. I've been called Feng Old Dog countless times by you. It matters not. Xiaopingu chuckled mischievously. Let me enlighten you. It's akin to savoring a dish, using your tongue to relish it. Is that how one tastes it? Feng Ruyu was taken aback. What exactly does one taste? Why, the places the cultivators and Appo's primordial spirits have visited. Xiaopingu said earnestly. But you should hope for good fortune, otherwise you might end up tasting the remnants of horse dung. Ugh. Feng Ruyu and Appo's expression faltered, his face turning an unappealing shade as he dared not inquire further. Once Feng Ruyu regained his composure, Xiaopingu sighed deeply. This endless waiting won't do, Feng Ruyu. We need to earn some money. Without it, we want and Appo's to even have these stale buns to gnaw on. Feng Ruyu was taken aback. I thought you were enduring this unpalatable bun to toughen yourself. I never imagined you were short on funds. But you are a renowned disciple of the Zizai sect. How could you possibly lack money? Xiaopingu curled his lip. We, as cultivators, disdain such monetary trifles. Do you possess any? Feng Ruyu blinked. What a coincidence. In the expectant gaze of Xiaopingu, he replied nonchalantly, and Appo's, I don't have any either. When I joined the sect, no one instructed me to carry money while out and about. And Appo's, however. Feng Ruyu elongated his tone. Though I lack money, I do have spirit stones. Xiaopingu scoffed. What use are spirit stones? This is the mortal realm. Who would accept your worthless stones? Then we are at an impasse. Feng Ruyu sighed. At an impasse? You could consider working. Xiaopingu proposed. Me? Work? Feng Ruyu nearly scoffed, pointing at himself. You want a disciple of the Zizai sect to toil for others? Do you wish to acquire a method for seizing primordial spirits? Xiaopingu grinned. I ask you, will you do it? I will. I shall go do it this very moment. Aside from Xiaopingu and Feng Ruyu, no one knew that a disciple of the Zizai sect had spent the night washing every dish and bowl in a tavern, earning a mere 30 copper coins in the end. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Outside the resplendent flower city, a green parrot flitted its wings and landed on Ning Bufon's shoulder. With a look of resignation, Ning Bufon inquired, where is he? The parrot, Xiao, glanced at Ning Bufon, lifting its head high. Ning Bufon, feeling even more exasperated, pulled out a sizable piece of spirit beast meat. The parrot's head instantly swelled as it eagerly swallowed the meat. Once its head returned to normal size, it chirped joyfully, in a brothel filled with voluptuous beauties. What? Ning Bufon nearly choked on his own saliva, astonished. Are you saying that fellow is now indulging in pleasures at a brothel? You can end Appo's be deceiving me, can you? Ning Bufon pondered whether he should continue bringing this unscrupulous parrot along, especially in the mortal realm, where its curiosity could lead to mischief. This information could well be a product of its imagination. You doubt me? Xiaowu squawked indignantly. Ning Bufon, I watched you grow up. You're free to doubt anyone but me. Have you forgotten who saved you from drowning when you were a child? Please don't bring up old stories. Ning Bufon dared not question Xiaowu further as he stepped into the city. The resplendent flower city was a vibrant place, alive with blossoms and illuminated by bright lights. Laughter and merriment echoed from the houses lining the streets. As he walked forward, his gaze was suddenly captured by a statue before him. Is that a statue of the celestial fairy? Ning Bufan was taken aback, astonished that someone in the mortal realm could have seen the celestial fairy's likeness. The statue was vividly lifelike. However, one cannot attain divinity while alive. It appeared the statue had only recently been sculpted, fitting perfectly with the current times. As the celestial fairy truly had become the goddess of the flower city, Ning Bufan mused, continuing onward. After a brief while, the parrot, Xiaowu, stretched its neck and called out, "Here, this is the place. Look up at the 7th floor, the room with the open window. The person you seek is inside." Following Xiaowu's direction, Ning Bufan looked up and, indeed, spotted the room. Noticing the light still flickering within, he frowned and urged, "Xiaowu, could you go check again?" Xiaowu impatiently replied, "Not going, not going. I've worked enough today. It's time for a break." Ning Bufan halted, wishing he could give Xiaowu a good smack. But then his attention was drawn to a sparrow perched on a branch nearby. Xiaowu suddenly perked up, flapping its wings and calling out, "Brother, run. No, fly quickly. You're about to be conscripted." "Oh, you're not listening. This is the end." Not far away, in that shabby little room, Xiaopinga rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe this parrot is a transformed human. Its speech is so fluent. Wait a moment, that sparrow flew into the Wanhua Tower, into that very room. Chapter 67, The True Prodigy. Xiaopinga was greatly astonished, sensing that the seemingly youthful boy was far from ordinary. The sparrow must have been under his control. How was this accomplished? Was it through the primordial spirit? Xiaopinga's curiosity was piqued, and he employed his spirit-seeking eye to inspect, yet he found no traces of primordial spirit activity. If it was not the primordial spirit, then the ability to command a sparrow could only belong to some long-extinct beast-taming sect-esque techniques. This realization deepened Xiaopinga's impression of the boy. Within the moon-viewing pavilion, a small sparrow fluttered down onto the table, its eyes shimmering with a mysterious light as it observed Renfenglu, who lay asleep upon the table, utterly motionless, beneath the high walls. Ning Bufan wore a look of surprise. Through the sparrow and Amp, Appo's eyes, he clearly discerned Renfenglu and Amp, Appo's visage, which strikingly resembled that of the amiable elder from his memories. He confirmed that the parrot, Xiaowu, had not lied. This was indeed the person he sought, the prodigious young talent he had dubbed a prodigy. Renfenglu was in a deep slumber without the company of any young lady, so he resolved to pay a visit once the boy awakened. With this thought in mind, Ning Bufan issued a command to the sparrow, directing it to fly out of the room before severing their connection, allowing the sparrow to flit away in a panic. "Hey, my friend." Just as Ning Bufan was about to find a suitable place to land, a thunderous shout erupted from nearby. A figure, not appearing particularly benevolent, rushed towards him. "Hey, don't hide. I'm not a bad person." Seeing Ning Bufan retreat, Xiaopinga grew anxious and urgently called out, "This brother of yours, with those red eyes, certainly does not look like a good person." Ning Bufan waved his hand, signaling Xiaopinga to halt, his expression wary. The parrot, Xiaowu, perched on his shoulder, glared fiercely. "Please don't misunderstand. This red-eye condition is a childhood ailment. My friend, you must not judge by appearances." Xiaopinga stood firm, attempting to explain. "All right. You stay put, and we shall converse from this distance." Ning Bufan glanced around, regretting not having brought along a couple of fierce beasts. For if this person were to attack, he could hardly rely on the parrot, knowing well that it would likely flee faster than he could. "Fine. I want to move." Xiaopinga, having matters to attend to, complied willingly, chuckling, "My friend, your beast-taming skills are truly remarkable. You recognize me?" Ning Bufan frowned, his wariness towards Xiaopinga intensifying. "There is no need for such caution. We are, after all, fellow travelers." Xiaopinga pondered before deciding to bridge the gap by referencing their backgrounds. How so? Ning Bufan resolved that if things turned sour, he would not flee but instead raise his voice to alert the prodigy above them. Given their childhood camaraderie, the prodigy would undoubtedly lend assistance. "Well, I hail from." Xiaopinga hesitated slightly, lowering his voice. "I am a disciple of the Free and Easy sect." "You?" Ning Bufan was taken aback. How could someone from the Free and Easy sect carelessly reveal their identity without fear of being hunted down? What is there to fear? Wasn't your beast-taming sect also hunted to extinction? Xiaopinga continued, failing to notice the shift in Ning Bufan's expression at the mention of extermination. Ning Bufan's countenance turned cold as he shook his head. "No, it is not the same. The beast-taming sect was pursued out of fear of their potential dominance in the demon realm. However, your Free and Easy sect has stood opposed to them since its inception." "Alas, it's all rather similar." Xiaopinga waved his hand dismissively, glancing up at the moon-viewing pavilion. "What did you see through that little sparrow just now?" "Why should I tell you?" Ning Bufan replied coolly. But suddenly an epiphany struck him. "You Free and Easy sect practitioners are known for preying on primordial spirits. You're not considering coveting that person as primordial spirit, are you?" "My friend, you are truly astute." Xiaopinga chuckled. "How about we strike a deal? You provide me with details about that individual, and I shall refrain from disseminating your beast-taming abilities." "That deal cannot be made." Ning Bufan suddenly smiled. "I am not concerned about my beast-taming skills being revealed. Have you heard of the Immortal Mortal Relay Station?" Xiaopinga furrowed his brow, expressing surprise. The Immortal Mortal Relay Station is known for delivering messages, supposedly employing various avian creatures. Could it be that those birds are under your command? Ning Bufan crossed his arms, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Now you should comprehend why I am unperturbed by the revelation of my identity. What threat does a disciple of the beast-taming sect, who merely commands lowly birds for errands, pose to those cultivators? That is true, it is inconsequential and even convenient for them. Xiaopingu's expression dimmed. Forget it. This deal cannot be struck. I shall return to my post. Wait, Ning Bufan said leisurely, although this deal cannot be made. I am willing to share information about that individual for free. Really? You would do such a thing? Xiaopingu exclaimed in joy, though suspicion flickered in his eyes. We are not related. I find it hard to believe you have no ulterior motive. Your vigilance as a disciple of the free and easy sect is commendable. Ning Bufan praised. Regardless of whether you believe me, it should suffice to listen. That is indeed reasonable. Merely listening one tea cost me anything. Xiaopingu beamed. Clasping his fists, please, do tell. Ning Bufan cleared his throat. That person is a genuine prodigy, capable of sensing spiritual energy from birth. By the age of 3, he had comprehended the absorption of spirit into his body, and after a mere 2 years of play, he established his foundation. At 11, he succeeded in forming a core, and by 13, he was on the brink of the great perfection of core formation. Now, at the tender age of 18, can you guess what realm he has reached? Gasped, Xiaopingu inhaled sharply, momentarily stunned. Is there truly such an extraordinary prodigy? Ning Bufan scoffed, as a disciple of the free and easy sect. You are often pursued and have little time to pay attention to other matters. I do not blame you for your ignorance of him. But you must not doubt the truth of my words. For to doubt them would not only disrespect me, but would also be a grave disrespect to him. Xiaopingu's complexion turned pale, murmuring, at this rate, he could only be at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, not yet having solidified his primordial spirit. Could my instincts be leading me astray? Now it was Ning Bufan's turn to be taken aback, urgency creeping into his demeanor. No, my friend. How can you assume that someone who achieved great perfection in core formation in 4 years would only reach the pinnacle of the core formation stage in 5 years? Huh. Xiaopingu retorted coldly, you, a disciple of the beast-taming sect, may not grasp the difficulties of cultivation, and I understand that. Do you know how much time it takes for an exceptional individual to progress from the early core formation stage to its pinnacle? At least this much. Xiaopingu raised his hand, gesturing with his fingers to indicate 8, scoffing. I consider 5 years for him to reach this point to be exceedingly generous. After hearing this, Ning Bufan shook his head. It appears some individuals' perceptions are indeed limited by their own horizons. Let me share one more piece of information. All the significant events that transpired in Yuzhou Ancient City recently were orchestrated by him alone. Now, take another guess at his current realm. Recently in Yuzhou Ancient City? The one who was intentionally released. With a primordial spirit no larger than a thumb and the ancient city that is turned to ash as it connects. It is indeed he. Xiaopingu was suddenly agitated, feeling a mix of inevitability and absurdity. At that moment, a voice like wind chimes floated over. Xiao Wangba, here are 30 copper coins. Prepare to be robbed, chapter 68. I am not that kind of person. Feng Ruyu spoke while walking, suddenly noticing another person standing across from Xiaopingu, and immediately fell silent. It was too disgraceful for cultivators to work for mortals. This conversation could not continue. Xiaopingu turned back, blinked, and the two of them unexpectedly shared a mutual understanding, reaching a tacit agreement. With a natural demeanor, Feng Ruyu tossed a copper coin to Xiaopingu and, looking at Ning Bufan, inquired with a smile, this brother seems unfamiliar. Have we met before? Ning Bufan responded cheerfully, realizing that Feng Ruyu and Xiaopingu were acquainted, and instinctively assumed they were from the same sect. This friend possesses quite the clever techniques. Xiaopingu briefly recounted their earlier exchange. Upon hearing this, Feng Ruyu became agitated and rushed over, seizing Ning Bufan and Appos, as hand before he could react, exclaiming with delight, What? Are you certain that the person above is the formidable figure stirring up chaos in Yuzhou City? Ning Bufan nodded, puzzled. Why are you so excited? Do you know him? Know him? More than that. Feng Ruyu's face first displayed a pained expression, which quickly transformed into one of admiration. I almost missed a grand opportunity. I never expected that the person we have been waiting for is him. Now that Xiao Wangba is here, and he is here as well, my promotion is greatly promising. Ning Bufan furrowed his brows, struggling to comprehend how such a prodigy could be connected to a cult disciple. Xiaopingu, equally confused, approached and tugged at Feng Ruyu, who was still holding Ning Bufan and Appos' hands tightly, urgently questioning. Feng Laogo, what do you mean? You also know that person? What is your relationship? Are you deliberately following me to hand me over to him for slaughter? Calm down, calm down. Feng Ruyu, grinning, shook his head. There's no talk of slaughter. He is quite easy to converse with. Who knows, this grand opportunity might include you as well. Xiaopingu stared blankly at Feng Ruyu, thinking he had lost his mind. He felt a strong urge to pull away but hesitated, unwilling to abandon the spirit he had long pursued, remaining frozen in place. Feng Ruyu looked at Ning Bufan with a sycophantic smile, suggesting, Ning Xiaga, since you two are old acquaintances, why not help me? Introduce us. Seizing the moment while Feng Ruyu was relaxed, Ning Bufan finally withdrew his hand, which had been held for far too long. Arn and Appos, to you on good terms with him? You could very well approach him yourself. Feng Riyu's expression soured as he stammered. You see, there are rules to follow. We are not allowed to enter places of indulgence. Ning Bufan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. You all have such peculiar rules in your Zizai sect. Moreover, you seem to adhere to them quite rigidly. Looking at your current state, one would hardly suspect you are disciples of a cult. Feng Ryu chuckled. What cult? That is merely the slander of those who pride themselves on being righteous. Besides, I am not a disciple of Zizai sect. I hail from Zhenghua sect. In the hearts of us disciples, Zhenghua sect is the sacred teaching. Cultivation is a battle against the heavens and a contest with humanity. Is it not entirely normal for me to conquer them and seize their spirits? How can that be labeled a cult? If only my strength were greater, otherwise, I would throw this profound grievance right in their faces. As he spoke, Feng Ryu and Apos' expression grew increasingly indignant. Indeed, Feng Laogo makes an excellent point. I wholeheartedly agree. Xiao Pingu applauded in approval. That person is still asleep, and it would be inappropriate to disturb him. Why not return tomorrow morning? Ning Bufan suggested. Excellent. Ning Xiaoga. Since you are new to Jin Xiu Huaqing, allow us to host you tonight. Feng Ryu proclaimed grandly, throwing an arm around Ning Bufan and Apos' shoulder. However, the moment his hand brushed against the parrot named Xiaowu, he received a sharp peck. Feng Ryu burst into laughter. This little one has quite the temper. Xiao Pingu, upon hearing this, tugged at Feng Ryu's hair, tossed the 30 copper coins in his hand, and muttered, with such a meager sum, how can we talk about hosting? Feng Ryu's expression stiffened. What then shall we do? Ning Bufan, who was close enough to overhear, chuckled. No worries, I shall treat you. I often traverse the mortal realm and possess quite a bit of funds. At the tavern, Feng Ryu and Xiao Pinga gaped in astonishment at the table filled with glistening dishes, saliva pooling. They rubbed their hands together, eager to pounce on the food. Starving to death. 2 starving souls. The sharp-tongued Xiaowu exclaimed, startling the surrounding diners who turned to gaze curiously. Ning Bufan crossed his arms, signaling that they could begin. Instantly, the two dove into the food with the ferocity of animals, devouring it with gusto, more exaggerated than piglets that had gone days without food. In mere moments, the table, once filled to the brim, looked as if it had been ravaged by a storm, leaving only bare plates behind. There was no doubt. Even the oily remnants on the plates had been licked clean. The passing waitstaff stood in stunned silence, believing the plates could be returned without washing. So pristine were they. Seeing that the two still appeared unsatisfied, Ning Bufan ordered another table of dishes and cautiously asked, how many days have you two been starving? Xiao Pinga hesitated, embarrassed to speak, while Feng Ryu, unafraid of losing face, casually replied, it seems like 6 days. We have only gnawed on 6 stale, hard, leftover buns during this time. Ning Bufan shook his head in disbelief. You two are too unfortunate. Even without being hunted in the mortal realm, you would still perish, starve to death. Hee, Ning Xiaoga. Please do not laugh at us. Feng Ryu grinned, his face unblushing. However, such days should be behind us now. My brother and I have learned our lesson. We shall surely avoid such situations in the future. After feasting, Ning Bufan arranged a comfortable room for the two, lying on the fresh bedding. Inhaling the faint scent of soapberry, Feng Ryu felt utterly content. Xiao Pinga tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep. After a prolonged struggle, he suddenly sat up. Addressing Feng Ryu earnestly, Feng Laogo, I believe you should tell me something important. Coincidentally, I was just about to share a few things with you. Speak. If the spirit you have been seeking is indeed that individual, I advise you to abandon this pursuit immediately. Why? Firstly, you are simply no match for him. Secondly, if you cultivate a friendship with him, your chances of seizing the spirit you desire will undoubtedly diminish. How so? I have personally witnessed him reduce the spirit of a cultivator at the transformation realm to the size of a thumb with a single strike. What? He did that? Humph. What if I told you that he deliberately spared that strike? Never mind. I never intended to seize his spirit. Feng Laogo. These past days have been nothing but your delusions. I'm not that kind of person. Oh? And what of the moldy bedding you have covered yourself with these days? What of the stale buns you have gnawed on? That was merely to temper our resolve. One must understand that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Without a resilient heart, how can one expect to advance in strength? Ha. Xiao Wangba, your audacity exceeds even your shell and amp. Apos' thickness. Enough of this. Let us rest well and welcome the beautiful tomorrow. Chapter 69. Reunion with old friends, future enemies. Ren Fenglu and Amp, Apos' life in the Wanhalu remained tranquil. The humiliated Madame Liang did not come to make a scene over yesterday's incident. Those who navigate this profession are astute. Those who are untouchable must not be provoked. Moreover, Ren Fengliu's daily expenditures were consistently covered, and the amount was considerable. With such a patron, why would they hasten him out the door? As for future visitors from the imperial capital, if necessary, they could simply close Wanhalu, relocate, and rebrand, allowing for a resurgence. As long as there were young women present, what was there to worry about in reconstructing another Wanhulu? With this thought, Madame Liang felt her spirits lift. The Wanhulu was bustling with patrons. In the previous day's turmoil was no secret. It had spread like wildfire. Those seeking merriment realized that the courtesan Shihua had someone backing her, and thus, They deliberately refrained from seeking her company. Additionally, Shiwa's appearance fee was not insignificant, saving them a considerable sum. After all, when the lights dimmed or the covers were drawn, the experience was largely similar. Besides, the other ladies in Wanhulu were equally captivating. However, Saidi did not manage to escape, not only because Madame Liang had not sought trouble with her, but also due to the sheer number of patrons at Wanhulu. There were always a few lecherous men who preferred her curvaceous form. As the night descended, like a seductive hand tearing away a veil, the nightlife of Wanhulu officially commenced. After a long wait, Feng Ryu finally entered Wanhulu with Xiao Pingu, urging Ning Bufan to follow. However, the duo was quite principled, even with their target nearby. They were unwilling to trespass. They stood outside Wanhulu, observing the revelry within as if it were a ferocious flood. Ning Bufan, in a teasing manner, chuckled, only to be playfully nudged by both, propelling him into the establishment. Ning Bufan, with his delicate features, appeared somewhat fragile. Upon entering the hall, he immediately caught the attention of several mature women, heavily adorned with makeup. Young men like him were undoubtedly coveted in their eyes. Youthful and affluent, he was also easily swayed by temptation after having tasted indulgence. Consequently, for mature women surrounded Ning Bufan, unabashedly casting flirtatious glances, their soft hands brazenly exploring him. Ning Bufan, clearly a clever individual, maintained a smile, allowing the women to play their games without uttering a word. After a prolonged period of flirtation without any reciprocation from Ning Bufan, their enthusiasm began to wane, and they withdrew in search of another quarry. This provided the attendant, Xiao Pinger, an opportunity to approach. He presented his most obsequious smile and gently inquired, "This young master appears unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? What type do you prefer?" Ning Bufan politely smiled, retrieving a piece of silver from his pocket and lowering his voice. "Tonight, I am unwell and wish to avoid drinking and revelry. I am here to find someone, and I hope you can assist me." "Of course." Xiao Pinger beamed, glancing around to ensure no familiar faces were watching, and whispered, "Who are you looking for?" Ning Bufan raised his gaze towards the empty corridor, smiling. "Renfolu." "Renfolu?" Xiao Pinger frowned slightly, a touch of embarrassment in his tone. "I'm afraid there is no one by that name in Wanhulu." "That must be a pseudonym," Ning Bufan replied without disappointment, inquiring further, "I know which room he occupies. On the west side of Wanhulu, the 7th floor." "What? Is it him?" Xiaoping and Appos' face paled, lowering his voice cautiously. "Young master, are you sure you wish to seek that guest? I must warn you, he is quite peculiar." "In what way?" Ning Bufan queried, as he handed over another piece of silver while walking. "Please lead the way." As they ascended the stairs, Xiaoping and Appos recounted Renfolu and Appos' recent escapades. Upon reaching the corridor on the 7th floor, Xiaoping and Appos allowed Ning Bufan to proceed alone. Just then, a server arrived with wine, which Ning Bufan promptly took and dismissed the two attendants. Inside the Moonview Pavilion, Renfolu lounged on a couch, caressing the sword sheath. Listening to the howls of Ren Qianshan's lingering spirit within, he wore a contented expression. Suddenly, his senses stirred, and he gazed towards the closed door. The door swung open, and Ning Bufan entered, holding a wine jug. Upon crossing the threshold, he halted, his eyes fixed intently on Renfolu. Renfolu regarded the unfamiliar youth with surprise. "With your appearance, you willingly take on the role of an attendant?" Ning Bufan blinked, slightly taken aback. "What else should I do?" Renfolu pondered. "Being a pretty face is quite advantageous. It guarantees a life free from worry." Ning Bufan burst into laughter, placing the wine jug down with a serious expression. "You truly do not recognize me?" Renfolu shook his head. "It is evident you know me. You are not an ordinary person, yet you are not a qualified cultivator. Your spiritual energy is rather unusual." Ning Bufan contemplated for a moment before responding. "It has been 5 years. You have changed significantly. You used to despise arrogant bullies, yet now you embody such a persona. I heard you caused a stir at Wanhulu last night and offended individuals from the imperial capital." Renfolu scoffed. "Perhaps I should eliminate everyone in Wanhulu. They all love to gossip." Ning Bufan was taken aback, realizing Renfolu's words were not mere bluster. In that fleeting moment, he felt a chilling intent to kill. Ning Bufan chuckled wryly. "It seems Uncle Tianya's death has indeed taken a toll on you." Renfolu's brow furrowed, his gaze turning icy. "You knew my father?" Ning Bufan sighed. "Not only did I know him, but I nearly became your sworn brother. Had it not been for Uncle Tianya, the legacy of the Beastmaster sect would have been severed completely." "The Beastmaster sect?" Renfolu mused, rifling through his memories but failing to find any fragments related to it. He looked at the cultured youth before him, unable to recall a trace of that face in his mind. His memories, aside from the images of his parents, were consumed by the torturous tides of countless years in purgatory. Ning Bufan sensed this and smiled gently. "It matters not that you do not remember me. It does not hinder our reintroduction. Renfolu, I am Ning Bufan, the last heir of the Beastmaster sect." Ning Bufan extended his hand with a friendly demeanor. Renfolu hesitated for a moment at this unfamiliar method of forming a friendship, but ultimately reached out. Ning Bufan took a seat, pouring wine as he chuckled. "I shall not inquire how you emerged from the abyss. I can only deduce that you have endured immense suffering, causing you to forget your childhood friend. In truth, I knew you had returned the moment you unleashed havoc at the Rin residence. Rin Fenglu and Appos' eyes flickered, but you did not seek me then. Ning Bufan shook his head. On one hand, I had other matters to attend to. On the other, I was assisting you. Assisting me? The disciple from the Duankong Xinzong, Wen Jiao, wrote a letter requesting me to relay it back to the sect. I opened it. So you did not deliver the message? He requested aid to slay my friend. Thus, I could not assist him. And what else? More and more people are seeking you. Among them, 3 are particularly formidable. Rin Xianshan from the Duankong Xinzong, Yan Qiming, the sect leader of the Feek Xinzong, and Sun Buki, an elder of the Jingxianzong. I only encountered Rin Xianshan. A portion of his spirit remains, enduring relentless torment. Ning Bufan furrowed his brow, surprised. Strange, Yan Qiming should have arrived by now. However, since you were able to slay Rin Xianshan, your strength is indeed formidable. You are truly deserving of the title monster, incredibly powerful. Rin Fenglu absent-mindedly touched his nose. Indeed, Ning Bufan continued, Du Wushuang and his cohorts have either perished or fled. Those who escaped have also been dealt with on my behalf. Rin Fenglu raised an eyebrow and inquired, why did you take such measures against them? Are you concerned that I might be unable to withstand the influence of their allies? Ning Bufan shook his head, not quite. Primarily, I am curious to gauge the extent of your strength. However, with an overwhelming number of adversaries, chaos is inevitable. Should they devise a formidable killing formation, I fear you may find yourself momentarily overwhelmed. Rin Fenglu scoffed, you underestimate me. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Bufan added, why do you not inquire about Sun Buki? Rin Fenglu replied, I was just about to ask. Then there is no need for your inquiry. Ning Bufan smiled slightly, producing a square brocade box from his sleeve. He spoke cautiously, Sun Buki has insisted that you must examine the paper contained within. It bears the seal of his sword intent. If you can break it, he will undoubtedly seek you out. Has he chosen me, then? Rin Fenglu gazed at the brocade box, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Should I withdraw? Ning Bufan hesitated, a hint of anxiety creeping in. The sword techniques of the Jingxian sect are notoriously ruthless. I find myself somewhat apprehensive. Chapter 70. A sword that shatters fierce sword intent. You have violated the trust and unilaterally unsealed another and amp. Appos' letter, even going so far as to sacrifice those attempting to flee. This is tantamount to declaring hostility against numerous sections. With such audacity, how can you now be afraid? Rin Fenglu cast a glance at Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan awkwardly smiled, saying, isn't it because they are in the open while I am in the shadows? The realm of cultivators is rife with both fish and dragons. No matter how thoroughly they investigate, they cannot trace anything back to me. However, the sword intent of the Jingxian sect is straightforward and direct, potentially leading to indiscriminate attacks. How could I not be afraid? Nonetheless, Ning Bufan obediently settled down, reminding, you must take good care of me. Otherwise, the severance of my inheritance from the Beastmaster sect will be entirely your fault. I am indifferent, Rin Fenglu replied coldly, flicking his fingers to open the brocade box, revealing an exquisite piece of parchment resting within, devoid of any content. Rin Fenglu casually dispelled the 3 layers of restrictions Ning Bufan had placed on the parchment and began to examine it. Meanwhile, Ning Bufan's heart raced in his throat. Suddenly, as Rin Fenglu and Appos' gaze fixed upon the center of the blank parchment, it abruptly radiated with golden light. Rin Fenglu released his grip, and the parchment floated gracefully in the air. The golden light emanated from the paper, revealing layers upon layers of golden lotuses. A total of 36 palm-sized golden lotuses stacked upon one another, exuding a resplendent glow. Yet the transformation did not cease. The 36 stacked golden lotuses suddenly disintegrated, with each petal splitting into 36 pieces, resembling a multitude of identical golden lotus leaf swords. In an instant, 1,296 golden lotus swords aimed squarely at Rin Fenglu. Within the Wangyue pavilion, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly emerged, chilling Ning Bufan to the bone and causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. His face was etched with horror. He never anticipated that the sword intent left behind by Sun Buki would evoke such a formidable killing intent upon activation. Regret tinged his thoughts. He should not have lingered. Yet, when he looked toward Rin Fenglu under pressure, he found Rin Fenglu's expression unchanged, his gaze devoid of any ripples, tranquil as a still lake. As the aura of killing intent intensified, Rin Fenglu and Appos' hand made a sudden gesture, and a wooden sword flew into his left hand, while his right hand grasped the hilt. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword intent left by Sun Buki swirled, its brilliance intensifying as if gathering strength. An overwhelming wave of murderous energy filled the Wangyue pavilion, causing the bed curtains to first tear, followed by cracks appearing in all the furniture, just as the entire pavilion seemed on the verge of fracturing. 1,296 golden lotus swords surged forth. Ning Bufan was aghast, his eyes wide open, unable to blink. He witnessed the dense swarm of golden lotus swords shoot forward a mere 3 paces before suddenly splitting in two, as if cleaved by an invisible sword. Yet, he did not see Rin Fenglu draw his sword. He only observed Renfenglio's right hand still clasped firmly around the hilt. "Child's play, begone," Renfenglu exclaimed. And the densely packed golden lotus swords immediately soared into the sky like a swarm of locusts. Boom! The structure was pierced through, and the golden lotus swords ascended into the heavens. After an indeterminate height, they exploded like fireworks. In the black night sky above the Wanhua, it resembled a cascade of golden meteor showers. Simultaneously, far away in the city of Wuhui, a burly man, bare-chested and robust like a door, halted his ascent up two towering snow peaks upon sensing something. He seized the golden serpent sword beside him and with a resounding crash, broke through the wall and sped away. "Interesting, my lady, I shall not accompany you in merriment tonight." His figure vanished, leaving only his coarse voice echoing in the distance. Thus, the room was left with a stunningly beautiful woman, her expression one of shock as she clutched her chest, staring blankly at the enormous hole in the wall. The commotion was so profound that the occupants of the Wanhua were roused. Upon inquiry, it was discovered that the disturbance originated from the roof of the Wanhua pavilion. The previously enraged individuals fell silent one by one. Madame Leon lamented painfully as she took out her ledger, jotting down roof repairs, material costs, meal expenses, labor fees, and compensation for lost time, all to be reimbursed. Inside the Wanhua pavilion, Ning Bufan stared in astonishment at the hole in the ceiling, still somewhat dazed, before finally uttering, "Is it resolved?" Renfenglu sheathed his sword and nodded. Ning Bufan, astonished, inquired, "How did you resolve it?" Renfenglu took a sip of wine, gazing at Ning Bufan as though he were a fool. "Of course, I drew my sword and struck." Ning Bufan ground his teeth, disbelief evident on his face. "You truly drew your sword?" Renfenglu glanced at him, softly remarking, "It seems your eyesight is not quite sharp. Perhaps you should consider getting a pair of spectacles." Ning Bufan scratched his head, a sheepish smile on his face, yet he remained unconvinced, asking, "Just how fast is your sword?" Renfenglu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I have never contemplated this matter." Ning Bufan inhaled sharply, unwilling to waste time on this topic, feeling deeply disheartened. He glanced at the wooden sword on the table, curiosity piqued. "I recall you had no sword before. Is this one from the abyss as well? Does it have a name?" Renfenglu nodded, stroking the hilt. "It originally bore no name, but I have given it one. The purgatory tide should not exist in this world. So I named it Endopos, Void Endopos. Void." Ning Bufan shook his head, exclaiming, "You truly have a talent for naming. It is as dark as the night, yet you call it void." Renfenglu glanced at the sky, suddenly asking, "Do you have something else to attend to? If not, you may leave." "Leave?" Ning Bufan pointed incredulously at himself. "After many years apart, you wish for me to depart just like that? Oh, I see. Is the courtesan you monopolized arriving? Renfenglu? Oh, Renfenglu. You are indeed prioritizing beauty over friendship." Renfenglu cast a sidelong glance at him, softly stating, "You are overthinking it. I merely invited her to join me for a drink." Ning Bufan chuckled. "Isn't that the usual order? First drinks, then business. Tell me, what do you do after drinking?" Renfenglu looked at him once more as though he were a fool. "Of course, I sleep and then dream." "Ah, indeed." Ning Bufan rose, walking away while proclaiming, "You have changed too rapidly, arrogant, domineering, now even adept at drinking with courtesans without batting an eye. You must have misunderstood something. Do stay." Renfenglu felt that Ning Bufan was misinterpreting his meaning and called him back. "What? 2 men and a woman? Renfenglu, have you developed a taste for such arrangements?" Ning Bufan returned in exaggerated disbelief, plopping down and declaring, "Let me be clear. I shall only drink, nothing else. I am a respectable person." Renfenglu regarded him with skepticism, his expression clearly one of disbelief. Ning Bufan and Amp, Apos, S countenance stiffened, suddenly slapping his forehead. "I actually have something else to tell you." "What is it?" "Did you know? During your revelries in the Wanhua, 2 unfortunate souls have been watching over you outside. By the way, their origins are rather dubious. One is from my sect, named Feng Ruyu, and the other is from the Zizai sect, named Xiao Pingu. What are they watching for? If they seek me, they could simply come in and find me. Well, they are bound by sect rules and do not dare to enter. Is that so? Then tell them that if they wish to see me, they must trample upon the sect rules." Chapter 71. 2 novices defying the sect's rules. "What? He wants us to defy the sect's rules?" Feng Ruyu's expression turned icy, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. "No, it is impossible. I absolutely refuse to comply." Xiao Pingu's face was filled with dread. He could almost envision himself having violated the sect and Amp, Apos, S rules, being captured by the enforcers of the law, and subsequently being immersed in a boiling cauldron, with a gleaming knife cutting into his flesh. The image of his own crimson blood flowing forth made his scarlet eyes turn a deeper shade of red. "No, this cannot happen. Feng Laogo, I must leave. I cannot remain here. You must not associate with this man. He is a demon, leading you towards a path of irreversible doom." "Wait, Feng Laogo, what are you doing?" Xiao Pingu felt a surge of urgency to persuade Feng Ruyu to depart with him. However, before he could utter another word, he caught sight of Feng Ruyu, whose expression reflected a resolve to face death, already taking steps forward. In desperation, Xiao Pingu yanked Feng Ruyu back. "Xiao Wanba, Do not pull me back. Feng Ryu forcefully removed Xiao Pingu's grasp, his face resolute. I have made up my mind. I wish to grow stronger. I will heed his words, and if I truly seize the primordial spirit, I would already be a traitor to our sect. Why should I cling to the sect's rules any longer? Have you truly thought this through? Xiao Pingu ground his teeth, staring intently at Feng Ryu. Feng Ryu nodded earnestly and was about to step through the door when he suddenly turned back, sincerity etched on his face. Xiao Wangba, will you not join me? Xiao Pingu clenched his fists, his brow furrowed, clearly torn within. Feng Ryu spoke again. I do not wish to persuade you, but you must consider this carefully. This may very well be the singular opportunity of your lifetime. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. Ning Xiaoge, let us go. Feng Ryu cast a deep glance at Xiao Pingu before entering the Wanhu with Ning Bufan, leaving Xiao Pingu standing alone at the entrance. His expression fluctuating between uncertainty and despair. Oh, what a dashing young man. Come here, let me take a look. Oh my, your eyes are truly captivating. Sparkling like the stars, I wish to reach out and pluck them. Listening to the alluring voices emanating from within the door. And recalling Feng Ryu's earnest words before his departure, Xiao Pingu suddenly lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on the three prominent characters, Wanhu in the mortal realm. Disciples of the Zizai sect typically wander alone. Who would know if I were to infringe upon the sect's rules? Moreover, even if I merely enter to observe, without any intent to act, it cannot be deemed a violation of the rules, can it? Surely, merely looking and smelling would not bring me harm? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Pingu, almost as if possessed, stepped into the vast sea of desire and indulgence. The moment he entered, a young woman immediately spotted him, primarily due to the striking allure of his eyes. The woman who approached was evidently bold and possessed a keen curiosity. Her attire was minimal, her movement swaying as she walked, revealing expansive pure, white skin with each step. Xiao Pingu, experiencing such a sight for the first time, felt his mouth dry with astonishment, yet inexplicably, an excitement stirred within him. This short-haired woman expertly looped her arm through his, her voluptuous figure pressing against him. As she appraised his scarlet eyes, she playfully said, Sir, my name is Yinner. Would you like to stay the night? Yinner is quite free tonight and can converse with you until dawn. Hearing her sultry and inviting voice, Xiao Pingu felt his heart melt. He mused that such a place of fleeting pleasure bore no inherent danger, but rather offered relaxation and comfort. How could it be listed as the foremost among the laws of the law enforcement hall? Could it be that the predecessors who revised the laws within the sect had erred? Unable to restrain himself, Xiao Pingu inquired, Yin and Amp, Oppos, I have heard tales of the horrors of the Wanhu, yet you are so beautiful, you do not seem frightening at all. Do you truly consume people? Yinner chuckled softly, realizing that this robust man with blood-red eyes was merely a novice, making it exceedingly easy to ensnare him. She nodded with a playful smile. Indeed. We do consume people, particularly the small-minded ones. Upon hearing her mention consuming people, Xiao Pingu's heart raced. Yet, upon hearing her specify and Amp, Oppos, small-minded ones, and Amp, Oppos, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, responding with a laugh. Luckily, I am not a small-minded individual. There is no need for you to consume me, Yinner. Is that so? Yinner laughed heartily, guiding Xiao Pingu further into the hall. As they walked, she nearly draped herself entirely over him, beaming with joy, leaning into his ear, her breath fragrant like orchids, whispering, Whether you are small-minded, you shall soon discover. Xiao Pingu felt a surge of warmth envelop his ears, sending jolts of electricity coursing through his body. To his surprise, he found an unusual sense of comfort in her presence. Unconsciously, he wrapped his arm around Yinner and asked, By the way, I had 2 friends who entered earlier. Where might they be? Friends? What friends? Yinner feigned confusion. The person who was told his eyes resembled stars when I entered. Oh, him? You wish to find him? Yin and Oppos, responded with a seductive smile, her voice softening. Do you wish to share a room with them? I only know them, so naturally. I wish to be with them. Xiao Pingu asserted with seriousness. Yinner blushed, nodding. Very well, I shall take you to them. By the way, this bold approach is a first for me. I must charge extra. Charge extra? Xiao Pingu and Amp, Oppos. S heart quaked momentarily, a fleeting sense of retreat surfacing. But he quickly recalled that with Ning Bufan present, money would not be an issue. After all, he had already inconvenienced his friend plenty. What was one more time? He could always repay him later. Some individuals, when initially indebted to another, feel an acute sense of shame. Yet, as debts accumulate, that sense of shame dissipates. In the Yuanong pavilion, Feng Ryu lay with a girl in a blue dress, indulging in her attentions. Just as he savored a grape, the door swung open, revealing Xiao Pingu, who entered with a woman whose beauty rivaled that of his companion. Feng Ryu gasped. Xiao Wangba, did you not say you would not come in? Xiao Pingu approached, gently setting Yinner down, and earnestly declared, I believe there are issues with the sect's laws, and I have come to investigate firsthand. Feng Ryu raised an eyebrow. Are you not afraid they will discover this? You will not enjoy the consequences. Xiao Pingu firmly stated, if I can prove that those laws are indeed flawed, I shall report it to the higher-ups, even if it results in my punishment. Even if I ultimately perish, I shall be a pioneer in the quest to uphold and rectify the laws. Ning Bufan nearly burst into laughter. glancing at the two bewildered girls, hastily interjecting, "Enough of that. You two should refrain from discussing such matters. Renfenglu will not see you just yet. Remain here in the Yuanyang Pavilion and engage with these two sisters. Allow them to guide and care for you. I can hardly imagine the hardships you two have endured over the years." With that, Ning Bufan opened the door. "What? You are leaving?" Feng Ruyu exclaimed in shock. "We are unfamiliar with this place. Will you not stay to guide us?" "No worries. You need not worry about anything. These two sisters are the best teachers." Ning Bufan laughed heartily. But Xiao Pingu's expression turned troubled, but he was cut off by Ning Bufan. "Do not concern yourselves with money. I will cover all expenses for the night. Furthermore, if the sisters have any additional requests, do not refuse them. Funds are abundant, absolutely abundant." Ning Bufan swiftly exited the room, closing the door behind him, erupting into laughter. "Ah. So these are the disciples of the nefarious sect pursued by all in the great wilderness? They seem like naive children who have never experienced the world." Ning Bufan felt that everything he witnessed that night transcended his understanding. At that moment, a voice of surprise emerged from within the Yuanyang Pavilion. Belonging to Xiao Pingu, Old Wind, Yin, and Appos, her claims they exclusively prey on small individuals. "Are you not afraid?" Following this, Feng Ruyu and Appos' somewhat irritable voice responded, "Prey on small individuals? I am no small person. What have I to fear?" Then, in unison, the two sisters chimed in, "Indeed? Does that not make you a small person? A diminutive you. A diminutive being. Oh dear, sister, release me. Let go. Quickly, let go." Ning Bufan could no longer endure the spectacle. Feeling as though his mouth were on the brink of cramping, he swiftly flipped over and descended to the rooftop, taking a seat beside the gaping hole in the ceiling. Chapter 72, Tireless and Fearless Men. Beneath the luminous moon, Ning Bufan sat beside a gaping hole, utterly tranquil. He cast a bewildered glance at the parrot, Xiao Wu, whose head was nestled within its feathers on his shoulder, and inquired, "Xiao Wu, what is the matter with you tonight? Why are you so quiet?" Xiao Wu cautiously peered at the hole, his small head emerging slightly, and whispered, "That fellow down there is too terrifying. I and Appos, am afraid if I inadvertently say the wrong thing, he might take my life with a single strike." "That makes sense," Ning Bufan nodded, chuckling. "You have always been unruly. It's about time someone put you in your place." Displeased, Xiao Wu's voice rose slightly in pitch. "What are your plans now? You've met him, delivered your message, and yet you still linger so close to that dreadful man? You are well aware that he is now the common enemy of every sect in the great wilderness cultivation realm. Are you not afraid of drawing danger upon yourself? Why are you in such a hurry? I see you are just frightened and wish to escape back to your reckless days," Ning Bufan remarked, affectionately stroking Xiao Wu's head. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "I shall leave tomorrow, but before I go, I must inform him of my current circumstances." Xiao Wu fell silent for a while before finally saying, "Jin Fan, you truly should not have gotten involved with him. Your origins are already sensitive, and your connection with him is ambiguous. Sooner or later, it will lead to trouble and they will trace it back to the immortal fan station. I wonder how you will handle that." Ning Bufan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the luminous moon in the night sky. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a zither floated up from the hole. Inside Wangwei Pavilion, Renfenglu sat sipping wine, quietly observing Xihua as she played the zither. Her delicate fingers gracefully plucked the strings, weaving a long and enchanting melody that drifted through the air like a gentle breeze, tenderly caressing all it touched. Like the moonlight, it selflessly illuminated everything. As she played this serene tune, Renfenglu's expression became somewhat ethereal. Although Xihua was initially absorbed in her music, she couldn't help but notice the look on his face, which brought a subtle smile to her lips. She had composed this piece long ago but had never performed it in front of an audience. The visitors to the Flower Tower usually sought out lascivious lyrics and tunes, or were simply there to gaze at the young women holding various instruments, oblivious to the music itself. Xihua believed that one should devote oneself entirely to whatever task they undertake. As a courtesan, she was meant to please others, but beyond that, she was also a musician and an untraveled wanderer. While playing, she aimed to pour her utmost focus into the performance. Just as she had once completed a dance without interruption or disruption of rhythm. When it was time for indulgence, one should hold nothing back. Likewise, when it was time for concentration, one should not be disturbed. Throughout her years in the Flower Tower, Renfenglu was evidently the first person who did not intrude upon her focus, though they had known each other for a brief time. They both relished the atmosphere they shared. However, this did not imply that Xihua had developed feelings for Renfenglu. She was fully aware of their transient connection. Similarly, Renfenglu did not hold a special place for Xihua in his heart. She understood that they were merely fleeting visitors in each other's lives, united by their own troubles. Perhaps after this night, this man would vanish, or perhaps she would depart. As the final note faded, Xihua withdrew her gaze from the now slumbering Renfenglu, quietly gathering her zither and leaving. Outside the hole, Ning Bufan watched in astonishment as the slender silhouette beneath the moonlight gradually disappeared, his expression one of disbelief. This fellow had truly fallen asleep and was dreaming after drinking, and it turned out to be such a scenario. I had indeed misjudged him. Ning Bufan rubbed his chin, feeling a smile rising within him, yet he refrained from laughing. That night at the Flower Tower, marked by the arrival of two novices, was destined to be anything but tranquil. It is often said that those who first taste the pleasures of the world quickly become addicted. However, these two appeared to possess exceptional talent. While others might take time to develop an addiction, they became enthralled after their very first experience, and without any restraint at that. Throughout the night, countless young women were left with red eyes, feeling utterly exhausted. This night would haunt many of the ladies in the Flower Tower as a nightmare. It also elevated Feng Ruyu and Xiao Pinggu to the status of idols in the hearts of numerous men. The cultivation physique of practitioners far exceeds that of ordinary mortals. Even with unrestricted indulgence, they were not something the mere mortal women of the Flower Tower could withstand. Yet, due to their inexperience, the two ended up expending far too much energy, resulting in many young women benefiting greatly from the experience. This, however, is a story for another time. The remarkable feats of these two that night quickly became the talk of the town, and by dawn, the entire city of Jingxiua was abuzz with gossip. People were astonished, and many flocked to the Flower Tower, eager to catch a glimpse of these two formidable men. In that moment, aside from the blissfully unaware Ren Fenglu, only Ning Bufan remained, his eyes slightly dazed, sporting dark circles beneath them, standing atop the roof while enduring the merciless mockery of the parrot Xiaowu, lamenting over the state of his purse. Chapter 73. Farewell before the Great War. In the afternoon, Ren Fenglu finally encountered Feng Ruyu and Xiao Pinggu. In just a brief span of a few days, Feng Ruyu had transformed to the point where Ren Fenglu almost failed to recognize him. His complexion was pallid. His legs trembled incessantly, he could barely maintain his balance, and his back was hunched. His large panda-like eyes were devoid of light, as if he were on the brink of death. Xiao Pinggu was not much better off. His eyes were bloodshot, almost obscuring his pupils. Ning Bufan whispered beside Ren Fenglu. Did you see that? Just yesterday they were fine, and after one night of indulgence, they have been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Senior Ren. Feng Ruyu stammered, struggling to bow, but his aching waist forced him to bend awkwardly. Xiao Pinggu fixed his gaze intently on the sword in Ren Fenglu's hand. Though he was weak, years of immersion in the path of the primordial spirit enabled him to perceive that the very essence he had been pursuing resided within the sword sheath. Upon closer listening, he could even discern faint sounds of struggle emanating from it. Those were the anguished cries of the primordial spirit, tortured and diminished. Xiao Pinggu's expression darkened further as he realized how feeble this fragment of primordial spirit had become. Ren Fenglu cast a glance at Ning Bufan, understanding that these two were likely ensnared by him. However, he paid it little mind and turned his attention back to Feng Ruyu, asking, "Have you made your decision?" Feng Ruyu nodded laboriously. Ren Fenglu continued, "And what of him? Does he wish to follow you?" Feng Ruyu hesitated momentarily before replying. "He will likely observe for a while longer." Ren Fenglu nodded again. "Very well, you are fortunate. Today, someone will come to you. A person whose strength should not be less than that of a mid-stage transformation realm practitioner. That primordial spirit shall be yours." "What?" Feng Ruyu gasped, straightening his back abruptly. But before he could revel in the excitement, he cried out in pain, bending over again, having evidently strained his back. Xiao Pinggu was equally astonished. Never having anticipated that the seemingly youthful individual, held in high regard by Feng Ruyu, would so casually offer him a primordial spirit of such caliber, at least mid-stage transformation realm. His eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Ren Fenglu, pondering whether he truly intended to confront a powerful adversary of that level with such nonchalance. At that moment, Xihua strolled around the corner from the 7th floor, casting a flirtatious glance at Xiao Pinggu. His eyes immediately lit up, and despite his weakened state, he attempted to pursue her. Even Feng Ruyu and Appo's gaze brightened, as if envisioning a delightful scenario, stirring some excitement within him. Ning Bufan watched in exasperation and delivered a sharp slap to both of them, scolding, still staring. "You two fools? Aren't and Appo's, are you afraid of being drain dry? You both indulged recklessly last night, wasting an immense amount of energy. I noticed many ladies here have undergone significant changes overnight. You two were truly something." Ning Bufan and Appo's words were laced with bitterness, for upon settling the bill earlier, he had discovered that his purse was considerably lighter. The costs added up swiftly, with different rates for different ladies, and the total left him fuming. He pointed a finger, seething. "You two have extravagant tastes. 8,000 taels. Remember to repay it." Xiao Pinggu blinked, perplexed. "How much is 8,000 taels?" Feng Ruyu licked his lips. "How many copper coins is that?" Ning Bufan smirked darkly. "One tael equals 1,000 copper coins. Therefore, 8,000 taels equates to 8 million copper coins, not a single coin less." 8 million copper coins? Washing dishes for an entire night only costs 30 copper coins. Does that mean I would have to wash dishes for 700 years? Feng Ruyu stared in disbelief, too stunned to respond. Xiao Pinggu nodded sheepishly, promising to repay the debt. "A verbal promise won't suffice. Write an IOU, sign your names, and leave a thumbprint. With black and white evidence, I doubt you'll dare to default." Ning Bufan insisted, compelling them to draft the IOU and collect the necessary signatures before he finally tucked it away. Faced with this creditor, the two could only comply, acquiescing to his demands. Finally, Ning Bufan turned to Ren Fenglu, stating, "I must take my leave. He addressed the two before him without reservation if circumstances reach a point where you cannot contend. Come with me to the demon domain. At that time, I shall command myriad demons and accompany you back to the great wilderness cultivation world. Xiaoping shivered at the thought, reflecting, see? I knew those self-proclaimed righteous individuals shouldn't overestimate themselves. Chasing after meager gains without understanding the principle of cutting the grass without uprooting the roots, they will surely face trouble down the line. Renfeng Lu replied nonchalantly. You worry too much, and you seem to doubt me. As long as my sword remains, that day shall never come. Such grandiose claims. Xiaoping rolled his eyes, perceiving the two before him as misguided dreamers. Yet, to his surprise, Feng Ryu regarded Renfeng Lu with utmost admiration, casting aside any doubts. Upon reflection, he realized that Renfeng Liu's situation mirrored that of the Zizai and Zhenghua sects. Both faced numerous sects, yet the difference lay in their approaches, while the former often retreated. Renfeng Lu stood resolute, awaiting confrontation. It was undeniably impressive. Yet, Xiaoping felt it could be even bolder. True audacity would involve storming those sects, toppling them entirely. Who dared to defy him would face dire consequences. Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts. Feng Lu, farewell. Ning Bufan cast a deep glance at Renfeng Lu, clasping his fists in respect as he departed. Renfeng Lu smiled and bid him farewell. Once Ning Bufan had left, he prepared to exit the Wanhualu. Through Ning Bufan, he had learned that these two were utterly broke. He had no intention of footing their bill. Just a few steps away, he spotted Shihua approaching gracefully. As the courtesan, her figure and demeanor far surpassed that of the other ladies. Feng Ryu and Xiaoping couldn't help but gaze in awe. Are you leaving? Shihua inquired, her attention solely on Renfeng Lu, seemingly oblivious to the frail individuals beside him. Indeed, drowning my sorrows in drink only deepens them. The entanglements of life are challenging to unravel, and lingering here has lost its significance. Renfeng Lu nodded. Actually, I too am preparing to leave. Shihua spoke softly. I haven't accompanied you for long, nor have I contributed much. However, your generous tip has indeed allowed me to break free from the Wanhalu. That is splendid. You may pursue your desires. Renfeng Lu chuckled. You should also follow your heart. Though sorrows cannot be entirely severed, they can be buried deep. As long as you refrain from dwelling on them, they shall not weigh upon you. Shihua smiled sweetly. Her hand, which had been resting behind her back, suddenly revealed 2 wine flasks. She extended them towards him, warmly asking, as we part, may I offer you a drink? Renfeng Lu accepted the flasks, uncorking one and clinking it with Shihua and Appo's. They both took generous swigs. Shihua wiped the wine that had dribbled from the corner of her mouth, exclaiming, drinking like this is truly exhilarating. Cough, cough. Farewell. Renfeng Lu smiled faintly, clutching the wine flask as he sped away. Feng Ryu and Xiaoping, both indulged beyond their limits, reluctantly gathered their spiritual energy and followed, never to be seen again. From this day forth, the famed courtesan of the Wanhuala shall be no more. In the vast sea of humanity, a new traveler emerges, Huashi. Well, words are futile. It is time to embark. Chapter 74, The Astonishing Sword. Subduing Sun Buki. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, Renfeng Lu stood tall and poised. His slightly curled long hair danced in the wind, and he wielded the void sword, embodying the essence of a blade drawn from its sheath, radiating a formidable aura. Merely standing there, he instilled a profound sense of pressure within Feng Ryu and Xiaoping, who had exhausted themselves to catch up. They hesitated, approaching cautiously from a distance. As their ethereal forms regained composure through the flow of spiritual energy, both wore expressions of astonishment, exchanging glances that conveyed the sentiment that Renfeng Liu's current presence eclipsed the combined might of their respective sect leaders. Noticing Renfeng Liu's unwavering stance and lack of instruction, they touched their empty bellies and managed to capture a mountain chicken. After meticulously plucking and cleaning it, they fashioned a makeshift spit from 2 branches, invoking spiritual energy to conjure flames, and began roasting. When the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, Renfeng Lu cast his gaze toward the horizon. The two sensed something amiss and looked up, only to behold a golden streak of light racing toward them. Within mere breaths, the golden light was upon them, descending like a cannonball and sending the surrounding grass flying. As the debris settled and the dust cleared, they were taken aback, their hearts pounding with fear, wishing they could sprout 8 legs to flee. The newcomer was none other than the renowned and temperamental Sun Buki of the Jingxian sect, brandishing a golden serpent-shaped sword without a sheath. It was said that the heart-piercing sword he cultivated was unmatched in ferocity, capable of striking from 1,000 miles away. However, the real source of their trepidation lay in the fact that, before such a powerful figure, their identities as disciples of the Zhenghua sect and the Zizai sect were glaringly obvious and could not be concealed. Yet, Feng Ryu might escape scrutiny, as the 2 Yuan he had plundered had already been annihilated. Xiaoping was on the verge of fleeing when Feng Ryu grasped his hand, shaking his head in warning. Sun Buki surveyed the seemingly calm yet inwardly flustered duo before turning his attention to Renfeng Lu. More precisely, he scrutinized the sword in Renfeng Lu and Appo's grasp. This sword is impressive. Does it bear a name? Sun Buki inquired. Renfeng Lu replied, it is called the Void. Sun Buki continued, the sheath is also noteworthy. It appears to be sealed with a trace of a primordial spirit, which evokes a sense of familiarity. Whose is it? Ren Fenglu answered candidly, Ren Qianshan. Sun Buqi let out a hearty laugh, rubbing his gleaming bald head, and exclaimed, I should have anticipated it. That old curmudgeon is a short-lived wretch, bound to meet his demise soon. His coming out of seclusion is merely a path to self-destruction. Ren Fenglu questioned. As a member of the Jingxian sect, have you come to exact vengeance for that Du Wushuang? Sun Buqi shook his head, stating, though I have promised my senior brother, I am not here for revenge on his disciple. Cultivation is a personal affair. If one is slain, they have no one to blame but themselves for lacking skill. I am here solely out of a desire to test my swordplay against yours. Ren Fenglu regarded Sun Buqi with surprise, taking in the imposing figure akin to a mountain before him. It was evidently his first encounter with someone seeking a duel not rooted in vengeance, leaving him momentarily speechless. This roast chicken is quite delectable. For the sake of the chicken, you two nefarious cultists shall be spared for today. Sun Buqi chuckled heartily, leaping forward to snatch the roasted chicken, tearing off a leg and tossing it to Ren Fenglu. Feng Ruyu and Xiaoping turned pale, shrinking back in silence. Ren Fenglu caught the chicken leg with the void sword, stating coolly, regardless of whether you seek revenge or a duel, the outcome will be death. I will not go easy on you merely because of a chicken leg. Sun Buqi took a sizable bite of meat, chewing casually before swallowing. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, if you hold back, it would be an affront to me. His eyes then lit up upon noticing the wine flask in Ren Fenglu and Amp Oppo's other hand, and he exclaimed, having meat without wine is like being a dead dog. Boy, share half of that wine with me. Not a chance, Ren Fenglu replied, shaking his head. And in a show of defiance, he gulped down the wine in front of Sun Buqi. Alas, how dull. Drinking like an ox, you have no appreciation for wine. Sun Buqi scoffed, plopping down to devour the roasted chicken with utmost seriousness, as if it were his last meal, gnawing on every bone until they were clean. The roast was cooked adequately, though lacking salt, rendering it somewhat bland. Sun Buqi discarded a pile of bones, critiquing, you still find fault even when it's free? Xiaoping felt indignation but dared not speak up. Sun Buqi seized the serpent-shaped sword, declaring, having eaten, it is time to fight. Let it be known that my killing move does not lie within this sword. I possess another sword within my dandian. You have witnessed Du Wushuang's prowess. You should be able to guess what I mean. Yet, I must inform you, my heart-piercing sword is far superior to Du Wushuang's, and I will not hold back. So be wary. Ren Fenglu frowned. Sun Buqi was exceedingly forthright. After pondering briefly, he responded, this void sword hails from what you call the abyss. My cultivation is not of the mystical sword arts, but rather a pure practice of swordsmanship. Although you insist I do not hold back, I shall still restrain my hand because I have promised another to spare your primordial spirit. Feng Ruyu was nearly brought to tears at Ren Fenglu's steadfastness. Realizing that even in the face of such a formidable adversary, he had not forgotten his commitments. One must admit, your arrogance is quite to my taste. Aha. Let the battle commence. Sun Buqi laughed heartily and charged forward, sword in hand. With no hint of bravado, he unleashed his full spiritual energy, commanding the serpent-shaped sword, which shone brilliantly as it danced like a golden serpent, howling as it advanced. Simultaneously, his remaining primordial spirit detached from his corporeal form, coalescing into a towering figure of immense stature, its hands poised with palms facing one another. Between those palms, a small silver sword trembled, emitting a violent roar. Keenly observing the clash between the corporeal sword and Ren Fenglu's sword, should there be the slightest opening, the heart-piercing sword would strike without hesitation. The golden serpent, animated by the sword light, opened its massive jaws and lunged toward Ren Fenglu's head. Ren Fenglu's gaze turned icy, his right hand poised on the sword's hilt. Suddenly, the world plunged into darkness. The brilliance emanating from Sun Buqi's towering primordial spirit had illuminated the area, but in an instant, darkness enveloped everything. In the briefest moment, imperceptible to Feng Ruyu and Xiaoping, they witnessed the once dancing golden serpent vanish without a trace. Then, they beheld the serpent-shaped sword in Sun Buqi's hand split in twain from its very core. Even Sun Buqi's corporeal form was cleaved in two. Yet, his severed halves continued to move, propelling themselves forward with undeniable vigor, covering a distance of 20 paces before collapsing heavily to the ground. What swiftness! Of the sword? It must be a sword, right? Feng Ruyu and Xiaoping were left dumbfounded, oblivious to the fact that Sun Buqi's body had not bled a single drop. What they did not see, however, was that Sun Buqi witnessed everything with utmost clarity. A lifetime devoted to the sword, followed by indulgences in wine and pleasure, he recognized that Ren Fenglu's sword was extraordinarily swift, surpassing his wildest expectations. He believed that the speed of this strike had reached the limits of what a corporeal form could achieve. This speed was something Sun Buqi knew he could never replicate with his own flesh. Thus, while his corporeal form was annihilated in the blink of an eye, there was no trace of sorrow on the colossal visage of his primordial spirit. Rather, it bore a look of exhilaration. Since you have chosen the path of the mystical sword, you must relinquish your corporeal form. My severing of your body is to make you comprehend this truth. Now you are left with only your essence. It remains to be seen whether you can advance further. Ren Fenglu gripped the hilt of his sword, his thumb positioned towards the blade's tail. He spoke each word with conviction. If you believe that the speed of my last strike was my ultimate limit, you are sorely mistaken. I can only tell you that this is far from my apex. The giant form from Sun Buki's essence opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Yet, he refrained from responding aloud, for he was fully exerting the heart-extracting dagger nestled within his palm. The golden essence radiated brilliantly, infusing the heart-extracting dagger with power akin to the sun. Sun Buki compressed his essence, with compression aimed at unleashing a tremendous explosion. Soon, his essence, towering like a mountain, diminished to the height of an ordinary person. The heart-extracting dagger, now brimming with compressed essence, was adorned with a layer of unparalleled golden scales upon its silver blade. I felt it. This dagger has ascended to an unprecedented realm. Its might now rivals that of divine retribution. Yet, this is still insufficient. It is not my limit. I can compress my essence further. Sun Buki roared, his features contorted with effort. The heart-extracting dagger trembled, casting numerous afterimages, exuding a subtle aura of tempestuous winds and thunder. Even the sky above this wilderness underwent fierce transformation, with dark clouds swirling into existence. The rumbling of thunder echoed continuously, striking fear into the hearts of all. But Sun Buki had yet to unleash his strike. He persisted in compressing further. It was as if he had forgotten everything around him in pursuit of his limits, oblivious to the presence of an opponent. In this moment, his only adversary was himself. I can still go on. I can compress further. Sun Buki remained resolute, undeterred even as the oppressive thunderclouds loomed overhead, lightning flashing perilously close, illuminating his shining essence. Yet, he still did not unleash his strike. He continued striving. Ren Finglio's expression grew increasingly grave. This was the first time since his return from the abyssal tide that he appeared so serious. Veins bulged on his right hand. Finally, my limit has arrived. At this moment, Sun Buki and Appo's essence resembled that of an 8-year-old child, his form displaying a withered yellow hue. Go forth, astonishing sword, Sun Buki roared, pushing both palms upward. Boom! The heart-extracting dagger shot forth at a speed unimaginable to any cultivator, as the thunderclouds above erupted with serpentine lightning, as if in a furious roar. Suddenly, a brief sound pierced the air, only to be abruptly silenced. The heart-extracting dagger came to an instantaneous halt, then shattered inch by inch, its breakage smooth as a mirror. Simultaneously, the thunderclouds above the wilderness dissipated, and the lightning vanished without a trace. It was too swift. What transpired? Feng Ruyu and Xiao Pingu stared, unblinking, yet unable to comprehend how this seemingly unstoppable heart-extracting dagger could suddenly fragment. What force severed it? The two turned to Ren Fenglu, only to find his hand still gripping the sheathed sword, yet the blade had already emerged 7/10 from its scabbard, revealing its pitch-black blade reminiscent of death. Suddenly, Sun Buki and Appo's voice echoed with a hint of exhilaration. My enchanted sword is no match for yours. I concede. The child-sized Sun Buki wore a look of admiration. I never expected you to speak truthfully. Your sword is remarkably swift. What took me but a fraction of a moment to unleash the heart-extracting dagger, you managed to draw your sword 17 times in that brief interval, not only severing my dagger but also dispelling the celestial momentum it had summoned upon reaching its true limit. Truly remarkable. Sun Buki gazed at the fragmented essence of his power, which astonishingly had not vanished but instead returned completely to his side, his expression filled with even greater amazement. You have only shattered the weapon, yet spared my essence. You are indeed a prodigy of unmatched caliber. Alas, if only you wielded an enchanted sword. Sun Buki's essence had now regained its towering stature, continuously expressing his awe. I have stated that to preserve your essence, I shall not harm you in the slightest. With that, the void sword was returned to its sheath, and Ren Fenglu stood proudly. Chapter 75. I came, I saw, I died. Upon hearing these words, Sun Buki, now merely a spirit, displayed no change in countenance. A person cannot be arrogantly proud without reason. However, if one and Appo's strength is sufficiently formidable, then such pride is justified. We, as cultivators, must never lose our noble spirit. Even in death, this remains true. Sun Buki raised his ethereal hand and gently touched the vast bald head before him, his sun-like eyes casting their gaze upon Feng Ruyu and Xiao Pingu, who huddled in the distance. Surely, one of them must yearn for my complete spirit, he mused. Ren Fenglu remained silent. Feng Ruyu, somewhat bewildered by Sun Buki's words, nevertheless summoned the courage to rise. With Ren preceding him, he felt assured of his safety. This esteemed Senior Sun, Feng Ruyu exclaimed, I had the audacity to request a spirit from Senior Ren. You, a heretical fiend, appear rather feeble. Have you indulged yourself last night? Sun Buki and Appo's spirit keenly observed the significant depletion of vital energy within Feng Ruyu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Feng Ruyu scratched his head and confessed. Well, I experienced a new facet of life last night and lacked restraint. Sun Buki scoffed. While the pleasures of wine and indulgence are alluring, moderation is essential. Yet, since you have savored its delights, I shall not take offense in granting you my spirit. Does this imply you are willingly offering it to me? Feng Ruyu, still in disbelief, could not fathom why Sun Buki appeared so accommodating, given his reputed stubbornness. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Feng Ruyu ventured, senior son. Given my meager strength, you could easily escape, and I would be unable to pursue you. What do you take me for, a coward? To flee from defeat is the mark of the weak. If I have fallen, I accept my fate. Moreover, my defeat was not unjust. The limits of the divine sword are evident, yet the sword in your hand remains an enigma. Even if I were to cultivate for 500 years, I would struggle to find an opponent who offers a worthy challenge. Do you believe cultivation is solely for longevity? Time passes mercilessly, without true adversaries. What value does such longevity hold? I have come into this world to embrace this battle. Feng drenched in perspiration, had never anticipated that a casual inquiry would result in such a scathing reprimand from Sun Buki. Enough with your prattle. I have 3 mandates for you, and you must heed them, or even if you acquire my spirit, you will never fully extinguish my consciousness. Seeing Feng listen attentively, Sun Buki proclaimed with pride. First, you must remember that from this moment forth, while bearing my spirit, you must engage in every battle, no matter how dire, and fight to the bitter end. Second, Sun Buki glared fiercely at Feng and continued. Second, I delight in wine. You are to drink at least once every 7 days, and you must become intoxicated. Third, I am fond of pleasures of the flesh. Within half a month, you must seek out such delights. Fail to comply, and my consciousness will awaken and seize your being. Feng taken aback, turned pale and immediately pledged to fulfill these demands. Very well, I shall trust you. Given your earnest demeanor, you may proceed. Sun Buki lifted his chin proudly, his eyes glimmering with mirth. Finally, I can take action. Wait. Feng rubbed his hands together and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaopingu, who, understanding his intent, approached with envy, muttering, Old dog Feng, your luck is truly remarkable. Feng brushed off the dust from his sleeves, maintaining a serene demeanor. Xiao, there is no need for envy. Follow Senior Ren, and the spirit will be yours. Indeed. Xiaopingu, filled with admiration for Ren Fenglu, leaned in to whisper to Feng the techniques for spirit plundering, erasing consciousness, and ritual practices. Feng quick-witted, grasped the concepts with ease. As Sun Buki and Amp, Appo's towering spirit gazed skyward, seemingly in a trance, Feng offered his apologies and began the process of spirit plundering. The act of spirit plundering proved to be exceedingly time-consuming. Had the practitioner been in the transformation realm, it would have been swifter. Yet, Feng lacking such prowess, found the process markedly prolonged. With Sun Buki and Appo's spirit being so vast, after several hours of diligent effort, he managed to acquire only half. And this was under the spirit and Appo's considerable cooperation. Thus, it became evident that for the disciples of the Zizai sect, to plunder a complete and intact spirit was an arduous endeavor. Xiaopingu watched intently, salivating at the sight. Unable to contain himself, he taunted, Old dog Feng, your pace is abysmally slow. Had it been me, I would have completed it by now. At this rate, you've barely reached the halfway mark. Why not grant me this opportunity? Feng drenched in sweat, retorted coldly. This is a gift from Senior Ren. Xiaopingu, undeterred, pressed on. I can provide resources to help you reach the transformation realm sooner. Feng scoffed. This is a gift from Senior Ren. Xiaopingu clenched his fists. There is more to the path of the spirit, including how to control it. If you relinquish this opportunity to meet Feng expressionless, interrupted. This is a gift from Senior Ren. Must you persist in this refrain? Xiaopingu was left speechless and ceased his pursuit of Feng His gaze wandered to the 2 halves of Sun Buki's corporeal form, which lay severed. Upon glancing at the half-plundered spirit of Sun Buki, he appeared petrified, devoid of any energy. A surge of excitement coursed through Xiaopingu as he hurried to Ren Fenlio's side, respectfully stating, Senior Ren, may I assist in handling Senior Sun and Appo's remains? Ren Fenglu, who had been listening to the anguished cries of the spirit within his sword sheath, snapped back to attention, glancing at Xiaopingu and discerning his intentions towards Sun Buki and Appo's possessions. However, Ren Fenglu was unconcerned and merely nodded. His tomb must not be humble. Xiaopingu, elated, immediately set about preparing Sun Buki's remains. He meticulously reassembled the 2 halves of the body, carefully stitching them together with a golden silk thread from his own sleeve, using spirit energy as a needle. Next, rather than immediately rummaging through Sun Buki and Appo's possessions, he took a moment to ascertain the direction and chose a flat area facing south to dig a grave. After several hours of labor, he had excavated a massive grave, approximately 40 feet long and 30 feet wide. After catching his breath, he finally removed the sleeve pouch from Sun Buki and Appo's body, cradling the remains. He descended into the grave and placed them carefully, then emerged to begin covering it with earth. Eventually, he procured a large stone slab from afar to serve as a tombstone. With Sun Buki and Appo's spirit reduced to merely a head, he squinted at the grave that belonged to him, finding it rather peculiar. Habitually, he attempted to pat his bald head, but realized he was unable to do so. With fingers poised like swords, Xiaopingu inscribed Sun Buki upon the tombstone and pondered aloud. Senior Sun, have you decided upon an epitaph? The heretical fiend, who had dug his grave and erected a monument, now sought to carve an epitaph. Sun Buki found the entire situation absurd. After a moment's contemplation, he uttered what would be his final words. I came, I saw, I died. Chapter 76. Bidding farewell to the past, a sword 1,000 miles. When Sun Buki's spiritual consciousness was utterly obliterated by Feng Ryu, Ren Fenglu comprehended that Sun Buki, in this world, had left no trace other than the corporeal remains resting in that grave. For Ren Fenglu, Sun Buki was undeniably a remarkably unique individual. Their acquaintance, albeit brief, was profound. They had merely shared a meal. Perhaps a roasted mountain chicken could be considered a meal? Yet, Sun Buki's actions had undoubtedly left an indelible mark on Ren Fenglu's soul. In the tumultuous realm of cultivation, and even within the mundane world, individuals like Sun Buki were exceedingly rare. He epitomized integrity and honor in its purest form. Throughout his life, Ren Fenglu had encountered adversaries who were nothing short of ferocious. They were not only ruthless but were also willing to employ any means necessary. In the face of such foes, Ren Fenglu had always responded with greater ruthlessness, slaying without mercy. However, when it came to Sun Buki, Ren Fenglu found himself genuinely holding back. This was not solely due to his promise to Feng Ryu. It was the profound admiration he felt for Sun Buki that compelled him to restrain his hand. Thus, rather than asserting that Ren Fenglu had slain Sun Buki, it would be more accurate to say that Sun Buki willingly met his end in this battle. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. This phrase unexpectedly echoed in Ren Fenglu and Appo's mind. He was currently treading this path, pondering when his own demise might come, and who could possibly bring about his end. The passage of 3,000 years in the purgatorial tides had failed to extinguish his life. Who in this world could? Suddenly, an impulse surged within Ren Fenglu. An intense yearning to encounter someone capable of truly slaying him. No, perhaps he did not wish for death. Rather, he desired to meet a genuine rival akin to Sun Buki. But where could such a rival be found? In the vast cultivation realm? In the imperial capital? Yet the question remained, how could he reach those places? Moreover, Sun Buki had once uttered that his sword had yet to reach its limit. Could it truly become swifter? As Ren Fenglu gazed upon the void sword, a spark of inspiration ignited within his eyes, revealing an unprecedented fighting spirit. While he could not perceive the fire of ambition within his own gaze, he felt an exhilarating surge within him, as if an extraordinary motivation had awakened. At this moment, he recalled the words of Xihua, you should pursue what you desire. Though worries may not be entirely severed, they can be buried deep. As long as you do not dwell on them, they will not affect you. He remembered the brightness and conviction in Xihua and Appo's eyes, as if she were ready to realize her aspirations. Perhaps her words held profound truth. It was time for him to pursue his own desires. With the vengeance for his parents avenged and all those deserving of demise laid to rest, it was time to let go. Ren Fenglu rubbed the sword sheath. Its once thunderous roars now feeble and faint, barely discernible. This sound, though melodious and soothing, brought forth memories of his parents' fate, tormenting him anew. These worries could not be forgotten. They must be buried deep. With unwavering resolve, Ren Fenglu pressed a finger against the sword sheath, and intricate spiritual patterns materialized upon it. The delicate petals unfurling in layers. A minuscule orb of spiritual light, no larger than a fingernail, emerged, representing Ren Qianshan's essence. Upon sensing danger, this essence instinctively struggled to flee, yet merely a glance from Ren Fenglu rendered it motionless, trembling violently. Xiaopinga twitched his nose, casting a distant glance this way. Remaining still beside Feng Ryu, Ren Fenglu flicked his finger, a surge of power compelling the essence to coalesce into a human form. Ren Qianshan and Appo's spirit, dazed and disoriented, took a moment to regain clarity. Fear etched across his face as he gazed upon Ren Fenglu, exclaiming, no, please, cease tormenting me. I long to perish completely. Ren Fenglu fixed his gaze upon the weary and fragile essence of Ren Qianshan, and a sudden smile of understanding broke upon his lips. As you wish. What? Ren Qianshan regarded Ren Fenglu with disbelief, hesitating. You no longer harbor hatred for me. Ren Fenglu narrowed his eyes. Speak another word, and I shall promptly reconsider. Please, no? I won't say another word. Ren Qianshan stammered, frantically gesturing in refusal. I'm just a foolish old man. I won't say anything. Ren Fenglu chose not to waste further words, swiftly disintegrating Ren Qianshan's essence with a flick of his finger. Far away, atop the silent peak of the Duankong Xinzong in the wild cultivation realm, the peak master, Qin Ming, was in the temple when he suddenly felt a stirring in his spirit. He glanced towards the talisman belonging to Ren Qianshan, which, to his astonishment, was emitting a glow. Is this a resurrection? Qin Ming mused, knowing such an occurrence was improbable. He furrowed his brow, contemplating, could it be that Ren Qianshan has not perished? Perhaps he employed some secret method to sever the connection between his essence and the talisman? If he were to return and discover that Silent Peak had changed hands, it would surely lead to a deadly confrontation. Qin Ming's expression fluctuated as he pondered his course of action, only to witness the glow of the talisman flicker and then extinguish completely. Could it have been a false alarm? Unsure, he waved his hand and departed. As Ren Fenglu witnessed the last remnants of Ren Qianshan's essence dissipate, he experienced an unparalleled sense of relief. as if the immense boulder that had weighed heavily upon him had suddenly turned to ash. His state of mind underwent a profound transformation. He no longer felt confined within a bottle, but was liberated beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, unbound. Is this the sensation of truly letting go of the past and bidding it farewell? Ren Fenglu murmured, feeling an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. He gazed skyward, catching sight of a silhouette of a dark cloud against the night sky. Clutching the hilt of his sword, he prepared for action. What does Senior Ren intend to do? Xiao Pinggu observed Ren Fenglu's silhouette, feeling as if he were gazing upon an insurmountable mountain. Feng Ruyu, engaged in a critical moment of refining the seized essence, also halted, fixated on Ren Fenglu. The two watched, transfixed, as Ren Fenglu slowly drew his sword. The obsidian blade emerged inch by inch from its sheath until, at last, the tip was liberated. In that moment, they beheld the entirety of the void sword. Beneath the night sky, Ren Fenglu, wielding the drawn void sword, gazed up at the dark cloud. In an instant, he swung his sword. At that moment, the world around them faded into darkness. All they could perceive was an abyss. In the instant that a glimmer of light pierced the enveloping darkness, their hearing returned. The night wind howled, and both gazed in astonishment at the luminous cloud above. It was common knowledge that clouds glowed at night due to the moonlight's reflection, yet the crescent moon lingered far in the eastern horizon. This indicated that Ren Fenglu's sword had illuminated the night sky, and it remained aglow, unwavering. Xiaoping gasped, how high is that cloud above the ground? Feng Ruyu clenched her teeth, a mix of astonishment and fear flooding her. It must be far beyond 1,000 miles. Chapter 77. One must temporarily avoid the spotlight. Can a sword travel 1,000 miles? Xiao Pinggu was left speechless, unable to fathom the concept. He had never witnessed such feats, nor had he the privilege to observe battles among the top cultivators of the spirit refinement realm. In his understanding, the spirit refinement realm was the ultimate limit. Feng Ruyu rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, "You ask me? Who should I inquire?" The old dog Feng, still daring to waste time, urged him to observe Elder Ren, noting the vast distance between them. "Hurry up and continue your refinement." Xiao Pinggu smacked Feng Ruyu playfully. "Even if I sprouted 800 legs, I would still not be worthy to compare myself to Elder Ren." Feng Ruyu, feeling wronged, obediently resumed his refinement. 800 legs? Do you think you're some monstrous creature? Xiao Pinggu scoffed without restraint. Ren Fenglu let out a sigh of relief and sheathed his sword. Before he could fully appreciate the sword strike, he sensed something and turned his gaze toward the distant horizon. Over 100 miles away, a stooped old woman clad in white stood motionless. This was Lu Qingxiu, the one who had left her sect in anger over Yin Qiming. She was the grand elder of the Faxian sect, known as the Heartless Fairy. Lu Qingxiu, filled with rage, traversed the mundane world at the fastest speed to reach Yuzhou City, only to find ashes strewn about. With her fury unspent, it left her seething. She flitted around the ashes like a headless fly, probing the souls of one person after another. Ultimately, she could only retrieve a single face, without even a shadow of Yin Qiming. Every passage leaves traces behind. Yet it seemed as if Yin Qiming had never set foot in Yuzhou City. Yet she was undeniably dead. Who was her murderer? Could it be that face? However, after days of searching, Lu Qingxiu found no clues regarding that visage. Just as she was about to widen her search radius, her formidable spiritual sense detected two powerful forces appearing in the far west. Both had surpassed the transformation realm. Who dared to disregard the agreement among mortal cultivators and engage in combat within this mundane world? Lu Qingxiu, intrigued but cautious, did not approach immediately. To her surprise, these two forces manifested and vanished with remarkable speed. Even as a top-tier cultivator of the spirit refinement realm, she refrained from recklessness. After several hours of waiting, she finally decided to venture closer as twilight descended, nearing her destination. Though she was typically arrogant, she was also exceedingly cautious. Having lived for over 200 years, Lu Qingxiu deeply understood the adage, a cautious sailor sails for 1,000 years. Thus, as she drew closer, her wariness intensified. In the end, she suppressed all her aura, rendering herself an ordinary old woman. Yet, to Lu Qingxiu's astonishment, the sudden appearance of a sword, though not aimed at her, caused her aura to inadvertently leak out. She beheld that sword. The terror of a 1,000-mile strike was something she herself found difficult to achieve. The moment her aura escaped, the swordsman detected her presence. Lu Qingxiu and Apos' expression stiffened as she gazed at that face. Despite being hundreds of miles apart, they could see one another. It was him. The clearest visage in that child, and Apos' soul within the square city was indeed his. This child's strength rivaled hers. How could he be so young? Could he be an ancient being who had transcended life and death, returning to youth? She had no entanglement with him. What did his glance signify? Lu Qingxiu's mind raced, and she refrained from making any rash moves, gazing at Ren Fenglu from afar. Ren Fenglu, too, sensed the aura emanating from Lu Qingxiu. Her aura was robust and violent, indicating formidable strength. Should he use her to test his sword? But she seemed to harbor intentions of retreat. In Ren Fenglu's sight, Lu Qingxiu suddenly withdrew. Without any warning, their gazes met for but a few breaths before she decisively retreated. Ren Fenglu furrowed his brow, surmising the elderly woman's intent. She must have sensed his battle with Sun Buki from a distance and had come out of curiosity. Now that she saw only him on the battlefield, retreat was only natural. Observing her features, she appeared to be an elderly woman who had lived many years, indeed cautious enough. Ren Fenglu nodded and turned his attention back to Feng Ruyu, examining his progress. Under Xiaopingu's guidance, Feng Ruyu had successfully navigated the critical phase of refining his primordial spirit, and the next step was to gradually adapt and master it. This process would be lengthy. Impatience would yield no results. Feng Ruyu understood that he needed to enter seclusion once more and was prepared to bid farewell to Ren Fenglu. However, recalling Sun Buki's command during his lifetime left him in a quandary. For once he entered seclusion, drinking once every 7 days and indulging in carnal pleasures every half-month would be utterly unfeasible. Xiaopingu, unable to decide, exchanged glances with Feng Ruyu, both wearing expressions of bitterness, hoping Ren Fenglu could provide some guidance. These two individuals, hailing from a nefarious cult, surprisingly displayed such fidelity, even to the point of blind adherence. Ren Fenglu found it somewhat amusing but ultimately suppressed his amusement and inquired, Xiaopingu, tell me, have you ever heard of a primordial spirit and Appos, as consciousness being erased and then awakening again? Xiaopingu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, I haven and Appos, T. But that elder son was immensely powerful in life, having reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm in primordial spirit cultivation. So, I can and Appos, T say for certain. Ren Fenglu shook his head, clearly instructing Feng Ruyu, be diligent in your seclusion. Once you have mastered your primordial spirit, then fulfill the agreement you made with Sun Buki. This statement was equivalent to assuring him that he was to enter seclusion without worry. He would have his back. Feng Ruyu no longer hesitated, earnestly bidding farewell to Ren Fenglu. After exchanging a few playful jabs with Xiaopingu, he soared away. Xiaopingu rubbed his hands together, donning a sycophantic smile, and eagerly asked, Elder Ren, will the next primordial spirit be for me? Ren Fenglu glanced at him and suddenly remarked, did Feng Ruyu not inform you of the consequences of accepting my gifts? What consequences? That old dog Feng didn't he mention anything to me? Xiaopingu was taken aback, a surge of frustration rising within him. He had recklessly shared the method of seizing primordial spirits with the cult, only to discover that Feng Ruyu had not been completely forthcoming. Nourishment. Ren Fenglu shot Xiaopingu a sidelong glance, stating coolly, ordinary spiritual flesh, fruits, and herbs are of no use to me. They cannot sustain me. Only the malevolent aura that emerges from those who have committed grievous sins after death is beneficial. Do you understand? Xiaopingu and Appos' body trembled, his complexion paling as he stood frozen in place. I shall give you time to ponder. With that, Ren Fenglu floated away lightly. What does it mean? Does Elder Ren survive by consuming such malevolent aura? He observed that, apart from exhibiting some brilliance, Ren Fenglu appeared much like any other ordinary person, possessing one nose and 2 eyes. To rely on malevolent aura for sustenance seemed even more sinister than the methods of their cult. However, having already divulged the cult's fundamental techniques, should it be discovered by the cult, death would be the inevitable outcome. Having already embarked on this path, what could he do? He could only forge ahead with determination. Xiaopingu took merely 10 breaths to come to this realization and resolutely matched Ren Fenglu's pace. Yet whether it was due to a sense of luck or other reasons, after catching up with Ren Fenglu, Xiaopingu could not restrain his curiosity, asking, Elder Ren, how often do you eat? It should be once every 10 days or half a month, but having stored a significant amount of malevolent aura recently, I should be able to last a small half-year. Chapter 78. The city has been haunted. Upon hearing this response, Xiaopingu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. A span of at least half a year, or over 100 days, meant that during this time, he would not be treated as fodder by Ren Qianbei. With his worries alleviated, Xiaopingu obediently followed Ren Fenglu as they soared through the skies. Gradually, he noticed that Ren Fenglu seemed to be moving forward aimlessly. Curiosity piqued, Xiaopingu could not resist asking, Ren Qianbei, where are we headed next? I am contemplating how to procure a primordial spirit for you sooner, Ren Fenglu replied. At this, Xiaopingu's face turned pale once more. Did this imply that he should always be prepared to serve as nourishment? His earlier sense of relief was swiftly replaced by anxiety. On one hand, acquiring a new primordial spirit would undoubtedly enhance his strength. On the other, the day of his demise seemed increasingly imminent. Ren Fenglu continued, earlier, there was indeed a potent primordial spirit that appeared, but it vanished swiftly. By the way, the owner of that spirit was a woman. You do not mind, do you? Xiaopingu was momentarily taken aback, and he replied woodenly, primordial spirits are not bound by gender. They can take any form, so I do not mind. Upon hearing about the primordial spirit's escape, Xiaopingu found it difficult to discern whether he felt joy or despair. However, the thought of it eluding capture brought him a measure of relief. If a new primordial spirit remained elusive, then staying by Ren Qianbei's side would ensure his safety, even in the face of those self-proclaimed righteous cultivators. In fact, those individuals could serve as nourishment. Lost in pleasant thoughts, Xiaopingu suddenly had a brilliant idea and exclaimed with excitement, Ren Qianbei, I have a notion that could expedite your acquisition of nourishment. Ren Fenglu halted abruptly, turning to gaze intently at Xiaopingu. The sudden pressure made Xiao Pingu feel uneasy, prompting him to quickly elaborate. You see, I am regarded as a villainous cultist, targeted by all. Therefore, I might as well stop hiding and expose myself. Once they learn of my presence, they will surely come to eliminate me. Wooden and Oppos, tea that provide a continuous supply of nourishment? Oh, and killing should not discriminate between good and evil, right? As long as one has taken a life, there would inevitably be malice lingering within, correct? Xiao Pingu pondered further, asking one last question. Ren Fenglu stared at him for a long moment before finally speaking. Now you're beginning to resemble a villainous cultist, articulating the concept of using others to do your bidding quite smoothly. Xiao Pingu stiffened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His crimson eyes filled with trepidation. Just when he thought Ren Fenglu was about to reprimand him, he heard Ren Fenglu speak slowly. Since I consider you as nourishment, when they come to hunt you, you must devise a way to survive. Have you not heard of nurturing poison insects? Xiao Pingu had indeed heard of nurturing poison insects. But since the sealing of the demon domain, the sects dedicated to such practices had declined, leaving fewer villains in the world. He had studied the theory behind nurturing poison insects, which revolved around allowing selected insects to battle each other, ultimately leaving only the strongest. With this understanding, Xiao Pingu suddenly grasped Ren Fenglu and Oppos' intentions. Ren Xianbei did not intend to claim his life in half a year. Rather, he sought to empower him, to kill more beings, and to accumulate more malice within him. The specter of imminent death, once glaringly apparent, now seemed distant, and Xiao Pingu instantly relaxed. He laughed heartily. Ren Xianbei, I shall not disappoint you. I will surely slay those masked scoundrels. Ren Fenglu nodded, his profound gaze suddenly directed towards the burgeoning city below. Xifang City. After much wandering, they had returned to this place. Ren Fenglu descended outside the city, leaving Xiao Pingu perplexed, yet he followed suit and entered Xifang City alongside him. In the dead of night, the streets of Xifang City were deserted. The two strolled along the long avenue, and Ren Fenglu casually glanced at the buildings lining the streets. He noted that the layout and structure bore some resemblance to the now-ruined Yuzhou City, likely by design of Fu Xiaolu. As the first person to encounter the infernal tide, Ren Fenglu recalled Fu Xiaolu. He was surprised that the young lad, in the face of mountains of wealth, had not succumbed to greed and had instead established Xifang City with such impressive form. Ren Fenglu could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Xiao Pingu shadowed Ren Fenglu closely, unable to fathom his purpose, believing that there must be a powerful presence within the city. Unable to contain his curiosity, he employed his primordial spirit to investigate. Ren Fenglu furrowed his brow, observing that Xiao Pingu harbored no ill intent, merely probing, and chose not to intervene. Xiao Pingu and Oppos' primordial spirit power spread like a vast net, enveloping nearly half of Xifang City. Soon, he wore a look of astonishment and could not help but exclaim, How strange. Ren Xianbei, there is something amiss in this city. Allow me to investigate further. With that, he soared into the air above the city, for primordial spirits converged, and he exerted all his strength to fully envelop the metropolis. Instantly, every inhabitant of Xifang City lay bare before his probing spirit. His spirit swept over each sleeping person like an eye, and the more he observed, the more alarmed he became. By the end, Xiao Pingu was drenched in cold sweat. Returning to Ren Fenglu's side, he wiped his forehead and asked uncertainly, Ren Xianbei, upon your arrival in this city, could it be that you know someone here? Ren Fenglu replied in a calm tone, You could say that. Xiao Pingu cautiously probed further. The person you know Wuden Ti happened to be an exceptionally powerful being. Perhaps even one who has surpassed the transformation realm, would they? Ren Fenglu raised an eyebrow. They are all ordinary citizens, lacking any cultivation. Xiao Pingu, what do you mean by that? Baffled, Xiao Pingu wondered if Ren Fenglu, given his formidable strength, had not noticed the anomaly among the city and Oppos' inhabitants. He relayed the results of his investigation. I just used my primordial spirit to examine the people in this city and discovered that they have all been haunted. Ren Fenglu narrowed his eyes, continue. Xiao Pingu elaborated. Even those who have never cultivated possess souls once they awaken their consciousness, albeit faintly, when they were haunted. Despite the searcher being cautious, their fragile souls were still harmed. Although they appear to be peacefully sleeping now, their souls are like flickering candles in the wind. Ordinarily, they could live for a full 60 years before becoming senile and gradually passing away. However, due to the damage to their souls, these individuals might only last another 20 years before descending into confusion. By the end, Xiao Pingu was nearly grinding his teeth in anger. Ren Fenglu listened quietly, observing the suppressed fury within Xiao Pingu, and spoke calmly. You seem quite angry. Xiao Pingu was taken aback. Ren Xianbei, you are not angry? Chapter 79. Who will speak for them? Ren Fenglu maintained a calm demeanor, questioning, Why should I be angry? Xiao Pingu's eyes were ablaze with emotion as he replied. Do you not have old acquaintances in this city? They too have been subjected to soul searching. Ren Fenglu, his expression impassive, retorted, And then what? They are merely ordinary people, those who toil from dawn to dusk, sustaining themselves by their own hands. Even if there is friction, entanglements, or grievances among them, such conflicts cannot ascend to the realm of cultivators. But what of that soul searcher? He is indifferent, ruthlessly probing the souls of common folk for his own ends. Is such behavior not detestable? Xiaopingu clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly as he spoke of the soul searcher. Ren Fenglu's face remained devoid of emotion as he stated, "You mentioned that he was cautious, indicating that he has considered this matter. Furthermore, this individual has no connection to me. Though I know a few people in this city, they are not my concern. Do you understand?" "Do I understand?" "I do." Xiaopingu shook his head in frustration. "Ren Senior, your strength is formidable, and you sit high above all, dismissing everything. I comprehend your stance. Yet I cannot help but feel a sense of injustice. These people could not possibly provoke a cultivator, let alone someone capable of searching the souls of the entire city. Yet that man, despite his caution, has forced so many into a state of confusion. Senior Ren, do you grasp the implications of this?" Xiaopingu's eyes blazed like twin flames as he fixed his gaze on Ren Fenglu, his voice softening. "This signifies that they have lost 20 years of their waking lives. 20 years, how many such spans does a life encompass? Some may have lived a full 60 years. Already at the age where confusion may settle upon them. Others may have just entered middle age, perhaps recently becoming parents, only to find themselves unable to witness their child grow. Some may have just wed, with their wives newly pregnant. Even if these children are born, due to their mother's damaged souls, they may enter the world with deficiencies, remaining oblivious throughout their lives. I cannot fathom the depth of anguish that fathers must feel in their impotence, nor the sorrow that mothers must endure." As Xiaopingu spoke, his voice thickened with emotion, tears welling in his bloodshot eyes, resembling a sea of crimson. At last, Ren Fenglu's expression shifted, a flicker of emotion crossing his features as he regarded Xiaopingu and coldly asked, "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Xiaopingu wiped his eyes and shook his head in a daze. "No, I dare not. I merely hope someone will speak for those whose 20 years have been unjustly stolen." Ren Fenglu lowered his gaze and replied, "If you desire someone to advocate for them, have you considered what your own standing is?" Xiaopingu responded, "I have certainly contemplated this. I am a teacher of the free sect, regarded as a pariah by those who deem themselves righteous in the Tao. Yet this does not preclude my sympathy for these common people. The matters of the cultivation world are distinct from those of the mundane realm and should not burden the ordinary folk. This is the essence of the covenant among cultivators. Thus I fully recognize that I am perceived as a heretical demon by those around me. But I still believe that these people's 20 years should not be stolen without cause." Ren Fenglu frowned. "You cannot protect yourself, yet you aspire to act as a sage? Some possess the strength to intervene, yet choose not to." A thought flickered through Xiaopingu's mind, but a radiant determination surfaced upon his face. "Although my power is limited, I would willingly sacrifice everything for these innocent souls. Even if I perish without realizing my wish, I would not regret it." "Such folly," Ren Fenglu scoffed. "To challenge that individual with your strength is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Moreover, you lack foresight. Having already detected these anomalies, you should have reported to the authorities to address this." "No, it is too late." Xiaopingu shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. "The longer these individuals remain in this deficient state, the more chaos may ensue. I am acutely aware of my limitations and that I am no match for the soul searcher. What I spoke earlier was born of frustration. Now, all I can do is strive to mend their damaged souls." Ren Fenglu's expression softened slightly, his tone returning to neutrality. "You intend to use your own essence to restore theirs? To supplement the spirit with spirit?" "Naturally," Xiaopingu replied with a wry smile. "In the past, I harnessed the souls I seized to vanquish my foes. I never imagined today I would employ my essence to save lives." He shook his head, calming his thoughts, and regarded Ren Fenglu earnestly. "Senior Ren, there are 897 individuals in this city. In the short term, I cannot assist them all. I know you do not care for these people, but may I request your assistance?" Ren Fenglu regarded Xiaopingu and gently inquired, "What will you offer in exchange for my help?" Xiaopingu stated resolutely, one life of a cultivator. 897 lives equate to 897 cultivators' lives. I assure you, Senior Ren, I will ensure that I slay 897 deserving cultivators in the future." Ren Fenglu nodded. "Very well, what must I do?" Upon hearing Ren Fenglu's agreement, Xiaopingu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "You need only allow them to slumber for 1 day and 1 night, at most a day and a night. I will be able to restore them all. The human body has acupoints that can induce sleep. From this perspective, the task is indeed quite simple." Ren Fenglu remained silent, which was tantamount to consent. "Thank you, Senior Ren." Xiaopingu unexpectedly knelt down in gratitude. Ren Fenglu raised an eyebrow, but did not shy away. "How will you proceed?" "I possess 4 strands of essence, 3 of which are those of the seized cultivators. Estimating the number of souls to be restored, alongside potential errors, I will need to relinquish 2 strands of essence. Thus, I will employ 2 strands to aid in their restoration. My strength is insufficient, and I cannot spare too much focus. I should be able to restore 36 individuals at once." Ren Fenglu nodded. "That is a reasonable plan, not an impulsive act. You may commence." Xiaopingu inhaled deeply, his physical form seated in the middle of the long street as the 4 strands of essence separated from his body. 2 strands transformed from humanoid shapes into golden orbs of light. In Ren Fenglu's eyes, these 2 orbs of light split into 2 parts. which immediately divided into 18 segments the size of fingers. A total of 36 segments corresponded to the number of individuals in the rooms on either side, each entering a respective room. Renfolu cast a glance back and inquired, "Since you can restore others' essences, can you also trace the Soul Searcher?" The two strands of essence in the void, manipulating the 18 segments, looked toward Renfolu, barely concealing their excitement as they spoke in unison. "Indeed. It is precisely because the Soul Searcher was cautious that he inevitably left more traces. Additionally, since he searched the souls of the entire city simultaneously, the traces left behind must be even more abundant. Thus, I am certain I will yield results." "Is that so? Await your findings. Senior Ren, may I ask you something?" Why do you suddenly inquire? Will you personally advocate for these common people against the Soul Searcher?" "Not at all," Renfolu replied coldly. "You have sacrificed 2 strands of essence to restore their souls, which will undoubtedly diminish your strength. If you do not procure another strand of essence, how will you fulfill your promise to slay 897 cultivators?" Chapter 80. The Abyss reappears. The great compassionate hand measures depth. Renfolio's voice grew increasingly frigid. "You must remember, my only concern is myself. Assisting you is merely a means to cultivate you into a suitable nourishment. I am willing to be your nourishment." 2 primordial spirits bore the visage of Xiaopingger, their golden essence shimmering like tears. The task of mending a damaged soul is undeniably arduous. To avoid harming the slumbering souls, Xiaopingger was exceptionally focused, his meticulousness transcending mere caution. He approached each step with a serene mindset, deliberately slowing his pace and contemplating every action, even anticipating potential errors. Previously, Xiaopingger had never undertaken such a task. Yet, astonishingly, under his unwavering concentration, the initial restoration of souls occurred without a single misstep. However, Xiaopingger felt no pride or relaxation. He understood that the number 36 paled in comparison to 861. The process was exceedingly protracted, a weighty responsibility lay ahead. As time trickled by, Xiaopingger proceeded with his restoration at a deliberate rhythm. Renfolu, devoid of a nascent soul or primordial spirit, possessed only consciousness, his divine awareness. His formidable perception allowed him to envelop the entire four-direction city with a mere thought. Beneath his potent awareness, any sleeping individual awakening would be instantaneously perceived. With a simple gesture, he could accurately target their sleep point, ensuring they remained in slumber. Beyond that, Renfolu required no further actions, merely waiting. Under the cloak of night, the only sound was the breathing of the townsfolk. Renfolu's gaze became ethereal. After several hours, dawn approached. Renfolu frowned. Unsheathing the void sword by 3 inches, then with a wave of his hand, he summoned a veil akin to a celestial canopy that enveloped the entire four-direction city. The city was completely isolated, shrouded in darkness. To an outside observer, four-direction city had vanished, replaced by an impenetrable black fog, reminiscent of a curtain. Anyone familiar with the abyss above Yuzhou City would undoubtedly recognize it. Within the pitch-black confines of four-direction city, Xiaopingger persisted in his task. Fortunately, he was wholly engrossed in repairing the damaged souls. Otherwise, upon glancing up, he would be horrified to find himself surrounded by an oppressive aura. This malevolent energy stirred the skies above the city, tumultuous like an avalanche, surging like tidal waves, roaring like dragons and tigers, patrolling like specters. The scene was grand and overwhelming, a force that loomed perilously close, yet it emitted no sound. This was the world within the purgatorial tide. This was the realm where Renfolu had struggled for survival for 3 millennia. Gazing upwards, Renfolu felt as if he had returned to the past. The fluctuations of that malevolent aura were hauntingly familiar. The only difference was that he was now the master of the purgatorial tide, under his mental command. While the malevolent energy could still morph in myriad ways, it no longer possessed lethality, thus rendering it silent. Noon. Hundreds of miles from four-direction city. A figure clad in purple, the gentle and refined Li Hongya, halted, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the dense black fog enveloping the city. Had the abyss that once shrouded half of Yuzhou City reemerged? Li Hongya hailed from the mysterious cloud sect and was a close friend of Yan Qiming. Upon reading the missive from the immortal and mortal station, he understood Yan Qiming's whereabouts. However, upon arriving in Yuzhou City, he found only ashes, devoid of any trace of Yan Qiming. Just as disappointment clouded his face, he encountered the Grand Elder of the Flying Immortals sect, Lu Qingxiu. The Elder, rather haughty, disregarded Li Hongya and Apos' greeting. Fortunately, Li Hongya and Apos' eloquence prevailed, and upon mentioning Yan Qiming and Apos' name, he learned that Lu Qingxiu was also in search of her. The Elder shared her findings from soul-searching, yet Li Hongya discerned that they bore no connection to Yan Qiming's fate. Thus, they parted ways, each scouring the vicinity of Yuzhou City. Having witnessed the abyss that once loomed over Yuzhou City, the sight of it again stirred tumultuous emotions within Li Hongya. Had he not been poised to ascend to the prestigious position within the mysterious cloud sect, he might have ventured into its depths alongside predecessors. Now, confronted with the abyss once more, Li Hongya harbored no desire to enter. He was acutely aware that the inexplicable emergence of this abyss had resulted in the loss of hundreds of cultivators within the vast wilderness. While a few hailed from heretical sects, the majority were righteous cultivators. Even among the three foremost sects, many powerful figures had vanished without a trace. Even his dear friend Yan Qiming had stepped out of the misty woods to investigate the abyss's disappearance, only to lose her life and go missing. Thus, as Li Hongye beheld the abyss, his heart brimmed with fury. Moreover, the abyss's inexplicable appearances and disappearances, now re-emerging in a different location, gave him a disconcerting impression that it was being manipulated by unseen hands. The last time you emerged, you ensnared hundreds of cultivators and indirectly caused the disappearance of the esteemed Shonli. Now you reappear. Who do you intend to ensnare this time? Li Hongye muttered to himself, his figure flickering as he swiftly approached the edge of the abyss enveloping Four Directions City. Simultaneously, within the darkened confines of Four Directions City, Ren Fenglu smirked. The mysterious Cloud sect had always harbored compassion, eschewing swordsmanship, artifact crafting, and talisman creation, focusing solely on the cultivation of the hand of great compassion. This time, he would measure the abyss and Apos' depths with that very hand. Li Hongye whispered, and his aura transformed dramatically, the purple fabric billowing, his silver-white hair fluttering. With a countenance of compassion, his left palm faced upward, resting upon his abdomen, while his right hand formed a palm, slowly extending outward. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. Dark clouds obscured the sun, and a tempest arose. The ground trembled, fissures appearing. A towering primordial spirit enveloped Li Hongye and Apos' corporeal form, radiating golden light. The visage of the primordial spirit mirrored Li Hongye's, magnified many-fold. He appeared majestic, and the hand formed from his primordial essence mirrored his physical hand, slowly extending forth. As the abyss-like curtain before him seemed provoked, it caved inward partially, akin to a colossal beast yawning wide. In a single gulp, it consumed Li Hongye and Apos' brilliant, colossal hand propelled by his primordial essence. Beyond that, there was no sound, no extraordinary phenomena. It devoured so simply and naturally that in an instant, it severed the connection between Li Hongye and Apos' primordial essence in that golden, colossal hand. Indeed, it was no trifling matter. A heaviness settled in Li Hongye and Apos' heart. His countenance growing cold. If the great compassionate hand proves ineffective, then I must. Before he could finish, the abyss stirred suddenly. Two enormous, shadowy claws burst forth from its depths, swiftly appearing before Li Hongye's primordial spirit, tearing at its shoulders in a bid to forcibly drag his essence into the abyss. Chapter 81. The Compassionate Strike of the Flower. These two claws, robust and powerful, twisted like a dragon of black mist, forming a muscle that appeared almost tangible, strikingly conspicuous. I still do not believe you can rend my soul. Li Hongye and Apos' face was contorted with anger as the power of his soul coursed through his shoulders. The shoulders of his soul, already broad, expanded several times more under the enhancement of the soul power, as if clad in a layer of resplendent golden armor. At the points where the two black claws grasped, brilliant golden light emanated, and spikes of soul power formed, piercing into the black claws with a soft hiss. Li Hongye's resistance did not cease there. He unleashed a barrage of soul blades from his mouth, aiming them at the massive arms of the black claws. The dazzling soul blades effortlessly sliced through the black claws. However, to Li Hongye's astonishment, the black claws were as pliable as decayed mud. The soul blades penetrated easily. Yet they did not sever completely. Logically, the ease of penetration suggested that the black claws were not sturdy. Yet, the clarity of the connection between Li Hongye and the soul blades revealed the bitter truth. The soul blades that delved deep into the black claws received the most genuine feedback. The black claws seemed to possess countless mouths, each gnawing at the soul blades, gradually eroding their power. Do you think I possess only this degree of skill? Li Hongye and Apos' expression darkened as he shook his towering golden-headed soul. His golden hair transformed into resplendent serpents, hissing with elongated golden tongues. They surged forward, biting into the black claws in an attempt to rend them to ashes. The black claws did not evade. Whether from ignorance or indifference, they allowed the soul serpents to latch on. A rush of joy filled Li Hongye's heart as he sensed the pulling force of the claws diminish. Effective. With his hair gone, only a gleaming bald head remained. Yet Li Hongye bore a smile of triumph. He opened his mouth again, unleashing another wave of soul blades. If brute force alone is insufficient, then I shall summon thousands. Millions. Both Li Hongye's corporeal form and soul radiated confidence. As the swarm of soul blades relentlessly struck the black claws, they were reduced to tatters, leaving only thin strands of black mist that desperately clung to connect the two claws. Li Hongye sneered, obstinate. He opened his mouth once more, this time unleashing thousands upon thousands of soul blades that howled forward. Even against the thin strands of black mist, Li Hongye did not underestimate them. He placed great hope in these countless soul blades, striving for a decisive victory. Just as the multitude of soul blades was about to strike, the abyss before him suddenly shifted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. To his shock, 4 additional black claws emerged, each thicker than the previous 2. Both Li Hongye's corporeal form and soul were momentarily stunned. Before they could revel in the severance of the initial claws, the newly emerged claws seized his shoulders and legs. Caught off guard, Li Hongye felt a momentary daze. It was in this fleeting instant that his towering soul arms nearly faced obliteration. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, replenishing his soul power just in time to protect his shoulders. Yet, while he preserved his shoulders, he had lost the chance to fortify his legs. By the time he regained his senses, the black claws had already dragged his legs several yards away. Li Hongye's immense soul advanced several paces, drawing him closer to the terrifying abyss. Li Hongye was horrified. He realized he had been overly presumptuous. It was your appearance over Yuzhou City that misled me. He recalled that when this abyss appeared above Yuzhou City, it had never initiated an attack, allowing cultivators to explore freely. Thus, he had initially believed the abyss posed no threat, which led him to test it with his compassionate techniques. However, the reappearance of the abyss now clearly indicated a bizarre transformation. It had developed an aggressive intent, and a ferocious one at that. The emergence of these 4 black claws was evidently an attempt to forcibly drag his soul into the abyss. Naturally, Li Hongye would not permit such a fate. He struggled with all his might. Until now, he had fought with his soul, but now he unleashed his corporeal form. His body, once enveloped by the soul, suddenly closed its eyes, displaying an air of serenity, exuding an inexplicable divine aura. Under the subtle control of his soul, his corporeal form harnessed the vast spiritual energy from his dantian, converging it upon his right hand, specifically at the thumb and index finger. Li Hongye's corporeal form surged forward. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the abyss. He still had not opened his eyes, maintaining a serene expression. His right hand raised. The thumb and index finger met in a gesture of plucking a flower. The flower strike, with a graceful sweep of his hand. A brilliant floral silhouette appeared between his fingers. This silhouette was akin to a blade, a sword, or a flame, embodying a fierce destructive power that flashed within the abyss. In an instant, the abyss, solid as a curtain, was cleaved open by the flower strike, creating a profound chasm. Simultaneously, Li Hongye's corporeal form opened its eyes. His compassionate gaze fell upon the seemingly unclosable rift, only to discover that it was filled with even denser black mist. This mist was darker and more substantial than the outer layer. Just a glance imbued Li Hongye with the realization that within this inky haze lay boundless brutality and murderous intent. This is murderous aura. So much of it. So dense, so pure. How many murderous fiends must have perished to coalesce such an essence? Li Hongye and Appos' corporeal form recognized the origin of this black mist. And without a moment in Appos' hesitation, he sought to escape. But it was too late. The mist had sensed the presence of his corporeal form, growing increasingly agitated, forming a grotesque visage in a matter of moments. Just as Li Hongye and Appos' body contemplated retreat, the face, imbued with a savage aura, lunged forward, devouring him whole. Simultaneously, the deep chasm created by the flower strike sealed itself again, rendering the abyss indistinguishable from its former state, like a curtain. Yet, Li Hongye's soul was seething with rage. The connection between his soul and corporeal form had been severed. My body has been seized. The soul of Li Hongye roared in anguish. Though he possessed more than one corporeal form, the remaining bodies were stowed away in his dimensional pouch. The monstrous entity formed from the amassed murderous aura not only consumed his body but also claimed the pouch containing the others. Cursed fate. It was bad enough that I had not yet discovered the whereabouts of my old friend. Now I have lost my corporeal form as well. This truly is a significant loss. The soul of Li Hongye glared at the black claws that gripped his shoulders and legs, his expression growing ever more frigid. It is time to fight for my life. Otherwise, I fear my very soul may vanish. Chapter 82. The Silent World. Deafening. The path of the primordial spirit is formless and shapeless, its transformations dictated by the heart. I have always fought in human form, which is indeed a manifestation. Suddenly, the primordial spirit of Li Hongye experienced an epiphany. The form follows the heart and Appos' movement. The towering primordial spirit, measuring dozens of zhang, abruptly transformed into a magnificent swimming fish. The resplendent golden fish glided effortlessly, easily evading the grasp of the 4 black-clawed giant arms. Yet, he forgot that fish possess fins and tails. This tumultuous abyss clearly would not allow him to escape so easily. The 4 black claws swiftly seized the fins and the conspicuously large golden tail of the primordial spirit fish. Captured once more, Li Hongye's primordial spirit was no longer in a state of panic. With a singular focus on escape, his thoughts raced. In the blink of an eye, the colossal and majestic fish morphed into an earthworm. The earthworm, also known as a small dragon of the soil, is exceedingly slippery and devoid of any protrusions, making it ideal for escape. However, the power of Li Hongye's primordial spirit was too formidable. The earthworm's form was indeed exaggerated, spanning hundreds of zhang and quite thick. It required 3 or 4 adults to encircle it hand in hand. This resulted in Li Hongye escaping the black claws yet again, only to be caught once more. Undeterred, he transformed again. This time, he became a golden river. Water is formless and shapeless, elusive and difficult to grasp. Li Hongye felt a glimmer of hope for escape this time. Indeed, as the 4 black claws descended, the golden river of primordial spirit was incorporeal. slipping away gracefully from between the claws. Undoubtedly, this was a significant triumph, although he had only distanced himself a few zhang from the abyss. It undeniably bolstered Li Hongya's confidence. Yet, before he could revel in his success, he watched in dismay as the four black claws, having failed to catch him, suddenly lunged forward with a speed surpassing his own. As the claws approached the Golden River, they swiftly converged, transforming into a massive black bowl. Water, being formless and shapeless, can be easily captured if all gaps are filled, like a bowl, a tank, a lake, or an ocean. This abyss could not possess such intelligence. It must be under human control. Li Hongya's heart raced with frustration as he, transformed into the Golden River, was on the brink of being drawn into the enormous black bowl formed by the black claws. His thoughts stirred, and once again he transformed. This time, his burgeoning primordial spirit became a swirling cloud of golden dandelions. When the wind blew, the dandelions scattered, much like fine dust in the void, drifting in all directions. Li Hongya was prepared to sever his tail to survive. At this moment, he felt a pang of regret. Never had he felt such resentment towards his own powerful primordial spirit, which made transforming into smaller creatures or plants exceedingly challenging, rendering his escape nearly impossible. Now, his primordial spirit had transformed into countless dandelion seeds, swaying in the wind. He sought not to escape entirely, nor even to escape most of it. Merely to flee a fraction, for him, would constitute victory. In the future, with this fragment of primordial spirit, he could select a suitable host to possess and, with the resources of the Misty Sect, gradually restore his strength. However, the subsequent transformation of the immense black bowl plunged Li Hongya into despair. He witnessed the black bowl pulsating with dark light, transforming into a gigantic fan, casting shadow over the world with a mere flick. Instantly, a tempest arose. The golden dandelion seeds danced wildly towards the abyss at an alarming speed. The appearance of this pitch-black fan made even Li Hongya, the victim, involuntarily exclaim in admiration. Truly, it was utterly magnificent. Li Hongya had nearly divided his primordial spirit into myriad dandelion seeds. He could not swiftly reclaim all his primordial power in time to resist this fierce wind. As he drew closer to the abyss, Li Hongya felt a bitter irony in his laughter. Yet, in the next moment, a realization dawned upon him. This abyss, despite being faster and more versatile than he, possessed strength far superior to his own. Logically, although his transformations were exquisite, before the abyss, they were akin to a minor sorcerer facing a grand mage. He understood well that the abyss could have destroyed portions of his primordial spirit multiple times, yet it allowed him to flee. Why was that? It seemed that the abyss had no intention of harming his primordial spirit. Rather, it aimed to capture him alive? What did that mean? Imprisonment? As the abyss opened a gaping maw several zhang high, the myriad golden dandelion seeds that formed Li Hongya and Apos, as primordial spirit rapidly converged, coalescing into the colossal figure of Li Hongya himself. The abyss responded with an opening that soared to dozens of zhang. Since you wish to capture me as a prisoner, I shall boldly confront the cage forged from your malevolent energy. Li Hongya stood less than a zhang from the abyss, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. He clasped his hands behind his back, raised his chin, and wore an expression of calmness. The demeanor of the Misty Sect and Apos' leader was evident as Li Hongya stepped into the dark chasm. As he entered, the abyss and Apos' gaping maw sealed shut, plunging him into complete darkness. Fortunately, his primordial spirit was sufficiently grand and radiant, illuminating the surrounding area. He resembled a beacon in the night, shedding light on a corner of this abyssal world unknown to outsiders. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was a realm devoid of sound. Endless malevolence transformed in myriad ways, resembling mountains, celestial palaces, and hell itself, as various monstrous beasts clashed and myriad calamities unfolded. The ferocity and brutality were palpable, yet not a single sound emerged. Li Hongya could not even hear his own breath or heartbeat, quickly recalling that his physical body had long been stripped away, leaving the primordial spirit devoid of such functions. He traversed the soundless realm, stepping upon a void. He bore witness to the silent tragedies that flickered before him. Only slaughter and disaster, only blood and death. The surrounding silence was terrifying, as if boundless. Relying on the golden light emitted by his primordial spirit, Li Hongya advanced step by step, yet within this soundless world, he had become utterly disoriented, unable to find an end. Over time, his gaze grew vacant. Anyone who lingered in this realm filled with slaughter and death, yet devoid of sound, would likely succumb to madness, wouldn't they? As he pondered this, a sound suddenly pierced his ears. He beheld a horrific scene unfolding before him, a massive black sun plummeting from an immeasurable height. The rumble of its descent filled his ears, accompanied by the despairing cries of countless cultivators. Li Hongya found it jarring. Turning to witness yet another grim tableau, a two-headed giant wolf wielding its teeth as blades, mercilessly slaughtering a cultivator. The heavy panting of the wolf echoed, along with the sound of blood gushing from the cultivator's body and the latter's impotent rage. Li Hongya averted his gaze, but the horrific scenes relentlessly manifested before him. He shut his eyes, yet with only his primordial spirit, his senses remained acutely attuned. As he closed his eyes, the myriad tragedies around him surged into his consciousness, filling his ears with a cacophony of sounds, roars, howls, bones cracking, flesh tearing, thunderous rumbles, stampedes, and even the sounds of worlds collapsing and entire realms being obliterated. Li Hongye felt on the brink of insanity. Who could endure such days? Chapter 83. Retracing the past, erasing the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit, Li Hongye, let out a piercing scream, only to be met with a cacophony of bizarre and tragic scenes, along with an unending chorus of anguished voices echoing in his ears. Abruptly, he opened his eyes. Instantly, the overwhelming noise faded to near silence, leaving only the sounds emanating from the scenes before him. It became evident that by merely using his eyes to observe, he could diminish the auditory disturbances from the surrounding horrors. Li Hongye understood that, despite his reluctance to witness the atrocities, he no longer resisted. Compared to the pervasive torment resonating through his entire being, it was a lesser evil to allow only his eyes to be tainted. He trudged through the darkness, suppressing his discomfort as he surveyed countless horrors. In the boundless malevolence, devoid of any tangible reference, he could no longer perceive the passage of time. Li Hongye was oblivious to how long he had wandered in this dark realm. He only knew that the horrors he had witnessed far surpassed the cumulative experiences of several generations. After an indeterminate period, he began to lose his sense of self. He appeared almost deranged, pleading and struggling alongside the victims of the atrocities, while simultaneously unleashing his own powers in sync with the aggressors. As if he were one of the assailants himself, slashing with blades and wielding the sword of his spirit to annihilate. His state grew increasingly muddled, nearly entirely influenced by the gruesome displays, with few moments of clarity. Even in his lucid intervals, he struggled to discern his own identity, often conjuring various weapons with his spiritual power, murmuring, "I am lightning. I am a demon. I am a wolf. I am a wretch. I am a gentleman. I am a harlot." Logically, a cultivator at the pinnacle of the transformation realm should not possess such frailty of spirit. Yet, this abyssal world was undeniably peculiar. With the flow of time accelerated significantly, one day outside equated to nearly a year and a half within. Coupled with the acute sensitivity of his primordial spirit state, he was perpetually tormented by the gruesome scenes. Even though Li Hongye realized that observing with only his eyes could mitigate the torment, it did not eradicate it. The suffering merely diminished. Furthermore, this realm was one of unrelenting slaughter and calamity, initially silent. Once curiosity took hold, and he began to watch, a barrage of sounds from the horrors would assail him, mentally tormenting him. Most would have succumbed to madness long ago. That Li Hongye could endure for nearly half a day was indeed remarkable. Even Ren Fenglu, who had been observing Li Hongye with his divine sense, could not help but nod approvingly. In the past, over a dozen cultivators had entered this purgatorial tide and reached the transformation realm before him, with likely more having attained the refinement realm. Yet only he, having achieved the pinnacle of the condensation realm, had managed to withstand the treacherous tides of this world for 3,000 years, ultimately escaping and successfully subjugating the purgatorial tide. But how far had he truly come? Merely spectating the horrors and listening to the voices had nearly led him to the brink of losing himself. When those atrocities emerged from the shadows to become reality and turned their wrath upon him, when apocalyptic scenes descended upon him, would he not immediately succumb to despair? Ren Fenglu silently mocked this notion, choosing not to further escalate the difficulty of the purgatorial tide. He believed that the current influences were sufficient to obliterate Li Hongye's consciousness entirely. In the dark city, Ren Fenglu glanced at the industrious Xiaopinggu, noticing that progress in restoring the souls of the entire city was nearing completion. Within the hour, Xiaopinggu should conclude his task. In the void, the two primordial spirits abandoned by Xiaopinggu had weakened to the brink of dissolution, their size reduced to that of a grinding disk, their faint golden light flickering as if on the verge of vanishing. The other two spirits controlling the primordial power also appeared haggard, devoid of the brilliance that should accompany a primordial spirit. Ren Fenglu shook his head, snapping his fingers to incapacitate 70 or 80 individuals on the verge of awakening. Then, with a swift motion, he entered the purgatorial tide. Re-entering this familiar ground, he felt none of the initial trepidation. With each step he took, the surrounding horrors dissipated, morphing into swirling clouds of malevolence. Upon recognizing him, these sinister energies swirled around him as if they were playful clouds frolicking before their master. Disregarding them, he strode forward and soon stood before Li Hongye. The current state of Li Hongye was dire. His form remained tall, indicating that he had not lost much of his primordial power. Yet, the once resplendent radiance of his spirit was now shrouded in a layer of grayish dust, dimming the light he emitted. This was a sign that his consciousness was on the verge of extinction. This was precisely Ren Fenglu's purpose for being here. Once the consciousness of a primordial spirit vanished, it would quickly dissipate, if not contained immediately by extraordinary means. Ren Fenglu's efforts in commanding the purgatorial tide would be in vain. Li Hongye's awareness grew hazy. He struggled to open his eyes, faintly perceiving a speck of light beneath him. However, the light was too minuscule to capture his attention, and after a cursory glance, he continued his aimless march. Realizing this, Ren Fenglu appeared diminutive before the towering Li Hongye. The glow of the ink flame glass armor radiated, manifesting a pair of wings formed of ink flame. allowing him to ascend and hover before Li Hongye and Apos' eyes. At last, Li Hongye discerned Ren Fenglu, and a look of terror flooded his murky, colossal eyes as he exclaimed, "Winged One, you actually came from beyond the world to slay me? Are you here to take my life?" Ren Fenglu was taken aback, surprised that Li Hongye mistook him for a being from one of the gruesome saints. He refrained from responding immediately, instead examining the depths of Li Hongye and Apos' eyes. Surmising that those transformation realm experts who had previously entered the purgatorial tide likely shared a similar fate, consciousness on the brink of obliteration, their flesh reduced to bones over time. Gazing into those immense eyes, Ren Fenglu felt as though he were looking at a fellow traveler. After a moment and Apos' reflection, he spoke softly, "You are weary." "I, weary?" Li Hongye's eyes were filled with confusion, and after a pause, he nodded, "I am indeed tired. So tired. Are you here to kill me?" Ren Fenglu's voice grew solemn as he shook his head. "I will not kill you. That would bring you too much pain. Sleep now, and everything will be over. You will not kill me. Want me to sleep, to rest." Li Hongye repeated Ren Fenglu's words in a daze, his voice gradually lowering. As the dim glow of his primordial spirit and Apos' eyelids drooped, Li Hongye and Apos' consciousness entirely faded away, leaving behind a colossal primordial spirit devoid of ownership, its dim light beginning to flicker, showing signs of dissolution. Ren Fenglu's gaze sharpened. He spread his wings and swiftly retreated. Once he had distanced himself by hundreds of feet, he halted, raising his hand and sweeping it outward. The surrounding malevolence roared, coalescing into a massive, pitch-black curtain, tightly enveloping the colossal primordial spirit on the verge of vanishing, preventing even a sliver from escaping. If he could compress it down to the size of a palm and hand it to Xiaopingu, even with his meager strength, it would be impossible to refine it in a short time. Though it would require some effort, it would be a worthwhile initial investment. Chapter 84. This is humanity. On this night, under the radiant moon and a sky adorned with countless stars, the citizens of the Four Corners city indulged in an extraordinarily long and beautiful dream. In this enchanting reverie, warmth enveloped them, and their wishes materialized. Fields yielded abundant harvests, children gathered around their knees, and generations coexisted in harmony. Scholars achieved great success, attaining various official positions to safeguard their communities. Even the ruffians transformed their dispositions, uniting to build a prosperous Four Corners city, leading fulfilling lives. Though courtship faced occasional obstacles, ultimately, lovers found their partners, and those ailing parents and grandparents, under tender care, recovered from their ailments. Remarkably, even the dazed ancestors awakened, sharing laughter and enjoying numerous family reunions. The bountiful harvests were not squandered. All were purchased by merchants at fair prices. Upon awakening, the people discovered it was but a dream. Though ephemeral, the joy within the dream instilled in them a profound hope for the future. They pushed open their windows, only to find the darkness of night still enveloping them. Yet, each individual felt invigorated, fatigue forgotten, albeit with a slight numbness in their legs and a twinge in their waists. How long had they slept? Each pondered, yet no answer was destined to emerge. They opened their doors, lanterns in hand, and found many neighbors equally radiant, sharing the same vitality. "Ken and Apos, do you sleep either?" one inquired. "Not a hint of drowsiness." "What is the point of sleep? My waist aches as if I've been through the ringer, haha." "Nonsense. I've certainly slept long enough. My back hurts too." "It must be you, roughneck, who has no regard for my well-being." "Haha. What is so funny? Why mock others? Admit it. Didn't you contribute to my back pain?" "Ah. Come now, don't hit. I swear I know nothing. Hey, let us not quarrel. Since we're all awake, why not gather around a bonfire to dance and sing?" "That sounds delightful. Considering how recently we've rebuilt Four Corners City, we've all been too busy to gather. This is a splendid chance to reconnect and share our stories." "Excellent suggestion. Are we all in agreement?" "Good. Then let us proceed as our sister-in-law suggested." "All right, everyone. Let us get moving. Those gathering firewood, collect more. And if anyone has wine, bring it forth. Don't forget to grab some snacks, seeds, peanuts, and whatnot." "What is that? You want popcorn? Fine, let Grandpa Chue make some fresh for you." "Fireworks? Oh, yes. Let us set off some fireworks." Giving the children a taste of the New Year's spirit. "Want red envelopes? Dream on. Only once a year, and I already gave you yours this year." Bang, bang. The vibrant fireworks exploded in the night sky. The citizens ignited dozens of bonfires along the broad street, encircling them while enjoying peanuts, spitting out shells, dancing, and calling out. As they shared stories, laughter and playful banter echoed like firecrackers. Suddenly, a loud bang akin to thunder erupted as a pot exploded, releasing a cloud of thick smoke. The children, who had been covering their ears and waiting, were filled with surprise and fear upon seeing the smoke. They let go of their small hands and rushed into it. "Popcorn! Warm popcorn!" They cheered, scrambling for the large sack just retrieved from the pot by the elders. They fought over handfuls of popcorn, munching and dropping bits everywhere. The smaller, leaner children who couldn't push through lay on the ground, collecting the fallen treats. On the bonfire, meat sizzled, the dripping fat crackling as it fell into the flames, sending rich aromas wafting through the air. Amidst the shadows at the city gate, Xiaopingu watched the joyous crowd with exhilaration, tears welling up in his crimson eyes as he empathized with their happiness. He wiped his eyes and sincerely remarked, "This is how ordinary people ought to live. Such individuals should not have their lives stolen for 20 years. Ren Fenglu, possessing a formidable presence, surveyed the crowd. Sensing their elation, for reasons unknown, his heart felt a faint warmth. This scene was indeed more pleasing than the solitary purgatory he had endured. Xiao Pingu clenched his fists, gazing eagerly at Ren Fenglu, exclaiming, "Elder Ren, do you see? This is humanity. This is the warmth of human existence. This is why the secular world remains untouched by the realm of cultivation. Look how adorable these people are, how warm their smiles. Except for that mischievous child in split pants, who is being quite naughty, urinating in public." Ren Fenglu allowed Xiao Pingu to finish without interruption. When the child's antics shattered Xiao Pingu and Appo's excitement, Ren Fenglu calmly said, "In 100 years, no, in 50 years, will these people still be here? And what about you?" Xiao Pingu's smile faltered as he realized Ren Fenglu's detachment from humanity. Apart from resembling a person, he lacked any semblance of human warmth. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly recovered, saying, "In 50 years, while many may have passed on, the next generation will still exist. They too will experience moments of joy like today. Although they may not live as long as the top cultivators, they will lead lives that many cultivators never will. Full lives filled with birth, aging, illness, and death, which is the journey every human must traverse. And the reason humanity can continue through the ages." Ren Fenglu, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "Do you relish the idea of growing old? Or of illness? Or death?" This, Xiao Pingu found himself at a loss once more, realizing he should not engage in such discussions with someone so detached from humanity. "Remember, you are merely a cultivator. With a daunting task ahead, you must eliminate 897 cultivators." Ren Fenglu cast a cold glance at the speechless Xiao Pingu, stating, "The task is complete. We must take our leave." A bitter expression crossed Xiao Pingu's face as he contemplated the daunting number yet to be addressed, compounded by the pain of having lost 2 of his soul fragments. "Is that you, Brother Immortal? Brother Immortal?" Just as they turned to depart, a clear voice rang out. Xiao Pingu turned in surprise to see a robust, dark-skinned boy standing by a wooden post, gazing intently at them. Observing the boy's eyes, Xiao Pingu realized he was not being called. Intrigued, he glanced at Ren Fenglu, wondering if this boy was an acquaintance of his. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Pingu noted the boy's remarkable physique, suggesting he had been nourished by the essence of the world, albeit in a meager way, lacking systematic training. In a realm where spiritual energy was nearly non-existent, this boy was indeed an anomaly. Xiao Pingu marveled silently, eager to see Ren Fenglu's reaction. Ren Fenglu paused and turned back, looking at the boy who had once cried before him, his expression stoic as he asked, "Have you defeated those who bullied you?" "I knew it was you, Brother Immortal. I recognized you from your armor. I can't believe you remember me, Chinner," the boy exclaimed, racing forward, flexing his arm muscles, nearly shouting, "I won. I won. I have triumphed over them all and subdued them. Brother Immortal, no one dares to bully Chinner any longer." Ren Fenglu nodded slightly, casting a glance at the astonished Xiao Pingu before turning to leave. "Brother Immortal, are you departing?" Chinner, caught off guard by his sudden departure, desperately attempted to follow. In that moment, a strange feeling enveloped him, as if he would never again encounter this immortal brother. A wave of sadness washed over him, igniting a fervent desire to pursue. Yet, no matter how hard he ran, the figure of Brother Immortal grew ever more distant, fading further away. "Brother Immortal, farewell." Chinner, with red-rimmed eyes, forlornly made his way back into the bustling crowd. Chapter 85. If you do not abandon me. I wish to bow as your disciple. The long night lingered. The bright moon hung high. Amongst the mountains, the shape of Tianlang Lake resembled a celestial wolf, its waters reflecting the moonlight, pristine and clear. A gentle night breeze caressed the surface of the lake, causing ripples to dance, shattering and reassembling the moon's reflection. Suddenly, a figure appeared upon the lake's surface. Tall and upright, clad in form-fitting glassy armor, with slightly curled long hair flowing gracefully in the wind. The wind stirred the lake, the ripples overlapping, causing the reflection to sway as if it were on the verge of vanishing. Ren Fenglu gazed at his own reflection in the water, observing the relentless waves, watching as the eyes in the reflection fragmented and then reformed within the ripples. People inevitably grow old and perish, yet the mountains and waters will endure through the ages. Mountains may collapse and sink, waters may flow away and dry up. However, after many years, the mountains will still be mountains, and the waters will still be waters. The deceased will ultimately cease to exist, and the newborn will not grow into those who have passed. I disregard that child because his fate is sealed. Xiao Pingu, do you believe I am correct in my reflections? Ren Fenglu pondered, turning to the distant figure of Xiao Pingu. Xiao Pingu blinked in surprise, never expecting Ren to pose such profound questions, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he managed a strained smile. "Ren, such inquiries are far too intricate for me. I am but a minor character, and I cannot fathom them." However, Xiao Pingu shifted his tone. "I cannot judge whether your actions are right or wrong, for I lack the qualifications. I only know one thing." Ren Fenglu waited in silence, his eyes fixed on Xiao Pingu. The latter suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, his nervousness compelling him to take a deep breath before he continued. To be a person is to be true to oneself. Follow your heart and do what you desire. Regardless of whether it is good or bad, if you wish for it, you should pursue it. As for right and wrong, and the consequences, they are of little consequence. For both good and bad will be borne by the self of that time. They are matters of the future. If one hesitates to act due to the anticipation of consequences, that is excessive timidity. Moreover, the future is beyond our control. At any moment, an event, thought, or encounter could alter the course of destiny. In simpler terms, even if one foresees a negative outcome, unforeseen circumstances may lead to a favorable conclusion. Conversely, the future remains unpredictable. The only thing we can grasp is the present. Upon finishing, Xiaopingu felt a sense of disbelief at his own words. Reflecting on the lengthy discourse, he found it hard to believe those thoughts had come from his own mouth. Yet, in light of his experiences in Xifeng City, he felt an undeniable resonance with the wisdom conveyed in his words. He had not considered the repercussions of sacrificing two of his own spirits to assist others. He had not pondered whether he would regret facing formidable foes due to diminished strength. At that moment, his sole intention was to assist the people. It was precisely because he had not contemplated the potential aftermath that he could act with unwavering resolve. Furthermore, he did so wholeheartedly, devoid of any selfish motives. Thus, the missteps throughout the process were far fewer than he had anticipated. Ren Fenglu regarded Xiaopingu with a profound gaze, as if seeing him for the first time. After a lengthy silence, he nodded. Then I have acted correctly. Indeed, of course. Upon hearing this, Xiaopingu smiled broadly, eager to nod, yet hesitant. Ren Fenglu paid no heed to Xiaopingu's unease and inquired, have you uncovered traces of the Soul Seeker? The moment serious matters were broached, Xiaopingu's reticence vanished, replaced by excitement. Not only did I find traces, but the individual indeed seemed reluctant to harm the souls of the populace, thus being overly cautious and leaving numerous clues. I not only found them, but I also discovered the Seeker's visage within the consciousness of a somewhat lucid citizen. Ren Fenglu frowned. I didn't expect this person to be so careless. With gain comes loss, Xiaopingu replied, beginning to sketch the Seeker's visage in the void with his spirit. It was the face of an elderly woman, her brows nearly entirely absent, her visage etched with wrinkles. Upon seeing this face, Ren Fenglu immediately recognized the Soul Seeker. Indeed, it was the elderly woman he had gazed upon from 500 miles away the previous day. Ren Fenglu narrowed his eyes, observing Xiaopingu's eager expression, and suddenly asked, do you remember this face? Xiaopingu, confused, nodded. As a cultivator in the transformation realm, he possessed sufficient memory. Ren Fenglu continued, since you remember, this person is one of the 897 you will have to kill in the future. What? Xiaopingu gasped in shock, nearly leaping into the air. As he landed, his heart raced, and he stared blankly, questioning if he had misheard. Senior Ren, did you not misspeak? He pointed at his own nose, his face drained of color. That is a top-tier cultivator in the refinement realm. She is on the verge of becoming a formidable being in the void realm. How can I dare to kill her? Ren Fenglu replied, because you can seize the spirits of others, and this matter is one you have willingly approached. What of seizing spirits? She is a top-tier cultivator in the refinement realm. Even if luck favored me and I managed to seize the spirits of 10 transformation realm cultivators, I would still appear as a slightly stronger ant before her. As for willingly approaching, I admit I have no rebuttal. Xiaopingu was on the verge of tears, gazing imploringly at Ren Fenglu, hoping he would not insist on including her on his list of targets. Ren Fenglu scoffed. You think to confront a top-tier cultivator in the refinement realm with merely 10 transformation realm spirits? You are being overly simplistic. I never suggested confrontation. Xiaopingu fell silent, unable to respond. Ren Fenglu added, however, if you possess the spirits of 10 peak transformation realm cultivators, you may not be able to confront her, but at least you would have a chance to escape. Xiaopingu promptly sealed his lips. As a mid-stage cultivator in the transformation realm, he had no capacity to seize the spirits of peak transformation realm cultivators. Here, take this. It contains a spirit from a peak transformation realm cultivator. Suddenly, Ren Fenglu tossed something casually. Xiaopingu's vision blurred as a black mist, the size of a fragrant pouch, flew toward him. Instinctively, he caught it, feeling an icy chill penetrate his bones, accompanied by a wave of sinister thoughts that surged in his mind, nearly causing him to discard it. Be cautious. The spirit is enveloped in an overwhelming aura of malevolence. You must remain steadfast in your heart and not be swayed, lest you become a mindless beast driven solely by slaughter. The spirit resides within. I will impart the incantation to you. Remember, it is a complete spirit of a peak transformation realm cultivator, devoid of any consciousness. Once you have fully refined it, bury this malevolent essence 800 fathoms beneath the earth. To prevent Xiaopingu's potentially catastrophic descent into bloodshed, Ren Fenglu patiently advised him. Upon hearing this, Xiaopingu steadied his mind, barely containing his excitement as he recited the incantation before Ren Fenglu, unraveling a corner of the malevolent essence. Indeed, he beheld the terrifying spirit at the peak of the transformation realm. Xiaopingu's eyes filled with tears of joy as he resealed the malevolent essence. Turning to Ren Fenglu, He bowed deeply. If you do not forsake me, I wish to be your adopted son. No, I wish to be your ancestor. Chapter 86. Cloak. Lean horse, journey to Luoqing. Ren Fenglu furrowed his brow, and with a swift motion, he kicked Xiaopingu over 30 paces away. Attempting to curry favor while disregarding an agreement? Ren Fenglu scoffed coldly, his expression darkening. Xiaopingu sprang to his feet, dusting himself off and grinning foolishly. Approaching with a serious demeanor, he expressed his gratitude. I was merely joking, Senior Ren, please do not take it to heart. I have just lost 2 primordial spirits. And you have granted me one at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. I cannot fathom how to repay such kindness. I assure you, henceforth, I will obey your every command, even if it means facing perilous trials. Ren Fenglu cast him a sidelong glance and suddenly inquired, what if I were to ask you to eradicate the disciples of the Zizai sect? Xiaopingu paused, then laughed heartily, as long as you command it. I will engage those ancient veterans of the holy sect in a fair fight. Yet, I dare say the outcome would likely be my demise. Ren Fenglu shook his head and replied languidly, do you truly think that with my current strength, I would require your assistance? Xiaopingu's eyes twinkled as he retorted, that is not necessary, for your strength is unmatched. However, should there come a time when you are unable to act, merely inform me, and I shall execute your will with flair. Ren Fenglu was disinclined to waste words on this fellow, who was solely fixated on repaying favors. Drawing the void sword a mere 3 inches from its sheath, he summoned Li Hongya's lifeless body from the depths of the infernal tide. This person's physical form is also at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, remarkably resilient. How you choose to utilize it is entirely up to you. A body at the pinnacle of the transformation realm? It could rival the hardness of tricolored exotic gold. Xiaopingu and Amp, Appo's eyes gleamed with avarice. He was at a loss for words to express his gratitude to Ren Fenglu, for any amount of thanks seemed ineffectual before such a true treasure. He immediately bent over the lifeless form, eagerly rummaging about, as if he had discovered a priceless artifact. He quickly found a sleeve pouch, opting to stow it away for now rather than opening it. Lo and behold, there was still blood. 1 drop of transformation realm blood could incinerate 100,000 blades of grass. Regrettably, the blood had already congealed, appearing as if it had been dead for a year or 2. Even with spiritual liquid to soften it, its potency would be significantly diminished. Nonetheless, it would suffice against ordinary nascent soul cultivators, barely qualifying as a treasure. The bones could be used for crafting, their sharpness comparable to mid-grade spiritual treasures. As for the flesh, I do not consume meat. I shall find a place to bury it. In a fleeting moment, Xiaopingu had formulated his plan for disposing of the body. Ren Fenglu, somewhat surprised, remarked, you intend to dismember such a formidable physique? Shouldn't you consider refining it into your own? Refining a body? Humph. Xiaopingu scoffed disdainfully. I have long believed that those top-tier powerhouses have strayed from the path. Why cultivate an excess body? Are they prepared to flee at a moment's notice? To think of an escape route while facing an opponent is to concede defeat from the outset. With an air of pride, he continued, as cultivators, we must always be ready to embrace death to achieve rebirth, to possess the resolve to fight to the bitter end. Like that venerable Sun Buki of the Jingxian sect. Though he ultimately perished, he transcended his own limits. Moreover, he fell at the hands of Senior Ren, and there is no injustice in that. When discussing Sun Buki, whom he had personally interred, Xiaopingu's face was filled with admiration. Intriguing, Ren Fenglu mused, though I am uncertain of the viability of your theory. Your attitude inspires a degree of belief in me. He then fixed his gaze upon Xiaopingu, stating earnestly, however, you must remember your mission. You remain my sustenance. Should you fail to eliminate those 897 cultivators, you will have breached our agreement. Even in death, I shall locate your remains and reduce you to ashes. Xiaopingu felt a chill run down his spine, acutely aware of Ren Fenglu and Amp, Appo's ruthlessness. Very well, you need not accompany me any further. Your constant formality is rather tiresome. Ren Fenglu waved dismissively. Ah, Senior Ren, must we part so soon? Xiaopingu felt reluctant, sheepishly adding, I still wish to hear more of your invaluable teachings. Seeing Ren Fenglu's expression grow cold, Xiaopingu immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating, Senior Ren, I must now refine my primordial spirit. However, I wonder how I shall find you in the future? With one hand gripping his sword and the other resting behind his back. Ren Fenglu gazed at his reflection in the lake and replied calmly, did you not just say, one should be true to oneself? Thus, once you emerge from your seclusion, you need not seek me, for you will naturally know where I am. And thus it concluded, a being capable of effortlessly manipulating a peak transformation realm powerhouse, disregarding the lives of those at the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm. Now, he was to embark on a journey of self-discovery, following his own heart. Free from the constraints of mundane cultivators, what actions might such a person undertake? Xiaopingu dared not imagine. Yet, he understood that when he next emerged from his seclusion, the very heavens might tremble. Could it be that even the ancient grandmasters, concealed in their own retreats, would be roused from their slumber? A shiver coursed through Xiaopingu, and he refrained from contemplating further, bowing respectfully as he took his leave. Ren Fenglu turned to observe Xiaopingu racing away as if fleeing from a dire threat. one might mistakenly believe he was being chased. He cast one last glance at his reflection in the lake, contemplating the depths of his own gaze before he too began to move. The mortal realm is vast and boundless. The Xingyue dynasty governs a territory spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, with the imperial capital situated in the heart of the Central Plains. To the north lie 18 cities, while 36 cities are established to the south, each governing its own expanse. The realm of mundane cultivators is located in the western part of the Xingyue dynasty and Apos' territory. Shrouded in thick mists, from the perspective of the mortal realm, one can only discern the outlines of towering mountains. However, if one does not understand how to traverse the realm of mundane cultivators, even a chance intrusion would reveal nothing but barren, dark mountains. Yuzhou City, located at the southernmost tip of the territory, is indeed remote, with average resources. It has been some time since a new city lord took office. And following recent troubles in Yuzhou City, the lord of the splendid flower city, unable to bear the suffering of the populace, assisted in their relocation. After establishing a plan for the reconstruction of the surrounding cities, he grew disinterested in further involvement. The next day, Ren Fenglu, armed with the map of the Xingyue dynasty he had procured, scrutinized it for a while before deciding to head north. Eager to glimpse the capital that presides over 54 cities. Setting out from the splendid flower city, he journeyed northward. His sights set on the city that had preceded the splendid flower city, Luoqing. Luoqing is renowned for its martial spirit, a trend that has spread to the surrounding towns as well. Perhaps feeling a bit weary from the continuous flight, Ren Fenglu decided to embrace the local customs. Donning a wide-brimmed hat and a crescent-white cloak, leading a lean horse while wielding the void sword, as he ambled down the dusty road towards the martial city of Luoqing. Chapter 87. I shall seize the position of lord of the city while standing. Yongli town, located approximately 130 miles from Luoqing, was bustling with life. Ren Fenglu, adorned with a bamboo-woven dark yellow hat, led a gaunt old horse while wielding a seemingly mundane sword carved from wood. With each step, he entered the small town, already resonating with the sounds of hum, ha, hey in the distance. As Ren Fenglu raised his gaze slightly, he observed the cobblestone street teeming with individuals exercising their limbs. From elderly men and women in their 60s and 70s with graying hair to toddlers barely able to articulate their words, everyone was engaged in stretching and practicing. The elderly, despite their frailty, struggled to kick their legs straight while being cautious of their footing to avoid falling. Their fists trembled as they extended them slowly. Young children, clad in open crotch pants, were attempting horse stances, their bare bottoms elevated, while their tiny bodies swayed precariously. Having crossed into the jurisdiction of Luoqing, Ren Fenglu had witnessed such scenes countless times. The martial spirit of Luoqing was so pervasive that it had become a communal endeavor. Yet, in Ren Fenglu's eyes, these rudimentary moves appeared less impressive than the flashy techniques of the lowest-tier practitioners. The latter could at least deceive the onlookers, while these simplistic gestures barely warranted a chuckle. What perplexed Ren Fenglu, however, was the palpable enthusiasm with which the townsfolk engaged in their exercises. As he strolled and observed, he noted the youthful vigor of the adolescents, whose punches were markedly quicker than those of the toddlers. Some of the teenagers and young adults executed punches that could almost summon a faint breeze, while their kicks could be deemed rapid, albeit in Ren Fenglu's eyes, they still moved at a snail's pace compared to his standards. Suddenly, he recalled a boy named Chenair. Had that boy been present, these youths would scarcely have posed a challenge. Ren Fenglu's gaze shifted to the young man, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The punches thrown by those whose bodies had fully developed were undoubtedly swifter, if only marginally so. Yet they exuded a sense of stability and knew how to harness their strength. In particular, two individuals engaged in sparring demonstrated a clear understanding of technique, deftly avoiding heavy blows while targeting their opponent and Apos' weaknesses. Upon noticing Ren Fenglu, the majority of the townsfolk, aside from the elderly idlers and the young children, merely cast a brief glance before returning to their training. Clearly, they had encountered many individuals dressed like him and were no longer fazed. The old man, squinting to see better, upon noticing Ren Fenglu's straight posture, attempted to straighten his own back, though one particularly aged gentleman, clearly not suited for such endeavors, emitted a soft crack from his spine during his attempt, causing him to plop down in surprise, enviously watching Ren Fenglu instead. The idle child, meanwhile, sat bare-bottomed on the cobblestones, using his pudgy finger to pick his nose while gazing up at Ren Fenglu. His posture was far from dignified, legs spread wide, his small appendage unmistakably visible. Ren Fenglu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he continued forward. After a while, the old horse began to emit soft and Apos, neighing and Apos sounds, its legs struggling to carry it further. Having spent several days with this creature, Ren Fenglu knew all too well that it was both thirsty and hungry. Lifting his hat, he searched for an inn in Yongli town. To his surprise, he found that this relatively sizable town had various shops, grocery stores, tailor shops, and taverns selling wine, but conspicuously absent were inns or restaurants. It seemed he would need to procure some water for the horse and perhaps even some food. What is this called? Begging for alms? Ren Fenglu mused, his expression devoid of any frustration. The old horse lifted its head, emitting a somewhat eager sound, its hooves stamping heavily. Ren Fenglu stroked its mane, his eyes scanning for nearby residences. Hey, are you heading to Luocheng as well? A bright voice suddenly chimed from behind him. Turning, Rin Fenglu spotted a youth with dark eyes and slightly thick eyebrows staring at him. No, more accurately, the boy was gazing at the old horse beside Rin Fenglu. Naturally, his inquiry was directed at Rin Fenglu, as the horse could not speak. Rin Fenglu maintained a calm expression and nodded slightly. Indeed, the boy's face lit up with a smile as he sprinted over, halting abruptly just shy of a yard from the old horse. His feet slid on the cobblestones, skillfully stopping beside the horse. May I pet it? The boy asked, looking up with eager anticipation. You may ask it yourself, Rin Fenglu replied, neither affirming nor denying the request. Hey, horsey, can I touch you? The boy innocently addressed the horse. Nay, the horse responded with a nuzzle against the hand holding the reins. Rin Fenglu remarked, it has agreed. The horse stomped its foot in affirmation. Really? It can understand me? No. Wait, can you understand its sounds? The boy's eyes widened in wonder as he extended his trembling hand, gently caressing the area above the horse's belly. Wow, its bones feel a bit hard. The boy exclaimed softly, quickly retracting his hand before suddenly cheering. Yay, I touched a real horse. His exuberance drew the attention of many onlookers. The child, hesitant yet curious, contemplated approaching but was held back by fear. The elderly, hard of hearing, tilted their heads, trying to discern the source of the commotion, while the young adults merely glanced before returning to their training. However, a few teenagers, upon hearing the commotion, erupted into laughter, one particularly chubby boy scoffing, Li Yongla. What if you touched a horse? Do you think you can ride it to Luocheng? That's exactly what I plan to do, Li Yongla declared, his brows raised as he pressed his thumb to his nose, radiating youthful exuberance. Not only will I ride to Luocheng, but I will stand and seize the position of lord of the city. The chubby boy guffawed as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world, laughing uncontrollably on the ground. Did you all hear that? The frail Li Yongla dares to claim he will seize the lordship of Luocheng. Isn't that hilarious? The chubby boy shouted as he continued to chuckle. Quite amusing. Truly amusing. The younger children echoed, oblivious to the context. The young adults heard the laughter but remained indifferent, continuing their training. A few elderly men, hearing the commotion, brushed back their thinning gray hair, their heads held high, with dry lips curling in a semblance of a smile, muttering, this little brat, Yongla, possesses quite the spirit reminiscent of my youth. As for the group of teenagers, clearly close to the chubby boy, they joined in the laughter. Yet, Li Yongla appeared to possess remarkable resilience. Perhaps having been ridiculed countless times before, he showed no signs of embarrassment or anger. Instead, he confidently replied, Lu Guojun. Just wait and see. I will make it happen. Lu Guojun, the chubby boy, retorted loudly, Li Yongla, you and Amp, Oppos, V been saying that for 5 years. We're on the brink of adulthood. We shouldn't be as childish as those little kids. Face reality, let's focus on honing our skills and strengthening our bodies instead of chasing such fanciful dreams of lordship. Li Yongla, undeterred, glanced at the sky and turned to Rin Fenglu, smiling, hello, I am Li Yongla. Yongla Town was named after me. Rin Fenglu regarded the spirited youth and softly replied, I have heard of you. Someone mentioned your name earlier. Li Yongla beamed with joy, casting a longing glance at the old horse, and suggested, it's noon, time for lunch. Would you like to come over to my house as a guest? As the carefree spirit pondered where to procure sustenance and libations for the old horse, a smile crept upon his lips as he replied, of course, future lord of Luocheng. Chapter 88, The Peculiar City Lord Huang Zigui. Upon hearing this, Li Yongla and Oppos' smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. He found this unfamiliar stranger, seemingly emerging from nowhere, far more agreeable than the mischievous children of the town. He resembled an eternally carefree youth, his face brimming with vitality. Barefoot, he dashed through the alleyway, occasionally glancing back to ensure that Rin Fenglu had not fallen behind. The alleys twisted and turned endlessly, but eventually, Li Yongla returned home. He cheerfully fetched a large bundle of fodder and filled a bucket with water. Only then did he joyfully accept the reins from Rin Fenglu, leading the old horse towards the pile of fodder. Watching the horse munching contentedly, Li Yongla's eyes sparkled with delight. He thought to himself, when will I ever have a horse of my own? Reluctantly leaving the old horse behind, he led Rin Fenglu to lunch. In his household, only an elderly man, his grandfather, remained. The meal was rather ordinary, yet Rin Fenglu showed no sign of discontent. When he removed his conical hat, revealing his true visage, Li Yongla couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Clearly, his grandfather was also a man of martial prowess, allowing his grandson to entertain strangers at home while he ventured out to practice his skills. Li Yongla's gaze shifted from the hat to the sword resting beside it. With a hint of envy, he remarked, it's a pity that Lord Huang has not issued any text on weaponry. Otherwise, I would surely practice swordsmanship. Rin Fenglu swallowed a mouthful of water and inquired, does he only allow you to practice unarmed combat? Li Yongla shook his head. Not entirely. There are over a dozen small towns surrounding Luocheng. 9 of them exclusively practice unarmed combat, while the remaining 8 train in both unarmed combat and weaponry. Lord Huang has strictly decreed that no one may disseminate the martial literature from their respective towns. Intrigued, Rin Fenglu asked, why has he imposed such regulations? Why can 8 towns practice both? Li Yongla replied with a hint of indignation, ISN and Oppos. It obvious? During the Luoqing Grand Tournament held every 5 years, our 9 towns consistently fare poorly. Understanding dawned on Ren Fenglu, yet recalling Li Yongla's earlier words, he remained puzzled. Then why do you aspire to seize the lordship? Shouldn't you focus on leading Yongla Town to secure a top 8 position in the next tournament? After swallowing a piece of bread and taking a sip of water, Li Yongla looked at Ren Fenglu in surprise. Arin and Oppos. You going to Luoqing as well? Isn't your aim to claim the lordship? Taken aback, Ren Fenglu shook his head. Li Yongla chuckled. So you must be an outsider here to join the excitement. Then, with a serious expression, Li Yongla added, I don't know where you learned about Luocheng, but you must remember this. When you arrive, do not challenge Lord Huang. Ren Fenglu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Li Yongla lowered his voice. I've heard from those who participated in the Luoqing Grand Tournament that Lord Huang is ruthless towards outsiders. Each one of them ended up severely injured. However, he continued, he is much gentler with the people of Luoqing. Anyone who places in the top 8 can challenge him. Although they all lose, the injuries are not severe. They recover in about 3 months. Ren Fenglu asked in astonishment, has no one ever won? Li Yongla paused, then replied, actually, yes. Lord Huang ascended to his position after defeating the previous city lord. Ren Fenglu chuckled, so you wish to emulate him and claim the lordship for yourself? Indeed. Li Yongla beamed with a radiant smile. Once I turn 18 next year, I will challenge him. Ren Fenglu queried, do you believe you can defeat the others in Yongla Town first? Before claiming the lordship, you should at least be the best in your town, right? Li Yongla puffed out his cheeks, his expression briefly dimming before reigniting with determination. I can't do it yet, but I have a year. I believe I can achieve it. Observing the spirited youth, Ren Fenglu chose not to say more. He was uncertain whether the boy would succeed. Yet Li Yongla's words undeniably piqued his interest in the unconventional Lord Huang. From Li Yongla's discourse, it was evident that the city lord appeared to be deliberately allowing the residents of Luocheng to vie for his position. After all, it was not common for someone to permit their subjects to train freely in martial arts. After lunch, as Li Yongla reluctantly bid farewell, Ren Fenglu donned his hat once more, grasped his sword, and took hold of the old horse, embarking on his journey to Luoqing. Hey, outsider. Remember this, under no circumstances should you challenge Lord Huang. Li Yongla called out loudly at the town's entrance as he waved goodbye. Ren Fenglu glanced back, unsure if the warning was absorbed, and then turned away to continue his path. Leaving Yongla Town behind, he traversed through a small town en route, where most inhabitants were also practicing martial arts. In Ren Fenglu and Amp, Oppos, eyes, they resembled mere displays of skill. After departing the small town, the road ahead lay clear, the outline of Luocheng becoming increasingly distinct. Amidst swirling sands, Ren Fenglu approached Luoqing, spotting dozens of similarly dressed outsiders. They noticed him too, and, as if they were old acquaintances, lifted their hats and, brandishing various weapons, greeted him with friendly smiles. One young man, sporting buck teeth and wielding an iron spear, waited until Ren Fenglu drew near before approaching him with a broad grin. Brother, your sword is quite unique. Ren Fenglu raised his hand, revealing the ethereal sword, and chuckled softly, indeed, it is rather special. The young man, upon seeing the sword up close, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Brother, I must say, you are rather presumptuous. Lord Huang is a formidable character. He wields a pair of black gold hammers and possesses immense strength. I fear your sword is merely a wooden stick carved into shape. It cannot withstand a blow from his hammer. Just look at my spear. He demonstrated with flair, thrusting the spear deep into a solid city wall, extracting it to reveal a gleaming tip, unmarred and sharp, showcasing its impressive quality. See, your weapon must be both tough and sharp if you wish to contend with Lord Huang. With a self-satisfied grin, the young man sheathed his spear and shook his head. If I were you, I would immediately seek a better sword. Seemingly unperturbed, Ren Fenglu merely scanned the wall with interest. He noted numerous scratches and indentations, as well as many handprints and footprints, indicating that many had previously showcased their skills upon it. At that moment, a soldier armed with a red tassel spear approached. He walked directly past Ren Fenglu to the buck-toothed youth, pointing at the hole he had just created. Did you make this? With pride, the young man replied, indeed. Brother soldier, do you think I have what it takes to challenge Lord Huang? The soldier assessed him and nodded. Once you enter Luoqing, anyone can challenge the city lord. However, before you proceed, you must pay the city wall damage fee, just 5,000 taels. What? 5,000 taels? The young man was taken aback. I've never heard of such a fee for city wall damage. With so many holes, have you ever charged anyone else? Of course, the soldier affirmed. But those holes have never been repaired. The young man protested, feeling wronged. Whether or not they are repaired depends on the superiors and Amp, Oppos, mood, but the damage fee is non-negotiable. The soldier insisted. Should you ascend to the position of the new lord of the city, you could effortlessly reclaim the funds you have surrendered. The soldiers maintained a serious demeanor, displaying utmost diligence. Is it truly possible to engage in such antics? The young man with protruding teeth begrudgingly handed over the money, vowing silently to himself that he would reclaim this sum with great fervor. Chapter 89, Truly a City of Freedom. As Ren Fenglu entered the city, He heard someone calling out from the side. He approached and received a token inscribed with the number and amp, Opos, 51, and amp, Opos. Looking around, he noticed that everyone else had similarly claimed their tokens. Just as he was trying to make sense of it all, the buck-toothed youth, who had recently paid a hefty fee for damage to the city walls, approached him. With a rather displeased expression, he glanced at Ren Fenglu and declared, "You're finished." Ren Fenglu raised an eyebrow in surprise. The youth continued, "Huang Zigui has not explicitly forbidden outsiders from challenging in Luoqing. Once an outsider enters the city, they must each claim a token and head to the arena to battle in the order indicated. The first and second tokens face off, then the third and fourth. The victor becomes the champion and accepts the next challenger. This continues until one person remains, who can then challenge Huang Zigui for the black gold hammer." At this point, the buck-toothed youth raised his own token, his expression filled with mock sympathy. "Unfortunately for you, I am 52, your first opponent. You can still concede now, or else your sword will be shattered by my iron spear." Ren Fenglu blinked and replied softly, "You are quite confident. I almost believe you will surely win." The youth frowned slightly. "I am merely trying to give you a kind warning. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Let us see how it goes." As they walked through the city, Ren Fenglu found that there were surprisingly few residents. Almost everyone was clad in armor. Within Luoqing, there were 10 arenas scattered throughout. Under the guidance of the buck-toothed youth, Ren Fenglu arrived at the 5th arena. The youth removed his hat and leaped onto the stage, thrusting his iron spear down with a heavy thud, creating a hole in the wooden platform. Immediately, several soldiers looked up. The youth felt a flush of embarrassment as a burly soldier with thick brows and bright eyes jumped onto the stage. After examining the hole made by the youth's spear, the soldier diligently marked it on a piece of paper and smiled, announcing, "Damage fee for the arena, 5,000 taels." Sweat streamed down the youth's face as he struggled to contain his anger. In a contest of skill, how can one always maintain control? The soldier remained unfazed and smiled. "Well, your opponent hasn't even arrived yet. Besides, even in fierce battles, if the arena is damaged, compensation is required. That is the rule of Luoqing." The buck-toothed youth grumbled. "When I become the lord of the city, I will definitely change this rule." The soldier smiled again. "If you become the lord, you won't only maintain this rule. You will likely double it." The youth was momentarily stunned and begrudgingly paid the fee, having incurred a loss before even entering the city. And now facing another financial burden before the match had even begun, he was fuming inside, vowing that if he defeated Huang Zigui, the compensation would be tripled. Not to mention that challengers had to pay just to step onto the stage. "Hey, you, get up here." The youth instinctively raised his spear, but caught himself just in time, placing his hands on his hips and shouting. Ren Fenglu smiled, relinquished the reins of his horse, and gracefully ascended the arena. Noticing Ren Fenglu and Opos as cautious approach, the youth recalled his own earlier leap and glanced down, relieved to find no damage beneath his feet. Once on the arena, matters of life and death were at stake. The match would conclude when one party conceded or perished. The soldier called out the rules in a loud voice. The gong sounded, signaling the commencement of the battle. The buck-toothed youth glanced at Ren Fenglu, who stood motionless, sword in hand. For some reason, he felt a twinge of irritation, sensing that Ren Fenglu regarded him with indifference. He raised his iron spear and shouted, "What is your name?" "Ren Fenglu." He replied with a slight smile, unfazed by the youth's impoliteness. To him, although the youth projected an imposing presence, he was merely a notch above the ordinary. In comparison to Ren Fenglu, who could swing a sword 1,000 miles, he seemed quite insignificant. However, recognizing that the youth was not a cultivator, Ren Fenglu deemed it unnecessary to draw his void sword. After providing his name, he pondered how to induce the youth to concede voluntarily. "Very well. My spear does not harm the nameless." The buck-toothed youth trembled, his spear glimmering like starlight, exuding a fierce aura. Seeing Ren Fenglu remain still, the youth frowned. "Are we going to fight or not? If not, you forfeit." The impatient soldier overseeing the match urged. Suppressing his doubts, the youth shouted as he stepped forward. Shaking his iron spear, the spear tip gleamed coldly, reminiscent of a venomous snake's fangs. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he controlled the spear like a serpent, the sharp tip flashing with speed, creating afterimages in its wake. The observing soldier squinted, clearly acknowledging the youth and Opos' prowess despite his previous financial losses. Soon, the probing youth found himself just a step away from Ren Fenglu, within striking distance with his spear. Yet, Ren Fenglu's sword posed no threat to him. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Although Ren Fenglu kept his hands lowered, the youth felt an overwhelming pressure from the sharpness of his spear. Now was the perfect moment to strike. In an instant, a multitude of gleaming spear tips converged into a singular radiant point, charging directly at Ren Fenglu and amp, Opos' chest. But in a blink, the youth found himself bewildered, realizing his spear had struck nothing but air. Ren Fenglu had somehow closed the gap, standing merely 5 feet away. His void sword poised threateningly against the youth and amp, Opos' throat, a mere inch away from potential devastation. The sword had yet to be drawn. The buck-toothed youth stood frozen, drenched in sweat, paralyzed with fear. Ren Fenglu retracted his sword and smiled. "You have lost." The youth and Opos' face drained of color, his grip on the spear trembling. He gazed at Renfolu with a mix of resentment and disbelief, muttering, "I underestimated you." Renfolu nodded. "You underestimated me by quite a margin. I'm stronger than you imagined." With clenched teeth, the youth turned to the soldier, a look of defeat on his face. "I concede." The soldier nodded, signaling the youth to exit the arena. He then turned to Renfolu, stating, "Your speed is impressive, and you exercise great caution. I have high hopes for you." "High hopes for me?" Renfolu shook his head. "You need not concern yourself with me. I am merely intrigued by your city lord, not interested in the position itself." The soldier, with a serious demeanor, replied, "The position of city lord is always acquired through strength. If you truly defeat Lord Huang, you will be recognized as the lord of Luocheng, no matter where you are." Renfolu was taken aback. Shouldn't the position of city lord be appointed by the Xingyue dynasty? The soldier shook his head. Luocheng is remote. Those within the dynasty have no interest. As long as taxes are paid, no one cares who the lord is. Renfolu chuckled. Indeed, this is a city of freedom, quite akin to the splendid Flower City and the present-day Four Corners City. Chapter 90. Wu Banqing, commander of the Tiger Tooth Army. In the city lord's mansion, Huang Zigui was immersed in the study of ancient texts when a soldier entered with urgency, reporting, "City lord, a formidable character has arrived." Huang Zigui furrowed his brow, setting aside the ancient tome, and replied solemnly, "In recent months, you've brought forth one or two so-called formidable characters each month. Yet they have proven to be no more than the equivalent of stray dogs on the roadside." The soldier scratched his head, his demeanor serious, and asserted, "No. This time is markedly different. This individual is far superior to those previous outsiders." Huang Zigui stroked his beard, inquiring further, "How many times has he made his move?" The soldier replied in a hushed tone, "Once. He has only acted once. All others on the same platform have opted to forfeit." "Oh, so his only remaining opponent is the champion of another arena?" Huang Zigui mused. "Then there is no need for haste. We shall wait and see." With a smile, he dismissed the soldier, who bowed and took his leave. Meanwhile, the outsiders in Luocheng engaged in fierce battles across various platforms. Unaware that a well-equipped army was en route to Luocheng, they were even less aware that a contingent of cultivators, organized under the leadership of the three premier sects of the Great Wilderness, had traversed the realm of ordinary cultivators and was making its way southwest, with Luocheng as a crucial stop. Soon after, Huang Zigui received word of the Tiger Tooth Army and Appos' arrival in Luocheng. The city opened its back gates wide, allowing the Tiger Tooth Army to advance unimpeded. Huang Zigui accompanied Commander Wu Banqing as they traversed the streets of Luocheng. Wu Banqing was a robust figure, his features sharp and imposing, riding a magnificent steed that enhanced his formidable presence. Casting a glance at the ongoing battles in the arena, Wu Banqing chuckled and remarked, "Brother Huang, even if you no longer wish to hold this position, you needn't resort to enlisting such incompetent individuals to fill the ranks." Huang Zigui replied with a smile, "I certainly never intended to bequeath the position of city lord to these individuals, not solely due to their lack of strength but also because they are mere outsiders. The city lord of Luocheng must be chosen from among the 17 surrounding towns." Wu Banqing nodded, his tone carrying a note of caution. "It is good that you understand this. Only the natives of Luocheng are privy to the city's tax regulations, while those in the imperial court may not concern themselves with who the city lord is should the taxes remain unpaid. My Tiger Tooth Army will not merely be passing through Luocheng." With a smile playing upon his lips, Huang Zigui's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "Might I ask where Commander Wu intends to lead his forces?" Wu Banqing sighed. "You must have heard the news of Yuzhou City reduced to ashes?" Huang Zigui's expression shifted slightly. "Is the imperial court sending you here because they believe there are cultivators brazenly battling in the mundane realm?" Wu Banqing laughed heartily. "The mundane and cultivation realms have long adhered to an agreement, and both sides have been diligent in upholding it. Such incidents have never occurred before. However, given the current situation, even though Yuzhou City is remote, the imperial court cannot afford to ignore it, for neglecting it would tarnish the court's reputation." Huang Zigui nodded, sighing. "Let us hope this fire does not spread to Luocheng." Wu Banqing, with a wry smile, replied, "That is certainly impossible. Who is unaware that Luocheng possesses a formation known as equality for all? No matter how arrogant those cultivators may be, they would never dare to set foot in Luocheng." Huang Zigui chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, should they dare to come, those lofty cultivators would be reduced to mere mud-legged peasants." Suddenly, a burly man with a thick beard, who had been following Wu Banqing, pointed at a figure on one of the platforms and exclaimed, "Elder brother, it is him. He is the one who killed my 2 guards." Wu Banqing reined in his horse, directing his gaze toward the left platform. Chapter 91. Arrogance? A single stroke to vanquish. On the 5th arena, Ren Fenglu was idly waiting, enveloped in ennui. Suddenly, he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him and turned his head. Before him stood a gallant general clad in armor, adorned with a tuft of crimson tassels on his helmet. Ren Fenglu did not recognize this man, but he was familiar with the burly figure mounted beside him. However, his attention was drawn more to Huang Zigui, who stood to the left of the imposing general. In contrast, Huang Ziguei, equally robust, appeared far more amiable, particularly as he smiled warmly at Ren Fenglu. Huang Ziguei had every reason to smile, for he understood the dire consequences of provoking the Tiger-Tooth Army. As one of the most elite forces of the dynasty, the Tiger-Tooth Army was renowned for its decisiveness and ruthlessness. Huang Ziguei was oblivious to why this outsider had incurred the wrath of the Tiger-Tooth Army, but he was certain that the foreigner was in for a severe reckoning. Wu Qinghuang leaned close to Wu Banqing and whispered, "Brother, my subordinate has fallen to this man. You must seek justice for me." Wu Banqing squinted at the unflinching Ren Fenglu and inquired softly, "Did you bring a large entourage? Have you gauged this man's prowess?" Wu Qinghuang's face flushed crimson as he replied in a barely audible voice, "His sword is incredibly swift. I could not discern how it was unsheathed. I dared not let my men test his strength." Wu Banqing scoffed, "It seems you have grown accustomed to flattery, losing your courage in the process. You bring shame upon the Tiger-Tooth Army." Wu Qinghuang sealed his lips, refraining from further protest, his countenance brimming with indignation. "However, since this man has humiliated you, I shall reclaim your honor," Wu Banqing declared, lifting his head and guiding his steed toward the fifth arena. Ren Fenglu regarded the approaching figure with an expression as placid as ever, his sword held loosely at his side, indifferent to the unfolding confrontation. As Wu Banqing drew near, he addressed Ren Fenglu, "Friend, I have heard of a grievance between you and my brother." Ren Fenglu cast a glance at Wu Qinghuang, who turned pale and lowered his gaze. "Indeed, there was a grievance. I killed his man," Ren Fenglu replied coolly. Wu Banqing narrowed his eyes, his voice chilling, "Friend, you possess quite the audacity. Do you not realize my brother is of the Tiger-Tooth Army?" Only then did Ren Fenglu notice the long line of soldiers arrayed behind Wu Banqing, armed with long spears and standing tall, exuding an intangible aura. He nodded. "So this is the Tiger-Tooth Army? Quite impressive. Do you have further commentary?" Wu Banqing tightened his grip on the reins, his steed sensing his suppressed fury, restlessly shifting its hoofs. The old horse tethered nearby also sensed an invisible pressure, lowering its head. Ren Fenglu arched an eyebrow. "If you come seeking retribution on behalf of another, I shall oblige. But if it is mere bluster, I fear I cannot entertain you further. It seems you are somewhat oblivious to your own limitations." Wu Banqing chuckled coldly. "You, relying on your status as a practitioner, deem the Tiger-Tooth Army beneath your notice. Do you?" Ren Fenglu contemplated refuting his identity, but, observing Wu Banqing's overbearing demeanor, his voice turned icy. "Merely a group of somewhat sturdier ants. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, Huang Ziguei and Apos' expression grew all the more captivating. Had he been unaware of the Tiger-Tooth Army and Apos' might, he would have surely cheered for the audacious outsider. Now, however, he fervently hoped Wu Banqing would restrain his anger and refrain from unleashing the entire Tiger-Tooth Army upon the city of Luo. Yet, as his thoughts shifted, Huang Ziguei felt his concerns were unwarranted. With the equal beings formation in place, the practitioner's spiritual energy and essence could not be wielded, rendering them akin to ordinary mortals. The Tiger-Tooth Army, seasoned in battle, could easily dispatch even one of their ranks to eliminate this outsider. "You are indeed arrogant." Wu Banqing squinted, suddenly gesturing with his hand. Immediately, a rider emerged from the ranks of the Tiger-Tooth Army. Wu Qinghuang, now emboldened, pointed at Ren Fenglu and shouted, "You know nothing of the might of Luo City. Prepare to meet your end." In that moment, Wu Qinghuang felt the oppressive gloom that had loomed over him dissipate, replaced by a sense of exhilaration. Ren Fenglu glanced at the approaching cavalryman and remarked indifferently, "That is a fine horse." The knight, upon hearing this, felt indignation rise in his resolute countenance, having detected the underlying mockery in Ren Fenglu's words. He tightened his grip on the spear, poised to charge the arena at the command of his leader. Wu Banqing had evidently never encountered such audacity, and in a fit of rage, he laughed mockingly. "Go. Behead this man. I shall use his head for my drinking." The knight's expression shifted, and with a swift motion, he leaped onto the arena, charging forward without hesitation. With spear in hand, his demeanor was one of icy resolve, as if confronting a mere corpse. Yet, astonishingly, Ren Fenglu did not even glance at the knight. His gaze remained fixed on Wu Qinghuang as he coldly stated, "Your incessant boasting suggests you are weary of life." As the words fell, Ren Fenglio's hand gripped the hilt of his sword. The knight's heart raced. His spear was poised at Ren Fenglio's face. The crowd braced for what seemed an inevitable piercing, only to witness a blur. In an instant, the charging knight and his steed were inexplicably cleaved in twain. There was no splatter of blood. Thud, thud. The four severed pieces fell to the arena floor. The spectators gasped in horror, but the spectacle was not yet concluded. Another two thuds resounded from beside Wu Banqing. Huang Ziguei and the others turned their heads to behold Wu Qinghuang, still adorned with an expression of arrogance, now bisected along with his steed, also devoid of blood. The remaining mounts of the Tiger-Tooth Army reared up in panic, while Huang Ziguei attempted to soothe his startled horse, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Ren Fenglu as though he were a malevolent specter. How could this man's sword be so swift, so fast that it defied comprehension? Such swordsmanship could not possibly be executed by a practitioner restrained by the equal beings formation. Could the formation have faltered? While Huang Ziguei remained astonished, Wu Banqing was already stricken with dread. He furrowed his brow, staring at Ren Fenglu, who stood with his sword still sheathed. yearning to channel his spiritual energy, only to find it utterly impossible. At this moment, Ren Fenglu began to advance. Wu Banqing felt urgency swell within him and urged Huang Zigui, Lord Huang, hasten to dissolve the formation. This man is too enigmatic. If our powers remain suppressed, we shall face annihilation. Huang Zigui offered a bitter smile. Once the equal being's formation is set, it cannot be undone unless the spiritual stones are exhausted. What? Wu Banqing exclaimed in horror, realizing Ren Fenglu was stepping down from the arena. He understood that this man, with his peculiar methods, would not let him escape unscathed. Having experienced the crucible of battle, he swiftly quelled his internal terror, raising his spear high and bellowing, "Men, our formidable foe stands before us. Do not falter. Charge with me, and let us vanquish him together." Chapter 92. No survivors beneath the blade. Final chapter. His voice was fierce, filled with a tragic grandeur. The Tiger-Tooth army had fought alongside him through countless battles, and he had long become their spiritual leader. At his call, the knights felt their blood surge, flames igniting in their eyes. They spurred their horses, charging forward like a mighty torrent. Huang Zigui was taken aback and hurriedly moved aside. Others in Luochen also noticed the commotion at the fifth arena and turned to look. The cavalry formed 4 rows, numbering 50 or 60 in total. As they charged, the thunderous sound of hooves created an imposing atmosphere. What a pity for these valiant young men. Wu Banqing, watching the charging army with tears in his eyes, resolutely turned his horse towards the rear city gate. The individual he faced possessed a mysterious power, and remaining in the city would only lead to his doom. He could only stall with a multitude of men and horses, waiting to escape the bounds of the equality array and regain his strength to avenge these brave souls. With such thoughts, Wu Banqing wished fervently that his steed could sprout 80 legs, longing to be outside the city with just a blink. Huang Zigui, noticing Wu Banqing's retreat, was astonished. However, upon reflection, he deemed Wu Banqing's actions the most rational choice. The charging knights were oblivious to their leader's escape. Their focus solely on the seemingly indifferent young man before them. As they neared, their long spears were already raised. The foremost knights thrust their spears forward, while those behind hurled their weapons. Seasoned by battle, they had long surpassed the strength of ordinary men. The force behind their thrusts and throws was staggering. Ren Fenglu gazed coldly at the approaching tide, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, the world darkened. In that instant, everyone was enveloped in darkness. They could see nothing, only heard the sounds of thuds and clinks. When the darkness dispersed and their vision cleared, they beheld a scene of hell on earth. The ground was strewn with corpses, each split in 2, with not a single survivor. Even their long spears and noble steeds lay in the same state. Strangely, no blood flowed. It was as if, at the moment their bodies were cleaved, their blood had evaporated. The horrific sight overwhelmed them, and they could no longer contain their nausea, retching uncontrollably. Huang Zigui suppressed the bile rising in his throat, his face as pale as a sheet, unwilling to look at the foreigner. Instead, his gaze turned to the rear city gate. Wu Banqing was now only 7 or 8 paces from the gate. "Hurry, faster," Huang Zigui silently urged him. He feared for Wu Banqing's life. More accurately, he feared Wu Banqing dying in Luocheng. Although the Tiger-Tooth army was not the only one, the annihilation of this unit in Luochen would surely bring about a horrific disaster. 5 paces. 4 paces. 3 paces. Huang Zigui wished he could become the very horse under Wu Banqing. As the city gate came into view, a smile broke upon Wu Banqing's face. Unable to resist, he glanced back, only to see Ren Fenglu standing amidst countless corpses, smiling at him. A cruel smile. 1 pace. "Dead horse, move faster," Wu Banqing bellowed, the rein striking heavily against the already battered flank of his horse. The steed, feeling the pain, leaped towards the city gate. Revenge was within reach. Wu Banqing's heart roared. But in the next moment, he felt his consciousness spiral into chaos. For he saw himself. More precisely, his left eye saw his right eye. How was this possible? A heaviness settled in Wu Banqing's heart as the scene before him suddenly felt as if the sky were collapsing. In that moment of utter demise, his body fell alongside his steed, barely a foot from the gate. Ren Fenglu released his grip on the sword hilt, standing tall behind the corpses, a smile upon his face like a demon incarnate. Those who witnessed this horror fled from the front gate, retching and scrambling away. The soldiers of Luochen trembled, their legs shaking. Had it not been for the presence of their lord, they would have long since fled. Huang Zigui sighed deeply, his heart sinking to the depths as Wu Banqing's lifeless body hit the ground. He could not help but resent the soldier who reported the situation. This foreigner's sword had moved faster than lightning, yet the soldier had said not a word. It was over. One Tiger-Tooth army had been annihilated in Luochen. How was he to report this to the dynasty? Huang Zigui felt bitterness rise within him, dismounted, and approached Ren Fenglu, speaking in a low tone. "Esteemed friend, might you wish to become the lord of Luochen?" Ren Fenglu raised an eyebrow. "Is it not said that one must defeat the lord to claim the title? From your words, it seems you can decide directly." Huang Zigui forced a smile. "I am Huang Zigui. I have witnessed your prowess, and there is no need for combat. I know I cannot be your opponent. You are the lofty cloud above, while I am but a puddle of mud by the roadside. I have no desire for the lordship. Please take it." Ren Fenglu shook his head. "I have no interest in the lordship." Huang Zigui was taken aback. "If you have no interest, then why come to Luocheng?" He dared not voice this question, nor even dwell on it. Renfenglu replied, I merely wish to see what makes you special enough that all your subordinates practice martial arts. Huang Ziguai sighed deeply. You may not know, but in Luoqing, there exists an array known as the equality of all beings. Within this array, any cultivator below the spirit refinement stage cannot utilize their spiritual energy or soul, becoming no different from ordinary people. My intention in having them train is to help them understand the difficulty of being a lord. After all, the dynasty pays no heed to our remote region. Renfenglu, with a bemused smile, remarked, Yet I have heard you are quite harsh towards foreigners. What is the reason for that? Huang Ziguai lowered his voice. The dynasty ignores us, only concerned with taxes. If a foreigner were to ascend to the lordship, they might deliberately withhold the taxes due, and when the dynasty comes to inquire, it would be the people of Luoqing who suffer. But right now, Huang Ziguai glanced at the scene of death around him, his face a mask of sorrow. The dynasty will certainly demand answers. Luoqing is doomed. Renfenglu was indifferent to this matter, pondering, where is this array located? Huang Ziguai answered truthfully, there are 36 array flags at each corner of Luoqing, with the heart of the array located at the Lord and Apos' residence. The maintenance of this array incurs enormous costs, which is why Luoqing has so many exorbitant fines. Renfenglu recalled the young man who had been fined 10,000 taels, nodding in understanding. Seeing Renfenglu fall silent, Huang Ziguai cautiously inquired, Is there anything else you wish to know? Renfenglu shook his head. His gaze brightened suddenly. He observed the malevolent energy rapidly dissipating from the corpses. This tiger-tooth army had evidently taken many lives, and the released malevolence was so dense it felt almost viscous. Huang Ziguai too noticed the thick malevolent energy, and his face turned even paler. He looked at Renfenglu in disbelief. This man was indeed an evil cultivator. The end writing an invincible story is truly challenging. The first 100,000 words were too crude, the data too poor. I apologize, dear readers.